See Circle Calendar 1529. There are still 10 years before the Straw Hat Boy sets sail. Gaia Kingdom Garbage Mountain. Endless mountains of garbage piled up, emitting a stench that spanned every stage from rotting to thoroughly decayed. The city's waste was hauled away every 2 days and dumped in full loads, as if the kingdom had vomited out its digested residues in one go. Officially, it was called the Outer City Dumping Ground, but everyone knew its true name, the slum. Just like the people living here on the noble lord's ledgers, they were nothing more than walking numbers that needed regular cleaning. Around Garbage Mountain stood a high wall. On the other side lay the central district of Gaia Kingdom, where lights never went out and music never ceased. That was the facade of the most beautiful country in the east, blew the palace of class, the fig leaf of civilization. On this side of the wall, it was a place where even a fig leaf couldn't be found. In a dilapidated shack, a handsome young boy sat with his legs crossed, tapping his fingers on his knees idly while humming a strange tune. Little paper, four-cornered square Kai Lun of Eastern Han, made paper there. If you ask what this paper is for, let me tell you slowly. I was an ordinary man on the street walking along, so neat. Then a carriage rushed with a beat, a crash sent me to defeat. Before my eyes all light did sway, I woke up in one piece today. His voice was clear, carrying a carefree attitude of whatever will be will be. The boy was named Cass. Full name Orel Cass, 11 years old. A pitiful wretch with no instruction manual, no after-sales service, and certainly no Newbie Gift Pack. In his past life, his greatest wish was to work 9 to 5 every day and save enough for a down payment. Then a dump truck running a red light sent him off. Judging by the brand, it was probably a Diyun. Are we all living so hard? No, I'm already living so hard. Why are you still alive? Then, when he woke up, there was stench everywhere, garbage all around, and in the distance a few ragged children were fighting over a moldy piece of bread. At that moment, only one thought filled Cass' mind: what a sin. He never expected he had actually transmigrated. The world of One Piece sounded exhilarating, but in reality, it was a slaughterhouse where blood was licked and the strong ruled. Set sail. The Marines, pirates, revolutionaries. None of them were easy targets. Imagine a woman without underwear swaying before you, waving a huge flag and constantly urging you to fight a pirate with a bounty of tens of millions. What does that mean? She's not wearing underwear. Who could refuse a big sister without underwear? And then, you go for it. And then, sudden death. Another path living honestly brought no benefits either. The mountain bandit King Higoma, the Lord of the Coast. Any of those supreme masters could give him a hard time. The most crucial thing was that he had no cheat. No system, no sign-in, no lottery, no devil fruit at the start. His combat power depended entirely on grinding. Nothing. He was just an ordinary hungry beggar living in a garbage dump. Could this really be a black-faced start? Held difficulty. Cass scratched his messy hair and muttered, maybe I should just restart. Might get a legendary origin like a celestial dragon, or maybe even IMS little brother. The thought flashed, and he laughed at himself. Forget it. With my luck, restarting might not even make me human. I'd probably reincarnate as fish food for the Lord of the Coast. Hey Cass, I was just getting into the story. Why stop? Keep playing, keep singing. A dissatisfied shout came from beside him. A boy a size larger than Cass sat cross-legged on dry grass, fidgeting with an old pocket watch. This boy was named Gaia. Full name Lionhate Gaia. 2 years older than Cass, the only brother Cass had on Garbage Mountain. Both were homeless scavengers. How did they meet? The reason was the old pocket watch in Gaia's hand, an absolute premium item on Garbage Mountain. A true rarity, 1 in 100. Cass and Gaia spotted it almost simultaneously, and they leaped at it at the same time. No words. A hearty peak contest erupted on the spot. Fists and feet, headbutts and bites. From the garbage pile to the mud pit, from the mud pit to the roof of a broken carriage, from day to dusk. Finally, the two lay bruised and swollen on the garbage pile, gasping heavily. Let go. You first. I'll count to 3, and we let go together. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Neither let go. They looked at each other and suddenly burst out laughing. Gaia wiped his nosebleed and said, you can't fight, but you've got plenty of sneaky tricks. Cass gasped back, you're strong, but your head's too straight. From a fight, a friendship was born. Sometimes men's bonds are that simple. They immediately became sworn brothers. Not asking to be born on the same day, nor to die on the same day. After all, this was the world of One Piece, full of danger. What if one of them died the day after swearing? The remaining one would suffer a loss. So their rule was look after each other while alive. If one dies, the other just curses the heavens a few more times. If possible, remember to bury the body. Don't let the wild dogs eat it. Simple, pragmatic, without any ceremony. Perfect philosophy for garbage. Too lazy to sing. Cass changed positions, sticking his dirty feet higher, energy, exhausted, stomach empty. My esteemed big brother, you wouldn't want to see your brother from another mother starve into a paper-thin figure. Gaia. What the hell? Gaia flicked Cass' forehead precisely. Are you insane? Why shout so loud? Want to call everyone within 10 miles to grab food? This guy was like a lunatic. Ever since he learned his name, he shouted it at the top of his lungs at every— What was he, deaf or something? Cass rubbed his reddening forehead, grinning through the pain. I feel like whispering doesn't have any impact. Imagine one day you become a great pirate. Shouting those two words makes enemies tremble. Now that style. Great pirate. Gaia snorted, but his hand gently rubbed Cass' forehead. I'd rather be a marine. At least I can eat my fill. Marines. Cass looked up, his gaze suddenly distant. Good as it is, I'm afraid that place has much deeper waters. Don't understand. Gaia didn't understand and didn't ask. Cass had always been a weirdo in his eyes. His words were incomprehensible, his mind abnormal. He'd blurt out strange words now and then sing songs never heard before. But Gaia didn't care. In this place, just surviving was enough. Who had time to think about whether the other guy was crazy? Fine, I'll go find you something to eat. Gaia stood up, patted off the dust, and scanned the shack. There was nothing worth seeing. Calling it bare walls was an exaggeration. The most valuable assets were the notched knife tucked at Cass' waist and the pocket watch in his own arms. Cass instantly put on a fawning expression. Thank you, big brother. If you don't mind, I'd like to call you father. Get lost. Gaia walked toward the door without looking back, but the corner of his mouth curled up involuntarily. This kid. When he's sweet, he's really sweet. When he's annoying, he's really annoying. Creak. The old wooden door had just been pushed open when a tall figure blocked the entrance like a mountain. Backlit, the face was unclear, only the silhouette of a suit visible. Oh, this dump harbors 2 little mice. Men take these 2 as well. Just enough to make up the numbers. A slightly hoarse voice, full of condescension, sounded. Gaia instinctively spoke. Who are you? What do you want? Before he finished, a shiny leather sole rapidly enlarged in his vision. Bang! The next moment, Gaia was kicked flying backward, crashing heavily onto the pile of scrap inside the shack. Gaia! Cass' heart tightened. He rushed to support Gaia. At the door, the suited man slowly withdrew his foot, his gaze cold. A mudfoot from the dump dares to talk back. Look in the mirror and see what you are. Gaia gritted his teeth, his chest burning with pain. He tried to push himself up, but Cass firmly pressed down on his shoulder. Gaia looked at Cass, finding that this usually grinning, easygoing guy now quickly put on a smile and bowed. Yes, yes, sir, you are right. We are just mudfoots, ignorant of the rules, staining your eyes and shoes. Point the way, and we'll go ourselves. Won't cause trouble, and want dirty your hands. The suited man looked down at him, slightly surprised by Cass' tact. At least you've got some brains. The contempt in his tone didn't diminish, but at least he stopped lifting his foot. Cass helped Gaia up, kept his head down, and quietly stood to the side. Gaia whispered, why did you stop me? Don't talk. Cass' voice was equally low. Survive first. They were driven like livestock. The road grew increasingly remote, with more trees around, eventually leading to a hidden valley surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. The valley was already packed with a dense crowd of people, all residents from the Trash Mountain and surrounding barren areas. There were probably tens of thousands. On the high slopes around the valley, fully armed royal guards stood with their guns hiddenly aimed downward. Cassie saw that the man in the suit earlier was one of them. On a flat area higher up, and with the best view on one side of the valley, a temporary canopy was set up. A group of richly dressed, haughty men and women gathered there. At the center of their crowd were 3 figures wearing bubble head covers and bulky spacesuit-like outfits. Celestial dragons. Cass's heart leaped, and a chill surged from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. The valley, a large number of civilians, fully armed elite guards, and the celestial dragons eagerly watching all this. Damn, he muttered under his breath. The worst suspicion was confirmed. Cassie, you look terrible. Gaia turned his head, seeing the fine cold sweat on Cass's forehead, and the unease in his heart rapidly expanded. Why did they bring so many of us here? What do they want to do? Cass's voice was dry. What a... Cass's throat was dry. He licked his cracked lips, trying to steady his voice. Gaia, does this look like an arena? Except the spectators are them, and the beasts in the arena are us. He looked at the king of the Gaia kingdom on the high platform. Cetali, a young king with oily hair and a fawning face, was bending over obsequiously, attending the male celestial dragon, as if he would kneel and polish his shoes on the spot. We might become the playthings for those nobles and gods to amuse themselves. Gaia was stunned, then fell silent. You mean? We're going to be hunted like rabbits. Cassi closed his eyes. He recalled that seen noble children on horseback with guns hunting natives like wild beasts. That was a real massacre happening in the world of pirates disguised as entertainment. And now he was on the prey list of this massacre. At this moment on the high platform, Great Saint Luo Ziwada, Cetali's voice was exaggeratedly respectful. You see, this valley is a hunting ground carefully prepared for you. Although time is short, the prey are all the freshest varieties, which will surely add a bit of special fun to your trip to the Gaia Kingdom. Saint Luo Ziwada looked down through his bubble mask at the crowded heads in the valley, his tone flat with a hint of pickiness. The venue is mediocre, a bit small, not grand enough, but it'll do for a game. Yes, you are right. Cetali bent even lower, almost prostrating himself. Please forgive me. This time I was poorly prepared. Next time I will surely prepare a grander, better, and more prey-filled amusement park for you. I guarantee that you young Master Saint Chai Luo Si and young Lady Gongxia Luliya will have a great time. He thought to himself that as long as he pleased this great lord, the heavenly tribute for this year, even for the next few years, could be greatly reduced. Using a few insignificant commoners in exchange for a huge relief of the kingdom's finances and the favor of the celestial dragons, what better deal could there be? None. Cetali mentally gave himself a thumbs up. Under his governance, the Gaia kingdom would surely become more prosperous and thriving. Behind Saint Luo Ziwada, the legendary durable prince, Saint Chai Luo Si sniffed back the snot about to drip into his mouth and urged nasally, Father, my new gun has already been waiting. Can't wait. Gongxia Luliya also said in a coquettish tone, Father, hurry up and start. Watching these dirty things packed together makes the air stink. Saint Luo Ziwada waved his hand. You may begin. Cetali immediately straightened up, changing his face to a dignified one, and ordered a minister with a goatee beside him, Lan Xiao. What are you waiting for? Clear the area, open the show for the esteemed lords. The minister named Lan Xiao bowed and accepted the order, turned to the edge of the platform, and waved sharply to the guards below. By the king's order, the hunting competition begins now. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted without warning. Not warning shots, but directly into the densest crowd at the valley entrance. Blood-splattered screams erupted. The front row fell like mowed wheat. Panic like a wildfire instantly engulfed everyone. The crowd exploded, crying, pushing, and fleeing like headless flies toward the opposite direction of the gunfire into the dark forest. Esteemed lords, please enjoy the thrill of chase and hunting. The one with the most kills will receive a heavy reward from His Majesty. Oh, to show off in front of the lords. Charge. Pray don't run too fast. Let me have some. The noble children, already waiting on tall horses with fine swords and guns, let out excited shouts and spurred their horses. Like wolves smelling blood, they charged into the fleeing crowd. Go. Hurry. Cassi used all his strength, pulling the stunned Gaia, who was frozen by the hellish scene, and shoving aside the frozen people, frantically rushing toward the edge of the valley. Run to the woods. The trees can block the view. Gaia quickly reacted, grabbed Cassi's arm, and clamped his wrist like a vice. No. Cassi glanced back at the terrain while running. Not the woods. Go to the rock pile in the east. The terrain there is complex. Horses can't get in. Are you sure? Bet on it. Gaia didn't hesitate, directly turned direction, and pulled Cassi toward the eastern rock pile. Behind them, the sounds of hooves, gunfire, and laughter intertwined like a surreal symphony. Saint Chai Luo Si, riding a sturdy pirate, held a golden-laid musket and shot an old man running in the back. Bang! The old man fell to the ground. He clapped happily. Hit! Hit! I hit again. Tisk, a bunch of lowlifes. Gongxia Lulia rode another pirate, her expression indifferent, as if she found this activity somewhat boring. The other noble children were completely mad. They galloped through the crowd, slashing and shooting, treating this bloody massacre as a perfect stage to display valor and please the celestial gods. This was a game only those great lords could play, and today they were lucky to experience it. What a festival! And the King Li, standing on the high platform, was bending over diligently, saying something to St. Luozi, to his face full of flattering smiles. Cassie and Gaia moved through the rock pile, temporarily evading pursuit, thanks to the terrain. The gunshots and hoofbeats behind them had grown distant and indistinct, and the voices were now only faint echoes from deep within the valley. What do we do now? Hide here and wait for them to finish killing and leave. Gaia gasped, heavily slumping against a rock and asking hoarsely. What he had experienced today clearly exceeded the limits of his imagination. Earlier he had thought the worst things were hunger, cold, and being cursed like a dog. But today he realized that none of those were truly terrible. The real tragedy was discovering that in the eyes of some people you were worth less than a dog. A dog could at least be kept as a pet. They were nothing but targets for amusement. This rotten world. Cassie also sat down against the rock, closing his eyes. What could they do? Were they really going to hide like turtles in this crevice, praying that the butchers blinded by bloodlust would somehow overlook this corner? Pray that the celestial dragon lords would suddenly have a change of heart. No, even hiding here didn't guarantee survival. What if those people in their frenzy suspected someone might be hiding among the rocks, or set a fire? They would be trapped like turtles in a jar with nowhere to run. Unless they took a gamble. Cassie opened his eyes, his gaze blazing. Gaia, do you trust me? No need to ask. Gaia grinned, showing a row of white teeth, though the smile was strained. In this man-eating world, those two words were heavier than any oath. This time we might die. When haven't we? Cassie paused, then laughed. Right, when hadn't they? Since living was already an extreme sport, what was there to fear? Cassie took a deep breath and lowered his voice. They hunt us as prey. So let's go back. Gaia's pupils contracted. He asked hoarsely, back to that hunting ground. Yes. Cassie's gaze crossed the rocks, fixing on the towering stands in the distance, the center of the bloody feast. The most dangerous place is sometimes the safest. They're drunk on blood now, their attention on those who are the guards might be lax because of that. He licked his cracked lips and continued, a wild yet calm light gleaming in his eyes. Take out a lone guard or servant, strip his clothes, put them on, blend in, and head straight for the harbor. Steal a ship and set sail? Are you sure? After a 3-second silence, Gaia responded. The plan sounded like a fairy tale, every step on a razor's edge, a single mistake leading to utter ruin. Cassie stared at him, his gaze burning. Staying here is waiting to die. Charging out is a 9,000 chance. Which do you choose? In this damned world, they had already died once before. What was one more roll of the dice? Gaia didn't answer. He drew his dagger, its cold touch somewhat calmed his restless heart. He reversed the grip, tucked it into the easiest spot behind his waist, and began to whisper instructions. Listen, Cassie. If we have to act, it must be fast and vicious. If we mess up and make noise, we're both done for here. He knew that although Cassie was quick-witted and sharp-tongued and could fight dirty, he had probably never actually killed anyone. In the garbage mountain, drawing blood and taking a life were two different things. But he was different. To survive, he had already stained his hands. Who? Cassie took a deep breath and stood up as well. Fear still screamed in his marrow, but a stronger, desperate resolve burned within him. Yes, he had never killed, but he thought that today he would probably have to break that rule. Like a cornered wolf, even if it couldn't bite through the hunter's throat, it would tear off a chunk of flesh. Even as a ghost, he would rather die with a full belly. They didn't retrace their steps. Instead, using the cover of the rocks, they circled around to the side and rear of the hunting ground. The screams and laughter grew clearer, the smell of blood thicker. Half an hour later, two corpses writhed in the shadows. Cassie and Gaia had smeared mud and blood on their faces and bodies, lying among several real corpses. This was a blind spot Cassie had observed. The guards' gazes were mainly focused on the hunting ground, while the laborers carrying bodies would haul the trash away along a side path from the rear. Their gamble paid off. Two laborers in gray cloth clothes pushed a cart over, muttering about their rotten luck, and began tossing the bodies onto it. When the cart passed by the shadow of a tent, Cassie and Gaia rolled like cats behind it. The tent was empty. Outside, cheers, gunshots, and hoofbeats rose and fell, as if from another world. Lucky break. Cassie quickly scanned the area, lowering his voice. This looks like a temporary storage. Find some clothes that fit. We need to change out of these bloodied rags. The smell is too strong. The two searched the tent and eventually found 2 sets of servant uniforms. They didn't fit well, but were barely wearable. After changing, Gaia picked up a short axe from a corner and tucked it behind his waist. Cassie found a piece of inner armor, put it on without hesitation, and then covered it with the servant uniform. Defense must be maxed out. Health is everything. Now what? Gaia asked. Cassie didn't answer because he had found something extraordinary. In the depths of the tent the light was dimmer. But in that gray haze a platform covered in dark red velvet stood abruptly. As if guided by fate, he walked over, lifted the velvet, and opened the box inside. There on a velvet cushion lay a fruit entirely yellow and covered in spiral patterns. It emitted a strange luster, pulsating faintly, as if alive. Cassie recognized it in an instant. The treasure of the sea. Eat it and gain superhuman powers, but be cursed by the ocean, becoming unable to swim. But so what? It was still a source of power that countless people dreamed of and died for. Cassie's heart pounded wildly. How could it be here? In such a place? It was like finding a dragon-slaying sword in a beginner's village chicken coop. A bizarre thought flashed through Cassie's mind. Interesting. An imitation of the God Valley prize. Gaia swallowed hard. He of course recognized the devil fruit too. In this situation, whoever ate it had a better chance of survival. Cassie, maybe you should. Bam. At that moment the door was kicked open. Ho ho ho, look what I found. Saint Charlosi rode on the back of a pirate slave, swaying as he appeared at the entrance. He held the gilded flintlock in his hand, a flush of post-hunt satisfaction on his face. Half a step behind him stood a tall man in a black suit and sunglasses. It was the same guard who had kicked Gaia and driven them like cattle into the hunting ground. The air froze in that two little mice stole something they shouldn't have. St. Charlos spoke in his peculiar drawl, the gun barrel shifting between Cass and Gaia. Hand over the prize, and it'll grant you a swift death. The man in the suit stepped forward without any superfluous movement, but the palpable murderous aura had already engulfed the entire room. Cass' brain spun at an unprecedented speed, his mental processor nearly overheating. Run. But how? In a flash of insight, Cass performed an action that left Gaia utterly dumbfounded. He dropped to his knees with a thud, plastering the most fawning smile on his face, his voice trembling just enough. Your Excellency, we were merely curious. Please spare our worthless lives. We pledge to be your most loyal slaves forever. As he spoke, he held the fruit with both hands, shuffling forward on his knees, his posture sinking to the very dust. The suited man raised an eyebrow, thinking this brat had some nerve, daring to compete with him for the prize. Gaia froze. But then he caught sight of the subtle hand signal Cass made behind his back. Get ready. Gaia's muscles tensed in an instant. St. Charlos seemed to relish the kneeling, lifting his chin. Quite sensible. Bring the prize over, then go kill yourself. Save me the trouble of dirtying my hands. Yes, yes, yes. Cass continued to crawl forward, his voice now dripping with feigned gratitude, only 3 steps away from Charlos. Then under the suit man's gaze, Cass suddenly raised the fruit high as if to hand it over. But at the last moment he hurled the fruit toward the opposite corner of the room. Gaia, catch! Gaia lunged almost simultaneously. St. Charlos instinctively turned his head toward the flying fruit, and the suit man's gaze was also drawn by that streak of purple. But for Cass that was enough. He sprang up from the ground like a coiled spring, not toward the door, but toward the slave St. Charlos was riding. He grabbed the collar around the slave's neck and yanked with all his might. Go! The slave, numbed by the collar's control, lost his balance under the sudden force, toppling backward along with St. Charlos on his back. Lord St. Charlos. The suit man's face changed drastically. He abandoned the flying fruit and lunged toward the falling Charlos, using his own body as a cushion. Now, Gaia, run. The two of them bolted for the exit. You despicable worms. How dare— St. Charlos landed on the suit man uninjured, but the immense humiliation and rage turned his pudgy face a livid purple. You? Go. Catch them for me. I'll nail them to stakes and slice off their flesh piece by piece with the dullest knife. He slapped the back of the man beneath him, so furious that even his stutter improved. Yes, my lord. The suit man replied, but he dared not rise immediately. He had to wait for Charlos to stand first. Run. Run for their lives. Cass felt his heart thunder in his chest, his lungs about to burst. But the footsteps in the wind behind him, like the breath of death, drew closer and closer. Too fast. Cass only saw a blur before the suited man was right on them. Sensing the chill behind him, Gaia spun around and swung the short axe at his waist toward the pursuer. Clang. The suited man kicked out, deflecting the blade. Gaia's tiger's mouth split open, the axe flying from his hand, and he himself was sent flying. Gaia. Without a second thought, Cass drew the notched short knife from his waist and threw himself forward. Foolish. The suited man didn't even look at him, casually swinging a fist that landed on Cass' chest. Ugh! Cass spat blood flying backward and crashing into the just rising Gaia. They tumbled into a heap, their bones feeling like they had shattered, unable to get up for a long time. Cass, are you all right? Gaia, ignoring the searing pain in his own chest, hurried to help Cass. Cough. It hurts so much. Cass wiped the blood from his mouth, looked at the approaching suited man, and flashed a sardonic smile. Big brother, cough, we really know our mistake. How about a second chance? Not afraid of death. Interesting. The suited man paused for a moment. These two nobodies, after witnessing the gap in their strength, hadn't broken down crying, but instead spoke such nonsense. They had guts. But that was all. He slowly drew the long blade from his waist. You want die immediately. They'll cut off your legs first so you can't escape. A prey crawling and wailing through the hunting grounds with stumps will surely entertain my lord more. With that, he flicked his wrist, the long blade slicing through the air in a horizontal arc aimed at Cass' legs. Cass' pupils contracted. Time seemed to slow. He was going to die again in this rotten world like an insect crushed underfoot. Sorry, Gaia. It looks like we really might die on the same day. Thud. The sound of flesh tearing. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Cass was knocked to the ground. Looking up, he saw a splash of crimson. Gaia stood frozen, his body rigid. From his left shoulder to his right abdomen, a massive bone-deep wound slashed diagonally across his chest. The flesh was split, open, blood gushing like a spring, instantly staining his tattered clothes red. Cass' voice trembled. Gaia looked down at the wound on his chest, then raised his head and flashed a twisted grin at Cass. Run. Cass' mouth opened, but no sound came out. He reached out a hand wanting to touch Gaia, but it trembled in the air. Their shared memories flashed before his eyes. Sharing a moldy bread crust in the garbage heap of the slums, huddling together under a tattered straw mat on frigid winter nights, laughing out loud at the dock after their first successful theft, fleeing while supporting each other when chased by guards. In this world that treated people like livestock, Gaia seemed to be his only friend. Why could those pigs decide their lives at will? The suited man's voice continued, quite a bond. But losing one prey. I hope my lord won't find it boring. You mongrel. Who are you calling prey? Cass slowly rose to his feet, staring coldly at the suited man. You're nothing but a dog raised by those pigs. A watchdog wearing a collar wagging for scraps. Even to polish my shoes I fear you dirty the soul. Wearing a mask so long you actually think you're human. The day your pig master gets tired of you, you'd have to line up to be prey. And you wouldn't even make the cut. You lowlife. You're asking for death. The suited man seemed struck in a sore spot. The icy mask on his face finally shattered, revealing the twisted fury beneath. Got you riled up, huh? Come on, kill me. Let's see if your dog's fangs are sharper than my stubborn life. Cass screamed with all his remaining strength, meeting the surging murderous intent. Bastard. Come on. The suited man said no more. He raised his long blade. This time, he wouldn't aim for the legs. The blade fell, and the shadow of death completely enveloped Cass. It was over. Detected life-threatening danger to host. Mental fluctuations reaching critical threshold. Special binding conditions met. Welcome, host. Pokémon System at your service. Vital signs: severe injury, blood loss, intense mental fluctuation. Newbie Gift Pack issued random Pokémon X1 drawing. Acquired Pokémon Gastly. A mechanical, utterly devoid of emotion voice echoed within Cass's mind. The blade hovered 3 inches before his forehead, a fraction lower, and it would have cleaved his skull. Suddenly, a spherical creature, as if formed from mist, materialized silently between the two. The blade sliced through the gaseous mass without any resistance. The gas ride then coalesced into a grotesque face grinning at the suited man. Giggle. Surprised. Didn't see that coming. Gastly. Cass's eyes snapped open as he stared at the familiar, yet unfamiliar figure, his mind instantly blank. Information flowed into his consciousness, unbidden. Gastly type, ghost poison ability, levitate, current moves, lick, confuse, ray, smog. Astonished, the suited man's pupils contracted. He retreated 3 steps in an instant, adopting a defensive posture. What is this? A power from a devil fruit. The countless unknown abilities on the vast sea. A mere ghost was nothing unusual. Giggle. Gastly floated in the air, turning to look at Cass, its eyes curving into crescent moons, as if awaiting orders. What is all this? Am I dreaming? Or is this a hallucination before death? Cass's mind was a blank slate, but the will to survive and the urge to save Gaia overwhelmed everything. He pointed at the suited man and roared hoarsely, Gastly. Kill him. Giggle. Gastly blinked its large white eyes as if understanding. It opened its mouth and a thick purple toxic mist erupted from within. Smog. The mist carried a pungent sweetish stench that caused a searing pain upon contact with the skin. Poison. The suited man held his breath and retreated hastily, but the pervasive mist clung to his skin and clothes. A numbing sensation and weakness spread from his limbs. Damn it. He tried to run to gulp fresh air. Giggle. Gastly let out a laugh of a successful prank, a flicker of light in its eyes. Confuse ray. A bizarre multicolored beam shot from Gastly's eyes, striking the suited man. His body stiffened, his gaze instantly unfocused, mental chaos robbing him of any ability to flee. Simultaneously, the toxic mist continued to erode his body until he finally collapsed with a thud. Done. Cass gasped for breath. That formidable enemy who had been overwhelming them was dealt with just like that. But before he could relax, another hair-raising voice sounded. What is this? It's a rare species I've never seen. St. Cherluosi rode on his slave, wobbling over. Instead of fear, his face was filled with an excitement akin to finding a new toy. How fun. It even glows. Catch it. This saint will lock it in the prettiest cage. Cassie stared at this brainless, bloated fool, and rage flared again. This swine. This idiot. Gaia's injury, the deaths of those people. All because of this fat pig. But there was no choice. This pig couldn't die yet. Death would bring major trouble. The Admiral summoning technique, you know. A ferocious glint flashed in Cass's eyes as he pointed at St. Cherluosi. Gastly used confused ray on him. Giggle. Gastly obeyed, its eyes once again shooting that mesmerizing, disorienting light into St. Cherluosis' eyes. St. Cherluosis' body stiffened, his gaze turning vacant and chaotic. He froze for a few seconds, then a fanatical, twisted grin spread across his face. Hunting. Continue hunting. He no longer looked at Cassie. Instead, he raised his flintlock pistol and, as if drunk, staggered toward the other side of the valley. Soon a commotion erupted from the other end. Bang! Lord St. Cherluosi, why are you? Lord, the prey is over there. Over there. Help! Crazy. Lord St. Cherluosi has gone mad. Run. Chaos erupted completely. The noble celestial dragon had suddenly turned his gun on his own people, attacking indiscriminately. The noble scions fled in terror, and the guards were so frightened their faces turned pale, but they dared not lay a hand on the celestial dragon, nor even block him. Then Cherluosi, as if possessed by a war god, began killing anyone in sight and biting like a mad dog. But this was precisely the chaos Cassie needed. Without further delay, he rushed to Gaia's side, using all his strength to lift him onto his back. The wound on his chest was still gushing blood, and his body temperature was rapidly dropping. Hang in there, Gaia, hang in there. Cassie hastily bandaged Gaia with cloth, then found a horse, laid Gaia across its back, mounted it, as he remembered from TV in his past life, and pulled the reins tight. Giddy up. The horse neighed and galloped toward the valley exit. Some guards tried to stop them, but the toxic mist spewed by Gastly and the scattered panicked nobles provided the perfect cover. Cassie crouched low, clutching Gaia tightly, and charged out of the valley toward the harbor. Many ships were moored at the port, mostly supply vessels for those noble swine. Cassie scanned the area and finally locked onto a small supply ship, with only 2 sailors moving cargo. Gastly, take them out. Giggle. Gastly drifted over and sprayed toxic mist at the 2 sailors. The sailors collapsed unconscious without even seeing their enemy. Cassie sprinted up the gangplank, carried Gaia into the cabin, then pulled out a dagger to cut the mooring lines and raise the sail. The sea breeze filled the sail, and the small boat slowly departed from the harbor. Only when the harbor became a tiny speck on the horizon and no pursuers were in sight, did Cassie collapse onto the deck, gasping for breath. Gastly floated beside him, curiously observing this new world. Cassie ignored it and looked at Gaia. Gaia's face was as pale as paper, his breathing so faint it was almost gone. The wound on his chest was too deep. Though the bleeding had slowed, it was still seeping. No medicine, no doctor. At sea he wouldn't last long. You can't die. You damn well can't die. Then Cassie remembered something. Damn, he had a devil fruit, had been so tense had forgotten about it. He pulled the devil fruit from his pocket, ready to pry open Gaia's mouth and shove it in. Gaia was unconscious and couldn't chew. Damn, you can't even take the chance I give you. Cassie could only crush the fruit and squeeze the juice and pulp into his throat. Swallow it. Maybe you'll live. The fruit's juice, purple and viscous, dripped from the corner of Gaia's. A few seconds, 10 seconds, a minute. No change. Cass's heart sank little by little. Could it be already? Suddenly Gaia's body twitched. Then layers of brown soil seeped from his skin, covering the wound, as if alive. Gaia's breathing gradually steadied. Mud fruit. Swamp fruit. Or something. Cass's mind was a mess, but a surge of ecstasy overwhelmed everything, and he found himself laughing and crying. Whatever fruit it was, at least Gaia's life was saved. Giggling, Gastly floated over, curiously poking his face with a gaseous tendril. How could he be crying before being scared? Could it be that he was moved to tears by this handsome ghost? Gastly. Cassie looked at the ghost Pokémon that had appeared out of nowhere and saved his life, then at Gaia wrapped in mud. Things, it seemed, were not so bad. In 2.5 months. The sea breeze was still salty and damp, the sky still azure, and the ocean still vast enough to inspire despair. A single-masted sailboat similar in size to the Going Mary drifted listlessly with the waves. Its course depended entirely on the whims of the wind. Gaia, how much longer are we going to drift? Cass lay sprawled on the deck like a dried, salted fish. How the hell would I know? Gaia sat on the gunwale, utterly numb. The fierce scar on his chest had long since healed, but the wound in his heart now ached more than that blade ever did. 2.5 months. Did anyone know what he had been through? That bastard Cass couldn't sail. Food was long gone, and the remaining fresh water had only been enough to moisten their lips for 3 days. That guy had sworn to set sail with such confidence, and this was all he had. What? You ask why Gaia didn't steer himself. Gaia had never been to sea in his life. What did he know about sailing? Facing the accusation, Cass waved weakly. Young man, patience is a virtue. Sailing is an art, a matter of going with the flow. Look at the vast sky, the deep ocean. Our journey is to starve to death at sea and become fish food. Gaia roared in completion. He. A cheerful mass of purple-black mist drifted above their heads, its mouth opening and closing, its large white eyes curved into crescents. The mixture of resentment, disgust, and confusion radiating from the two was a veritable feast for a ghost-type Gaisai. Can't finish it, simply can't finish it. Haji Guayu. Cass looked at the carefree Gaisai, which seemed to have even gained weight, and laughed despite himself. Sometimes he felt that this creature was the emotional stabilizer of their small team, though it achieved this by absorbing unstable emotions. But Cass hadn't been idle these 2 months. Besides trying to navigate, he spent the rest of his time studying his golden finger. The result could be summed up in one sentence: a promising future, but useless for now. The system interface was shockingly simple. Host Orel Cass, level 5 mastered abilities, none. Barehanded brawling, doesn't count. Points 0. Congratulations, cleaner than your face. Pokemon Gaisai status happy. To the point of blur. Overall assessment, a complete waste. Suggest finding a tofu block to smash your head against for efficiency. Cass. Whom did the system learn its sarcasm from? Personal level determined the strength of the Pokemon. Simply put, his stamina was Guace's mana pool, and his physical condition decided combat endurance. Back in the valley when Gaisai had unleashed its power, it had actually consumed his stamina. He hadn't felt it at the time due to adrenaline, but afterward, he had lain flat for 3 days, deeply experiencing what it meant to be drained. It oddly felt like a celestial spirit mage. Then there was the function module. Lottery grayed out, unavailable. Unlocked when host reaches level 10 or completes first special event. Shop. It was lit, divided into 3 sections. Pokemon category: Lumikong 100 points, Zyalata 150 points, Zyholong 1000 points, Gianigi 1000 points, Liawang 1000 points. Wait. Liawang. The Liawang that only knows Splash. You dare charge 1000 points. System, are you crazy for money? The system did not answer him. Continuing down, pseudo-legendaries were locked, legendaries were locked, and primary legendaries were even more locked. Level insufficient, all were grayed out. Item category: various elemental energy gems, evolution items, megastones, Dynamax bands, Z crystals. A dazzling array, but the prices were equally beautiful. Food category included berries, Pokemon food, energy cubes, rare candies, special dishes, and so on. Fortunately, Gaisai was easy to raise. It could live on negative emotions, otherwise it would be another expense. In short, the golden finger existed. Now, it was just a matter of growing stronger. Ways to earn system points: defeat strong enemies, complete missions, achieve special accomplishments. Want to get stronger? First get money. Want money? First get stronger. Want to get stronger? First level up. Want to level up? Well, it's a closed loop. As for the fruit that his good brother Gaia had eaten after 2 months of exploration, its category was basically confirmed. Paramecia type, earth fruit. The name sounded like a Logia, but it was genuinely a Paramecia, because Gaia could not become immune to attacks. According to Cass' limited knowledge of One Piece, Paramecia roughly fell into 3 categories. 1. Body transformation: the user becomes or possesses the properties of a substance. For example, Buggy, Barabara, Katakuri. Special Paramecia: Machi, Luffy, Goma, not Nika. 2. Ability projection: the user creates or controls a specific substance from their body. For example, Doflamingo, Ito, Mr. 3. Doru, Cracker, Baisu. 3. Superpower: does not change the user or create substances, but grants a superpower that defies physics. For example, Whitebeard, Gura, Shiki, Fua, La Opop. The earth fruit leaned toward the 3rd category with the core ability to assimilate and manipulate the earth it touched. It was not turning oneself into earth, nor creating earth from nothing. Rather, it allowed the user to control the soil and stone they contacted like an extension of their own body, changing shape, hardness, and using it for attack or defense. Of course, Gaia was not yet capable of this. But that didn't matter. Cass had already thought of his future nickname. He would be called the Guardian of the Earth. Hey, Cass, look over there. Land. Where? Don't tell me it's a mirage. Gaisai, help me check if it's an illusion. Cass sprang to his feet like a carp, and together with the drifting Gaisai, they crowded to the ship's side, 3 heads staring intently into the distance. At the line where the sea met the sky, a lush island outline slowly emerged. We made it. We finally made it. After a brief silence, the two and the ghost embraced, jumping and shouting on the deck. After 2.5 months of aimless drifting, Cass had thought he would become the protagonist of the mystery of the East Blue. Gaia, full speed ahead. Gaia got fired up, rubbed his hands together, then suddenly froze. Damn it, Cass. So what? Like I do. Fine, I'll try adjusting the sail. Hard to port. No hard to starboard. Oh, whatever. Charge. Fortunately, fate did not abandon them. Or rather, the ocean current did not abandon. Under their clumsy navigation, the small boat wobbled its way toward the island. Island Beach. 997, 998, 999. 1000. A crisp girl's voice rang out on the beach, accompanied by the whoosh of a bamboo sword cutting through the air as the final strike came to a steady stop. The girl slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Her short, deep blue hair was plastered to her smooth forehead with sweat. 1,000 sword swings a day. This number kept her in check, preventing her mind from wandering. It was also the limit she had set for herself, given her current physical endurance. Strength. Still not enough. Is this the limit of a female body? The girl gazed at the sea, her eyes a little dim. Her father's words always echoed in her ears. Women limited by physical strength could never stand at the pinnacle of swordsmanship. In response, she could only train harder, using more practice to make up for that so-called innate deficiency. Just as she was about to start her next set of exercises, a small moving dot on the horizon caught her attention. A ship, but landing like that would run aground. The girl frowned slightly. Soon the ship stopped at a very awkward angle, still some distance from the beach. Then two figures leaped off the ship like hungry wolves, scrambling and crawling onto the sand. One of them even knelt down in excitement to kiss the ground. Land. Solid land. Not a dream. Cass pinched me. Ouch. You actually pinched. You told me to. Who are you? A calm but slightly wary voice sounded in front of them. Cass looked up and saw a girl holding a bamboo sword standing tall. The sea breeze ruffled her short blue hair, and the sunlight outlined her silhouette behind her. Though she seemed young, her calm yet sharp gaze made it impossible to see her as an ordinary child. A name suddenly leaped into Cass' mind. Kuina, Zoro's senior sister, victim of the Grand Staircase. So this was Shimatsuki Village. Heaven truly did not forsake Cass. In an instant, Cass became a drama queen. His face shifted into a sincere expression, mixing fierce sadness and the relief of survival, and he said in a tearful voice, "Miss, my name is Cass, and this is my brother Gaia. We are refugees fleeing from home. A noble scumbag destroyed our family, and only the two of us managed to escape. Please, is there any place where we can get a meal? We haven't eaten in 3 days." As he spoke, he pinched his own thigh hard, forcing out a few tears, and secretly kicked the still-dazed Gaia. Gaia shuddered. Though he didn't fully understand what Cass was playing at, he understood the part about begging for food. Instantly, his eyes became incredibly sincere. That's right, we were just chatting and singing. Then suddenly we were robbed by bad guys. No technique, only pure emotion. Refugees. Kuina's gaze swept over their ragged clothes, the scars on their bodies, and the unmistakable desperate look in their eyes for food. This made her caution fade, considerably replaced by a measure of sympathy. Though that purple floating thing was still strange. She put away her bamboo sword and softened her tone. "My name is Kuina. If you want to eat, follow me." Arigato Kuinazan. Cass immediately gave a standard 90-degree bow. Hee, food great. Gaia was practically drooling. In Shuangyue village at the Isin dojo. How many bowls have they eaten? The 30th bowl, no, the 31st bowl. Amazing. How can they fit that much food? One person is still licking the bowl. The apprentices of the dojo stood at a distance, dumbfounded, watching the two in the center of the dining hall devouring their meal. The rice disappeared at a visible speed, and the dishes on the table quickly emptied. Guyana had already made several trips back and forth to the kitchen to refill. Gung Siling knelt at the head of the table, still wearing that seemingly carved, gentle smile, though the corners of his mouth twitched imperceptibly. Where did my daughter find these two hungry mouths? Guyana, helping others is a good thing, but can you not pick up kids who can eat that much? Oh no, I mean kids with such an astonishing appetite. Burp. Finally, after consuming enough food to satisfy the dojo's apprentices, Cass let out a satisfied burp. "I feel revived, thank you for the meal, I'm about full now." Gung Siling secretly let out a sigh of relief, his smile becoming more natural. "Kids, if you're full then. Could you please bring me 2 more bowls? No, 3 bowls of rice. I feel like I can still fit more." Gaia smacked his lips, looking very sincerely at Guyana. Gung Siling. "The apprentices?" Guyana silently stood up, preparing to serve more rice. Gung Siling's smile froze completely. Although the dojo had some assets, it couldn't sustain such consumption. Seeing this, Cass felt it was time. He suddenly sprang up from his seat, took a few steps to Gung Siling, and to everyone's astonishment knelt down with, "Child, what are you doing?" Gung Siling thought he might have been too harsh. The child could be hungry, which is why he ate. "Sir?" Cass has drifted through half a life, regretting not meeting a wise master. "If you do not reject me, I am willing to bow to you as my master, to follow you faithfully and serve you for life. I do not seek fame across the lands, but only wish to learn skills to seek vengeance for my family and eliminate injustice in the world." This is why he wanted to apprentice under Gung Siling. The core logic of the Pirate King. Shortcuts do not lead far. The firmer the foundation, the stronger the later stages. Devil fruits and hockey are like advanced engines while the foundation is the chassis and frame. Flashy moves are merely the surface. Without a foundation, no matter how powerful the fruit or how fierce the moves, they are all hollow. Moreover, in the East Sea, there should be no better teacher than Gastly. What? You say there's carp? With that training intensity, Cass cannot guarantee he will survive, excluding the cowardly king. Although Gaia did not understand the act that Cass was performing, his brother had already jumped in, so how could he back down? He immediately followed suit and knelt down beside him with a thud. Me too. Gastly looked at these two boys who had just devoured at least 3 days' worth of food, feeling somewhat troubled. Well, wanting to stay in the dojo to learn is of course welcome, but his gaze involuntarily drifted again to the towering pile of empty bowls. Cass immediately understood and quickly responded, Master, do not worry. Today was an accident. My brother Gaia and I have been drifting at sea for many days, suffering from hunger, which is why we lost our composure. Our usual appetite is no different from anyone else's. Gaia nodded vigorously. Me too. This. Gastly looked at Cass' earnest face, and then at Gaia, who still bore scars on his body, and sighed inwardly. Sigh, these two children also have it tough. It seems they have indeed suffered quite a bit. Although the dojo is not wealthy, having a few more pairs of chopsticks is not a burden. Gastly once again revealed a gentle smile. Since that's the case, you two shall be apprentices of my Isen dojo. You must remember, to learn martial arts, one must first cultivate virtue. Do not bully the weak, and do not waste your time. Yes, master. The two immediately bowed their heads to Gastly 3 times, thus officially becoming his disciples, temporarily settling down in the dojo. With a roof over their heads, food to eat, and a renowned master to learn from, the difficulty level of their start dropped from hellish to normal in an instant. Gastly was indeed a responsible master, devising different training plans based on the characteristics of the Gaia had a good foundation and had also eaten the tutti fruit, so Gastly guided him in developing the fruit's abilities, reminding him that while the ability is good, physical strength is fundamental. As for Cass, he was required to start with the most basic stances, push-ups and long-distance running, to temper his body and forge his will. However, when Cass formally requested to learn swordsmanship one day, he was met with Gastly's refusal. Scene restoration. Cass, full of confidence. Master, I observe that I have an exceptional talent, unique bones, and the potential to become the world's greatest swordsman. Teach me swordsmanship. Gastly maintained his smile. Good disciple, give it up. There is absolutely no possibility of that. Gaia, eager to try. Master, what about me? Gastly sighed. Listen to your master's advice. The water in swordplay is too deep. You cannot grasp it, so focus on refining your physique instead. But Gastly did not neglect them. He taught Cass to integrate the basic sword movements, slashes, cuts, stabs, and flicks, into his physical. But Gastly did not neglect them. He taught Cass to integrate the basic sword movements, slashes, cuts, stabs, and flicks, into his physical training. He did not seek mastery, he only wanted them to use it as a tool to enhance their bodies. Days passed. Life in the dojo was simple, yet fulfilling. Although training was tough, being well-fed and clothed without the constant fear was already paradise for Cass and Gaia. They gradually became familiar with the other apprentices. Although their appetites were still slightly above average, they remained within the acceptable range for Gastly. In quiet days, there were also ripples. One day in the open space behind the dojo today marked the 2001st duel initiated by Zoro with his green algae hair against Guyana. Zoro bit down on his third wooden sword, striking a fierce pose. Guyana, today I will definitely win against you. 3-sword style, I will slash. You exposed a flaw, Zoro. Guyana's gaze was calm, her steps steady, delivering a simple and direct overhead slash that accurately hit Zoro's abdomen, sending him and the sword flying. 2001 defeats. Guyana calmly sheathed her sword and turned to leave. Guyana, wait for me. I will definitely defeat you. I will become the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro shouted at her back. Guyana paused for a moment without turning back, her grip on the sword tightening. Unbeknownst to them, Gastly had appeared beside them, gently sighing. Guyana, your talent in swordsmanship is the highest in the dojo, but you are a girl. Oh, what a shame. Guyana's shoulders trembled imperceptibly. Cass, who was nearby practicing his stances, couldn't help but speak up. Master, what era is this, still holding on to traditional gender discrimination? You seem quite open-minded, but why does your thinking still linger in ancient times? What's wrong with being a girl? Eating your family's rice? Oh, indeed I have, but one cannot hastily judge a person's future like this. Exactly. Gaia's head suddenly popped up from the ground beside him, chiming in. Guyana is clearly ridiculously strong. She can take on 10 Zoros with one hand. Master, you are just biased towards that green algae head. Zoro instantly exploded. Bastard Gaia. Who are you calling green algae head? Do you want to fight? Why do I have these two fools among my disciples? Gastly felt a twitch on his forehead. You two rebellious disciples. My heartfelt sentiments have now become bias in your mouths. It seems I have been too lenient with you both. Today's training volume will double. Master, I was wrong. X2 the two immediately admitted defeat. Under the night sky, the moonlight was as pure as water. Kasi lay on the rooftop, a blade of grass dangling from his lips, his mind lingering on the look in Guyaina's eyes earlier that day. He knew exactly what that gaze meant. Doubt in herself, confusion about the future, and a deep, suffocating sense of powerlessness. Before long, he saw Guyaina walking alone, clutching the He Dao Iwenzi. She made her way to the cliff's edge and stood silently gazing at the shimmering sea beneath the moonlight. Kasi let out a sigh, rolled off the roof, and landed lightly on a rock not far behind her. Who's there? Guyaina turned sharply, her hand already on the hilt of her sword. It's me, Kasi. He walked over and stood beside her at the cliff's edge. Can't sleep. Contemplating. Guyaina was silent for a moment, her fingers gently tracing the scabbard. Her voice dropped low. Kasi, do you think a girl can never truly reach the summit? That a girl's body will inevitably become a burden as she grows up? Her gaze unconsciously drifted toward her own chest, which was just beginning to show a soft swell. Where once it had been flat, now there was the gentlest curve. In the knowing glances of the senior disciples at the dojo, she had come to understand that this seemed to be a symbol running counter to the path of strength. Kasi followed her gaze, rubbed his chin thoughtfully, and offered an objective assessment. Well, from a certain aesthetic standpoint, the future is promising. Great potential. Guyaina didn't catch on at first, and looked at him quizzically. Kasi quickly cleared his throat. I mean, whether a girl can surpass a boy, or whether a girl grows stronger or weaker, there's no standard answer to those questions. Guyaina was taken aback. What do you mean? Kasi stepped closer, his voice turning earnest. Gaia and I crawled out of a garbage heap. We were hunted like game by nobles, nearly died. But we wanted to live. We wanted to grow strong. Someday we wanted to change this messed-up world. He pointed at the sword in her hand. What about you, Guyaina? You were born in a dojo. You have a master's guidance, a healthy body, a starting point that countless people dream of. Just because they say girls can't do it, that girls lose their strength as they grow up. You think your road ends here? You want to give up? Guyaina opened her mouth to speak, but Kasi didn't give her a chance. So what if you're weaker? If they say it can't be done, does that mean it really can't? They use their words to define your limits. So you use your sword to shatter their definitions. Use your sword to trample that so-called ceiling underfoot. Tell that green-haired Sualong, tell that old fool, a woman can become the world's greatest swordsman too. The sea wind howled, carrying his words into the distance. Guyaina stood frozen, utterly stunned. Under the moonlight, Kasi's eyes, usually lazy and languid, blazed with an astonishing light. It was as if an unquenchable fire burned within them, and that fire seemed to ignite something in her heart that had been on the verge of dying out. Yes, why should it be so? Why must there be a limit simply because she was a girl? Why should others' definitions become her? Her gaze shifted from confusion to shock, then rekindled into a sharpness fiercer than ever before. She tightened her grip on the He Dao Iwenzi, and it seemed to hum with a faint resonance. Just then Guasi drifted over silently and shot Kasi a meaningful look. Guasi, what are you doing? Kasi was annoyed. He was just getting into the swing of things. The atmosphere was perfect. The inspirational speech was at its peak. Why did he have to butt in? He turned around, and there stood Gastly. The moonlight fell upon him, turning his white training uniform into a luminous robe. In his hand was a sword. Not a bamboo sword. A real blade already drawn 3 inches from its scabbard. Master. Lovely evening, isn't it? The moon is beautiful, Kasi forced a dry laugh and instinctively took a step back. Damn. Social suicide. Caught badmouthing him. The moon is indeed beautiful, perfect for cleaning house. Gastly smiled warmly. Tell me, who is this old fool? I'm getting on in years. My ears aren't what they used to be. Care to repeat yourself? Misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. Kasi waved his hands, frantically backing away step by step. Master, let me explain. It was just a spuro-femet tactic to motivate Guyaina. My admiration for you flows like an endless river, and it seems I've been too easygoing, allowing some unruly disciple to forget the meaning of respect for one's teacher. Gastly's smile grew even brighter. He slowly drew the sword, and an indescribable sharp aura spread through the air. Today let me give you a small taste of what a sword truly is. His voice remained gentle, but Kasi felt his hair stand on end. Master, calm down. Blades are dangerous. I'm still a child. Kasi turned to run. Xuan Yue style sky-splitting slash. Gastly's voice rang out softly. Then in Kasi's direction he swung the sword with what seemed like a casual motion. There was no earth-shattering sound, no dazzling sword aura. Kasi only felt a gentle breeze brush past him, a chill against his skin. He stopped dumbfounded and patted himself all over. I'm fine. He looked at his intact body, then at Gastly, still smiling amiably in the distance. He let out a relieved sigh and said, touched master, I knew you still loved me. You couldn't bear to actually cut me. Oh, is that so? Gung Siling's smile was unreadable. The next second, Ryup. The apprentice robe on Cass's body split cleanly from collar to hem, falling apart into countless scraps of cloth that fluttered down like butterflies. Little Cassi. He froze instantly, only managing to cover his vital parts with both hands, shivering in the cool sea breeze. Gung Siling leisurely sheathed his sword and nodded with satisfaction. I'm much cleaner now. You little brat. If I don't show you some color, you'll think I'm made of clay. With that, he ignored the petrified Cassi, turned to the equally stunned Guyina, and said gently, Guyina, it's late. Get some rest. This brat talks a lot of nonsense, but this time, maybe he's not wrong. Then he drifted away. After several seconds, Cassi snapped back from the brink of social death, howling in outrage. Damn you, master. My clothes. That was one of only 2 outfits I owned. Ha ha, Cassi, you look so funny with nothing on. Just then he heard the sound of Guyina's suppressed laughter beside him. It was the first time Cassi had ever seen this usually serious girl laugh so freely. But before he could respond, an even more astonishing sight unfolded. Whoosh. In the distance on the moonlit sea along the line of Gung Siling's / a smooth mirror-like cut appeared. The waters parted silently, revealing the deep, dark seabed below. This fissure stretched far into the distance beyond the horizon. Several seconds passed before the seawater on either side crashed back together, sending up a massive spray. Holy crap! Cass's jaw dropped. He forgot even to cover himself, completely petrified. One slash, splitting the sea. Was this Gung Siling's true power? That bespectacled middle-aged man who always smiled so harmlessly. He was practically a grandmaster swordsman. Guyina stopped laughing too, staring at the sea that was slowly calming but still rippling with aftershocks. There was no confusion in her eyes, only a fiercer longing and resolve. So this is the realm of a swordsman. Thank you, father. Guasi drifted out from Cass's shadow, let out a satisfied burp, and squinted his large white eyes into happy slits. Tonight's emotional feast was truly delicious. In the year 1536 of the Sea Circle calendar, time is the most domineering yet the most impartial force. It never consults you about its pace, heedlessly turning the present into the past and dragging the future before your eyes. 7 years had passed in the blink of an eye. That span was enough to transform a sniveling child into a spirited youth and to gradually reveal the true shape of many once distant dreams through the ceaseless sweat and effort of daily training. In Shimatsuki village, on the forest clearing behind the Ishin dojo. Damn it, Cass. You sneaky bastard. Dare to come out from behind that Jengar of yours. Are you a man? Why the hell won't you step out and fight me directly? Gaia's roar came from behind a thick earthen wall that had abruptly risen. The wall's surface was pockmarked, clearly having endured more than one round of bombardment. Gidged. In response came a series of cheerful laughs. The Jengar, which had evolved into a chubby form, floated in midair. Its large white eyes narrowed into slits, and it grinned with its iconic wide mouth. Its stubby little hands were not idle either. Shadow balls of black-purple energy like a continuous barrage relentlessly rained down upon the earthen wall. Bang! Boom! Soil and stone flew. The seemingly sturdy wall trembled violently, cracks spreading. Behind it, Gaia gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain the wall's form, cursing Cass 1,000 times in his mind. Who said this Jengar wasn't strong? This Jengar was tremendously strong. Saturation bombardment, you know. Firepower coverage, get it. As for sneaking underground, Ha Jengar would make you deeply understand the meaning of shadowing like a specter. It's called tactics, brother. In stark contrast to the battlefield smoke, there was a leisurely figure on the sidelines. Cass, now 18, had his height firmly over 2 meters. Nourished abundantly by the Ishin dojo, his figure was tall and well-proportioned with smooth flowing muscle lines. His rare silver hair glinted with a cold gleam under the island sun, a few stray strands falling over his forehead. He still wore the old pocket watch from the noble hunting ground on his chest, and at his waist hung the notched dagger that had accompanied him for years. The most distinctive feature was his eyes. His left eye was as usual, while his right eye was blue as the ocean. This was a change brought about by his wave guidance, granting him perception far beyond normal. The strange heterochromia added a touch of mystery and allure to his handsome face. At this moment, those eyes watched Gaia, suppressed by Jengar's firepower, with a playful smile. He casually brushed his hair, the gesture dashing and unruly, as if what lay before him was not a fierce battle, but a leisurely afternoon break. Why fight unknown when you can gang up? Brother Gaia is still too young, Cass said slowly. Of course, he appeared calm as a rock, but inside, he was silently calculating his own mana pool. His wave guidance, serving as the bridge between him and his Pokémon, was steadily and rapidly depleting with Jengar's relentless bombardment. After all, Jengar's powerful output essentially burned his trainer's fuel. Ghosty pace it. Our fuel is low, let's play an economical game. Cass transmitted the thought silently through wave guidance. Jengar paused, tilted its big head, and a clear confusion appeared in its large white eyes. Gidge. Out of fuel again. Cass, your stamina isn't great, you need more training. Though it grumbled inwardly, Jengar nevertheless slowed down the frequency of its shadow balls as instructed. In that instant of the firepower gap, the wheel of fortune turns. Today it's my turn. Gaia seized the opportunity sharply. With a low roar, he shot out from behind the wall like a ground dragon turning over. At the same time, the surrounding soil and rubble seemed to come alive, surging toward his raised right arm, coalescing in an instant into a giant rock club as thick as a barrel and several meters long. Take this. Earth Flow Spear. Gaia swung the terrifying rock club, charging at Cass with a howl. Gaia, calm down. Violence won't solve anything. You're still young, don't stray onto the path of crime. Cass stammered, retreating in panic. Gaia wasn't buying it. He charged faster, a vengeful grin spreading across his face. Don't be scared, little Cass. They'll be gentle, I promise, to make you feel ecstasy. Slurp slurp. Little flying stick is coming. Dame. No. 3 seconds later the dust cleared. The once ferocious Gaia now had a fresh big lump on his head, lying on the ground like an exhausted dead dog moaning. The rock club had already shattered into a pile of earth clods. Cass brushed off non-existent dust from his hand, sighed, and said with helplessness, why must you force me to act? Above Gaia's head a strangely shaped great sword hovered silently. It was more like a magnificent shield in the form of a sword than a blade. At the center of the shield, gold background with black patterns, and embedded in the center was a red eye that seemed to see through hearts. Above it, connected to a golden sword hilt below, it extended a white blade. On both sides of the shield, black ribbons with purple edges like arms were crossed in front, their posture resembling a person standing with hands on hips, looking proudly aloof. Aegislash. The shield, Pokemon Ghost, and Steel-type royal symbol, and noble among swords. This was another partner Cass had poured his heart into raising. Why choose Aegislash? Well, Koshiro's warning from years ago still echoed in his ears. Cass, listen to your master. The waters of swordsmanship are too deep, you cannot grasp them. A senior swordsman had said that. An ordinary person would have been discouraged. But what kind of man was Captain Cass? He was always proud, never one to admit defeat easily. You say I have no talent in swordsmanship. Fine, I'll raise a sword that has talent. Directly unite man and sword. Isn't that brilliant? Isn't that awesome? Qinghui, well done. Cass praised with a smile. Qinghui was the name he had given to Aegislash. It came from the cold blue glow of the sheath when it was still a honage. Aegislash's single red eye narrowed slightly. Beating Gaia was a piece of cake. Cass activated the system panel visible only to him. Host Orel Cass, level 47 abilities, basic combat, basic swordsmanship, wave guidance, observation, hockey, beginner armament, hockey, beginner points, 5,000 Pokemon, Jengar, Aegislash, comprehensive assessment. This pond of the East Blue is already a bit shallow for you. It's time to go to a bigger stage to get beaten more severely. Oh no, to explore a wider sky. Compared to the purely trash evaluation 7 years ago, the current panel was finally presentable. After all, this wasn't a sign-in invincible system. At best, it was a speed-up auxiliary. The level increase came from unceasing training day and night and countless real battles. Simply put, it was earned through hard work and also through getting beaten up. The awakening of armament and observation hockey owed much to Koshiro's earnest guidance. Koshiro, I don't know this rebellious disciple. Winning and still making that face. Who are you showing off to? Gaia rubbed the lump on his head, grimacing as he climbed up. Cass withdrew his gaze, looking at the brother who had crawled out of hell with him, then toward the dojo, his voice calm but firm. Gaia. What? We should leave? In the quiet chamber of the one-mind dojo, incense smoke curled upwards. Koshiro knelt on a cushion, still clad in his immaculate white dojo uniform, round-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. His face bore an eternally gentle smile, though a few fine lines had appeared at the corners of his eyes. He gazed at his daughter, now a graceful young woman before him. Kuinatu was 18 years old. Without the tragedy of the grand staircase, time had forged her from a stubborn, precocious girl into a blade on the verge of unsheathing. Her dark blue hair was tied in a sharp high ponytail with a few stray strands brushing her smooth forehead. She wore a sleeveless white stand collar atop her bare arms, exhibiting sleek, powerful lines that promised explosive strength. Below, she donned dark gray wide-legged kendo pants, the hems neatly tucked into ankle-high black boots. At her waist hung the great sword, one of the 21 great grade swords, Wado, Ikemanji, silent and still. The presence of the sword and the woman merged into one, calm and sharp. Have you made up your mind? Truly going to sea with that rascal Cass? Kushira's voice was steady, betraying little emotion. Yes, I have. I've decided long ago. Kuina's answer was unwavering, her gaze clear and resolute. My sword needs a broader sky. It needs to test that path. She didn't say it explicitly, but Kushiro understood. It was the path ignited on that moonlit cliff night years ago by a certain unruly boy who had stripped his robes and spouted some twisted logic. A woman, too, could reach the pinnacle of the sword. Kushiru was silent for a moment, then raised his teacup, took a gentle sip, and set it down. Ah, since you've decided, then go. An eagle must leave its nest, a sword must be honed on a whetstone. The dojo will always be your home. Yes, father. Kuina set down her cup and respectfully bowed deeply to Kushiru. Go. Remember, the sword is a weapon. The heart that wields it determines whether you are a demon or a guardian. Do not forget your true heart. I will heed your teachings, father. At the beach of Shimatsuki village, a ship lay quietly anchored at the shore. Its form was that of a standard small marine warship, but its entire hull was covered in graffiti featuring a snarling, larger-than-life Jengar face, exuding a certain artistic flair. This ship was naturally another fruit of their robbing the rich to aid the poor endeavors. As the old saying went, the Marines have plenty of ships, borrowing one is a form of resource optimization, a good deed. Kuina, didn't master come to see us off? How heart-wrenching. All my filial piety wasted. Cass, seeing Kuina approach alone, feigned sorrow, wiping at non-existent tears. Kuina shook her head, leaping onto the deck with practiced ease. Father said seeing me off this far is enough. Cass stroked his smooth chin. Master must be reluctant. He's afraid he'll cry and ruin his dignified image. I knew it. Master's heart belongs to me most. Father asked me to give you a message. Kuina interrupted his self-absorbed reverie. It must be words of love, right? Tell me. I'm ready to be moved. Cass looked expectant. Kuina, seeing his expression, allowed a faint, almost imperceptible curl at the corner of her lips, then repeated in a calm, flat voice. Father said, don't think of me. If you get into trouble out on the sea, just don't mention my name, and that's enough. The smile on Cass' face instantly froze, his silver hair tousled by the sea breeze. Gaia, standing nearby, was stunned for a second before bursting into laughter, slapping his chest. I can't. Cass, you're such a loser. Master sees right through you. This is killing me. Cass turned his head expressionlessly to look at him. You bastard, just you wait. Kuina delivered the final blow, turning to Gaia. Father also said, Gaia, you're the same. Gaia's laughter cut off abruptly like a chicken with its neck wrung. Seeing her two crestfallen companions, a genuine glimmer of amusement finally appeared in Kuina's eyes. She was the first to leap onto the deck, turning back to ask, are we going or not? Yes. Right now? Immediately. Cass and Gaia scrambled aboard. The ropes were cast off, and under Gaia's clumsy but still effective control, the sails slowly rose, and the ship drifted away. Over the past few years, Gaia had finally mastered the basics of navigation and ship handling. On a high slope behind the dojo, a green-haired boy gripped his wooden sword fiercely, watching the ship that was gradually becoming a speck on the horizon. He roared with all his might, Cass. Gaia. I roar, no, Zoro will definitely go to sea one day too. And I will surpass all of you. To become the world's greatest swordsman. The boy's oath drifted away on the wind. A few days later, near an unknown island. Gaia is that island ahead, marked on the map. What's its name? Cass lounged on a deck chair wearing sunglasses, soaking up the sun, and asked lazily. Gaia, wrestling with the helm, didn't look back. How should I know? The chart is in your hands. All right. Cass picked up the crumpled sea chart beside him, flipping it over and over, scratching his head. Is this scribble? Is the map master gave us a pirate copy? It doesn't match the actual terrain at all. You're asking me. I only learned how to make this iron lump move, and how not to crash into things. Navigation is your job. Gaia retorted with righteous indignation. Cass was silent for 2 seconds, then said earnestly, I only know how to tell direction by the sun. Navigation is advanced seamanship. I haven't learned it yet. Gaia. So what are we now? Cass. Random navigation method. See an island, go ashore, restock supplies, ask for news, then continue randomly. Gaia. 6. Kuina, who was wiping Wado Ikamanji, paused slightly. Great. She had boarded a ship of thieves, and both the captain and the first mate seemed unreliable. She began to seriously consider whether it was still possible to swim back to Shimatsuki village now. Jengar floated over, placing a freshly caught seagull in front of Kuina, its eyes curving into crescents. It was a gift. The seagull was still alive, flapping its wings, feathers flying everywhere. Kuina was silent for a second, then politely but firmly refused, Thank you, but I don't eat raw food. Jengar tilted its head, as if pondering why humans didn't eat raw food. Then it did something no one expected. It sprayed a small puff of mist at the seagull. The seagull was paralyzed, lying still on the deck. Then, under the gradually dazed gazes of Kuina, Cass and Gaia, Jengar began its culinary performance. Plucking feathers, finding a pot, wrapping in mud, and finally spitting out a ghostly flame to roast. The movements were incredibly smooth. As time passed, the mud ball was baked hard by the ghost fire, and an indescribable aroma drifted from the cracks. Cass sat up straight, staring at the mud lump in the pot, his expression complex. As time went on, a fragrance wafted from the pot. Cass stared at the seagull in the pit. Jengar, are you making beggar's chicken? No, beggar's seagull. Jengar puffed out its round belly, proudly indicating it was a piece of cake. Gaia was already drooling with emotion. You're the best, Jengar. Way more useful than some captain in a pinch. Seeing Jengar as if offering a treasure, scrape out the roasted mud ball and crack it open, revealing the steaming seagull meat inside, Cass felt a complex mix of emotions. Another day of being fed by a Pokémon. Meanwhile, the island the warship was approaching. Syrup Village. On a slope not far away, a man in a crisp black suit with a perfectly parted 3/7 hairstyle and round-rimmed glasses stared through binoculars at the bizarrely graffitied ship on the sea. A warship. Marines. The man was named Clahador, the butler to the wealthiest family in Syrup Village, the sickly young lady Kaya. But he had another identity. The former captain of the Black Cat Pirates, the Kuro of 100 plans with a bounty of 16 million berries. A schemer known for his cunning and cruelty in the East Blue, yet deeply despising pirate life, intending to fake his death and live a peaceful, wealthy existence. The plan was perfect. Kuro believed his disguise was flawless. Until today, when he saw a graffitied marine warship heading towards Syrup Village. Damn it, did the Marines catch on so quickly? Kuro lowered his binoculars, his eyes behind the lenses turning sinister and dangerous. Or did I slip up? No, impossible, my plan is flawless. Could that fool Django have been followed during his actions outside? His mind raced. To him, although the ship was covered in messy graffiti, the standard warship silhouette was Marines. Do you think you can fool me, Kuro of 100 plans, with such a shoddy disguise? Kura's lips curled into a cold sneer. All right, since you've come looking for me, don't blame me for being ruthless. He could use these young Marines' identities to make his meticulously planned fake death drama even more convincing. On the slope of another hill, 3 small heads huddled together, watching the coast with nervous tension. Someone's coming. 3 people. 2 men and 1 woman. They got off a ship. Are they pirates? Captain Usopp said pirates always travel in groups of hundreds. But their boat looks weird. Not like a typical pirate ship. Never mind. Let's go report to Captain Usopp. The 3 kids scampered off toward the woods at the edge of the... Under a large tree, a lanky young man with a long nose wearing sniper goggles was sprawled on the grass, sleeping, mumbling, Kaya. Enough, really enough. Captain Usopp can't eat anymore. Captain Usopp, there's a situation. The 3 kids' screams pierced the air like a magic sound. Wah! Pirates are coming. Run! Usopp jolted up like a spring, eyes closed, clutching his head as he dashed toward the village. After 2 steps, realizing no one was chasing him, he stopped, panting heavily, and looked at his 3 underlings with lingering fear. Ahem. He immediately straightened up, cleared his throat, hands on his hips, striking a pose of total control. What's the panic? Your captain is here. Report the situation in detail. Reporting, Captain. 3 people came from the coast, got off a strange ship, suspected pirate advance scouts. The kid with a pepper-shaped head reported at attention. What? Only 3 dare to scout the village, I Usopp the Great protect. Hearing the number, Usopp's courage swelled. After all, he was a great bandit with 8,000 subordinates. 3 people. That's just delivering themselves. He had told the lie so often he believed it himself. Let's go. Your captain will personally confront them. He'll show you the majesty of the greatest captain in the East Blue. He grabbed his slingshot and the iconic megaphone, and with his 3 little followers marched proudly toward the coast. At the coast, Cass and his group had just stepped onto the dock. Hey, you 3 sneaky guys. Stop right there. A slightly nervous but forcibly raised voice rang out. A long-nosed young man stood on a nearby slope holding a megaphone, trying his best to look imposing. Behind him, 3 little boys mimicked his fierce expressions. Listen up, you lot. Usopp took a deep breath and launched into his classic deterrent speech. This mountain is mine, this tree is mine. If you want to pass, leave behind. Who are you? An opera singer. Gaia picked his ears, squinting at the sudden long-nosed figure. Feeling belittled, Usopp puffed out his chest. I am the great pirate who shakes the East Blue. Captain Usopp. With 8,000 subordinates. If you know what's good, leave this island immediately. Otherwise, my 8,000 army will crush you to pieces. You... Gaia snorted, sizing up Usopp's thin arms and legs, and the 3 kids behind him, who weren't even as tall as his thigh. 8,000 subordinates. More like 8,000 ants. Usopp's forehead beaded with sweat, but he forced himself to keep up the act. What, you don't believe me? Cass watched the scene with interest. This was the future great being. A mortal who would rival the gods, the second man after rocks to dare face the world king in face and challenge the supreme power of the world government. A true badass. But now, he was still just a liar who bolstered his courage with tall tales. Don't mind him, just an amusing kid. Cass smiled, signaling to Kana and Gaia to continue toward the village. They actually ignored me. Usopp saw the 3 turn and walk away. His eyes darted, and a plan came to mind. My men. The 3 kids understood instantly and dashed to the pre-prepared traps nearby. Soon on the slopes and in the woods, flags with skull drawings were pulled up by ropes fluttering in the wind. At first glance, it really looked like an ambush. Still playing games? Gaia was amused by this childish trick. He lifted his right foot and stomped lightly on the ground. Ground wave roll. Boom. The ground within dozens of meters ahead turned into a surging sea, violently undulating. The newly raised flags toppled and fell, and the three kids stumbled screaming and rolling into a heap. Wah! Earthquake. The ground is alive. Captain Usopp, save us. I'm scared. Usopp himself staggered a few steps, barely steadying himself. Staring at the incomprehensible spectacle, his long nose turned pale. Magic. Ha! Jump. Sweat. Gaia laughed triumphantly at the chaos on the slope. Kuina glanced at him, childish. Cass echoed, boring. Gaia's laughter cut short. He looked at the two who had already walked away, shrugged dismissively, and then quickly caught up with Cass and Kuina. Usopp stood dumbfounded, watching their retreating figures, swallowing hard. That hat big guy, what kind of monster is he? The three entered the village of Syrup along the path. The village was small but peaceful. The villagers showed some curiosity at the three strangers, but not. Their target was the most prominent mansion. Following the principle of robbing the rich, to aid the poor, such places were usually the first choice for replenishing supplies. Charged straight in. Gaia clenched his fists, eager to try. Kuina frowned, her hand on the sword hilt, hesitating. Are we really going to do this? This family might not be evil rich. It's called strategic resource allocation. Cass said seriously, let's observe first. If they're good people, we'll find another way. If they're evil rich bastards, then we're the champions of justice. Just as he spoke, the side door of the mansion creaked open. A girl in a light-colored dress, pale-faced but delicate, stood at the door. Who are you? The three were all at a loss for words, instantly overwhelmed by a strong sense of awkwardness and guilt. Especially Kuina, who was participating in such an activity for the first time. The initial thrill of gallantry and robbing the rich to help the poor vanished instantly under the girl's clear gaze, replaced by a heavy burden of shame. Damn it, what am I even doing? Cass, with his thicker skin, instantly switched expressions, plastering a smile of 7 parts sincerity and 3 parts embarrassment on his face, speaking in a weak tone. Miss, we are travelers from Frostmoon Village. We've been drifting at sea for days, our supplies exhausted. We haven't eaten a proper meal in 3 days. Passing by your estate, we wanted to ask for some food and water, but feared being too forward. Kuina's eyelid twitched as she listened. This familiar feeling. Does this bastard have a set script specifically for tricking girls? The girl's beautiful face immediately showed sympathy and concern. Oh, that's terrible. Please come in quickly. They'll have Mary prepare some food. She hurriedly stepped aside to let the three into the mansion. Watching Kaya's hurried back, Kuina felt her guilt skyrocket to the heavens. I am so damned. The girl's name was Kaya, precisely the frail but profoundly kind-hearted heiress from the original story, who shared a childhood bond with Usopp. Her parents had passed away from illness a year ago, leaving only her, the old butler Mary, and that scheming Clahador in the mansion. Kaya warmly ordered the servants to prepare a lavish meal. At the table, she curiously inquired about the trio's origins and their travels. Cass spun tales with a mix of truth and fiction. Gaia buried himself in the food, while Kuina ate, without much appetite, feeling the Wado Ikamanji at her hip grow almost unbearably hot. Just as the meal reached a harmonious atmosphere, the mansion's door swung open again. Kuro, in the guise of Clahador, entered with impeccable butler-like poise. When he saw the three feasting heartily in the dining room, his pupils contracted behind his spectacles, but he quickly masked it with a professional smile. Miss, we have guests. Mr. Clahador, you're back. Kaya happily introduced them. These 3 travelers were shipwrecked here. Mr. Cass, Mr. Gaia, and Miss Kuina. And this is our butler, Mr. Clahador. Hello, Mr. Clahador. Cass spoke with food still in his mouth, his gaze meeting Curious across the air, offering an innocent smile. Kuro the schemer was renowned for his cunning and brutality. Maintaining his smile, he gave a slight bow. Greetings, esteemed guests. Should you need anything, please do not hesitate to ask. Yet beneath his lowered lids a cold glint flickered. These 3 Marine scouts. They had actually entered the house. And were dining with Miss Kaya? Was it a deliberate provocation? Or were they trying to extract information about him from Kaya? You all have sealed your doom. Night fell silently. Kuro acted with extreme decisiveness. Convinced they were Marines who had seen through his disguise, he resolved to strike first. Using his butler status, he claimed urgent matters concerning suspicious ships in nearby waters, luring Cass, who appeared to be the leader, alone to a secluded grove outside the estate. He had secretly contacted the remnants of the Black Cat pirates who had been lurking offshore under the command of former first mate, the most dangerous man, Django, and they landed covertly. Kira's plan was simple. He would personally deal with Cass, while Django used hypnosis to neutralize Gaia and Kuina inside the mansion. They would create a fake pirate attack, and Kuro would emerge as a wounded hero after protecting the estate. A flawless scheme. As Kuro led Cass to the edge of the village, Django, hidden in the shadows, began to swing his hypnotic ring. 1-2 Django. Django hypnotized himself into a battle-ready state. Kuro lowered his stance, removed his glasses, and his eyes, always hidden behind those lenses, now blazed with the ferocity and sharpness of a pirate. Spoon. The next moment his figure vanished. Not truly gone, but his speed was so great that under the moonlight he left behind a series of blurred afterimages, closing in on Cass like a silent, ghostly specter. 5 gleaming blade arcs aimed straight for Cass' throat. This was his signature move. Silent Step Spoon. A speed rivaling the Rokushiki technique of Soru. Its flaw was an inability to control direction, resulting in indiscriminate attacks that could harm allies. Yet while he was fast, someone else was faster. Clang. A clear, resonant blade hum echoed like moonlight flowing. A streak of swordlight arriving after the fact, but striking first, precisely interposed itself between Kira's claws and Cass' throat. Kuina's figure emerged as if from behind, Cass, the Wado Ikamanji in her hand, as steady as a rock. Your opponent is me. Impossible. You saw through my spoon. Kuro couldn't believe it. This technique had never failed. How could this female swordsman have tracked his trajectory? See-through. Was it hard? Her eyes were calm, her aura locked onto Kuro, Shimatsuki-style moon. The blade light parted and merged like shadows under the moonlight, ever-changing, yet carrying a biting chill, instantly enveloping all of Kira's afterimages. Kuro was shocked. His vaunted speed could not gain the slightest advantage against this female swordsman. Instead, he was forced back repeatedly by her exquisite sword techniques. Claws met blade in a clash of sparks. On the other side, Django was about to swing his hypnotic ring again to aid the captain when he felt a chill on his neck. A purple chubby head popped out from beside his shoulder, large white eyes curiously examining the ring in his hand. Kakik. Say. Django found the spinning shiny little ring quite amusing. Ghost. Django was so terrified he nearly dropped the hypnotic ring. He frantically swung it, trying to hypnotize the monster. 1-2 Django. Hypnotize it. Yet the ring's glow had no effect on Django. Django grinned, extended its long crimson tongue, and lick, with a paralysis effect. Ugh. So numb. I can't move. Django felt half his body go stiff, and the hypnotic ring fell from his hand again. Having had its fun, Django slipped the ring onto its own stubby arm like a bracelet, then blinked its large white eyes at Django. Kakik. Hypnosis. An invisible wave of psychic energy spread out. Django's the most dangerous man defeated. Django patted its round belly and floated away, content. Trying to hypnotize a ghost. You're still a bit. On the main battlefield, the Cat brothers Sham and Butchie, along with dozens of roaring pirate grunts brandishing swords, charged toward the mansion's front gate. Then they saw Gaia, arms crossed, standing leisurely at the entrance. He looked like a stern teacher standing at the back of the classroom. That's it. Not enough. Gaia clicked his tongue, a hint of disappointment in his voice. I was ready for a fight, and this is what you give me. You're asking for death, kid. The Cat brothers roared, lunging from both sides with claws and kicks, their movements perfectly synchronized. Clearly not their first time bullying the weak. Gaia didn't dodge or evade. He let out a low shout, harden. Instantly the skin on his arms was coated with a deep brown rock-hard substance like granite just quarried. Clang, clang. Claws and kicks struck the rocky arms with a metallic ring, but left not even a scratch. Decent force, but not hard enough. Gaia grinned, then thrust both fists forward. Rock fist twin dragons emerged from the sea. 2 screams sounded almost simultaneously, and the Cat brothers flew backward faster than they had come, crashing into a crowd of hapless pirate grunts behind them. Monster. He's a monster too. The pirates screamed in terror, turning to flee, their legs moving even faster than when they charged. Since you're here, no need to rush off. Let's play a little longer. Gaia slammed both palms against the ground. Earth waves sink. Rumble. A large section of the ground before the mansion suddenly collapsed, and dozens of pirates, including the Cat brothers who had just scrambled up, screamed as they sank into it, only their heads and flailing arms visible above the surface. Help! He'll never be a pirate again. Mom, I want to go home. The group struggled, uselessly sinking deeper, the scene becoming utterly absurd. Gaia dusted off his hands, surveying the human radish field before him with satisfaction. Nice and neat. The battle ended quickly. Almost. Anticlimactically. Meanwhile, in the grove outside the estate, the fight was also drawing to a close. Kira's spoon was undeniably eerie and swift, yet before Kana's lightning-fast swordsmanship, he found himself constrained at every turn. Her blade always appeared where he least wanted it, forcing him to alter his moves and disrupting his rhythm. What was more terrifying was the silver-haired youth beside her. Although he had barely made a move, the oppressive aura from his heterochromatic eyes and the faint, unsettling sensation of being locked onto made Kuro feel as if a needle were pricking his back, compelling him to divert his attention in defense. Damn! What kind of monsters are these two? Kuro panted heavily, now bearing several shallow sword wounds. His suit was already tattered, his hair disheveled, and he looked utterly wretched. Shimatsuki style? Iato flashed. Kuina's gaze sharpened. Her figure moved like a startled swan emerging under moonlight, and Wado Ikamanji drew a blindingly brilliant arc of light. Clang. Splash. After another clash, Kuro was sent stumbling backward, his 10-finger blade flying from his hand. The tip of Wado Ikamanji stopped a mere inch before his throat, cold and bone-chilling. He had lost utterly and completely to a swordswoman who appeared no older than 20. When Cass leisurely walked up to Kuro, who was being held at sword point by Kuna, the face of the mastermind, was filled with defeat and disbelief. Kuro of 100 Plans bounty, 16 million berries, renowned for his cunning, yet abhorring the pirate life. He faked his death and disguised himself as a butler, scheming only to seize a family fortune, wash his hands of the sea, and live a peaceful life. Cass slowly recited his reputation. With every word, Kura's face darkened further. This mockery was the greatest insult to his ambition and intellect. I must say your plan itself was quite meticulous and your patience sufficient. To set aside a pirate's arrogance, willingly play the clown, and serve as a servant, enduring humiliation. Such forbearance is not something ordinary people can achieve. But, Cass shifted his tone, becoming serious. Your vision is too narrow. Kuro jerked his head up, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes glaring fiercely at Cass. Stop spouting nonsense. Winners are kings, losers are villains. Kill me, or cut me, do as you please. But don't you dare humiliate me. Even in defeat, Kuro tried to maintain his last shred of pride. Cass stood up, brushed the non-existent dust from his hands, and then, to Kura's astonishment, extended a hand toward him. Kuro, come be my strategist. What? Kuro thought he had misheard. I said come be my strategist, my chief of staff. Cass spoke each word clearly, his heterochromatic eyes gleaming with ambition. I need your wisdom, your ability to scheme. I need a mind that can devise surprising strategies when entrapped, help formulate plans, and handle all kinds of complex relationships. Follow me, and we want need to rob a young girl's estate. Well, seize a grander stage, plan more thrilling games, and together turn this world upside down. Kura's pupils contracted slightly. Cass' words like a needle pierced a corner of his heart that he himself was unwilling to face. A grander stage. More thrilling games. Turning the world upside down. Had the life of disguise really worn everything away? Kuro remained silent for a moment, then said, such ambition. I never thought the Navy would have a man like you. How interesting. He still believed Cass was a Marine. Who told you I'm a Marine? Cass laughed, pointing to the graffiti-covered Jengar ship not far away. Which Navy would paint a warship like that? That's a ship I stole. Let me formally introduce myself. He straightened his back, his silver hair fluttering in the sea breeze, his heterochromatic eyes shining under the moonlight. My name is Orel Cass, the world's changer. Come with me and change the world, Kuro. Moonlight, sea breeze, the silent crowd, and the turbulent waves surging within Kura's heart. After a long while, Kuro raised his head. His gold-rimmed glasses had long since fallen somewhere. His eyes no longer held the feigned gentleness, but instead rekindled a unique shrewdness. Strategist. It sounds more challenging than butler. He pushed up the non-existent glasses. He didn't say yes directly, but that was his answer. Welcome aboard, my strategist. I look forward to working with you. Cass nodded slightly. He knew that a man like Kuro needed a step down as well as time to digest and confirm. I hope your ambition matches my schemes, Cass. Captain. Kuro slowly stood up, though wounded, his back already straight. When Zango woke up and found himself alive and his captain had become someone else's strategist, he was completely bewildered. But after Kura's brief and vaguely threatening explanation, he immediately declared his undying loyalty to Captain Kuro. No to strategist Kuro and Captain Cass. A very promising declaration. Cass was quite pleased. This hypnotist might not be top tier in combat, but his comedic effect and a certain kind of loyalty made Cass think keeping him around wasn't a bad idea. As for the Cat brothers and the remaining remnants of the pirate crew, Kuro ruthlessly shoved them back onto their own battered ship, leaving them to fend for themselves at sea. He had no attachment to these failed works. Before leaving, Kaya came to the harbor to see them off. She handed a heavy little money pouch to Kuro, who had changed into ordinary clothes and looked utterly different. Mr. Clahador, Kaya said softly, her eyes clear and limpid, please take this. I don't know where you're going or what you'll do, but please live freely following your true heart. Kuro took the money pouch, his fingers tightening slightly. He lowered his head, adjusted his glasses, hiding his expression. Freedom. He had gone to such lengths disguising himself as a docile butler and meticulously planning only to reclaim that so-called freedom. But when Cass shattered his plan with a single punch, and when that swordswoman Kuna pressed her blade to his throat, he suddenly realized that the freedom he thought he had was nothing but self-deception. After a few seconds, he spoke in a slightly hoarse voice softly. Thank you, Miss Kaya. Take care. With that he turned and strode onto the ship without looking back. The sea breeze lifted the hem of his suit. The once elegant and sinister butler Clahador was left behind completely. The graffiti-covered warship cast off and slowly sailed away from Syrup Village's harbor. Phew, that terrifying guy is finally gone. Usopp on the hill let out a long breath. That was terrifying. That big guy can control the earth. The ground was moving. He's like a superhuman. Carrot approached and whispered, "Captain Usopp, are you scared?" Who's scared? Your captain is a great pirate with 8,000 men. But your legs are shaking. I'm exercising my muscles. Yes, exercising my muscles. Usopp said, trying to control his trembling legs, but thinking, Kaya, please don't bring any more strange butlers. The sea breeze carried a salty scent as the graffiti warship cut through the blue sea, sailing steadily. Cass stood at the bow, hands on his hips, letting the wind tousle his signature silver hair, feeling quite pleased. Ah, this is the life of a pirate. Sun, sea, and unknown adventures. He stretched lazily and glanced back toward the cabin. Kuina was sitting cross-legged on the deck, earnestly polishing Wado Ikemanji. Gaia was leaning against the railing, holding a fishing rod he had found somewhere, trying to catch something. Given his personality, Cass seriously doubted that even if he caught something, he would just punch the fish away. As for the two newcomers, Kuro was standing in the shadow of the mast, holding a East Blue navigation guide he had taken from Kaya's library, quietly reading occasionally, pushing up his glasses, looking every bit the scholarly gentleman. Zango was crouched at the stern, staring seriously at Jengar. You think I can hypnotize you? Jengar tilted its head, flashing a mischievous grin. Gihu, don't laugh. I'm a real hypnotist. I even hypnotized a marine captain. Jengar floated up, spun around above Zango's head, then suddenly made a face. Gih. Whoa. Zango fell on his backside in fright, causing Cass to burst out laughing. Cass, where are we heading next? Gaia cracked his knuckles, eager to try a new opponent. The Cat brothers were too weak, not even worthy of warming him up. Cass took out the still crumpled sea chart, stared at it for a while, then looked up at the sun, and finally said with a profound expression, based on the sunlight, the currents, and my keen intuition. Kuina and Kuro both looked over, even Zango pricked up his ears. That way. Cass pointed in a random direction. Everyone. You just pointed randomly. Definitely. Kuina silently tightened her grip on Wado Ikemanji, beginning to consider whether she should strike down this captain right now. Kuro pushed up his glasses, a cold gleam flashing across the lens, and began to fulfill his duty as strategist. Captain, I believe that before deciding on a course, we first need to address several basic issues. First, as a pirate crew, we need an accurate navigational chart. Second, we need a clear short-term objective, such as replenishing specific supplies, recruiting necessary personnel, or gathering intelligence. Third, based on available information, I suggest we head to Coral Town, which is not far from here. It's a well-known trading town in the East Blue, rich in supplies, and with a high flow of people, making it convenient for us to acquire what we need. Kuro paused, then added, moreover, I heard that Coral Town seafood risotto is quite famous. Logical, clear, and even came with a food recommendation. This is what a qualified strategist should do. Cass' eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this, and he was greatly satisfied with curious analysis. Then it's settled. Follow the strategist. Target Coral Town. Set sail. Having a strategist is great. Hits the nail on the head. No wonder that neighboring Naruto likes to use the Nara clan. Who wouldn't love that? Kuro. He hadn't even finished the specific route planning yet. Kuro looked at this unfathomable silver-haired captain and suddenly felt that the new ship he had chosen would probably be more unpredictable than he had imagined. But maybe that wasn't so bad. At least more interesting than being a butler. Just then Zango couldn't help but sidle up to Kuro and whisper, Strategist Kuro, is that Coral Town food really that good? Kuro glanced at him and said flatly, when you get there alive, you can taste it yourself. This dog really changed his tune fast, calling him strategist so naturally one after another. Zango shivered and quickly backed away. The captain, no the strategist, was still terrifying. Sailing the vast ocean beyond freedom, adventure, and the occasional exchange of cannon fire, there was one issue that was crucial to survival and team morale. Food. Unfortunately for Cass' newly formed pirate crew, this problem was hellish. Because there was no chef, apart from Gung-Gue occasionally whipping up some creative dishes when the mood struck, the crew's rotating cooking duty was a double torment to both the ingredients and the diners' bodies and souls. Captain Cass and Vice Captain Gaia could not cook or even roast meat properly. They were men utterly useless except for fighting. The swordsman Kuina wielded her blade with exquisite precision. Yet any ingredient that fell into her hands would be reduced to uniform fragments, ultimately becoming a bowl of indistinguishable, suspiciously colored paste. Purest cold and acerbic evaluation was Miss Kuina's knife skills are breathtaking, and the finished product is equally breathtaking. Those who understood, understood. The strategist Kuro, now the brain of the crew, was brilliant in tactics. But his culinary skill points were also zero. After all, he was a former captain. Why should he cook? Zango, the strongest weirdo, needed no introduction. In the original story, this was the guy who almost became sworn brothers with Marine Hobody over a meal. Let him cook. He might as well just faint on the spot and dream of having everything. So the team had no one who could cook. After sailing in hunger, and then more hunger, the group finally arrived at Coral Town, famous for its fishing and cuisine. Meat. I want meat. Normal juicy meat. Gaia's roar echoed the entire ship's sentiment. Kuina was brief. If she couldn't get a decent meal soon, she wouldn't guarantee what the next thing to be chopped into mince would be. Kuro adjusted his glasses according to the hierarchy of needs. Physiological needs are foundational. If we cannot solve the food problem, the team's stability and combat effectiveness will continue to decline, which is not conducive to subsequent plans. Zango raised his hand. I second that. Captain Cass, bearing the crew's resentful stares, wiped his non-existent cold sweat. Well, I heard there's lots of good food here. How about we have a feast? My treat. Yeah, long live the captain. The cheers were deafening. A captain who pays is a good captain. Doesn't pay. Who's Cass? Then the group found a highly rated restaurant in town and dove right in. When the golden seafood risotto, the crispy skinned grilled fish, and the fragrant cream soup were set on the table, no one spoke. There was only the clatter of cutlery against plates and the voracious sounds of nearly devouring the dishes themselves. This fish. So fresh it makes my tongue want to fall off. This meat. It melts in the mouth. The spices are perfect. The soup. Is this the taste of heaven? Even Kuro, who always minded his manners, subtly sped up his eating pace. Cass ate with satisfaction, but his mind was still working. While chewing the delicious food, he calculated inwardly, it's delicious, but we can't dine out every day. My wallet can't take it. And what about after we set sail? Are we going back to Kira's half-raw grilled meat or Quina's paste? No, as he pondered how to recruit. On no hire a chef to join the crew, he overheard the chatter of nearby diners and the restaurant owner. Speaking of the best cook in Coral Town, it has to be the one at Blue Coral Tavern. You mean Master Luca? Truly divine skills. The dishes he makes tisk one taste, and you'll remember it for a lifetime. But his temper is a bit odd. He only makes a few dishes each day, limited supply, all depending on his mood. If you come late, sorry, come back tomorrow. Exactly. Many gourmands from afar come just for that one bite. Cass' ears perked up immediately. A mysterious chef. Top-tier culinary skills. Limited supply. Mood-dependent. This setting, this aura. A perfect reclusive master template. Isn't this the ace chef he dreamed of, who could boost the whole crew's happiness index? Brothers, our chef is within reach. Cass slammed the table, rattling the cups and plates, startling Gaia, who was busy wolfing down food. Such a fuss. This captain was not dignified at all. Cass waved his hand with high spirits. Target Blue Coral Tavern. Let's go. Blue Coral Tavern had a modest facade, but elegant interior, already packed with customers. The air was thick with enticing aromas and the chatter of diners. Behind the open kitchen, the legendary chef became the center of attention. He looked extremely young, barely over 20, yet possessed a calmness beyond his years. Dressed in a well-tailored notched lapel suit that accentuated his upright posture, his platinum blonde hair was immaculately styled. He wielded his spatula with elegant precision, more like conducting a symphony than cooking. With that demeanor and attire, he seemed more like a fallen noble than a chef. Master Luca, is today's volcano grilled fish still available? I've been in line for 2 hours. This spiciness, just the smell makes me start sweating. Give me one. Cass group squeezed behind the surging crowd, watching the chef respectfully called master by the diners, and hearing the constant swallowing of saliva around them, they were even more certain. He was the one, the destined chef. Looks good, has style, even more impressive than Kuro when he plays butler. Gaia gave a high appraisal. Clean and precise movements, exquisite control of heat, and seasoning, excellent rhythm. Kuina gave a professional nod from a swordsman's perspective. Expensive fabric, custom tailoring. Not something ordinary craftsmen can produce. Chef. Probably not that simple. Kuro habitually analyzed the background. Zango wiped his drool. Zango wants to invite him to dance to celebrate finding good food. Another problem arose. Too many people, they couldn't get a seat. The best spots at the counter had long been taken by regulars and early-bird gourmands, leaving latecomers to sigh in frustration. Cash tried to flash his captain's charm, putting on his most handsome smile. Hey buddy, can we talk? The waiter didn't even look up. Queue up. Gaia pushed forward, trying to use force. Hey, we are. The waiter plated the grilled fish for a waiting customer, then glanced at him, tone flat. Next. Our captain is super rich. Gaia tried to pave the way with berries. The waiter was even more disdainful. Nouveau riche. Next. Gaia. His fists clenched. Kuina frowned slightly, stepped forward, and casually rested her hand on the Wado Ikamanji at her waist. Are you sure you can't prepare something for us? Threatening me? No can do. The waiter was clearly fearless. Seeing this, Zango thought it was his moment to shine. He pulled out his hypnotic hoop, hopping in front of Cass with excitement. Leave it to Zango. 1-2 Zango. ZZZ. Thud. The waiter collapsed on the spot. Zango himself was also hypnotized. The crew. This hypnosis didn't distinguish friend from foe. Kuro facepalmed this idiot. He was beginning to regret bringing Zango aboard. After a series of rebuffs, Cass felt his captain's dignity was somewhat compromised, so he could only cast his final hopeful gaze upon the sole mature socialite in the crew. Koluo adjusted his glasses, said nothing, merely smoothed his suit lapels, and strode steadily to the... He did not shout or yell. Instead, he spoke a few words to Lu Ka in a voice audible only to the two of them. At the same time, his fingers tapped lightly on the counter, seemingly nonchalantly. Lu Ka paused his motion of packing up tools. He lifted his head, and for the first time took a proper careful look at Koluo, then glanced at Kasi and the others behind him, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. After a few seconds of silence, he nodded and murmured a brief instruction to the attending server. Soon the server actually cleared a small table for them in the corner. Whoa, strategist, how did you do that? Gaia was stunned, lowering his voice to ask. Kasi also cast a curious glance. Guina, on the other hand, seemed lost in thought. Koluo sat down leisurely, methodically arranging his napkin, his gaze behind the lenses calm and unruffled. I showed him my wanted poster. Everyone. Awesome. Simple, crude, effective. True to form, the only talent in the team with an official price tag on his head. The grandest truth is the simplest. Before long, the server brought over several plates of fragrant, enticingly red volcanic grilled fish. The fish skin was crispy, the flesh snow white and tender, covered with a thick layer of special chili sauce, blended with various spices. Steaming hot, the spiciness hit the nose directly, yet it stirred the appetite. Everyone eagerly picked up their chopsticks. Hiss. So spicy. But delicious. Gaia gasped from the heat, but couldn't stop eating. The flavor is excellent. Gu Ina ate until a fine sweat beaded on her forehead, but her eyes were bright, clearly conquered by the taste. Koluo ate more slowly, savoring each bite, offering a professional evaluation. The spiciness has rich layers, the spices are masterfully combined, the heat is perfect, and the sauce's thickness and adhesion are impeccable. Such culinary skill is rare. Zhangao had already woken up, but was too overwhelmed by the spice to form complete sentences. He could only frantically chug water, while tearfully continuing to shove fish into his mouth. A truly moving scene. Cass's eyes lit up as he ate. He abruptly put down his chopsticks and slammed the table. I want this chef. Not even Jesus can keep him from me, I said it. He rose abruptly, and under the astonished gaze of everyone, including other diners, walked to the open kitchen. Facing Lu Ka, who was wiping a knife, he flashed what he thought was his most sincere and charming smile. Hey bro, great cooking. And then... Lu Ka didn't even look up, continuing to focus on wiping the blade. Come be my chef. Our crew needs a talent like you. Lu Ka paused his wiping motion, lifted his head, and stared at Kasi as if he were a lunatic, his brows tightly knitted. I refuse. Where did this clueless pirate come from? Who would give up a stable life to become a pirate with no security? His head must be full of holes. Don't refuse so quickly, think about it. Our ship may not be big, but the crew is really nice and the future is bright. Kasi tried to persuade. Not interested. Lu Ka refused, even more bluntly, turned around, and prepared to pack up and leave, unwilling to bother further. Really not. We can negotiate the terms. Kasi was still persistent. No. Lu Ka's voice now carried a hint of anger. What rotten luck running into someone who doesn't understand human language. Watching Lu Ka disappear behind the curtain, without looking back, Kasi rubbed his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. He returned to his seat and gave a dry laugh to his companions. Sorry guys, I wasted your time. A bad start. This kind of bizarre operation even left his own crew at a loss. Koluo suppressed a smile and comforted him in his usual calm tone. Captain, don't be too hard on yourself. He rejected you 3 times, and it took him only 5 seconds in total. Quite efficient. Gaia was the first to lose it, bursting into laughter. You were just pathetic, Kasi. Rejected so fast, no room for negotiation at all. That's hilarious. Gu Ina also couldn't help turning her face away, her shoulders trembling slightly as she struggled to suppress her laughter. This guy always managed to create some awkwardly hilarious scene. Zhangao was even more elated, dancing around and spinning in place. Captain got rejected. Dance to celebrate. Zhangao. Cass's forehead bulged with an angry vein, feeling his captain's authority shattering. He snapped in annoyance. Gungue. Kojia. Say. Gungue poked half a round head out of Cass's shadow, its big white eyes blinking. He's too noisy. Kojia. While Gungue understood, instantly shot out like lightning, snatched the hypnosis ring from Zhangao's hand, then blinked its big white eyes at the still laughing Zhangao. Hypnosis? Who? Zzz. Zhangao's laughter cut off abruptly, his eyelids flipped, and he lay down neatly on the floor. Everyone. Gaia's laughter stuck in his throat. This guy can't take a joke. He releases Gungue when he can't argue. Kasi snorted, clapped his hands, and looked back toward the kitchen. No, I've set my sights on him. I want this chef. Koluo adjusted his glasses, thinking to himself, this captain is indeed quite interesting. Rejected 3 times, yet not angry. That shows patience. He knows the other won't easily join the ship, yet he doesn't give up. That shows determination. He didn't forcibly kidnap the man. That shows he has principles. Patience, determination, and principles. Combined, even if he's not a once-in-a-century genius, he won't remain a fish in a shallow pond. Just as Kasi was rubbing his hands together ready to launch the second round of his chef recruitment plan, the tavern door swung open again. In the instant the door opened, it seemed as if light poured in. A tall, graceful figure stepped in, carrying an aura of danger, an allure that was completely out of place in this small East Sea town tavern. The newcomer was an exceptionally beautiful young woman with flowing pinkish medium-length hair in a distinctive style. The right side covered one eye, while the left side curled into a spiral eyebrow shape at the end. She wore a tight black leather suit and hot pants outlining a breathtaking figure, and on her bare thigh was a prominent tattoo of the number 6. Her appearance instantly captured the attention of almost everyone in the tavern. Men's gazes turned heated, while women unconsciously felt a mix of inferiority and wariness. Kasi was among them. His eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze lingering on the woman's 6 tattoo, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. Gu Ina, sitting beside him, keenly caught the change in Kasi's expression. She followed his gaze and studied the woman. She definitely didn't look like a proper woman. Of course, this wasn't to say Kasi was a lecher, nor that the woman wasn't good-looking, though she was indeed very attractive. But at this moment, that wasn't the point. The point was that Kasi himself recognized this woman. Winsamoke Legio, also known as Poison Pink, eldest daughter of the Winsamoke family, sister of Shan Ji, commander of the Jier Ma 66 army. A series of information flashed through his mind. Why would the Jier Ma from the North Sea suddenly appear in this small town in the East Sea? It couldn't be that they were here on a trip to the East Sea and happened to look for her little brother, could it? Kasi's vigilance instantly shot to maximum. Kilo, seated diagonally behind Cass, also noticed the subtle change in Cass' expression. He did not look at the woman's face. As a top-tier strategist, he focused on the information itself. Does the captain know this woman? Who is she to make him show such an expression? A marine officer? A former or a dangerous figure from another faction? Legio seemed accustomed to the stares. She swept her gaze across the slightly crowded tavern, her eyes finally resting on a man. She swayed gracefully over, leaned down, and whispered to the man, whose face instantly flushed crimson and breath quickened at her proximity, "Sir, may I sit here?" The man stared at the breathtaking face, so close, his mind blank, his face reddening, as he stammered, "Of course, am honored." He hastily made room, and even thoughtfully pushed his untouched volcano grilled fish toward Legio. "Please help yourself. The grilled fish here is delicious." "Thank you so much." Legio smiled charmingly, unceremoniously picked up the utensils, and took a bite. The spicy flavor made her eyebrows lift slightly, but she soon showed a satisfied expression. The culinary skill is indeed good, much more interesting than the rigid chefs at home. She set down the utensils, wiped her mouth, and then instructed the several suit-clad men behind her, who stood like statues. "You go invite the chef of this tavern over. Remember, be gentle." "Yes, sir." The black-clad men responded in unison, their voices rigid and loud. They saluted in perfect synchronization, and one of them turned toward the kitchen. Legio watched their backs, a faint trace of complexity flickering in the depths of her eyes. Still, not as good as real humans. Soon, under the gentle invitation of a group of men, Lu Ka frowned and was reluctantly brought before Legio. "Ma'am, are you dissatisfied with my dish?" Lu Ka's tone was not pleasant. Of course, no one would be in a good mood after being summoned like this. "No, I am quite satisfied with the dish." Legio turned around, crossed her legs, and looked at Lu Ka leisurely, a charming smile on her face. "The chefs at home, who cook strictly by the recipe, could never make a dish with such soul as yours." The moment Lu Ka saw Legio's face, especially her distinctive spiral eyebrows, his pupils contracted sharply, the color drained from his face, and he cried out, "It's you, a member of the Winsamoke family. So you still remember me, little prince of the Fulemeyer family?" Legio's smile deepened, yet it carried no warmth. "Leaving your princely life behind to become a chef in the East Blue. Quite an interesting pastime." "Why? I've already fled to the East Blue, hidden my identity, and just want to be an ordinary chef. Why can't you leave me alone?" Lu Ka clenched his fists. Jirma 66, these war fanatics had conquered his homeland, and now they wouldn't even spare a fallen exile like him. Cass watched all this, beginning to piece together the scattered fragments. Fulemeyer. Legio called him the prince of the Fulemeyer family. The people of Jirma 66 were chasing him. He didn't want to be found. No, he was afraid of being found. A prince of a fallen kingdom. A target pursued by Jirma 66. Person harboring secrets. No wonder his demeanor was so unique. It all made sense now. Unfortunately, that's not allowed. Legio shook her head gently. Kilomeyer Lu Ka, will you cooperate nicely and hand over the item, or shall we invite you back? She paused and gave a signal. The other men immediately stepped forward, simultaneously removing their sunglasses, revealing cold, identical faces beneath. An intangible killing intent spread, and the temperature in the tavern seemed to drop several degrees. GRMS 60 SIXS war weapons, clone soldiers, products of the Bloodline Factor technology, 5-year rapid growth to 20-rolled adult bodies, absolutely obedient, fearless, and immensely powerful killing machines. This was the foundation of GRMS 60 SIXS foothold in the North Blue. And the reason they were called the Evil Army. Isn't that from the North Sea? I've seen it in the newspaper. They are. Never mind what they are, Ron. Yes, Ron. It's not worth risking your life for a chef. The other customers in the tavern, who had been watching with curiosity and indignation, instantly lost their enthusiasm and scrambled out. Risked their lives for a stranger chef against a group that looked like a military force. Not worth it. Not worth it at all. Realizing his identity was completely exposed, Lu Ka knew there was no peaceful resolution. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. He suddenly hurled his tool case at Lei Jiu while retreating rapidly. Get him! Lei Jiu caught the tool case easily and gave the order coldly. Several clone soldiers immediately pounced, their movements swift and coordinated, sealing off Lu Cass' escape. Lu Cass' gaze sharpened, and he stopped hiding. He nimbly dodged the first soldier's grab, clenched his right fist, his arm muscles tensing, and punched forward fiercely. The wind from his fist roared, seeming to compress the air ahead into an invisible shockwave. Air pressure fist. Bang. The leading clone soldier was struck in the chest, as if by an invisible heavy hammer, grunted, staggered back, and a clear depression appeared on his chest. Physical techniques. Not like pure brute force. Gu Ina observed clearly and murmured. Is it a technique that controls air? Like a shockwave. Gaia also dropped his playful expression. It doesn't look like a devil fruit ability. More like a physical technique or skill that manipulates air, Kilo analyzed. No wonder the captain had his eye on him. This chef was indeed not ordinary. Similar to the application of the 6 powers, but more focused on instantaneous burst, Cass said with keen interest. He wanted this man even more. He could fight, endure, and cook. A true all-rounder. 2 more clone soldiers flanked him from left and right, their fists and kicks carrying strong wind. Lu Ka spun his body and delivered a sharp roundhouse kick, the leg wind, creating a razor-sharp vacuum cyclone that sliced through the surroundings like invisible blades. Whirlwind kick. Several clone soldiers surrounding him were cut by the vacuum blades, leaving bloody gashes, but their movements only faltered slightly as they continued to charge fearlessly. No fear, no cries of pain, only silent execution of orders. GRM's warriors fear nothing, Lei Jiu said softly, her tone unreadable, whether praise or mere statement. Monsters. All monsters. A chill ran through Lu Cass' heart. This kind of people, truly an evil army. As the encirclement tightened, Lu Ka took a deep breath, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. He clenched both fists, his arm muscles swelling dramatically. Then he bent down and slammed his accumulated power into the ground with both fists. Air quake wave. With his fists as the epicenter, a powerful ring-shaped air pressure shockwave erupted violently like a boulder thrown into a calm lake. The ground cracked inch by inch, wooden floorboards splintered everywhere, and tables and chairs were hurled by the raging airflow. The charging clone soldiers were struck like by an invisible giant wave, all screaming as they flew backward, crashing through the tavern's walls and bar, leaving a mess. The entire Blue Coral Tavern shook violently from the blow, dust falling in showers. Damn, what a powerful shockwave! Gaia exclaimed instinctively, raising a wall of earth in front of him to block the flying debris and dust. This guy is really a chef, Guyana murmured. The power of that strike had surpassed the realm of ordinary martial arts, requiring a profound mastery of airflow. It's reasonable for a chef to be a warrior. Cass' eyes ignited with fervor. As the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, the tavern appeared as a wasteland, as if it had just been ravaged by sea kings. The scattered patrons and waiters who had remained to watch the spectacle now lay motionless, oblivious to their fates. Only Cass and his group stood unharmed in place, shielded by the timely raised earth wall, appearing particularly out of place. Lei Jiu looked at the fallen clone soldiers around her, not angry at all, but rather revealing a more interested smile as she gently applauded. Oh, you're quite a fighter, little prince. It seems you haven't wasted your skills in the East Sea. Lu Ka panted heavily, clearly having expended considerable energy with that last move. This was a secret technique of his family, utilizing his own breath to manipulate the surrounding air and create a pressure difference. Then, compressing the air and gathering high-pressure airflow, combining it with punches and footwork, he integrated the control of chi into his attacks. It was pure physical control of chi, suitable for close combat. The previous shockwave could easily take down a pirate of millions in strength. But against this woman, Lu Ka stared intensely at Lechio, filled with vigilance. I don't like hitting women, let me go, Orel. Lechio interrupted him, her smile still charming, but laced with a teasing tone reminiscent of a cat playing with a mouse. Do you really think you can defeat me? Before her words fell, a brilliant light suddenly burst forth from Lycia's body. What a great figure! Gaia, Zhang Gao, and even Chloe instinctively held their breath as their scholarly gazes focused on her. Guyana let out a cold huff. Indeed, she was an unrestrained woman. As the light faded, Lechio had already changed into a specially designed pink and white tight-fitting battle suit. The battle suit was daringly designed, exposing her chest and navel, perfectly outlining her voluptuous curves, with butterfly-wing-shaped pink capes extending from her back and boots equipped with jet propulsion devices. This battle suit. Klaus' pupils slightly contracted. Pink number 6, the evil army of the North Sea, Germa 66. Those stories from the comics. Are they really true? What evil army? What 66? Gaia looked puzzled. The young man from the East Sea knew little about the legends of the North Sea. It's a fairy tale passed down in the North Sea. Or rather a horror story. Chloe quickly explained, his tone grave. It is said to be a powerful army composed of scientific forces with members who are ruthless and possess superhuman physiques and technological equipment, a nightmare for the nations of the North Sea, ultimately defeated by a naval hero named Sora. But that should only be a fairy tale. You really are a strategist, knowing so much. Even the fairy tales of the North Sea. Gaia expressed admiration. Lu Ka looked speechlessly at the few people still commentating over their, feeling his scalp tingle. I say, could you guys stop narrating the situation? I'm under a lot of pressure. Why does a pirate from the East Sea know so much about the legends and realities of the North Sea, and narrate it so thoroughly? Are you here to eat, or to be a narrator? Oh, sorry, it's a professional habit. Chloe adjusted his glasses and apologized insincerely. Buffed, little brother, I quite like your commentary. After we finish dealing with him, can you tell me slowly? Lechio was amused by the scene, laughing so heartily that her battle suit's curves shifted, causing several male beings to stare in awe. Damn it. Who wants to be taken down by you? Lu Ka realized he couldn't wait any longer and had to seize the initiative to launch a surprise attack. He stomped down hard, creating a small crater in the ground. His figure shot out like an arrow released from its bow, still using the air-compressing punch. But this time he poured all his physical strength into it, the punch's force becoming more solid, accompanied by a piercing shriek aimed directly at Lycia's beautiful face. However, facing this punch capable of shattering stone tablets, it appeared inadequate before Lechio, who possessed the enhanced physique from the Germa family bloodline. She casually raised her arm wrapped in the material of her battle suit and placed it in front of her. Bang! The wind of the punch struck her arm, producing a muffled sound. Lycia's body swayed slightly, and fine cracks appeared on the ground beneath her feet. But she herself remained unscathed. Your strength is decent. Did you build that arm strength from flipping pans? Lechio shook her arm, her tone relaxed. I have a brother who also likes to be a chef, who I hope he can achieve what you have, at least be able to protect himself. Cass' mind turned to mention Sanji at this moment. It seems Lechio really cares for Sanji. Having such a sister is certainly a blessing for that kid. Monster. Lu Ka's heart sank. His full-powered strike was easily blocked by the opponent. He refused to accept defeat, his body spinning rapidly as he unleashed an even more ferocious vacuum whirlwind, the invisible wind blades slicing toward Lycia's waist and legs. Vacuum kick. This time Lechio did not take it. Her battle suit's jet propulsion device activated, allowing her to slide backward at an incredible speed and easily evade the cutting range. Not over yet. Lu Ka roared, his feet exploding with intense air pressure once again, generating tremendous thrust that closed the distance in an instant. Last step. At the same time, the violent, swirling airflow visibly gathered on his fists, emitting a loud whistling sound. Air shockwave. With both fists thrusting forward, the long-prepared air shockwave erupted with full force. A circular shockwave, stronger and broader than before, roared out, shattering all debris in its path once more. This time, he aimed at all possible directions where Lechio might evade. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the violent explosions, the location where Lechio stood was completely engulfed in smoke and shockwaves. Now, it's settled, right? Lu Ka knelt on one knee, breathing heavily, having exhausted nearly all his stamina from using this move repeatedly. Not at all. A sweet yet dangerous voice like a ghost echoed very close behind him. Lu Ka's hair. Before he could turn around, he felt a cold finger gently touch the back of his neck. A wave of numbness and weakness instantly spread throughout his body. Butterfly kiss. Lycia's voice carried a smile. Lu Ka felt his body go limp, kneeling on one knee as he sensed his strength rapidly fading and his vision beginning to blur. The poison of the eldest daughter of the Germa family is not so easy to withstand. Lechio reached out effortlessly to support him, whispering in his ear, as if she were a lover, "Little Prince, hand over the design drawings concealed by your Flammel family. and I might consider sparing your life, allowing you to continue living quietly as your little chef in the East Sea. What do you think? Orel Cass' body stiffened, shock flashing in his eyes, but soon he forced himself to calm down and gritted his teeth. What are you talking about? I don't understand. My country is long gone and I have nothing left. What more do you want? Is that so? Lykia's smile resumed its alluring yet dangerous quality, but her gaze turned cold. I've given you a chance. Now it's time for you to come with me to Germa as a guest. My father and brothers should be very interested in you. She was about to signal the still-moving clone soldiers to come and take Orel Cass away when a voice abruptly interrupted. Excuse me, may I interrupt? Cass stepped out from behind the earth wall, his silver hair still prominent amidst the swirling dust. Guyana Gaya Klo and the recently unhypnotized Zhang still a bit dazed followed him out and stood. Gung Gui floated above Cass, had its big white eyes curiously watching Lachio. Nice to meet you, Miss Lachio, the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family. Miss Reiju, the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family. Cass accurately identified her identity, which caused a flicker of genuine surprise in Reiju's eyes. He then pointed at Luca, who was slumped on the ground. This person here, I saw him first. Could you let him go to me? Reiju regarded Cass with keen interest. This silver-haired young man had actually called out her identity without hesitation. Moreover, facing Germa 66 in the battle just now, his eyes held none of the fear an ordinary person would show. In the East Blue of all places. Little brother, knowing who I am, you still dare to speak to me like that. Reiju gave a charming smile, her fingers lightly brushing over her red lips. Let me give you a word of advice. Big sister here is poisonous. Touch me, and you might die, I know. Cass nodded, speaking very seriously. So let me handle this. Kuina, none of you need to intervene. Jengar. Jengar. Jengar floated out cheerfully, its large white eyes locked onto Reiju. Shadow Ball. Jengar opened its wide mouth, and a dense ball of energy wreathed in black mist instantly formed, whistling toward Reiju. Oh, what is this? Some kind of creature similar to a kata fruit user. Reiju found it amusing and instead spat out a thick, sweet-smelling pink-purple venom, like an arrow meeting the Shadow Ball. Pink arrow. The venom and the Shadow Ball collided without a violent explosion. The Shadow Ball seemed to corrode and shrink rapidly, while the venom was also consumed. The air filled with a foul odor. Shadow Ball. Jengar. Jengar gathered energy balls again, one in each hand, hurling them at Reiju like grenades in rapid succession. Reiju's eyes narrowed. Such a fast attack. She blurred her combat suit's jet propulsion, activating, allowing her to vanish and reappear almost instantly behind Jengar. Her long, shapely leg whistled through the air toward Jengar. Butterfly kick. Jengar's small arms coiled with dense, ghostly energy, and it punched upward. Shadow punch. Fist and foot met with a dull thud. Reiju felt a cold, eerie force travel up her leg, unsettling her chi and blood. She used the momentum to backflip and land. Jengar merely swayed, hovering in place. Interesting. Reiju's smile remained unchanged, then she suddenly exhaled a large cloud of dense, sweet purple poison mist. The poison mist spread rapidly, enveloping Cass and Jengar. This is a toxin that can corrode even steel. Before she could finish, she saw something astonishing. Jengar floated within the poison mist, not only unharmed, but as if it had spotted a delicacy. It opened its mouth wide and inhaled sharply. Whoosh! The spreading poison mist was sucked into Jengar's mouth like a whale drinking water. After finishing, it patted its belly and let out a small burp. Jengar. Not bad taste, just a bit scarce. Reiju. Her poison had been eaten. Eaten by that purple creature. And it looked like it was enjoying itself. How could this be? Only then did Reiju truly begin to regard the silver-haired young man before her. He could identify her at a glance, possessed such a bizarre creature, and showed no fear of Germa 66. Wasn't the East Blue the weakest sea? When had someone like this emerged? And those behind him, except for the dancing oddball, all had considerable auras. With that strange creature around today, her greatest weapon, poison, was almost useless. Relying solely on physical combat and suit functions, she might not be able to decisively defeat that creature, especially with several others watching her warily. After a moment of deliberation, Reiju made her decision. She cast a flirtatious glance at Cass, her voice soft and beguiling. Little brother, your quite interesting big sister has suddenly taken a liking to you. But I have things to do today, so we'll meet again next time. With that, she moved her combat suit's jets at full power, and she shot out of the ruined tavern like a pink blur. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared at the end of the street. Cass did not give chase. He knew that with all the functions of Reiju's combat suit, if she wanted to escape, they might not be able to stop her. Besides, his primary target now was the chef before him. Luca's poison was neutralized by Jengar. Cass walked over to Luca, who was slowly regaining consciousness, crouched down, and handed him a cup of clean water he had found from the bar that hadn't been completely destroyed. Luca raised his head weakly, looking at Cass with a complex expression. He didn't take the water immediately, but asked hoarsely, "Why did you help me?" You must have heard what she said. You know who those people are. I do. Cass nodded casually. Germa 66, the warlords of the North Blue, a member of the world government's allied nations. Provoking them means inviting enormous trouble. Then why? Luca was puzzled, even wondering if this man was foolish. But so what? I helped you because we need a chef, and your cooking conquered my stomach. Cass paused. And I hate nobles. Those who think themselves above others, who decide life and death at will, those parasites who suck the blood of commoners, those vermin who treat war and plunder as games. There's something I'm not sure if I should say. Luca interrupted awkwardly, his voice faint. Say it. We're all comrades now. Nothing can't be said. Cass waved his hand magnanimously. Luca looked at him and said with some embarrassment, I used to be a noble too. Luca now dared not speak loudly, afraid Cass might finish him off. The most awkward silence fell. Gaia covered her face. She spoke too hastily. Cass was also stunned, blinking. Are you still one now? Luca smiled bitterly, looking at the wrecked tavern and his own dusty chef's uniform, and shook his head. Now? I guess not. Then no problem. Cass clapped his hands, speaking with conviction. You're a chef now, my target crewmate. Those stuck-up noble vermin I hate. Stop insulting, Luca screamed, inwardly suddenly feeling an inexplicable shame for his former noble status. Good nobles are no worse than commoners. Cass seemed to have vented his anger and extended his hand again. We need a chef, and you clearly need a refuge, a place to temporarily avoid Germa's pursuit. Come aboard my ship, Luca. This time it was a formal invitation. Luca looked at Cass' outstretched hand, then at the group behind him. A cool female swordsman holding a sword, a former bounty of 16 million, a simple giant, a confused oddball, and that unknown creature. These people seemed strange yet undeniably powerful, and their captain had an aura that was both unfathomable and strangely trustworthy. They weren't afraid of Germa. Perhaps this really was a chance. After a few seconds of silence, Luca took a deep breath, as if making a decision. He brushed the dust off his clothes, straightened the collar of his tattered suit, and pushed aside the unruly strand of hair on his forehead. Then stepping back, he gave a slight bow to Cass with a standard noble etiquette. My name is Flammel Luca, a wanderer from a fallen kingdom and a passable chef. He gave his full name, his blue eyes meeting Cass. Thank you for your help today, Captain. If you are willing, I would like to join your pirate crew and contribute with my cooking and these hands. Orel Cass, your captain. Welcome to the pirate family. Cass nodded with satisfaction, put an arm around the still weak Luca's shoulder, and waved to his comrades. All right, brothers, we've got a chef. Now let's restock supplies. Then hoist the sails and set sail. Ooh. Gaia and Django cheered, tears streaming down their faces. Finally they could escape those terrible dark dishes. Life at sea was saved. Kuina's lips curled up. At least no more of those awful homemade meals. Kuro adjusted his glasses. The newly joined chef seemed to carry no small trouble. But it didn't matter any. At this moment on the sea far from Coral Town, a peculiar vessel resembling a giant snail, the mobile fortress of the Germa kingdom, was sailing slowly. Inside the fortress, Reiju had changed back into casual clothes, standing before a snail phone, which reflected the image of a middle-aged man with golden hair. Vinsmoke, Judge. The judge on the other end of the snail phone asked Reiju, did you catch that kid from the Flammel? Sorry, father. Reiju lowered her head slightly. The mission failed. He joined a pirate crew, and they have some peculiarities that counter my poison. She didn't mention the matter of Cass. There was no point in telling her father. As expected, upon hearing of the failure, Judge's voice suddenly rose in pitch. Failed. You couldn't even catch a stray dog. Reiju, you have disappointed me greatly. If I had known it would be like this, I might as well have sent your brothers. The face of the snail phone twisted and changed, seemingly switching channels, and several young arrogant voices filled with mockery came through. Oh, Reiju, big sister, you're not doing so well. Huh. You can't even handle the pirates of the East Sea. What a waste growing up for nothing. Reiju's grip on the phone tightened imperceptibly, her nails digging slightly into her palm. Enough. Judge impatiently interrupted his son's mockery, turning coldly to Reiju. Since you failed, return immediately. There are still tasks here in the North Sea. As for the kid from the Flammel family, even if he truly has something, he won't amount to anything in a place like the East Sea, so there's no need to worry about him for now. Yes, father. Reiju respectfully replied. The snail phone clicked shut, leaving Reiju alone in the lab. She stood quietly for a moment, then slowly released her tightly clenched hand, revealing faint crescent marks. She walked to the large porthole, gazing at the dark sea outside. The charming smile had long since vanished, replaced by an indescribable calm. That silver-haired boy, that peculiar purple creature. Things seem to be getting interesting. When will we meet again? She gently licked her red lips. An interesting little brother. We will meet again. The sea stretched endlessly, the sea breeze salty and damp. The warship, adorned with exaggerated graffiti of a Jengar and a moving artwork of the East Sea, was sailing steadily through the azure waters. For a ship full of energetic pirates who had just resolved their meal issues, peace sometimes equated to boredom. Moreover, with new crew members joining, they had to communicate, align their skills, and establish their roles on the ship. Captain, excuse me. In the center of the deck, the new chef Luca took a deep breath, his eyes sharp. He shed his exquisite gray suit for a more comfortable white outfit, his platinum hair fluttering in the sea breeze. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly stepped forward the deck, groaning slightly, as his figure shot out like an arrow heading straight for Cass, standing ahead. Having been aboard for a few days, he was eager to understand the true strength of this new boss. He wanted to show these people that Vinsmoke Luca was not just a chef. Air compression punch. He drew back his right fist, the muscles in his arm vibrating at a unique frequency, the air in front being crazily compressed, forming an invisible, yet solid shockwave that slammed towards Cass' face. This punch was even more refined and faster than the one he threw at the tavern in Coral Town. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as the punch did not reach Cass, but was firmly blocked half a foot in front of him by a sword that appeared out of nowhere. The sword didn't even tremble, its single eye calmly watching Luca. Is that all? You still lack a bit of power, Luca. Cass crossed his arms and genuinely began to give pointers for a point-to-point punch. Like the air compression punch, the explosion needs to be more sudden. You need to imagine that you are not throwing a punch, but shooting an invisible bullet at the fastest speed. Luca's pupils constricted, not because his attack was blocked, but because Cass' casual critique accurately pointed out the biggest flaw in his air compression punch and the direction for future improvement. This guy, is he really just a captain who relies on pets to fight? Cass smirked. What a joke. The world's #1 trainer in the pirate realm knows a thing or two. I've learned. Let's go again. Luca's expression grew more serious without a hint of discouragement, his battle intent even stronger. To encounter a captain who could see through his technique's weaknesses and offer suggestions was a stroke of luck. He swiftly spun around, using the centrifugal force to power up again, his left fist launching out at a more cunning angle, like a venomous snake striking. Let's go again. Bang! Bang! The gray-blue shield adjusted its angle slightly once again, perfectly intercepting the attack, not even leaving a mark on its surface. Spiral kick. Luca continued his assault, his body spinning, his right leg sweeping out like a battle axe, creating a sharp vacuum whirlwind that sliced towards Cass' lower half. This area attack, how could your shield block it? Gray-blue. Cass' mind moved slightly. The red single eye of the shield sword monster flashed, the shield sank, and with a clang it firmly blocked the wind blade. Those vacuum blades capable of cutting ropes were like a gentle breeze in front of the sturdy shield. Not finished yet. Air shockwave. Luca's eyes flashed with determination, knowing that ordinary attacks were ineffective, and he no longer held back. His fists clenched tightly, his arm muscles swelling to their limit, veins bulging, the compressed air forming a terrifying high-pressure sphere between his fists, then exploding outward. Boom! A circular shockwave erupted with even greater intensity than before at the tavern. The deck trembled violently, the surrounding ropes buzzing. Had Gaia not secretly stabilized the ship with his powers, this impact would have given all members a taste of a roller coaster at sea. That was strong enough. Cass nodded, showing approval. This power had improved compared to dealing with Reiju, proving that life and death battles were indeed different from daily training. Gray-blue used the king's shield. Clang! The red single eye at the center of the sturdy shield's body suddenly radiated a blinding light. The already broad shield seemed to be infused with the power of a king, instantly expanding into an even thicker energy shield, firmly protecting Cass and a region behind him. Boom! 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 The air shockwave crashed against the golden shield, producing a deafening roar, energy, swirling shockwaves rolling. The surface of the shield rippled, yet it remained as steady as a mountain. As Cass was firmly protected behind it, not even the corners of his clothing were ruffled. Huh. Wait, is this sword so tough? Luca knelt on one knee, hands on the deck, his chest heaving violently, sweat pouring down, looking at the unharmed great sword with a face full of existential doubt. What kind of fruit user is this captain? Why can he summon two wildly different yet incredibly powerful creatures? One devours poison like a snack, and the other can't even handle a ball. What the hell is going on? What a joke. Gray-blue is not an ordinary sword. It is the sword of kings, a hero among swords. Cass walked over, patting the cold sword's body with pride. Choosing to cultivate the shield sword monster was undoubtedly the wisest decision of his life. What more could he want? With Gray-blue, that's enough. It can attack and defend, acting as two in one, the king of cost performance, you understand. Jengar. The Jengar floating nearby nodded vigorously, its big white eyes filled with satisfaction. That's right, this big iron block has the demeanor of my Lord Jengar back in the day. It's a fine sword. A great sword. Luca, it's only you who has such a good temper to argue with a shield. Gaia leaned against the ship's rail, picking his ear. This thing would make even a dog shake its head, and a turtle fall silent. Fighting it is a complete waste of energy. Why not spar with me? They'll let you have 3 free hits. Gaia knew Cassie's strength better than anyone. In his opinion, fighting Jian Dun Jian Guai was no different from fighting Cassie himself. But then again, with a Jengar lurking in his shadow, Cassie wasn't an easy target either. Cassie immediately switched to taunting mode. Oh, I wonder who it is that loses half their fighting power the moment they step on board. Maybe you can't even beat our dancing brother Zhang. Can I? Really? Is it bad to fight Lord Gaia? Zangeo's eyes lit up instantly. His words said no, but his body was honest. The hypnosis ring in his hand had already assumed a starting stance, eager to try. Defeating the vice-captain. What a golden opportunity. Then Zhang Yao could surely become vice-captain himself. No, at least a combat squad leader. Even Lord Keilu would have to respectfully address him as Captain Zhang Yao. And then he could say Xiao Ku. Zhe, just thinking about it made Zhang Yao feel like he had reached the peak of life. Tisk, what, Zhang Yao, are you tempted? Got your feathers ruffled and want to rise up? Gaia glanced at Zhang Yao, who was lost in daydreams, almost drooling. He grinned, showing his white teeth, his eyes dangerous. Yes, his earth fruit was indeed limited on the ship, but that didn't mean he was a pushover. Lord Gaia had fought his way out of garbage dumps and deadly hunting grounds. Fight Zhang Yao. He wouldn't even need to use his backup energy. Lord Gaia, I absolutely did not mean that. Zhang Yao quickly professed his loyalty, but his body honestly stepped forward into a battle stance. It's just that I've long heard of your great strength, Lord Gaia, and I can't resist the itch. I humbly request your guidance. No offense intended. Before the words faded, his hypnosis ring spun like a full moon, a flying scythe of death aiming straight for Gaia's neck. It was his signature attack. Spinning kill. If it landed, even steel would be sliced open. Boring. Keilu's gaze was utterly indifferent. Such straightforward attacks might work on cannon fodder, but posed no threat to anyone with even a shred of skill. It seems apart from hypnosis, his combat IQ is still stuck at the berserker stage. Too direct, full of Guiana gave it a single glance and lost interest, returning to maintaining her Wado Ikamanji. Such an attack could only bully weaklings that didn't even inspire her to draw her blade. Lu Ka also temporarily emerged from the shadow of the king's shield's blow, curiously watching Gaia. What made Cassie trust him enough to entrust the important position of vice-captain? What was his exceptional skill? Could it really be based on appetite? Cassie, no, purely seniority. And being able to take a beating. It seems if I don't show what I've got, some people really think I can't lift my blade. Gaia snorted coldly. Facing the deadly spinning ring, he didn't even bother to assume a stance. He casually raised his right arm and muttered. Hardening. The skin on his entire right arm instantly took on a dark brown rock-like luster, the muscle texture seeming to transform into hard granite. Clang. The spinning ring struck the rock arm and was repelled, flying off in a spin. On Gaia's rock arm, only a faint white mark remained, which was quickly smoothed over by flowing rock particles. What the hell is that? Zangeo's eyes nearly popped out. His spinning kill might not be an ultimate technique, but it could easily cut through ordinary blades. How could it not even break the skin? That skin is rockification. Keilu analyzed calmly, his eyes narrowing. It's a devil fruit ability. No elementalization, so it's likely a paramecia type that controls earth and stone. So he is a devil fruit user. Lu Ka thought to himself. Just as expected, this big vice-captain had a formidable hidden card. Keep going, Zhang Yao. I said I'd give you 3 moves. That was only the first. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Gaia twisted his rock arm, making a cracking sound, grinning arrogantly. Final go again. Zhang Yao was riled up. He swung both hands. Double spinning kill. 2 hypnosis rings flew out, one after the other on different trajectories and at greater speed, one aiming for the head, the other for the torso. The coordination was slightly more refined than before. This time Gaia didn't even bother to raise his hands. The exposed skin on his entire body instantly took on a brown luster. Full body hardening. Zzz. The 2 rings sawed and ground against Gaia's chest and forehead like electric chainsaws, sparks flying everywhere. But Gaia stood like a true rock man, unmoving, only fine stone dust falling in a shower. A few seconds later, the rings exhausted their momentum and bounced back. Such childish tricks can't handle. Gaia patted his chest, his tone dripping with undisguised contempt. It's not even enough to tickle me. One last move, hurry up and finish this. Zhang Yao stepped down. You can't handle him. Keilu also spoke up. If you can't even break the defense, what's the point of talking about damage? And judging by the hardness of Gaia's hardening, even if he himself attacked Hedon with his spoon, he might not be able to break through. This vice-captain had something to him. Lord Keilu, don't stop me. Zhang Yao was already getting carried away. He couldn't accept that his title as the strongest monster was being challenged like this. If word got out that he couldn't even break the opponent's defense, how could he survive in the underworld? A hypnotist had pride too. Zhang Yao then aimed his hypnosis ring at his own eyes, shaking it wildly, muttering. 1-2 Zhang Yao. Can't win, so you hypnotize yourself? What kind of move is that? Gaia raised an eyebrow. That's Zangeo's self-hypnosis. Through intense psychological suggestion, he temporarily unlocks his physical potential, suppresses pain, and enters a state similar to Berserker Rage. Keilu dutifully played the commentator. This ability was one of the reasons Zhang Ao could outshine the Catman brothers and become the vice-captain of his ship. Although Keilu thought it was useless, in the face of absolute power disparity, berserking only made the fall look more pathetic. Berserker state. That's interesting. Worth studying. Kasi rubbed his chin, lost in thought. If Zhang Ao could train this hypnosis to a higher level, not only for himself, but also for teammates, wouldn't that be a lesser version of the cheer fruit? Not bad, that looks much more imposing. Red eyes like a rabbit in heat. Gaia acknowledged. Double spin. In the Berserker state, Zangeo's speed was indeed faster. The double rings he threw spun more fiercely, their whistling sharper. Zing. This time, thanks to Zangeo's relentless effort, the grinding sound lasted longer. Finally, a noticeable pile of soiled dust was scraped off Gaia's rock skin. Gaia looked down at the almost negligible scratch on his chest, finally losing patience. His eyes turned cold. Am I giving you too much face? He took a step forward, the deck vibrating slightly. A fist the size of a boulder slammed into Zangeo's face before he could even react. Bang! Zhang Ao was sent flying backward, spinning 360 degrees, and crashed onto the deck with a thud. One punch shatters the Berserker's soul. Awake, he was still a wage worker. Zangeo's eyes instantly cleared, and his hypnosis ring had flown off somewhere. Then, bang, bang, bang. Gaia crouched down, his boulder-sized rock fist pounding rhythmically like a pile driver on Zangeo's body. He'll teach you to disrespect the vice-captain. He'll teach you to cause trouble and sneak attack. Forget it, whatever, he'll just hit. Lord Gaia, I was wrong. I'm sorry, Lord Gaia. I was wrong. I want dare again. You are the invincible first mate. Zhang Gao will always be your most loyal subordinate. After a while, Zhang Gao knelt on the ground, his nose bruised, and his face swollen, his once stylish hair, now a nest, his clothes torn, looking utterly miserable. He probably wouldn't even be recognized by his own mother. Hiss. Just looking at it hurts. Lu Ka instinctively touched his own face. Gaia's strikes were truly brutal. Kilo was deep in thought. It seemed that the upcoming training plan needed to incorporate not only further refinement of spoon control, but also research on penetrating high defense targets. Otherwise, when facing such opponents, if one couldn't breach their defenses no matter how fast one was, it would just be like scratching an itch. Lord Gaia. Zhang Gao, sporting a pig's head, cautiously asked, You're so tough that. Is there anyone on the ship who can break your defense? He tried to find some psychological comfort that it wasn't his incompetence, but rather the first mate's remarkable toughness. This. Just as Gaia was about to boast, a cold voice rang out. I can. Guyana had been watching from who knows when, her hand resting on the blade of Hideo Yuwenzi, gently prying it open. Swoosh. A chilling aura of blade energy spread, making the temperature on the deck feel several degrees colder. Hey. Zhang Gao instantly shivered, feeling a chill run down his neck. Guyana. So terrifying. By the way, your captain can do it too. Cass walked over, patting Zhang Gao's shoulder with a kind smile. No matter the sharpness of the shield sword monster or the relentless bombardment of the Gung Gue, Gaia couldn't withstand it. Zhang Gao was completely deflated. What kind of ship had he boarded? The captain was inscrutable, the first mate as tough as stone, the swordsman extremely sharp, the strategist looked sinister, and even the young cook was bewilderingly fierce. Was he, Zhang Gao, the only true worker? No way. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a series of urgent cannon fire sounded from afar. Captain, there's a situation. Kilo was the first to react, picking up a monocular to look in the direction of the cannon fire. Finally, there's something happening. Is it a sea beast or a pirate? I'm almost getting bored. Gaia perked up, rubbing his fists. Let me take a look. Cass also walked to the bow. The sensory ability brought by the wave guide allowed him to sense the distant scene. Not far away, a ship with a pirate flag bearing the image of fangs was madly bombarding another vessel. The latter's hull was damaged and in a pitiful state, trying to turn and escape, but clearly it was slower than the pirate ship. It's a pirate crew, and they're quite arrogant. Does anyone recognize that flag? Cass asked, as he wasn't very familiar with the pirate crews of the East Sea. Lord Cass, I know. The bruised and battered Zhang Gao squeezed to the front, straining to open his swollen eyes to identify. That's the Crazy Fong pirate crew. The captain is the Skull Crusher Bag with a bounty of 10 million berries, a notorious character in the East Sea. Of course, compared to Lord Cass, that's like fireflies competing with the bright moon, a stinking gutter compared to the star. Zhang Gao, your eloquence has improved a lot recently. Cass nodded in satisfaction. Although this little brother's combat power was a bit disappointing, he integrated into the corporate culture very quickly. It's worth encouraging. It's all thanks to your teachings, my lord. Oh, I merely spoke the truth. Zhang Gao puffed out his chest, though the movement caused him to grimace in pain. What about the ship over there, the one getting hit? The flag doesn't look like a merchant ship, nor does it look like a pirate. Cass looked at the ship being chased. This? I don't know. Zhang Gao scratched his head. Although the East Sea is the weakest sea, there are still many pirate crews, and he couldn't possibly know them all. From the style of the flag, it doesn't resemble a typical merchant convoy, it's closer to a kingdom's insignia. Kilo calmly analyzed. In any case, this is our first encounter with peers at sea, oh we can't miss it. Cass' eyes sparkled with excitement as he imitated a famous scene from his memory, shouting at the steering Zhang, bring the ship closer. From the style of the flag, it doesn't resemble a typical merchant convoy, it's closer to a kingdom's insignia. Kilo that ship looks pretty plumper, it must have good loot. The captain of the Crazy Fong pirate crew known as Skullcrusher Bag, a giant nearly 3 meters tall wielding a massive wolf-tooth club, stood at the bow commanding the bombardment. Captain Bag, a ship is charging towards us. It's fast. The lookout screamed. Who is the blind fool that wants to share a piece of the pie? The first mate Double-Blade Rider squinted his eyes. Rider looked closely. That ship. It looks a bit. Another pirate shouted in terror. A warship. Bag's copper bell-like eyes widened as he spat. Humph. A mere waste of a navy. I'm here to take out warships. In the East Sea, even the navy has to steer clear of me. Boys, prepare for boarding. When that ignorant ship gets close, we'll take them all out. Oh. The pirates let out bloodthirsty howls, drawing swords and loading firearms, eagerly anticipating the thrill of killing and plundering. Soon the two ships drew closer. 50 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. Collision imminent. Bag raised the wolf-tooth club thicker than his thigh and slammed it heavily on the deck. Bring it closer. Get it closer. Boom. A heavy crashing sound echoed as the two ships collided and the gangplank thudded down. Charge. Kill them all. Steal money. Steal the ship. Steal women. The boss's bounties. Whoever gets the treasure first owns it. The pirates of the Crazy Fong pirate crew charged across the gangplank like sharks sensing blood. However, they froze. On the deck, there were not the numerous Navy soldiers they had expected. Just a few scattered individuals. A silver-haired person was drinking juice. A cold-faced beauty was holding a sword. A sinister-looking man with glasses. A large guy was picking his nose. A strange person with a face swollen like a pig's head. And a rather handsome cook. What kind of combination is this? A sightseeing group? Or a trap? Who cares? Fewer people is better. Kill. Just these few people. They dare to come over. The leading pirate froze for a moment, then grinned maliciously, scared silly huh. Wait until I chop that silver-haired pretty boy. That woman is not bad, I'll leave her for the captain. The pirates hesitated for just a moment before greed drove them to charge again. However, just as the first pirate's blade was about to fall, the young man, who looked like a cook Lu Ka, calmly stepped. His right fist pulled back, the air swirling and compressing on the surface of his fist, emitting a low humming sound. Air shockwave. Boom. A fierce circular shockwave erupted centered around his fist. What the hell? Help. The first dozen pirates who had just jumped onto the deck were struck as if by an invisible battering ram falling into the sea, like dumplings instantly clearing a vacuum. Not the Navy. Are you the captain of this ship? Bag's pupils contracted as he stared at the attacker, look at his mind racing with alarm. This bizarre attack method and overwhelming force were unlike anything he had ever encountered. When did such a figure appear in the East Sea? Luca casually brushed off non-existent dust from his hands and elegantly adjusted his collar, replying blandly, no, I am the cook. Responsible for the daily meals on the ship, occasionally part-time cleaning. Kitchen waste. He glanced at the pirates sprawled across the opposite deck and added, like right now. A cook. You dare mock our captain. The first mate Double-Blades Reed was furious. He was short and stout, wielding 2 poison daggers darting towards the seemingly weaker Kuna like a leopard. When it comes to picking a soft target, women are often the easiest to bully. Kuina didn't even lift her eyelids. They must be frightened stiff. Just as Reed was grinning, his poison blade about to touch Kuna's throat, clang. A cold flash of blade light, like moonlight breaking through the night, flickered and vanished. Fast. Inexpressibly fast. Reed's advancing figure abruptly froze, his sneer solidifying on his face. He looked down in disbelief at the deep gash that had suddenly opened in his chest, blood gushing out like a fountain. Frost Moon Flow Iajutsu. Kuina's cold voice finally rang out. She had somehow appeared just a step behind Reed, her blade barely unsheathed, revealing only 3 inches of the glistening edge, now slowly returning to its scabbard with a soft chime. Thud. Reed's eyes widened in endless confusion and fear as he collapsed heavily onto the deck. The 2 daggers clattered to the ground. Silence. An eerie, deathly silence. The pirates of the Wild Tooth pirate crew, including Captain Bag, were all stunned like ducks caught by the throat. Looking at the rapidly lifeless body on the ground, then at the calm swordswoman who sheathed her blade, as if merely brushing away a fallen leaf, a chill shot up from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. One-hit kill. First mate Reed, with a bounty of 700,000 berries, known for his speed and poison, was actually killed in 1 strike. He didn't even have a chance to react. You dare kill my first mate? Woman, you're asking for death. Bag's eyes bulged, issuing a beast-like roar as the massive mace swung with a whistling sound poised to smash down on Kwa. However, at the very moment the mace was raised to its peak, a sly glint flashed in Bag's eyes, and with a swift motion, he pulled out a dark object from his pocket and slammed it onto the deck. Bang! The black sphere exploded, dense, acrid black smoke instantly enveloping the area. It was a smoke bomb. Wind tight. Run. Bag appeared reckless, but in reality, he was cunning. The earlier moves by Luka and Kuina had made him instantly realize he had hit a dead end, and one that was spiked. If he didn't run, he would die. First mate. To hell with the first mate, what mattered was saving his own life. Want to escape? A calm voice tinged with mockery suddenly echoed in his ear like a ghost. Chloe had appeared at his side, his feet moving at a speed imperceptible to the eye, his figure becoming a blur and then vanishing. It was his ultimate skill. Silent step. Bag felt a cold, eerie, killing intent coming from behind. Without a moment's thought, he instinctively turned, raising the massive mace horizontally across his chest. Clang! 5 bright, cold lights clashed against the heavy mace, erupting into a dazzling burst of sparks. Claw's figure flashed past Bag, the 10 blades scraping against the mace, producing a sound that grated on the teeth. Such speed, such claws, you are 100 tricks, Chloe from the Black Cat Pirates. Aren't you supposed to be dead? Bag exclaimed in terror, his heart growing colder. 100 tricks, Chloe. The one with a bounty of 16 million berries. He was actually alive. Correct, but no prize. Chloe replied flatly, and in the next moment his feet again struck with an eerie frequency. Silent step, spoon. His figure transformed into a blurry afterimage once more. This time the trajectory of the afterimage was no longer completely unpredictable, but vaguely circled around Bag, forming an interwoven net of cuts. Catching. The sharp sound of metal cutting and wood splintering rang out densely. Bag's surroundings were suddenly marked with deep intersecting scars, as if being sliced by invisible blades, and Bag himself was caught in the center of this storm of death. The tough crocodile leather armor on him was easily torn like paper, blood spraying from various parts of his body. Despite desperately swinging the mace to block, he could not keep up with the ghostly speed and the attacks coming from all directions. Ugh! Bag let out a wail. In just 2 or 3 seconds he resembled a rag doll that had been played with, blood gushing, staggering a few steps before collapsing. Behind him the pirates, who hadn't had the chance to rush up, also fell like wheat cut by a scythe, shrieking in agony. The deck fell quiet. Klaus' figure solidified a short distance away as he leisurely pulled out a white handkerchief from his pocket and elegantly wiped the blood from the 10 blades. No need for the captain to intervene with such scum. Zhang Yao watched Klaus' calm profile as he cleaned his weapon, instinctively swallowing hard. His heart racing. Lord Klaus' spoon is still so terrifying. Such speed, but it seems difficult to control the direction. Luka observed keenly, slightly furrowing his brow. Such indiscriminate area attacks could easily cause collateral damage in a chaotic battle. Those things, I can control them. Chloe glanced at Luka, seemingly understanding his thoughts, and replied blandly. After witnessing Kuina's exquisite swordsmanship last time, he had been inspired and started attempting to control the direction of the spoon. Very good, clean, and efficient. This is the corporate culture of our pirate crew. Cass sat comfortably on the fishing platform, not even moving a finger, nodding in satisfaction. This was the dream team he wanted. The cook could fight, the swordsman could kill in seconds, the strategist delivered the finishing blow, and even Zhang Yao could liven up the atmosphere. As for the first mate, well, that was unimportant. Before long, Gaia hauled a bulging burlap sack and slammed it onto the deck with a thud. Kassiev stripped it clean, the Madfong pirate's entire stash. Almost 3 million berry plus a pile of decent blades and flintlocks and plenty of food and booze. Hey, these bastards were loaded. Cassie stroked his chin, eyeing the sack as he began exercising the sacred captain's right to divide spoils. He'll take the lion's share. Keep 1 million. The remaining 2 million Kaluo, Gu, Ina, Gaia, and Luka. You 4 split it equally, 500,000 each. Zhangao will give you 100,000 too. Perform better next time, and don't get knocked out by Gaia with one punch. Thank you, Captain. Kaluo nodded slightly and stashed the money. Luka was a bit surprised. She hadn't expected a dividend so soon after boarding, and such a substantial one at that. Zhangao clutched his 100,000 berry, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. Though his cheek was still swollen, he felt the beating had been worth it. Guina, however, was indifferent. She had little interest in money as long as she didn't go hungry and had a place to practice swordsmanship. After the dividend, the ship that had been attacked by the Madfong pirates cautiously approached. On the deck stood a group of people in matching uniforms, most of them wounded and wearing expressions of panic. The leader was a middle-aged man who looked like a minor officer. Supported by his companions, he bowed respectfully across the railing toward Cassie and the others. Sir, 1,000 thanks for your rescue. If you hadn't intervened in time to eliminate those villains of the Madfong pirates, we would have been fish food today. I am Luozan, captain of the Royal Guard of the Cheyenne Kingdom. Your great kindness shall never be forgotten. Shine Kingdom. What's next to Shine Village? Does your leader have love tattooed on his forehead, and do you walk around glaring at everyone? Cassie picked his ear, wondering if had stumbled into the wrong story. Sir, we are the Shine Kingdom, not a village. Our king's forehead bears no tattoo. He is a benevolent monarch. Luozan corrected him cautiously, though he couldn't understand why this formidable silver-haired man was saying such strange things. Gaia leaned close to Cassie's ear. Cassie, the royal guard. That sounds rich. Look at their ship. Beat up as it is, it might be a fat catch. Cassie's eyes lit up instantly. Royal guard. They must be escorting either someone important or something valuable. This was a lamb delivered to the slaughter. No, a perfect target for robbing the rich to help the poor. With that thought, Cassie immediately changed his tune. This is a robbery. Hands on your heads. Get down. Men on the left, women on the right, the in-between, in the middle. Hand over everything valuable. Anyone who moves ill, throw you all into the sea to feed the fish. Luozan and the guards behind him. 10 minutes later. I've searched everywhere. No treasure, not even a decent weapon. We're poorer than when we first set sail. Gaia looked dejected, holding only a few thin money pouches totaling less than 10,000 berry plus some worthless personal items. No money. Cassie's eyes bulged as he glared at the captain named Luozan, his voice fierce. Aren't you the guard of the Shine Village? Guards don't carry money when they travel. Why don't you have any money? Sir, it's the Shine Kingdom. Luozan corrected weakly, then whined, am innocent, sir. Our country is poor. Our Shine Kingdom is on the edge of the East Blue, with barren land and constant sandstorms. We can't even scrape together the celestial gold for the world government, so we've been kicked out of the allied nations. Now we're a non-allied country, without marine protection. Gaia's face fell after hearing this. Damn, we robbed a bunch of paupers. Get lost, get lost. Scram. Cassie waved his hand impatiently. Your captain doesn't rob poor people. Lucky for you, take your junk boat, and get out of my sight. This guy was so broke it reminded him of that other Shine of the same name. The chief had to personally dig for gold in the mines just to keep the village running. Thank you, sir. You're truly a good man. No, a great benefactor. Luozan, as if pardoned, was weeping with gratitude. He was about to lead his men back to their ship when he suddenly paused, turned around, and looked at Cassie with hopeful eyes. Sir, you want money, right? No kidding. I'm a pirate. If I don't want money, do I want love? Cassie rolled his eyes in annoyance. Luozan rubbed his hands together and said cautiously, if you want money, why not go see our king? Tisk. Cassie gasped, sizing Luozan up. You got a grudge against your king, huh? Want to use us as hired blades to kill him so you can take his place? The world was going to the dogs. This guy looked honest, but his rebellious heart was way too strong. Truly, you can't judge a book by its cover. No, you misunderstand, sir. I am utterly loyal to His Majesty, as the sun and moon can testify. Luozan waved his hands frantically, almost kneeling again, and hurried to explain. It's like this: our kingdom's princess vanished without a trace within our borders 3 months ago. The king has been so worried his hair turned white. He personally promised whoever finds the princess and brings her back will immediately receive a reward of 50 million berry. No lies. Luozan paused, staring at Cassie with genuine sincerity. Sir, I can see you're a man of extraordinary bearing. Even the fearsome Mad Fong pirates couldn't stand a chance against you. Your methods are unorthodox and free. A great good man like you. This reward is just begging to be earned by you. Luozan's words were earnest, full of praise for Cassie's personal charm. As if not taking the 50 million berry would be a crime against heaven. Cassie's face twisted like head swallowed a fly. Are you cursing me? What good man? I'm a damn pirate. A ruthless, bloodthirsty pirate. Yes, you're a pirate. You're terrifying. I am so scared. Luozan obediently played along, putting on a frightened expression. But inside he thought, don't pretend. What pirate doesn't even fly a Jolly Roger? What pirate, after robbing people, doesn't take them as slaves, but lets them go? You're clearly a good man with principles and a bottom line. Though that bespectacled gentleman did look rather piratical. Kuluo. I feel indirectly called out. Cassie was dumbfounded. Staring at Luozan's "I've seen through you" expression, he felt a lump in his chest. Damn it. Do I really look so unneville? 9-year compulsory education has ruined me. Seeing Cassie's frustration, Ina pressed her lips together tightly and turned to look at the sea, but her trembling shoulders gave her away. Kuluo adjusted his glasses. The light behind the lenses gleamed with amusement. Lu Ka covered her mouth, wanting to laugh, but feeling it would be impolite. Finally, Cassie waved his hand weakly. Fine. Where is that Shine village of yours? Lead the way now. If you're lying to me, you'll tear your whole village down for firewood. It's the Shine Kingdom, sir. Luozan corrected on reflex, then beamed with joy. Right away, sir. This way, please. They'll have my ship. Lead the way. He scampered back to his own battered vessel, shouting orders to his equally relieved guards to hoist the sails, weigh anchor, and turn around, enthusiastically guiding the way. On the deck, Cassi stood alone at the bow. The sea breeze ruffled his silver hair, and his silhouette appeared. Gu Ina walked up to him, and in a rare move spoke first, her voice still carrying a trace of lingering laughter. Actually, Cassi being a good person isn't so bad. Luca also approached. Captain, perhaps this is destiny's arrangement. Kuluo advised, it doesn't really go against a pirate's quest for freedom and wealth, it's just a more refined way of living. Gaia clapped Cassi on the shoulder and grinned. Well, the road was twisty, but the result's good. 50 million berry Cassi. You'd never get that much from robbery. Looking at these comforting crewmates, Cassi finally sighed in resignation. Fine. A good man it is. At least there's money in it. Sand-hidden kingdom, the royal palace. It was not so much a palace as a slightly larger sandstone fortress. 3 stories high, the yellowish-brown walls bore the marks of time eroded by wind and sand. At the entrance, 2 abstract sandstone beasts, so vague that even the sculptor might not recognize them, barely upheld a hint of royal dignity. The interior was sparsely furnished, even shabby. The only thing that could signify status was the tapestry behind the throne, embroidered with an hourglass and a scimitar. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, great news. Guess who I've brought back? Captain of the Guard Lozen's voice preceded him, announcing his arrival all the way into the somewhat empty main hall. Oh, is it Eileen? Have you found her? Where's my little Eileen? Let your father see. King Edmund, a middle-aged man in a half-worn royal robe, rushed straight to the door upon hearing the voice. Then he saw the group of strangers behind Lozen, dressed in strange clothes and with distinct auras. Leading them was a young man with silver hair and heterochromatic eyes, so handsome it was almost excessive. He stood with arms crossed, curiously examining this shabby palace. Cast this palace. If we dismantle it and sell the stones, could it be worth 50 million berries? King Edmund's gaze lingered on Cass' face for 2 seconds, then shifted to the cold girl holding a sword behind him, the sinister man with glasses, the burly man, the strange man with a swollen face like a pig's head, and a handsome young man who looked like a chef. Finally, his eyes locked back on Cass, who had the highest appearance and seemed most like the leader. Could it be? A ridiculous yet cliché thought struck the anxious old father. You bastard. King Edmund was instantly furious. He pointed at Cass, his voice trembling with rage. Is it you, this handsome-faced pretty boy, who abducted my precious Eileen? No wonder she suddenly ran away. You must have tricked her with sweet words. Watch my foot. Before he finished, the old king launched an extremely standard flying kick straight at Cass' face. The move was clean and swift, even whistling through the air. Clearly, he had been a martial artist in his youth. What the hell? What's going on? Cass was startled by this sudden mountain of fatherly love, but the super perception from his wave-guiding power allowed him to react almost as soon as the other lifted his foot. Without time to complain, he executed a nimble sidestep like a matador, dodging a bull, perfectly evading the fatherly flying kick. Ouch! King Edmund missed his kick, lost balance, and inertia prevented him from stopping. He immediately performed a standard oldman knee slide for Cass. Oh, it's not New Year's or a festival, you don't need to bow like this, really, it's shortening my life. Cass rubbed his nose. This old king had a hot temper and a funny moves. The guards beside him quickly helped the old king up. Ouch! My old back. King Edmund held his lower back, grimacing in pain. He pointed at Cass, his beard bristling with anger. You little brat. You dare to dodge. Don't you know to respect the elderly? You abducted my daughter, and you dare to dodge my kick. Is there no law? Me? Abduct your daughter? Cass frowned at Lozen. You little punk, are you trying to frame me? Your Majesty? Wrong. Wrong. A huge misunderstanding. Lozen was terrified, hurriedly rushing to support his king, lowering his voice urgently. Princess Eileen hasn't been found yet. This is Master Cass, the expert I invited, who can find the princess. He's not the one who abducted her. No. King Edmund, supported by Lozen, stood up, rubbing his back. The anger on his face vanished instantly, and he squeezed out a stiff smile at Cass. Misunderstanding, pure misunderstanding. The desert sandstorms have been fierce lately, they blurred my old eyes. I mistook you. This. Sir, no, master, how should I address you? He sized up Cass, muttering to himself, not bad looking, good skills. If he really were with Eileen. Maybe it's not. No, is this the time to think about that? I am Cass, greetings to your Majesty. Cass nodded, slightly feeling a bit better about the old king. Though a bit rash, his love for his daughter was real. This sand-hidden kingdom was interesting. Master Cass, King Edmund rubbed his hands. May I ask how you plan to find my daughter? If you need any help, just ask. If I can do it, I won't hesitate. Your Majesty, before discussing how to find her, we need more detailed information. Kuro stepped forward, slightly bowing. First, when did Her Highness leave the palace? Why did she leave? Did she behave abnormally or leave any message before leaving? The more detailed, the better. King Edmund looked at Kuro, stunned by his calm and somewhat oppressive aura. And this is my strategist, skilled in intelligence analysis, Cass introduced. A strategist too. King Edmund's eyes lit up, his gaze toward Cass and the others becoming more respectful. He thought to himself, truly professional. It seems Lozen, this fellow, is useful after all. He sighed. The time was about a week ago. The reason? He glanced at the people behind Cass. It's really inconvenient to discuss publicly. It involves some internal palace matters. It's complicated. Listening to him was like listening to him. Cass didn't bother to pry into secrets. He directly offered his own solution. All right, I understand. Then your majesty, give me a personal belonging of your daughter, preferably something she has worn for years, and that carries her aura. After all, he was an awakener of the wave-guiding power, though his level was still at the initial stage. But it was quite reliable for tracking, sensing, and finding people or objects. It was like having a GPS signal source. Though the signal was weak, the general direction could be locked. A personal belonging. King Edmund hastily took out a silver necklace wrapped in silk from his bosom, reverently handing it to Cass with both hands. Will this do? He'll try. Cass nodded, took the necklace, held it in his palm, closed his eyes, cleared his mind, and immersed his consciousness into that strange sensation. Wave-guiding power reside in my heart. The invisible wave-guiding power spread out from Cass like ripples in all directions. The aura on the necklace was like a beacon, extending a faint thread in the perception of the wave-guiding power, pointing toward a direction in the east. A month had passed, and the aura was quite faint, but the general direction could still be sensed. He opened his eyes. I have a clue. The exact location needs to be confirmed when we get closer. Your Majesty, just prepare the reward money. Leave the rest to us. Really? Great. Thank you. King Edmund was so excited that he almost patted Cass on the shoulder again, but remembering the kick, he withdrew his hand, just kept thinking. As long as Eileen returns safely, our sand-hidden kingdom will scrape together the reward no matter what. This silver-haired young man simply touched the necklace, closed his eyes for a moment, and pointed out the direction. It was a miracle. Mr. Gaia, does the captain have this skill too? Kuro asked quietly. Gaia scratched his head on that. Cass said it's called wave-guiding power. I don't really know what it is exactly, but it's useful for predicting attacks and finding paths. Is it observation hockey? But it seems different. Ryuka frowned. He knew about the 3 types of hockey, but precisely because of that he found it strange. Cass' perception just now was too precise. Eyes closed, holding the necklace, in a few seconds he pointed out the direction. This clearly went beyond the scope of observation hockey. That's not observation hockey. It's Cass' unique ability, Kuina said calmly. She had lived with Cass at the dojo for 7 years. She had seen Cass use this ability. Walking in the dark without a light, he could accurately avoid every obstacle in complete darkness. She asked Cass how he did it, and Cass would say, I can sense energy fluctuations. I see a unique innate ability. Kuro said silently in his heart. Captain, the secrets you carry are even more than I imagined. Your Majesty. A voice abruptly rang out, shattering the slightly tense atmosphere. A tall, middle-aged man dressed in royal attire emerged from a side hall. He first cast a glance at Cass and his group, his gaze lingering especially on Kilo and others for a moment before bowing to King Edmund. Your Majesty, this matter requires caution. These people have an unclear origin and suspicious behavior. At a glance, they are obviously desperate rogues seeking a bounty not to be trusted. He continued, in my opinion, we should interrogate them strictly to clarify their backgrounds. Who are you? Blabbering here. Gaia glared at the minister with displeasure. He detested those who acted pretentious, spoke in a sarcastic tone, and were clearly up to no good. I am Hawk, the Minister of Internal Affairs of the Shine Kingdom. The minister, who called himself Hawk, straightened his back and boldly stared back at Gaia. You do not look like decent people. Your Majesty, I suggest that we detain all of them and subject them to severe interrogation. We will surely uncover whether they are related to the princess' disappearance. You let. Gaia was about to retort when Kilo slowly spoke. This minister to accuse those who have come to offer help based solely on subjective speculation without any evidence. Could it be that you are afraid we might actually find the princess and disrupt some of your schemes? Cass nodded quietly. This was the old way of doing things, first labeling before anything else. You. Hawk's expression shifted slightly, a trace of discernible malice flashing in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and coldly snorted. Your Majesty, look at this man. Not only does he have a sinister appearance, but he speaks sharply, clearly not a good person. Hawk, enough. King Edmund frowned and waved his hand. Since Master Cass claims to have a solution, we should give him a chance to try. You may step back now. Yes. Hawk bowed his head and retreated, a flash of cold light flickering in his eyes. Kilo returned to Cass' side and whispered, Captain, this person is abnormal. We must be cautious. It doesn't matter. Even if he is strange, he is just a kingdom minister, at most a local tyrant. Cass shrugged. He also sensed something off about Hawk. It was evident he had trained and possessed considerable strength. However, in this territory of the Eastern Sea, how strong could he be? Cass still had confidence in his team's strength. Unless he was Cap, who had retired to experience life in this desert kingdom, while also taking on the role of Minister of Internal Affairs. After a brief rest, the group mounted the unique single-humped camels of the Cheyenne Kingdom adapted to the desert terrain and set off in the direction indicated by Cass' guiding power. Sherhu Village. This is a small village in the eastern part of the Cheyenne Kingdom where the houses are built of mud and stones. The village is not large with about 20 to 30 households, and the houses are constructed of mud and stones. This is the normal architectural style in the desert area, providing insulation and protection against sandstorms. The villagers showed a hint of curiosity and caution upon seeing the unfamiliar group led by Cass. The princess. It can't be that she is here, right? Lozen looked at the dilapidated little village before him. It's too remote here. How could the princess come to suffer in a place like this? Didn't you search here before? Gaia was drinking from a water pouch and asked in a deep voice. You should have. Possibly. Searched right. Lozen's gaze wavered, lacking confidence. How did you even search for people? Luca looked at Lozen's demeanor and couldn't help but scoff. Your Cheyenne Kingdom is this small, and you haven't searched your own territory properly, yet you dare to set sail to other places. This is simply a casual door opening for you. It's become too easy. Let's go. Cass couldn't be bothered to waste more words with Lozen and waved his hand, dismissing him. Kilo Goena and others silently followed, leaving Lozen standing awkwardly in place. After passing through a few dusty paths and avoiding several crooked mud houses, Cass stopped in a place that looked like an open area in the village. In the open area, several half-grown children were surrounding a figure, seemingly learning something. The figure had its back to them, dressed in coarse cloth similar to the villagers, with brilliant golden curls simply tied behind her head, squatting on the ground and patiently explaining something to the children. You should exert force like this. Your footing must be stable and your core should be tightened. Imagine that you are a tree rooted in the earth. Cass took out the bounty notice featuring Princess Eileen's portrait that Lozen had given him, walked to the golden-haired figure, and calmly asked, "Is this you?" The golden-haired figure paused and slowly raised her head. It was a young face, slightly dusted, but unable to hide its natural beauty. Her features were delicate, especially her pair of amber eyes, clear and bright. She glanced at the bounty notice depicting the elegantly dressed princess with a dignified smile and replied without hesitation, "That's not me. That is clearly you." Cass pointed at the bounty notice. Although her attire was vastly different, that face and features were unmistakably the same person. Why ask when you already know? The young girl rolled her eyes, stood up, and looked at Lozen and the others behind Cass, frowning. Lozen, how did you find this place? And you brought so many peculiar people. Why, Your Highness? Lozen finally recognized that the girl in ragged clothes with a dirty face was indeed their princess. Oh, my princess, we finally found you. The king is almost going mad with worry. Please come back to the I won't go back. Eileen turned her head away, her tone resolute. Your Highness, the throne is waiting for you to inherit. Who cares about that broken throne? Eileen grew increasingly impatient, every day dealing with a pile of endless tedious matters, watching the treasury be empty enough for mice to run through, and having to bow down to those parasites from the world government. That is not the life I want. She paused and glanced at the children looking at her, her voice softening a bit. Besides, they need me more here. I can teach them to read and some self-defense skills. Giving them a bit more power to protect themselves in this sandy land is much more meaningful than being some princess. And Eileen wanted to continue sharing her ideals when suddenly she felt her body tighten. Unbeknownst to her, a small purple-black hand had tied her up with a rope, securing her tightly. Kojia. Gung-Gue clapped his stomach proudly. No, what are you doing? Let me go? Eileen shouted in shock and anger, struggling, but Gung-Gue's bindings were very tight, making it difficult to break free. Cass dug his nose, speaking lazily. You are my big business worth 50 million berries. Let you run away. What about my bounty? You bastard, do you see anything besides money? Eileen glared fiercely at Cass, her amber eyes almost spitting fire. She was talking about ideals and the meaning of life. Could this person not show a basic level of respect? At least let her finish speaking. What is there? Cass tilted his head, blinking innocently. Well, I still have you. Eileen's face instantly flushed, embarrassed and angry. What nonsense are you talking about? Her voice rose by 8 degrees, but the anger in her tone was visibly decreasing at a visible rate, while the shyness was increasing at a visible rate. Looking closely at this person, he seemed rather handsome, huh? No. Eileen, what are you thinking? Oh, behind her, Gaia, Zengo, Luca, and others instantly displayed ambiguous expressions, exchanging knowing glances. The captain is flirting with girls now. What progress? Goena tightened her grip on the sword, unconscious. Cass appeared oblivious to the expressions of his companions, and Gina's gaze continuing in that infuriating tone. You are money. 50 million berries, enough for us to live lavishly for a long time. He continued, so for the sake of my money, I mean for your safety, it's best for you to cooperate and come back with us. If you don't. He glanced at Gung-Gue. Gung-Gue cooperatively extended his long scarlet tongue, licking his lips and letting out a strange laugh of Kojia. Eileen almost choked. This bastard. Indeed, it was all for money. That sudden acceleration of her heartbeat earlier was definitely an illusion. It must have been sand in her eyes. Sister AI Lin, are you leaving? The children gathered around, their faces full of reluctance. AI Lin looked at them, her gaze softening. Yes, I have to go back. Train hard what I taught you, and don't slack off. Remember, only by becoming stronger can you protect what you want to protect, and choose what you want to choose. We remember. Goodbye, Sister AI Lin. The children nodded emphatically. AI Lin boarded the return journey with a sulky expression. That night, to celebrate the successful recovery of the princess, King AI Demand held a banquet in the modest hall of the palace. The food was not lavish, but clearly the best they could offer. The atmosphere was somewhat tense. Princess AI Lin was obviously still angry, her face cold throughout, occasionally throwing sharp glances at Cassie. Cassie, on the other hand, was completely indifferent. He ate and drank as usual, even commenting that the roasted sand lizard meat was slightly overdone, not as good as Lucas cooking. Lucas smiled and said it was too kind an honor. The banquet was in full swing, everyone relaxed. Then Huaku, who had been silent all along, suddenly erupted. He overturned the table, drew a chillingly cold, curved long blade from under it, and his body shot out like a coiled desert viper. The blade's gleam tore through the clamor, aimed straight at AI Lin's back. Fast, ruthless, precise, without warning. Princess, be careful. Huaku, stop. Protect His Majesty. The crowd was stunned, the guards too late. Clang. A dull, heavy sound like a hammer striking iron. The anticipated scene of the blade piercing flesh and blood splattering did not occur. The blade passed through AI Lin, and her body suddenly collapsed like a sand sculpture weathered for 1,000 years, dispersing into countless tiny pitch-black metallic-clustered grains of sand. The next moment, these grains swirled and coalesced in the air, reforming into AI Lin's figure nearby, completely unharmed. Huaku, how dare you? King AI Demand, both shocked and furious, slammed the table and stood. The banquet hall fell dead silent. Everyone stared in disbelief, first at the grinning Huaku with his blade, then at the princess whose body had turned to iron sand. Huh. The blade passed through. Gaia looked over curiously. Elementalization. A devil fruit user, and a Logia type at that. Cassie put down the flatbread, a keen interest sparking in his eyes. If you think. AI Lin flicked a speck of dust from her sleeve, lifted her chin slightly, and the corners of her mouth curled up. Darn man, stunned now, aren't you? Logia, the rarest of the 3 devil fruit types. It allows the user to turn their body into an element, rendering physical attacks ineffective, and to control natural elements for both offense and defense. Guess I'll have to charge more then. Cassie silently added a note in his mind. Koluo, however, was fixed on Huaku. He had long sensed something off about that man. It was the instinct of one kindred spirit to another. Huaku, what are you trying to do? King AI Demand, both shocked and furious, pointed at Huaku, trembling with rage. He never imagined that this minister who handled domestic affairs so smoothly and seemed so loyal would attempt to assassinate the princess before everyone's eyes. What am I doing? Can't you see? I'm killing your daughter. Huaku had now completely shed his disguise, a ferocious grin on his face, his eyes burning with intensity as he stared at the reformed AI Lin. I've been lying low for years, and today I've finally waited for my chance. This power rightfully belongs to me. The Logia, sand iron fruit. An elderly minister gasped in trembling voice. The guardian power passed down through generations in our Sandine kingdom. And the princess actually. Exactly. Another minister explained excitedly. Legend says it's a devil fruit that resonates with the kingdom. Whenever the previous user dies, the fruit is reborn somewhere in the kingdom. The ministers looked at AI Lin, tears streaming down their aged faces. We never imagined that Her Highness the Princess had already. Heaven blesses Sandine. Heaven blesses. Huaku sneered, cutting off the old ministers. Using such a top-tier fruit's power to guard this impoverished, broken kingdom is nothing short of a waste. I'll be straight with you. I was the one who schemed to kill the old geezer, your previous user. What? Lord AI, Grandpa AI Tez's death was caused by you. King AI Demand and the elderly ministers were thunderstruck. AI Lin trembled with rage, the iron sand around her surging violently. Huaku laughed maniacally. That old man did have some skill, but I killed him with a simple trick. Pity that after the fruit was reborn, this little girl happened to eat it. But no matter. A confident smile spread across his face. I've already obtained some seastone fragments. As long as I lock you in a specially made seastone box and kill you, the fruit will be reborn. Then with this power I will return to the Grand Line and reclaim everything that is mine. Good grief, a failed ambitious man with a backstory. Cassie was impressed, then changed the subject. Oh, so you're a big shot who came back from the Grand Line. My apologies, my apologies. But judging by your sneaky years-long lurking for a single fruit, you didn't do so well on the Grand Line, did you? Got beaten up so badly by some big shot you couldn't even live a normal life, so you ran back to the East Blue to pick up scraps. You don't know a damn thing. Huaku, as if struck in a sore spot, flushed crimson and roared, "I was once a supernova with a bounty of 125 million berry. My name, Heavy Hammer Huaku, was renowned in the first half of the Grand Line. 120 million. Luo Zan and the guards gasped, their legs trembling with fear. The highest bounty in the East Blue had never exceeded 30 million. What did 120 million mean? All the pirates in the East Blue combined might not be worth as much as him. What level of great pirate is this? We're doomed. The people of Sandine Kingdom turned pale. The faint hope kindled by the princess being a devil fruit user was instantly crushed by this terrifying number. Kuluo also frowned. A pirate with a bounty over 100 million might not be much in the Grand Line, but in the East Blue, it was a crushing advantage. After all, he himself was only 16 million, not even a fraction of that amount. Facing a pirate of this caliber, Kasi still had the leisure to turn and chat with Kuluo. To be fair, strategist, look at Minister Huaku, a man worth 120 million enduring humiliation and hiding here for a Logia fruit. That's a level of ambition and vision far better than you wanting to rob a little girl's inheritance. Kuluo said expressionlessly, "Captain, please stop talking. Wasn't he just trying to retire and live a peaceful life? Did he have to be repeatedly reminded of his past failures?" And that wasn't the point. The point was that they were now facing a genuine over 100 million bounty great pirate. Even if he looked like a loser, a lean camel was still bigger than a horse. Zhang Gao was already trembling. 120 million. Is it too late to run now? That's a monster return from the Grand Line. Lu Ka had also dropped his relaxed demeanor, his expression grave. A bounty like that, even in the North Blue, had be a pirate king dominating a region. Looks like we've run into a tough opponent. Wait, if you're doing so well and are a big shot in the Grand Line, why are you back in the East Blue? Gaia scratched his cheek, thinking that with such power, he wouldn't be short of a Logia-type fruit. Huaku's wild laughter abruptly ceased, his face contorting into humiliation instead. The dangers of the Grand Line are beyond the comprehension of brats raised in the hothouse of the East Blue. In front of that man, I almost died. That man, who? Kasi perked up with interest. Seeing Huaku's solemn expression, as if he had crawled back from hell, it must have been a major ordeal. Huaku slowly opened his eyes as if recalling some great terror, and said word by word, "A Navy Admiral. Akijit. A Navy Admiral. The legendary supreme combat power of the world government. You actually survived against that man. How is that possible?" The courtiers of the sand-hidden kingdom erupted in uproar, gasps and cries filling the air. If the previous bounty over 100 million only terrified them with the might of a pirate, then a Navy Admiral was a godlike existence they only knew from newspaper headlines. Surviving an encounter with such a being was itself a terrifying testament. Even Cass's crew, except for Kasi, who had already suspected it, instantly showed solemn expressions. Lu Ka set aside his usual gentle smile. To escape from a Navy Admiral, even if by sheer luck, is no easy feat. It seems we've really stepped on a landmine this time. He hailed from the North Blue and understood better what top-tier combat power meant. It was a force that could easily decide the fate of a country, even an entire sea. Kilo's tone was grave. An opponent who has survived an encounter with a Navy Admiral cannot be judged by ordinary standards. Zhang Gao was already trembling with fear, barely able to hold his hypnosis ring, and whined. "Maybe we should run. That's a Navy Admiral. Anything related to such monsters is trouble." But Gaia spat fiercely, his fighting spirit rising instead. "He's not an admiral. A dog that got beaten back home by an admiral putting on airs. If it comes down to it, we fight. I've been wanting to see if pirates from the Grand Line have tougher bones than those from the East Blue. The pinnacle of the world. Fighting someone who survived such a battlefield is exactly what I need to test how far my sword still has to go." Gui Na's goal had always been to become the world's greatest swordsman, and on the path to the summit, how could she fear a strong enemy? The group had varied expressions, but as the captain, Kasi, after his initial surprise, wore an extremely peculiar "Survived, Akiji. You." He looked at Huaku's profound expression of remembering the glorious past. This scene felt strangely familiar. He asked tentatively, "Are you sure Akiji even saw you? Could it be that you were dozens of nautical miles away, saw a flash of blue light on the horizon freezing a stretch of sea, and then ran back to the East Blue in a panic, and now you're bragging about surviving an admiral?" Kasi continued, finding the story more and more familiar. There was a certain guy in another scene who threw shurikens from 800 paces away and did the same thing. So resume padding was popular in the pirate world too. Respect. You. Huaku's face went pale, then red. Cass's words had hit his scar precisely. Back then. It was years ago. His fleet of 5 ships and over 300 crew members sailed grandly across the Grand Line. He was Heavy Hammer Huaku. Bounty 120 million berries. A supernova. These titles were quite renowned in the first half of the Grand Line. Though not as formidable as the true monsters, he stood at the top among ordinary pirates. He thought that if he just had a few more years he could go even further. Until he met that man. That day the sea was calm, even a bit boring. Then he saw a man in a white coat of justice wearing an eye mask looking half asleep, pedaling a bicycle leisurely. Huaku was stunned, thinking he was hallucinating. Riding a bicycle on the sea. What kind of performance art was that? Then the man seemed to notice their annoying fleet, yawned lazily, and muttered, "Era, what a bother." The man merely raised his hand casually. In the next moment, terror descended. The sea within sight instantly turned into a crystal-clear ice plain. His flagship, built with a fortune and laden with ambition along with most of the escort ships, was complete. The crew on board, their expressions frozen in place, became lifelike ice sculptures, their life force extinguished instantly. Orel's mind went blank. Why was a Navy admiral here? Shouldn't he be in the second half of the Grand Line at Mary Geos at Marineford in those truly important places? Why was he in the first half? Huaku later learned that Akiji was just on vacation. Yes, vacation, riding a bicycle. A Navy admiral riding a bicycle on the sea for a vacation. Just because he happened to be cycling and happened to pass by Orel's entire pirate career ended. Wasn't this bullying? But perhaps Akiji really couldn't be bothered with a mere insect. He casually froze most of the obstructing ships and continued pedaling away leisurely. Huaku and a few officers barely escaped with their lives. But the absolute zero chill had pierced deep into his soul like the most vicious ice spike. His ambition was shattered by the absolute gap in power. The former supernova, like a ship with a broken mast after a storm, limped back to the east blue. He needed power, greater power. Then he accidentally learned the secret of the Suna no Mi in the sand-hidden kingdom. Logia type, the treasure of the sea. If he could obtain the power of a Logia, he could return to the Grand Line and reclaim everything he had lost. The dying flame of ambition rekindled, burning even more greedily. So he went into hiding, playing the role of a loyal minister waiting for the right moment. Back to reality now that Kasi had publicly exposed the padded, resumed the thread of reason in Orel's mind. He roared, "Enough talk. Once I get this Logia fruit, I'll fear no Akiji, no supreme combat power." Buzz. The moment he spoke, he lunged again, his curved blade slicing through the air straight at Ai Lin's face. "Protect the princess." Luo Zan, pale with fear but bound by duty, gritted his teeth and drew his sword to block. However, slap. Without even using his blade, Huaku casually swatted with his free hand. Luo Zan spun sideways like a baseball hit for a home run and passed out. This guy, is that weak? Gaia was dumbfounded. He had thought Luo Zan with his tall build and guard squad was at least some elite mook, but that was it. A grunt taken out with one slap. Kilo, standing nearby, added insult to injury with his characteristic sarcasm. "What did you expect from someone who ran from the Madfong pirates? Perfect. They'll make you pay for Grandpa, Aite." Aaron rushed forward, swinging both arms abruptly. Iron sand rain. The black iron sand swirling around her instantly split and condensed into countless thumb-sized pellets like a Gatling gun raining down upon Hawk. A mere parlor trick. Hawk sneered, and facing this barrage of iron sand that could riddle an ordinary man with holes, he began to whirl the curved longsword in his hand. Clang, 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 clang. A continuous cascade of explosions. Most of the iron sand pellets were shattered by the impenetrable blade light, and in the blink of an eye Hawk had broken through the barrage and was closing in on Aaron. Borrowing the momentum of his charge, the longsword swept upward in a vicious arc, aiming straight for Aaron's waist and abdomen. Aaron's pupils contracted sharply, and she instinctively activated her elemental form again, her body instantly dispersing into black iron sand, allowing the blade to pass through. "I knew you'd use that trick." A grim twist curled the corner of Hawk's mouth. He had been prepared. His slashing motion did not pause, but instead, he used the forward momentum to execute a swift, powerful spin. His free left arm shot out in a punch. "Ugh!" Aaron cried out in pain, her delicate body flying backward like a kite, with a broken string, her elemental form forcibly interrupted. "Jengar," Cass thought. "Kojia." The Jengar lurking in the shadows instantly materialized, catching the falling Aaron, steadily cushioning her impact. How can you hit me?" Aaron clutched her chest, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Logia users should be immune to physical attacks after elemental transformation. "Why, oi?" Hawk tore off the tattered robe, fully revealing the black combat suit underneath, and his left arm. It was not flesh and blood, but a mechanical arm full of steampunk style. And embedded in the knuckles of the fist were several dim, dark fragments of stone. Knowing you Logia types are troublesome, I specially collected some sea stone fragments and embedded them into the fist of my impact iron arm before the fight. Hawk raised his mechanical left arm. Though the purity isn't high, it's more than enough to break that troublesome elemental form. "You despicable." Aaron's face turned pale. That punch from Hawk not only severely wounded her, but also shattered the faint hope she had gained from her newfound ability. Princess Erin has fallen too. It's over. Even the guardian power has been defeated. What do? Heaven wants to destroy our Sand-Hidden village. The people of Sand-Hidden immediately fell into wailing despair. Erin's fall was no less than the sky collapsing for them. King Edmund suddenly stood up. What are you crying for? What are you shouting for? We're going to die anyway. Instead of waiting for death, we might as well fight him. Are the men of Sand-Hidden completely devoid of courage? However, what answered him were mostly evasive eyes and cowering postures. Your Majesty, what can we fight with? Even Princess Erin's guardian power has failed. Going there is just suicide. Edmund looked at these subjects completely devoured by fear, a wave of powerlessness surging in his heart. Success by iron sand, failure by iron sand. They had relied on the protection of this fruit for too long, so long that they had forgotten how to fight with their own strength. When the guardian fell, they became lambs awaiting slaughter on the chopping block, having lost even the courage to bare their horns. Tisk, 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 look. Hawk shouldered his long sword, his gleeful gaze sweeping over the trembling lambs. A bunch of worthless scum like you deserve to possess such a top-tier fruit. This fruit can only unleash its true power in my hands. Amidst the wild laughter, the impact device on Hawk's left arm emitted a high-pitched, charging hum again, the blue light dazzling. He aimed his fist at King Edmund, who was at the front of the crowd. Old fool, let's start with you. Heavy explosion rush. Boom. A punch was thrown. The terrifying high-pressure shockwave left his hand, transforming into a visible air cannon. Your Majesty, be careful. Father. Erin watched helplessly as the destructive shockwave hurtled toward her father, but she was too injured to stand. At this critical moment, Aegislash King's shield. Cass' voice rang out. The next moment, Aegislash appeared, and the energy barrier of the king's shield unfolded before King Edmund. Clang. The explosion echoed through the hall. The violent impact force caused the golden light on the shield surface to ripple violently, and the shield itself was blasted backward. King Edmund was even knocked back by the blast, stumbling and sitting down hard. Blocked. But Cass' heart, such immense impact force. The instantaneous burst of that mechanical arm was terrifying, feeling even stronger than the skyquake waves emitted by Luca. This hawk with a bounty over 100 million was certainly not just all talk. Kid, you want to stop me? Hawk's gaze turned cold and venomous as it shifted to Cass. This silver-haired brat who had repeatedly provoked him, exposed his scars, and now dared to block his way, had successfully ascended to the #1 spot on his kill list. In other words, this kid had already earned his death. Cass shrugged. No choice, my payment hasn't been settled yet. If he's gone, who do I bill? How about you? The mechanical arm on this guy was ugly, but it might be worth something stripped and sold. Kid, you're pretty cocky. Hawk laughed in fury. Think that just because you happen to block my casual strike you can stand on equal footing with me. Who gave you the courage? He abruptly pointed his long sword at Cass. Listen up, kid. In the heavy hammer Hawk with a bounty of 120 million berries. When I was fighting bloody battles in the Grand Line, you milk-fed brats were still playing house in some nameless village in the East Blue. Bang, 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 boom. The next moment, the side windows and walls of the hall were simultaneously smashed open from the outside with tremendous force. A large number of pirates poured in, each wielding various sharp weapons, their eyes fierce, their bodies exuding a brutal and bloody aura. At the forefront of these pirates, 3 figures of particularly formidable presence stood behind Hawk. The first was tall and thin as a bamboo pole, holding a pair of slender, curved, horn-like strange sabers in each hand in reverse grip. The second was over 3 meters tall, like a small giant. His muscles bulged like granite blocks, almost bursting the leather armor on his body. He carried an iron club as thick as an adult's thigh on his shoulder, and just standing there gave people a suffocating pressure. The third was wrapped in a loose black robe, his figure gaunt, fiddling with a tattered doll, with a talisman stuck on it, his eyes cold and sinister. Boss, you finally called for us. It was boring as hell blowing sand outside. The slender dual-sword wielder said with a grin, but his eyes swept over the crowd like a viper. Thought the boss could handle it all by himself, how boring. The giant rumbled, slamming his iron club against the ground, creating a shallow pit. I foresaw. Tonight the threads of fate for this country will meet their end. The man in the black robe spoke slowly in a hoarse voice. These 3 were precisely the top executives of the heavy hammer pirates who had followed Hawk back to the East Blue. You. King Edmund stared at the horde of fierce pirates flooding in, and the 3 officers who clearly meant trouble, the last trace of color draining from his face. It was over. The Sand-Hidden Kingdom today was truly doomed. See that brat? Did you really think that with a few stray cats and dogs like you could stand against my hammer pirates? Hawk pointed at Cass, the silver-haired brat who had repeatedly provoked him, and reopened his wounds. I'm going to show you right here and now what the terror of the Grand Line really is. Seal the doors. Leave no one alive. Yes, sir. The pirates roared in unison, their killing intent soaring into the sky. Whoosh! The first to move was the tall, lean swordsman, as thin as bamboo. His foot shifted slightly on the stone floor, and his entire form dissolved into a low, streaking blur. Twin blades crossed like the deadly silver fangs of a scorpion aimed directly at Quina's pale neck. Double fawn flash. Faced with this sudden lethal strike, Quina stood frozen, as if stunned. Woman, your courage is admirable, but a blade is not a woman's plaything. The man's voice carried a flippant, murderous intent as he closed in instantly. Quina's eyes narrowed slightly. Oh, is that so? Clang, clang. Two crisp, ice-cracking impacts, almost simultaneous. The curved blade man's confident twin-blade pincer was firmly blocked by the drawn Wado Ikamanji. Missing his strike, Cullen's eyes flickered with surprise as he retreated to regain distance. He shed some of his flippancy and began to seriously appraise the blue-haired girl holding the sword. I am Quick Draw Cullen, bounty 45 million berries. Woman, blocking my double fawn flash proves you're more than just a pretty face. Quick Draw. Quina tilted her head slightly, as if pondering the title, then gave a gentle shake of her head. But in my eyes your blade is not that fast. At least not fast enough that I can't see it. Arrogant. The smile vanished from Cullen's face. Sharp tongue, aren't you? Let's see if your blade is as hard as your mouth. He let out a sharp cry and moved again. This time he began to spin rapidly around Quina. Faster and faster until he became a silver whirlwind. His twin blades whirled like wheels in the dizzying spin, layer upon layer of blade light, like a deathly lotus of countless lethal edges blooming in an instant. Round dance, thousand cuts. Faced with this torrential onslaught, Quina finally got serious. She stepped back slightly with her left foot, her right hand steady on the hilt, and drew Wado Ikamanji again. Shimatsuki-style moon shadow. Clang, 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 clang. A dense cascade of metallic clashes rang out. Blade light crisscrossed, figures intertwined. It was a stalemate. No, Quina was subtly gaining the upper hand. She was adapting, using this quick-draw swordsman to hone her skills. No matter how wildly Cullen's blade wheel raged, the cold moonlight stood firm as a rock, holding him at bay. This woman, where did she come from? Cullen grew more alarmed with each exchange. His vaunted speed and deceptive swordplay seemed completely seen through by this blue-haired girl, blocked at every turn. On the other side. Hey, you shorty over there. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Get over here and let me smash. On the other side, the giant of a man looked down at Gaia, who was a head shorter, his voice like a muffled thunder. The hell did you call me a shorty? Gaia flared up. Though standing before a 3-meter giant his own 2-meter height did seem petite. But could he take that? The hell I called you, that's what. Tobu laughed wildly, his iron club thick as a man's waist swung in one hand, crashing down toward Gaia's head. Bring it on. I love a good heating clash. Hardening. A fierce glint flashed in Gaia's eyes. His skin color deepened noticeably, and his right fist swelled, becoming a true rock hammer. With a simple, unadorned uppercut, he met the descending iron club Heaton. He would test which was harder, the brute's iron club or his rock fist. Boom. A visible ring of air exploded from the two of them, overturning several tables nearby. The stone slab beneath Gaia's feet turned to powder instantly. On his rock-hard right fist, cracks like spiderwebs appeared. This brute's strength is damn huge. Gaia was secretly shocked. Since eating the earth fruit, this was the first time he had come off worse in a pure contest of strength. The giant on the other side was also forced back a step by the terrifying recoil. In the east blue, someone had actually taken his full force swing and remained standing, a worthy opponent. He looked at Gaia with even more fervor. I am giant strength, Tobu, bounty 35 million berries. Shorty, state your name and bounty. Gaia shook his numb right arm. The cracks quickly mended as rock particles flowed. He spat, bounty. Not a thing. I'm Gaia. If you want to fight, fight, don't blabber on like a woman. Zehahaha. You've got guts. Tobu was not angered but pleased. He loved a straight-up, tough bone. He gripped the iron club with both hands and swung again. Think I'm afraid of you? Rock fist. Gaia roared in return, his fists once again coated in thick rock like two tireless war hammers madly clashing against Tobu's iron club. Bang, 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 crash. The violent exchange of power left both pirates and sand-hidden soldiers watching in awe, scrambling away from the area for fear of being caught in the blast. 1-2 Django. Fall asleep. In a corner of the chaotic battlefield, Django was frantically swinging his hypnotic ring at the last officer, the gaunt, black-robed man. Django thought to himself, control one officer first, score a big merit, and maybe earn a higher status on the ship. However, faced with the hypnosis, Jaro's pale face twisted into a sinister smile. Hypnosis? A child's trick. I am Jaro, bounty 30 million berries, known as the Cursed Mage. The ragged doll in Jaro's hand stared straight at Django. Django suddenly felt dizzy. The scene before him warped and spun. My cursed doll needs a medium. Who would have thought you'd deliver yourself to me? J-Ro said in a sinister tone, his bony fingers twitching lightly, as if pulling invisible strings. Puppet curse marionette. Django's eyes widened in terror as he found himself completely losing control of his body. He began slapping himself with both hands, left and right. Slap, slap, slap. Soon Django's face swelled visibly red, making his already pig-like face even worse. Watu can't control myself. Lord Kuro, help. Django now regretted it bitterly. If he had known these guys from the Grand Line were so twisted and powerful, he would never have stepped forward. Worthless. Crow's icy voice resounded not far behind Django. Rushing in without the slightest understanding of your opponent's capabilities. How many times do you think a life like yours can sustain such recklessness? Hearing this, Django sobbed even harder, yet his body continued to slap his own face uncontrollably. Jaro's hollow gaze shifted to Crow, and the eerie smile at the corners of his mouth widened. So by your words, you're the one in charge here. Then why don't you try my curse magic? With those words, Jaro's withered fingers abruptly flicked through the air toward Crow. Puppet needle. Several nearly invisible delicate threads shot toward Crow at tremendous speed. You want to control me? Crow's eyes turned cold and his feet stomped the ground with terrifying frequency, executing over a dozen rapid strikes in an instant, a pace barely perceptible to the naked eye. Silent step. Whoosh. His figure vanished on the spot, and all the puppet needle threads missed their mark. That footwork, speed bordering on teleportation. It's one of the Navy's 6 styles shave. You're a Navy man. Jaro's hoarse voice carried a hint of wariness. The Navy's 6 styles were the signature martial arts of Navy officers at the rank of captain and above, as well as CP agents, formidable and difficult to counter. No. Crow's voice came from behind Jaro's side, where he had reappeared silently, habitually pushing up his glasses with his wrist. The specially crafted cat claw, 10 blades, had already been quietly fitted over his hands, a cold gleam flickering. I'm a pirate. Is that so? Then I cannot let you live. A fierce light flashed in Jaro's eyes, knowing that a speed-type opponent was his bane. He had to end this quickly. He spun around, his 10 fingers twitching wildly. Puppet needle heaven and earth net. This time, instead of a few strands, dozens of threads burst outward like an erupting spiderweb, indiscriminately spraying in all directions from his center. Anyone attempting to close in would be pierced by these threads in an instant, becoming his new puppet. Silenced. Crow frowned slightly, his figure flickering again. Occasionally the 10 blades would slash at the threads, producing a grating metallic screech. Useless. My puppet threads are woven from rare ghost face spider silk, as tough as steel. Your speed may be impressive, but your strength still falls short. J-Ro sneered triumphantly, maintaining the expansion of his threads. Troublesome fellow. Crow kept dodging, confined to a certain range, unable to easily close in. However, because J-Ro had focused most of his attention on Crow, Django finally managed to stop slapping himself and scrambled behind an overturned table. As expected of Lord Crow. So reliable. Django shuddered with lingering fear. Though he had been scolded, his life was saved. Lord Crow, you are my god. Kid, do you really think that with your little group you can stand against my heavy hammer pirates? Hawk stretched his powerful frame, the mechanical left arm emitting a humming charge like a beast's low growl before the hunt. Let's find out. I've always wondered how much of a former supernova who was casually smacked around by a Navy admiral is still worth. Cass grinned, and through his mental link the Aegislash stood like a most loyal steel wall between him and Hawk, its red eye on the shield's center, calmly observing this formidable foe. Looking for death. It'll smash you and your shield into scrap metal. Hawk's feet exploded against the ground, leaving a shallow crater, and he shot forward like a massive cannonball wrapped in a ferocious aura. His left fist clenched the complex piston mechanisms and energy conduits on his arm, blazing with intense blue light, emitting a high-pitched, ear-piercing hum of stored power. On the surface of his fist, spiral compressed air currents were clearly visible, even distorting the surrounding air. Impact, super heavy blast. Boom. An even more terrifying explosion erupted. The moment the fist met the shield, a blinding blue-white light burst forth like a small sun. The violent shockwave no longer scattered in rings, focused into a cone and blasted forward. Clang. The Aegislash's king's shield, which had easily withstood the airquake waves, shuddered violently under this punch. The shield surface was dented inward with a deep, clear fist imprint. Ugh! The Aegislash couldn't help but let out a pain-suppressed groan. Cass was shocked. Such terrifying, instantaneous, explosive power. Seastone handled armor-piercing, while high-pressure impact delivered the output. Armor-piercing plus output equals penetration. This device was tailor-made for a power-type fighter like Hawk, elevating his destructive capacity several levels. No wonder he was so set on the sand iron fruit. With this strength combined with sand iron, he indeed had the right to be arrogant. See that, kid? That's what true power is. Absolute power that crushes everything. Hawk laughed wildly, his left fist like an unrelenting pile driver launching a storm of blows against the Aegislash. Punch after punch. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. The deafening sounds like a continuous bombardment from a heavy artillery battery exploded in the hall without cease. As he attacked furiously, Hawk applied pressure with his words, tremble, fear. The terror of the Grand Line is beyond the imagination of you brats from the East Blue. Once I get that Logia fruit and combine the power of Sand Iron with this impact iron arm, what Navy Admiral, what Warlord, what Emperor? They will all grovel and tremble beneath my iron fists. I, Hawk, am the one destined to reach the summit and become the only pirate king. The more Hawk fought, the more frenzied he became, his eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty excitement and a twisted delight. He reveled in this process of crushing others' hopes with absolute power, especially these brats who showed a bit of talent and harbored overly idealistic dreams about the future. He would shatter their ideals, their pride, everything. Just as his own ambition had been casually crushed by Aokiji back then. The Aegislash's King's Shield, under such relentless high-frequency strikes, was forced back step by step, its light barrier flickering and new cracks appearing constantly. King's Shield full power output. Cass poured more mental energy through the dense wave link into the Aegislash, supporting and reinforcing its defense with all his might. He couldn't keep enduring like this. Though the Aegislash's defense was strong, the opponent's frequency of attacks was draining his energy at a geometric rate. What's wrong? Just hiding behind your shell like a turtle. Your broken shield is about to give out, isn't it? Once I smash this shell, I'll grind you into meat paste. Hawk roared with laughter, his assault growing even fiercer. Behind him, Erin watched the silver-haired back that stood before her, the man she had once mistaken for a rogue, with a complicated heart. Why? Her voice was a little hoarse, filled with confusion and a tremor she herself didn't notice. Why are you risking so much to help us? You are clearly strong enough. If you wanted to leave now with that ghost, that shield, and your companions, you'd have a chance. She wasn't ungrateful. Cass and his crew had displayed combat power far beyond the East Blue's standard. If they simply wanted to protect themselves, retreating now would not be difficult. Cass, fully focused on maintaining the Aegislash's output, didn't even turn his head and replied with a hint of impatience, Lady, you're annoying. Haven't I made it clear enough? You are my money. Do you think I could just stand by and watch someone else take my money? That's no different from taking my life. Was this princess addled? Asking such naive questions at a time like this. Anyone would think he was playing the hero saving a damsel in distress. You? Is there nothing in your eyes besides money? Erin choked on these words, feeling a sharper pain. Does this person really not understand good from bad? What a waste of that face and those skills, just a greedy fool with a dead brain. On the other side, Luca punched out, sending 3 pirates flying, and shouted to Cass, Captain, there are quite a... He was strong, but there were too many pirates. Fighting alone was exhausting. Cass glanced back at Erin, who seemed to still have some strength, and said irritably, Can you move? If you can move, go help over there. Don't just be a hindrance here. Huh? Me, eh? Erin was taken aback. No kidding. Hurry up. Is your sand iron just for show? It's about clearing the way, sister. Cass urged. What about you? Don't you need help here? Erin couldn't. Although this person spoke annoyingly, he was indeed fighting desperately for them. Leave this to me, you don't have to worry about the rest. Cass' tone was surprisingly serious. Oh, okay. Erin obediently agreed, waving her arms as the black sand iron around her condensed into bullets, shooting toward the group of pirates attacking Luca like splashed water. Sand iron downpour. Bang, bang, bang. The caught off guard pirates fell in droves, screams erupting greatly, easing Luca's pressure. Thanks, beautiful. It's much easier now. Luca smiled faintly, the pressure significantly reduced, and his punches became sharper. Finally, it's over. Cass breathed a sigh of relief, allowing Erin to leave the front line so he could fight more freely. Although he spoke lightly, the pressure from Hawk was very real. Still using this move? Watch me smash it. Heavy explosion, continuous strikes. Hawk's impact device emitted a violent buzz as his still using this move. Watch me smash it. Heavy explosion, continuous strikes. Hawk's impact device emitted a still using this move. Watch me smash it. Heavy explosion, continuous strikes. Hawk's impact device emitted a violent buzz as his left fist hammered down like a pile driver. Not done yet. Arm. Cascade sharpened. A layer of faint dark sheen quietly covered the surface of the sturdy shield monster. Armed hockey hardening. Moreover, it was layered over the already powerful King's Shield. Double defensive stack. This was the first time Cass had used armed hockey in actual combat since setting sail. He originally thought that with wave guidance and the special abilities of his Pokémon, he could handle most situations, keeping hockey as a trump card. Unexpectedly, in this remote desert kingdom, he encountered Hawk, a pirate with over 100 million bounty, who had returned from the Grand Line. Hawk's subsequent heavy explosion struck the shield covered in armed hockey, the explosion still deafening, but the shield merely trembled slightly. What the hell is that thing? Hawk's pupils contracted sharply, unable to believe that his invincible heavy punch was easily blocked by that suddenly appearing layer of black coating. Clearly Hawk's pirate crew had not yet entered the new world and did not fully understand hockey. It seems that the supernovas from the first half of the Grand Line have such limited knowledge. Clearly Hawk's pirate crew had not yet entered the new world and did not fully understand hockey. It seemed Gung Gui, who had been lurking in the shadows, floated out happily. The sturdy shield monster glowed and vanished into the pokeball at Cass' waist. Yes, Cass had pokeballs. He just didn't use them much since he didn't usually battle. But now for quick rotations, recovery of energy, and tactical coordination, it couldn't be more suitable. Kojia. Gung Gui quickly clasped its hands in front of its chest, forming 3 shadow balls that shot toward Hawk in a triangular formation. Just a small trick. Not over yet. Hawk, though surprised, swung his long knife with his right arm, slicing through the air and exploding the 3 shadow balls. Not done yet. Gung Gui opened its mouth and spewed out a thick, pungent, purple poisonous mist that instantly enveloped several meters around Hawk. Cough, cough. Damn it. You little brat are playing dirty. Hawk coughed repeatedly, completely blinded by the mist, his senses severely affected. Use mystical light. Gung Gui's large white eyes flashed with light, shooting out a bizarre and mesmerizing colorful beam into the poison mist. Though Hawk immediately closed his eyes and turned his head, the poison mist interfered with his perception, and he still caught the residual light, feeling a strong dizziness, as if the world was spinning. His consciousness blurred for a moment in confusion. Damn ghost. Get away from me. Hawk, suppressing the dizziness, activated the blue light on his left arm's impact device, and a violent airflow exploded around him, temporarily dispersing part of the poison mist. But the dizziness still lingered and his steps were slightly unsteady. Now's the time. Qinghui switched to sword form. Cass' thoughts moved again. With a flash of light, the sturdy shield monster appeared, instantly switching back from shield to sword form, the sword's body intertwined with the dark hue of armed hockey. Holy sword armed slash. It raised high, striking down towards the unsteady and dazed Hawk with the force of a great mountain. This sword strike condensed Qinghui's own holy sword along with the enhancement of armed hockey, making it the strongest attack Cass could unleash in this state. You little brat. Who do you think you're looking down on? Hawk, a former supernova with a bounty of over 100 million, forced himself to suppress the dizziness, unleashing an astonishing willpower in the face of life and death. He poured the remaining strength into his left fist, the device on his mechanical arm, emitting an ear-piercing screech as it overloaded. Impact, ultimate explosion. Break it for me. The blue-white shockwave collided Hedon with the white sword light. Boom, boom, boom. The circular energy shockwave swept wildly in all directions, indiscriminately. The hard and heavy stone slabs of the ground were lifted by an invisible giant plow, layer by layer. Erin exerted all her strength, constructing layers of thick sand iron barriers in front of Aidman, and the remaining sand hidden, barely blocking the residual shockwave. Guena, Gaia, Klo, Lu Ka, and the 3 major officers and pirate minions also stopped, staring intently at the center of the collision. As the dust settled, everyone looked on in horror. The place where the banquet hall once stood had turned into a circular ruin with a diameter of over 30 meters. In the center of the ruin, Cass was breathing heavily. Using 2 Pokémon at such high intensity and combining armed hockey with the holy sword attack had drained his stamina like never before. In front of him, the sturdy shield monster floated quietly, having automatically switched back to shield form, its red single eye half closed, looking utterly exhausted. Well, this is quite a mess. Cass smirked. A pirate with a bounty of over 100 million was indeed no small fry. Even a loser was not an easy opponent. Not far from him at the edge of the ruins, Hawk lay on his back. His left arm, with the impact device, had vanished from the shoulder joint down. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but only thick blood mixed with internal fragments gushed from his mouth, staining his chin and chest crimson. The unwillingness in his eyes flickered like a candle in the wind, extinguishing swiftly in a brief moment. He completely lost all signs of life. The bounty of over 100 million, a former supernova, an ambitious man who narrowly escaped from Admiral Akiji's grasp. Heavy Hammer. Hawk is defeated. Defeated strong enemy. Heavy Hammer. Hawk points reward 5,000 points. Achievement unlocked. First defeat of an enemy with a bounty of over 100 million points reward 3,000 points. Current points 15,800 points. The night wind blew through the ruins, stirring up dust mixed with the smell of blood and char. Hawk boss is dead. In no way. Absolutely impossible. How could the boss fall here? Karen was the first to react, staring incredulously at the incomplete body not far away. Hawk, the one who led them out of the sea of corpses and blood in the Grand Line, the one who would return even in the face of an admiral, just died like this. And died in the East Sea. Died at the hands of an unknown silver-haired brat. What kind of ridiculous joke is this? Damn it, you killed the boss. The giant Tobu was driven into a frenzy. Tobu, calm down first. The sorcerer Jaros' voice remained hoarse, but now carried a hint of panic. The boss is dead, the situation is against us. Retreat. He was rational, or rather, he valued his life, knowing that without Hawk, their strongest fighter, the three lieutenants, stood little chance against these strangely formidable kids. Especially since that silver-haired captain was still there. Rational? How can you expect me to be rational? Tobu refused to listen. He drove his iron rod into the ground, grabbed a half-broken stone pillar nearby, and swelled his muscles to the limit. Get up. Rumble. The heavy stone pillar, which would take several people to embrace, was torn from its foundation by sheer brute force. It'll smash you into a pulp. Tobu hoisted the pillar onto his shoulder like a gigantic battering ram and swung it horizontally at Gaia. You're really asking for it, aren't you? Gaia was also fully enraged, his rock powers surging wildly. The color of his arms deepened abruptly, as if their density had multiplied instantly. Weighted rock double collapse. Gaia stepped forward instead of back, and just as the pillar was about to strike, he thrust out both fists. Boom. Another earth-shattering impact. The pillar's forward momentum abruptly halted. Two deep fist marks blasted into its side, and countless cracks spread like a spiderweb from the impact points. Ugh. Tobu's tiger's mouth split open, blood streaming. He couldn't understand why this shorty's strength had increased so suddenly. So you think you're strong? Like to smash things? Gaia slammed both fists into the ground again, this time pushing his devil fruit ability to its limit. Power of the earth. Rumble. The ground beneath Tobu's feet began to churn violently, like a waking. Two giant hemispherical rock mountains over 10 meters in diameter rose like the earth's gaping jaws from Tobu's left and right, then slammed shut. They were about to crush and grind him in the middle. What a... Tobu was horrified. He quickly released the pillar and braced his hands against the converging rock walls, trying to stop them. Boom. In an instant, the two mountains merged with tremendous force, clamping Tobu tightly. Only the sound of muscles and bones being compressed could be heard. Ugh, let me go, bastard. Tobu struggled wildly, trying to push the rocks apart, but the enhanced rock mountains were incredibly hard, and the squeezing pressure from all sides grew stronger. His bones began to groan under the strain, blood oozing from his mouth and nose. Get buried underground. Gaia's eyes blazed with fury as he drove his fists downward again, pouring more power into the earth. The ground shook violently once more. The two giant hemispherical rock mountains clamping Tobu began to sink slowly, as if pressed down by an invisible hand. No. Soon Tobu's screams were cut short by the grinding of rock and the muffled thuds from below. Only thick, viscous blood spurted from the crevices, staining the surrounding rubble red. Silence fell. On the other side, Karen, who had been locked in combat with Quina, saw Hawk's death and Tobu's burial. His mind wavered and his sword technique became erratic. Your blade is nothing more than this. Quina's cold voice rang out like a death sentence the moment his round danced 1,000 cuts. Karen suppressed his fear and unleashed his ultimate move again. Twin blades swept toward Quina like a silver storm. Quina's shadow followed him like a ghost. Wado Ikamanji traced a cold flash of light as she tilted the blade slightly. Sojitsuryu swallow reversal. 3 icy sword flashes almost simultaneous, yet from different angles, like homing swallows, sliced across Karen's neck, heart, and abdomen in an instant. Clink, clink, clink. In one exchange, Quina had already sheathed her sword, turning her back to Karen, who stood frozen in place, leaving only a cold, aloof silhouette. Karen remained in a defensive retreat posture, paralyzed, his face still twisted in shock. 3 hair-thin but absolutely fatal red lines slowly appeared on his neck, chest, and abdomen. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but only blood bubbles emerged. Clang, clang. His twin swords dropped weakly to the ground. Seeing his comrades fall one by one, the only surviving Lieutenant Jero had but one thought left: I must survive no matter what. Revenge for the boss, ambition. All were worthless in the face of death. Living was what mattered most. Without hesitation, he turned and bolted toward a gap in the palace blown open by the shockwave. Running. Did you ask me? Kira's icy voice, like a clinging curse, sounded extremely close behind him. Jaros' soul nearly left his body. Without looking back, he flicked his fingers frantically backward. Puppet thread, heaven and earth net. Countless gray-black special threads sprayed backward, trying to block Kuro. With just you can't kill me. Oh, is that so? Kira's voice carried a hint of mockery. His figure blurred before Jaros' eyes, and in the next moment. Spoon. SSSHH. 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 The sound of the toughest strings being severed by a high-speed vibrating blade. The puppet threads, tough as steel wire, were cut through instantly under Kira's speed-maximized spoon, like a hot knife through butter. Howie, how can you cut my puppet threads? Jero turned back in horror, his face full of disbelief. His puppet threads were incredibly tough, nearly impervious to ordinary blades. Our captain once said something I find very true. Kira's figure was like a ghost. He looked at Jaro's shocked eyes and said slowly, "Speed is power. If it's fast enough and focused enough, even a piece of paper can cut through steel. And my spoon happens to be not too slow." As his words fell, Kira's figure vanished again. Wish, wish, wish. The last thing Jaro saw was the glint of 10 blades flashing past his neck. Then the world spun and darkness descended. His vision began to invert, and he saw his own headless body. With the 3 lieutenants dead and Captain Hawk slain, the remnants of the heavy hammer pirates scattered like birds. They were captured or killed by the recovering Aaron and the emboldened guards. The noise gradually subsided. Cass caught his breath, stood up, and looked around. While the palace hall was gone, nothing but ruins. His comrades were all battered and looked rough, but their spirits were intact, and no one had lost a limb. Cass turned to Edmund, grinning. "Hey, King. The battle's over. Time to settle the bill, right?" King Edmund, supported by Aaron, rose shakily to his feet. He looked at Cass, his lips trembling. He wanted to say something, but couldn't utter a word. Finally, he just bowed deep. Aaron looked at Cass, profile moonlight glinting on his dust-covered silver hair. She suddenly remembered what he had said earlier. "You are my money." "What a bastard." "I said as long as the money's there, why did you come aboard too?" Cass stood on the deck, watching the blonde woman, who sat at the bow, as if she were returning to her own home, utterly unabashed. It was Eileen. She was now dressed in a cream-colored hunting outfit, leisurely enjoying the sea breeze and the morning light shimmering over the ocean. Hearing this, she gracefully turned sideways, chin resting on one hand, her amber eyes shimmering with a mischievous light, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. "What, not welcome? Yesterday you were fighting tooth and nail for me, and today you turn your back on me. Minha." Her tone was plaintive, and she casually flicked a strand of hair behind her ear with a flourish. Stop, stop, stop. You're overdoing it, sis." Cass quickly made a timeout gesture, feeling goosebumps rising. "Let's keep things separate. I fought like hell for the berries, not really for you personally. Money changes hands, debts cleared. That's basic business ethics. You're lying through your teeth." Eileen let out a light snort, shifted to a more comfortable position, leaning against the gunwale with her long legs crossed, her toes tapping lightly now, and then making Zango, who was pretending to scrub the deck, stare blankly. "What doesn't your country need your protection anymore?" Cass asked curiously. She had just said in the palace that the entire nation depended on her alone, yet now she was boarding the ship. The turnaround was too fast. Bad girl behavior. Eileen hopped lightly down from the gunwale, walked up to Cass, her playfulness gone. Father has come to his senses too. A country can't always rely on just one person or one power. The iron sand fruit is a guardian power, but it can't become a breeding ground for dependence. This incident with Hawk made Father and many of the surviving ministers realize that true protection lies in giving the entire nation from top to bottom the courage to stand up, take up arms, and fight for themselves and their homeland. She paused, a hint of pride in her tone. Besides, as a guardian, going out to see the world and learn new things might bring back advanced technology later. That's far better than moping around in the palace all day. In short, it's a strategic overseas study trip, a roundabout way to save the country, get it? Fine, you're right. Cass thought to himself, she sure can talk, but he didn't bother arguing with her about such grand principles. But let me warn you, this is a pirate ship. The risk is extremely high. We could be chased by the Navy at any moment, or get ambushed by fiercer pirates, end up as afternoon tea for the Lord of the Coast. In short, it's a life of uncertainty, living on the edge, understand? I know. Eileen took a few steps closer to Cass', hands behind her back, leaning forward slightly, her breath warm and sweet. And I heard. Your pirate crew seems to be missing a professional navigator. Cass couldn't help but swallow. Few, quite overwhelming. Eileen noticed his gaze but didn't mind, blinking her beautiful amber eyes. Are you sure you don't want to consider me? Salary is negotiable, and I can also double as a combatant and occasionally fill in as a ship doctor, dear. How did you know we were short-handed? Cass narrowed his eyes. This question was crucial. Eileen smiled without speaking, just glancing behind Cass. Cass instinctively turned, scanned the deck, and finally locked onto Gaia. That burly man was now tiptoeing toward the cabin. Gaia, it was you, wasn't it? Gaia froze, let out a dry laugh. Aha. What a round sun today. No, so big. Perfect for scrubbing the deck. Yeah, I'm going to my room to get some cleaner. With that, he dashed into the cabin with surprising speed for his bulky frame. Gaia breathed a sigh of relief after closing the door. Could he be blamed? At the victory banquet yesterday, Eileen came over to toast and casually asked what positions the ship was missing. Acting on the noble principle of recruiting talent for the team and strengthening our power, he spilled the truth after drinking. He said they lacked a reliable navigator, otherwise heading to the Grand Line would be a suicide mission. Who knew this princess was so decisive, packing her bags and boarding the ship the very next day? Eileen couldn't help but laugh, slightly bowing. Then let me formally introduce myself. My full name is Edmund Eileen, 19 years old, user of the Iron Sand Fruit, proficient in navigation. My dream is to witness all the wonders of this world with my own eyes and chart my own life map of the sea. From today onward, please take care of me. Cass looked into her eyes. Those amber eyes no longer held the confusion from their first meeting. Now there was light within them, like a lost ship finally finding its true course. Hey Gaia, get out here, Cass shouted toward the cabin door. The door cracked open and Gaia poked half his head out, cautiously asking, Captain, any orders? His name is Reinhardt, Gaia, the first mate. He's decent in a fight, but not too bright. You can come to him if you need anything, or of course to me. Cass pointed at Gaia. Got it. If anything comes up, just find me. Gaia immediately promised. Cass is just a hands-off captain, purely decorative. You want a mutiny? Cass made a half-hearted kicking motion and Gaia squawked, quickly shutting the door again, but his arrogant laughter still seeped through the crack. Very impressive, then it'll come to you from now on, Vice Captain Gaia. Eileen called toward the door in a voice sweetened with at least 3 pluses. Eileen called to Gaia behind the door. Got it. Sister Eileen, rest assured on this ship, Big Brother's got your back. Gaia's muffled, proud voice came from inside. Look at you showing off. Cass grumbled. Shimatsuki, Kuina's swordsman. A cool voice came from the Kuina sat at the cabin entrance, Wado Ikamanji, resting across her knees, hands on the scabbard, her posture perfectly upright. A forbidding aura, the demeanor of a master. However, Eileen's eyes lit up, and she quickly approached Kuna. Nana, I'll call you Nana from now on, it sounds so Nana. Kuina's brow twitched slightly, a ripple of discomposure crossing her cool face. That nickname was too intimate. Exactly, Nana. Eileen nodded, then curiously stared at Kuina's well-fitted swordsman outfit. This outfit is really nice. Is it a custom-made kendo uniform? It looks different from the usual styles. With that, Eileen reached out her fingers, pinching the sleeve of Kuina's white short-sleeve top, gently rubbing the fabric. Kuina's voice was a bit stiff, unaccustomed to such sudden physical contact. The material is really comfortable. Where was it made? Dojo. Kuina's answers grew shorter. Wow, in this belt. Eileen's fingers moved toward the sash around Kuina's waist. You? Don't touch. Kuina stiffened, her aloof exterior instantly shattered, her fair ears reddening visibly as she retreated slightly. The movement was subtle, but Cass saw it. Kuina was backing away. Kuina, the heir of the Shimatsuki style. The one who started swordsmanship at 3, defeated all her peers by 5, and could split a waterfall with a single slash at 18. She was retreating. Introvert Kuina had encountered the greatest nemesis of her life. Extrovert Eileen. Be good. Let me see. Far from holding back, Eileen grew even more excited at Kuina's coy resistance. She loved this kind of contrast, an outwardly cool interior that might be soft. Exploring the true nature of this aloof, swordswoman's sister, how interesting. She pressed forward, trying to study the unique design of Kuina's collar. No. Kuina's face flushed even more, her hand on the sword hilt tightening and loosening repeatedly, until finally, she looked to Cass for help. But Cass was stroking his chin, showing no intention of intervening. Oh, how interesting. So Kuina had this side. The other male crew members also turned away in tacit understanding, either pretending to look at the sea, studying the deck grain, or counting clouds in the sky. But the corners of their eyes and their slightly trembling shoulders betrayed their true amusement. Ah, how wonderful. Youth, vitality, and closeness. Was this the romance of the sea? Love it. I am Flammer Luca. A gentle voice broke the delicate atmosphere on the deck. Luca walked over from the kitchen, dressed in a clean white chef's uniform with an apron tied around his waist. He gave a slight bow, his movements as elegant as a head chef receiving distinguished guests at a fine restaurant. I am currently the cook. If you 2 young ladies crave anything, just say the word. If Her Highness the Princess feels homesick, I can also prepare a few specialty dishes from the Shine Kingdom. As Luca spoke, his gaze swept warmly over Eileen and Gaina, both relieving Gaina's awkwardness and expressing welcome with a perfect sense of propriety. Hilo currently serving as the strategist. Hilo's words were brief, his eyes resting on Eileen for a moment, assessing the value of this new member. A Logia-type ability user specializing in navigation. Theoretically a great addition to the team. But her personality is too lively, and there seems to be some chemistry with the captain requiring observation. In the assistant, Zhongyao. If you need anything, Lady Eileen, just let me know. Zhongyao quickly raised his hand, his face still slightly swollen. Eileen finally let go of the nearly fuming Gaina, clapping her hands with a laugh. Our ship's crew is quite well-rounded. We have everything we need. And by the way, what's the name of our pirate crew? A name is very important. It's what will appear on wanted posters, newspaper headlines, and how others will talk about us. The air on the deck froze. The previously harmonious group instantly fell into a subtle. Even Kasi rubbed his nose somewhat uncomfortably. That was a good question. Earlier they had been so busy recruiting, fighting, making money, and leveling up that they had completely forgotten the process of naming their crew. Mainly in his impression, pirate crews didn't really have names, like the Buggy Pirates, the Alvita Pirates, the Creek Pirates. They were basically just the captain's name with a title in front. But now that the crew was together, Cassie felt that they indeed needed a formal name that could represent them. He couldn't have others later ask and be told, "Oh, that silver-haired group," or Cassie's crew. That would be too degrading. It would make them sound like a band of outlaws. Eileen, with her high emotional intelligence, instantly grasped the truth from everyone's reactions. She clenched her right fist and lightly tapped it against her left palm, wearing an expression of sudden realization. I see. It must be because the name is too important, requiring careful consideration to ensure it represents our crew's grand aspirations right. Ah, yes. Exactly. Cassie, relieved, immediately took the offered escape route, showing a gratified look of, you understand me. A name is the soul of a ship, the banner under which we make our name on the grand line. It must be thoughtful, profound, and meaningful. So you guys didn't have a name. Eileen pressed on, proposing. How about this? Each of us thinks of a name, and then we discuss it together. Maybe we'll spark the perfect idea. That's a good idea. Zhang Ao was the first to raise his hand in approval. He loved democratic activities like this that made him feel involved. I'm fine with it. Gaina also nodded slightly. I agree. Luca smiled and nodded. Great. Cassie made the final decision, waving his hand in a leaderly manner. Then let's start with the proposer. Eileen, you go first. Show us your princess art of naming. I think, Eileen cleared her throat, since we just left the Shine Kingdom and am on board, how about the Shine Pie? It commemorates the place where we met, and it sounds a bit resilient. Cassie's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but retort, you. That's too obvious. People would think him just a hired muscle and transport captain for your Shine Kingdom. How would I live that down? If it were named that he, the captain, would directly become a hired hand. The King's Pirates. Tisk, no taste. Eileen pouted, but didn't insist, knowing the proposal was a bit self-serving. I think the Shuangyue Pirates is also good. Gaina spoke almost immediately. Cassie held his forehead. One used a country, the other a family name. Are you two planning to debut as a duo? Next, should Luca propose the Flammer Pirates. Nice try, but don't try again. Rejected. Next. Gaina pressed her lips together and said nothing more. It seemed naming was harder than expected. My turn, Gaia's voice came impatiently from the cabin. I think we should call it the Earth Pirates, symbolizing that we are as steadfast as the earth. Treading the earth, conquering the seas with fists. What do you think? Isn't it powerful? Cassie rubbed his chin, considering. Put it on the back burner for now. Although it had some symbolic meaning, at least it wasn't a selfish suggestion. I think it might be better to call it the Cassie. Luca's voice sounded simple and direct, just like the Pirate King Gold. Roger, the captain's name is the most resounding title for the crew. I believe that under the captain's leadership, this name will eventually resound in every corner of the world. Great. Cassie's eyes lit up. This proposal pleased him greatly. Bold, direct, and face-saving. That Luca sure knew how to talk. Gaia immediately countered, Luca, you're really trying too hard to get ahead. The flattery was so thick he could smell it from 800 meters away. Kilo also looked at Luca, his gaze dark. Why hadn't he thought of this proposal first? A missed opportunity. Cassie motioned for Gaia to shut up, then looked at Luca. Good suggestion, but let me correct you. The Pirate King's name is actually Gold. Roger, not Gold, Roger. D. What difference does it make? Luca was puzzled. Clearly, even as a former prince of the North Sea, Luca knew little about the mystery of the D clan shrouded in the fog of history. But Cassie didn't intend to delve into it now. That's a long story. He'll tell you all in detail later. Let's continue with the naming. He looked at Kilo, who had yet to speak. Strategist, your turn. Show us your intelligence and come up with something striking. Kilo adjusted his glasses. Instead of directly giving a name, he looked at Cassie. Captain, what is the purpose of our voyage? This question was very Kilo. He wouldn't blindly agree or give random suggestions. He first needed to clarify the core, then derive the result. Purpose. Isn't it to be pirates? Gaia was taken aback and answered matter-of-factly. What was there to ask? Being a pirate is just an identity. Kilo didn't look at Gaia. His gaze was fixed on Cassie. Purpose, huh? Cassie didn't answer immediately. He stood at the bow, hands in his pockets, his silver hair fluttering in the sea breeze. In the Laji Mountain, the purpose was to survive. At the Isan Dojo, it was to grow stronger. After setting sail, the purpose seemed to become bringing everyone along to grow stronger, go on adventures, and make money on the side. As for the ultimate purpose, naturally it was to take down those swine of the celestial dragons. But Cassie wouldn't say that. As a leader, one should toss the question to subordinates. That was the art of leadership. Cassie countered, Kilo, what do you think? Kilo seemed to have anticipated Cass' question. He bowed slightly, his tone steady and clear. In my opinion, the captain's goal is by no means merely to attain the shallow title of Pirate King or to pursue mere treasure and power. No, actually treasure is still very important. Cass shouted in his heart, but his face remained expressionless, unfathomable, as he said, go on. A corner of Kilo's mouth lifted. from the captain's style of conduct what you seek is perhaps something more fundamental, more subversive. It is to break a certain established order to witness or create some new possibility to find an answer amidst the endless voyage. Good heavens! Cass exclaimed inwardly. Kilo, it's a real waste that you didn't become a psychologist or a motivational speaker. This reading comprehension, this deep analysis, this ability to elevate the theme. Cass was almost moved by himself. So he was this great, this profound. So, Kilo concluded, his gaze sweeping over every crew member present. Based on this understanding, I have a small, immature suggestion. Our pirate crew might be called Dawn. Dawn. The others repeated the word in low voices. Indeed. Kilo nodded, his voice not loud, but carrying a persuasive force. Dawn symbolizes the light at the end of darkness, the hope after a long wait, the end of the old era, and the beginning of a new one. It is not domineering, not ostentatious, yet it contains an unstoppable force that pierces through all gloom. He looked at Cass meaningfully. And this name seems to suit the captain perfectly. Because you yourself perhaps are the first ray of dawn that this ship can see. The deck fell silent once more. Gaia's mouth twitched. He had thought Luca was already a genius in the art of flattery, but there was an even greater master. This wasn't just bootlicking, it was elevating Cass to a pathfinder, illuminating the age. The key point was that it sounded plausible, leaving no room for rebuttal. Luca reflected inwardly that he was indeed too superficial, only thinking of using the captain's name, while Kilo the strategist had delivered a dimensionality reduction attack from the conceptual level. Learned, truly learned. Dawn, Guyana repeated softly, her eyes flickering. She recalled the silvery figure sweating in the early morning at Shuangyue village. This name was unexpected. Zhang Yao, though not understanding all the intricate implications, muttered inwardly, Lord Kilo is so good at naming, why did their previous pirate crew have such a casual name as Black Cat? Dawn, I like this name. Aylan's eyes sparkled. The people of the desert knew best the meaning of waiting for dawn and longing for the first light. Everyone's gaze finally focused on Cass. Facing the crowd, a myriad of emotions surged within Cass. That Kilo, a true brain player, had analyzed things from the 5th level. But he had to admit the name Dawn did touch some secret expectations deep in his heart. Coming to this world, having the system, gaining companions. Wasn't it all to tear open a gap in the predetermined fate and see a different landscape? Cass suddenly slapped the gunwale and decided, good. From today the Dawn Pirates are officially formed. Our goal is to become the first light to pierce the gloom of this era. Let the name of Dawn resound in every corner of the world. Ooh, Gaia was the first to raise his arm and cheer. For Dawn, Guyana whispered to herself, gripping her sword tightly. It is an honor. Kilo adjusted his glasses, a faint curve of a smile at the corner of his mouth. May everyone journey with the dawn. Luca smiled. Long live the Dawn Pirates. Long live the captain. Zhang Yao danced with joy. Jengar emerged from Cass' shadow, spinning in the air. Jengar. Just as the fervent atmosphere reached its peak, a system notification sounded in Cass' mind. Achievement unlocked, day of departure, officially formed a pirate crew. Reward points, 3,000. Host level raised to 50. Third Pokémon summoning permission unlocked. System shop now allows purchase of Megastones and Z crystals. See details. Cass was stunned. Level 50 already. He opened the system panel. Host Orel Cass, level 50 abilities, basic body techniques, basic swordsmanship, aura power, observation, hockey beginner, armament, hockey beginner points, 18800 Pokemon, Jengar, Aegis / overall assessment, stop fishing in the East Blue, go to the Grand Line, and cause some big news. The experience packets here can no longer satisfy you. Level 50, 3 levels higher than when he set sail. He had fought the Madfong pirates and some small crews, earning some experience. He had fought the Heavy Hammer pirates, gaining a lot of experience. Especially Huaku, through the trial of life and death, had given experience points that training could never match. Cass tapped the shop. The Megastone section, which had been gray and locked, was now colorful and purchasable. He scrolled down. Then the smile on his face instantly froze. Damn, is this a robbery? The shop interface displayed the newly opened Megastone section, a dazzling array of evolution stones, but the price is below. Charizard XY Megastone, 200 points, each Lucario Megastone, 1500 points, Metagross Megastone, 3500 points, Jengar Megastone, 200 points. Z crystals were also expensive, ranging from 500 to 200 depending on the type. He looked at the Pokemon summoning interface. With the level increased, the summoned Pokemon could no longer be bought at the basic stage. The starting point was the final evolution form and the prices. Jengar owned Arcanine, 1500 points, Charizard, 200 points, Garchomp, 3800 points. Cass felt his heart bleed. The points he had just obtained, not even warmed in his hand, seemed unable to make even a splash here. No, he could still buy a Z crystal. Earn points. He must earn more points. A fierce, unprecedented desire to make money burned in what stars and seas. In the face of Pado and power-ups, they are all but clouds. Paying is the primary productive force. Cass, what's wrong with you? Your expression is so strange. Aylin's voice came from beside him. She had seen Cass' expression go through a complex transformation in just a few seconds: delight, shock, pain, despair, and then a morbid fanaticism. What a waste not to be an actor. Nothing. Cass closed the system panel, suppressed the pained expression, and switched back to captain mode. All right. Celebration over. The naming ceremony is a complete success. Now that we have a professional navigator and a resounding crew name, the next goal of our Dawn Pirates is very clear. Everyone looked at him. Was it Lowtown? Or a direct advance into the Grand Line? Cass waved his hand grandly. Set sail. The Gaia Kingdom. The Gaia Kingdom. Cass, are you? Gaia's voice came from behind, his tone somewhat. That's right. Exactly what you're thinking. Cass looked at Gaia, and for a moment it was as if he had returned to that hunting ground. 7 years ago, he and Gaia, like two wild dogs driven to the edge, had escaped from that deathly hunting ground in disgrace. Time changes. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. It was time for revenge. Hilo remained silent. The captain indeed had a story. Guyana's expression did not change. Wherever Cass wanted to go, she would follow and clear the path with her sword. The Gaia Kingdom. The most beautiful kingdom in the East Blue. Eileen tilted her head, her golden curls fluttering in the morning breeze. The most beautiful. Perhaps. The corner of Cass' mouth lifted slightly, but there was no mirth in his smile. The walls inside are indeed very beautiful. What lies outside the walls? That is another story. The Kingdom of Gaia. A member state of the world government. The most beautiful country in the East Blue. The epitome of civilization in the mouths of nobles, a pearl in travel guides, and a synonym for order and elegance in newspapers. Of course, that is only for those who live within the high walls. Beyond the walls, on the reverse side of the world, there is another name. Great Terminal. Or rather a garbage dump. Poverty, disease, and despair like mold clinging to a heap of refuse, endlessly proliferating, ceaselessly thriving. The leftovers, torn clothes, and even dangerous industrial waste discarded by the noble lords constituted the entire living space of the people here. Is this where Kasi used to live? Guyana gazed at the distant slums under the gloomy sky, a flicker of complex emotion passing through her clear, cold eyes. She recalled that when Kasi occasionally mentioned his past in Frostmoon Village, he always spoke in a light, offhand tone. Back then the place I lived was quite lively, and the neighbors were very warm. Scenery. Oh, the scenery was quite unique. You could see the beautiful city walls when you looked up. She had once thought it was just an excuse to avoid talking, perhaps a bit exaggerated. The environment here was even more harsh and hopeless than she had imagined. Kasi, so am I right? Ah, you were an orphan? Ai Lin's voice sounded beside Kasi, and an almost instinctive surge of maternal tenderness instantly ignited within her. He used to live in a place like this? How much hardship he must have endured. Should I give him a hug? Hey, what's with that look? Anyone would think you're my mom. Kasi grimaced with disdain. This person's eyes are so tender they could drip water. Women are just creatures overflowing with sympathy. I'm just concerned about you. Ai Lin was taken aback, a little annoyed, but as she looked at Kasi's excessively calm profile, that irritation inexplicably dissolved into a deeper stirring within her. This man. What exactly has he been through? Gaia, so. No one cares about me. Soon the group set foot on this land that was both familiar and strange. It was still chaos, even more disordered and dilapidated than in memory. Most of the shacks he knew were gone, but there were even more new shacks, refugees and figures huddled beside piles of trash. Emaciated children with bare feet scavenged through the garbage for food, fighting over a piece of blackened hard bread. Hunched old men leaned against crumbling walls, afflicted with diseases, but with no medicine to cure them, silently awaiting the arrival of death, destined to become part of the trash mountain. Fights, looting, and oppression were everywhere in the streets and alleys. Survival of the fittest was the only law here. The sensational hunting game a few years ago seemed not to have reduced the number of these people by much. Because the source remained. As long as those lofty noble swine continued to indulge, this garbage dump would forever have new fuel injected to sustain its tragic ecosystem. Unbelievable. This is the place called the most beautiful kingdom in the East Blue. Ai Lin simply could not believe it. Her Shine Kingdom was poor, but poverty was different. The Shine Kingdom lacked resources, but its people had dignity. The king lived in an ordinary palace, but he did not build a wall within the city to divide people into inside and outside. And this place was simply the foulest festering sore beneath the veneer of civilization. Heaven and hell. It seemed they had no right to choose, only a fate to be chosen. Most beautiful. How those nobles living inside the high walls. They certainly live beautifully. Gaia revealed a sneer mixed with mockery. But their beauty is built upon the bones of countless people like us. Luca fell silent. This former prince from the North Sea who had experienced the fall of his nation also felt a suffocating sense of oppression. The beauty of the Gaia kingdom also reminded him of the dirty dealings hidden under the whitewashed peace of the North Sea countries. Kaluo said nothing, merely scanning calmly. In his eyes, this garbage dump was not only a place of misery, but also a powder keg. A powder keg that only needed a spark to ignite. And they might just be that spark. So Kasi, what should we do next? Gaia turned to look at Kasi. He had dreamed countless times of the chase that nearly cost them their lives. He did not believe Kasi had merely come to revisit old haunts. Kasi's gaze slowly fixed on the towering wall in the distance, a clear line of demarcation. Gather the people. In a place like the garbage mountain, reasoning was useless to gather a scattered mob of refugees. The most effective method was always the most primitive one. Force and the display of force. Gaia walked to a relatively lively spot where several thugs holding rusty iron rods and broken knives stood. Outsiders, you look new. Do you know whose turf this is? A scar-faced thug at the front sneered, brandishing his iron rod. Oomph. Gaia couldn't be bothered to talk. Rotten oranges were rotten oranges. He lifted his right foot and stomped hard on the ground. Boom. His ability activated. Two giant hands made entirely of mud and rubble, and as large as houses, rose from the garbage heap with a thunderous roar. What the hell is that? The scar-faced man was scared out of his wits. The other thugs screamed and tried to flee, but their legs gave way. Everybody shut up. Gaia's eyes sharpened and his right hand clenched in the air. Bang! Bang! The two rocky giant hands suddenly opened, then in front of hundreds of refugees, they grabbed the most ferocious local bullies like chicklings, squeezing them gently before tossing them aside. The surrounding refugees, who had been numb and indifferent, all widened their eyes, as if witnessing a miracle. Control over the earth. What kind of power was that? Was it a deity? In the face of such power, obedience became the only choice. Soon, in a relatively open area of the garbage mountain, over 1,000 people gathered, and the number was still growing. Most of them were ragged and gaunt, their eyes full of vigilance. Like a frightened flock of sheep, they huddled together, gazing at the few outsiders on the platform. People of distinct temperaments, all exuding a dangerous aura. Kasi stood on a platform built of wooden planks and iron sheets, his gaze sweeping over the bewildered faces below. He said nothing, but signaled Kaluo with a glance. Strategist, your turn. Kaluo understood, stepped forward, and positioned himself slightly in front of Kasi. Clearing his throat, he said, Ahem. Since the founding of the Gaia Kingdom, there have been 7 kings in total. Every single one of them, without exception, was a bastard, a beast, a scumbag, a parasite. And the current King Seatelli, this scumbag who climbed to power by licking the celestial dragon's boots, is the worst of the bastards, the beast of beasts, the scumbag of scumbags, the parasite of parasites. The people below gaped in astonishment. Cursing the king. In the Gaia Kingdom, cursing the king meant imprisonment. Not maybe, definitely. They had seen too many people dragged away and never seen again, just for saying the king's taxes were too heavy. And this bespectacled man dared to call the king a bastard in front of so many people. Was he crazy? Or tired of living? Kaluo paid no heed to their reactions. He turned slightly, revealing Kasi behind him. And today your good days have come. The captain of our Dawn Pirates, Orel Cass, will lead you to overthrow this rotten kingdom. A deathly silence. Then an eruption of exclamations. They're insane. Absolutely insane. Overthrow the kingdom. With us. This trash. Who are they? Pirates. Can pirates be trusted? This is not how you seek death. They'll be slaughtered by the royal army and hung on the walls to dry. Doubt, fear, mockery, eyes of curiosity. Surge like a tide. Well said. Gaia stepped forward at the right moment, standing beside Kalu, and used the inflammatory rhetoric Kasi had taught him beforehand. The wind rises, clouds soar. Where to find brave men to roam the land. Though Gaia didn't fully understand the meaning, it sounded imposing. Nobles. They must be fought at all times. We must fight. Imagine yourselves with your beloved family in your own home, chatting and singing. At this point, Gaia's voice suddenly turned harsh. Suddenly we were raided by nobles. People were injured, belongings were looted, even the last shred of hope was trampled into the mud. How tragic. Gaia's performance was heartfelt, hoarse, and extremely infectious. Truly, the listeners were heartbroken and moved to tears. Many surviving refugees were instantly reminded of their most painful memories, their eyes reddening and teeth gritting. Luca and Eileen, standing nearby, had rather subtle expressions. Luca, I know it's a strategy, but Gaia's acting feels a bit too real. Eileen, although our Sunain is also very poor, my father the king is a good person. Your scope of attack is too broad. Hey. Kasi, Gaia, look at you talking as if it's real. Gaia, don't ask if it's adapted from real events. So, Gaia composed himself and raised his arm again, shouting, a day without nobles is a good day. The Shuguang pirate crew today is going to take you to a good life. Goody. Well said. I've had enough. Finally, voices of agreement arose from the crowd, like sparks of fire beginning to ignite. At this moment, Gastly slowly walked to the front of the platform, holding a flintlock pistol looted from the Huaku pirate crew's spoils. He raised the gun and aimed at the sky. Bang! A crisp gunshot like a thunderclap instantly silenced all the clamor below. The crowd below instantly fell silent, all eyes fixed on the silver-haired figure. Gastly slowly lowered the gun, his gaze sweeping over the dark mass of the crowd, and said slowly, "My name is Orel Cass, and I am a pirate. Today I came to Goya Kingdom to do only 3 things. Fairness, fairness, and fucking fairness." Gastly paused, raised his hand to point at the distant high wall. "Now I'm going to tear down that wall. Those among you who want to follow, pick up whatever weapons you have and charge in with me." As his words fell, Gung Gui, who had been floating behind Gastly with a wide grin and making faces, suddenly flashed with crimson light in its eyes. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shadow balls, each as large as a wash basin, whizzed toward a small hill not far away. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out one after another. The small garbage hill was instantly shattered into pieces by the violent energy. The crowd below screamed and retreated, their faces filled with fear and shock. In the crowd, a thin man struggled to push through, looking up at Gastly on the high platform. "Are you here to save us?" "Save me?" Gastly looked down at the man, revealing a smile that seemed cruel in the other's eyes. "No, I'm here to lead you to death." The crowd stirred with murmurs. "Follow me, and perhaps in the next moment you will die on the charge under the..." "Don't follow me, and you will stay here forever, repeating the same life as today, until one day you silently become another pile of trash. To slowly rot in despair, or to burn brilliantly in madness. The choice is in your own hand." With that, Gastly no longer looked at the crowd behind him. He jumped down from the platform and walked toward the city wall. Gung Gui floated beside Gastly, letting out a strange laugh. Gaia Kalu Guyina, Luka Eileen, and Zhang followed closely behind. They left behind a crowd that was deathly silent, then gradually began to seethe. They actually went. "Are we going? Go to hell. They're a bunch of lunatics. Pirates. Seeking death themselves and dragging us along as cover. But they seem quite strong. Strong. What can they do against the kingdom's army? Stronger than the city walls and cannons. Going there is just suicide. Damn it, I've had enough. Scrounging for food in the garbage heap every day, bullied by thugs, treated like dogs by nobles. Either way we die, I'd rather die a quick death. I'm in, right? Let's go with them and see. What if it actually works? Watching won't hurt, right? Follow from far away, run if things go wrong. Count me in. I've wanted to take on those nobles for a long time. They'll go too. It's death either way." With the first person stepping forward, a second, a third followed. Like iron filings drawn by a magnet, they went from scattered groups to a vast dark mass. Tens of thousands of residents of Garbage Mountain, clutching a faint hope, so slim it was nearly illusory, followed far behind the Shuguang pirate crew. In their hands they held wooden sticks, iron pipes, rusty kitchen knives, chipped sickles, or just a sharp piece of broken glass. The heavy panting merged into a sound like the dull thunder before a storm rolling over the Garbage Mountain. "Gastly, you had quite a leader aura just now, especially those words of persuasion. Absolutely awesome." Eileen quickly walked to Gastly's side, tilted her head to look at him, her amber eyes full of admiration. "What persuasion?" "It's strategic mobilization." Gastly glanced at her sideways. "Truth is often the hardest to hear, but also the most powerful." Gaia leaned in. "Am I not cool? I had so many lines just now, so full of emotion. With such passion, I think I'm pretty cool too." "Well, not bad, moderately cool." Eileen thought seriously. "It's mainly that Gastly has a better grasp on the aura. You can't imitate that." "Zhang also wants lines." Zhang muttered quietly, looking enviously at Gaia and Kalu. He too wanted to leave his voice in this historic moment. "He'll arrange it for you next time," Gastly said without turning his head. "Really, Captain? I'm so touched." Zhang was instantly moved to tears. "Everyone, this guy is hopeless." The group crossed the chaotic Garbage Mountain area, gradually approaching the thick city wall dozens of meters high that separated heaven and hell. On the city wall, guards in royal military uniforms had already spotted this unusual group. The alarm bell was rung and more guards appeared behind the battlements, raising muskets and setting up cannons. "Halt! Who are you?" "This is Goya Kingdom territory. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to approach. Step back immediately or you will be killed without mercy." A guard who appeared to be a squad leader shouted harshly from behind the battlements using a megaphone. That group, the rabble in the back, were manageable, but those in the front looked troublesome. It would be best to scare them off. The people in the back instinctively stopped and retreated. The fear of the city walls and muskets was ingrained in their bones. The Shuguang pirate crew said nothing and continued to approach. Gastly gazed coldly at him. "Open fire. Fire, open fire." The squad leader felt a chill in his heart from that stare, unable to suppress his fear any longer, and fiercely swung his hand down. Bang, 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 bang. Gunshots rang out continuously, bullets whizzing toward the position of Cassie and the others. Leave this to me. Eileen stepped forward, her arms spread wide, the air around her trembling slightly. Buzz. Fine black iron sand coalesced from the surrounding soil and gravel into pellets. Iron sand rain. She swung her arms forward. Swish, 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 swish. Iron sand pellets denser than bullets shot upward like a barrage, instantly covering an area on the city tower. My arm. It's iron sand. So much iron sand. Shields. Ray shields. Ray shields. Instantly a chorus of screams erupted on the tower. More than a dozen guards fell screaming from behind the battlements or collapsed to the ground wailing. With a single strike, the defenders on that section of the wall were suppressed. The captain of the guards swallowed hard. That woman is a devil fruit user. The devil fruit, cursed by the sea. We have to face such a monster. How can we fight this? Our muskets can't even pierce those iron sands. So terrifying. For ordinary soldiers in the East Blue, a devil fruit user was still a terrifying legendary existence. A power beyond the reach of common folk, known only through rumors and wanted posters. Seeing this, the crowd behind, who had been retreating, stepped forward again. Those people are so strong. That woman can control iron sand. That giant can control the earth. And there are a few who haven't acted yet. There's hope. Maybe there really is hope. Next, it's time to break the wall. Luca's slightly crouched fists drawn to his waist as a white airflow, highly compressed and twisting the air, gathered, emitting a low hum. He was about to use the air shock wave to blast open the wall that symbolized isolation and oppression. Luca, let me do it this time. Cass' voice rang out, raising a hand to signal Luca to wait. He wanted to tear open this scar with his own hands. Luca understood, dispersing the airflow from his fists and stepping back. If the captain wanted to act personally, there must be a reason. Gung Gui! Cass shouted. Gung Gui! Gung Gui excitedly floated in front of Cass, its large white eyes full of eagerness. Cass closed his eyes instantly, sinking his mind into the power of wave guidance. Energy flowed continuously through the wave guidance into Gung Gui's body. Wave guidance fully open. Energy amplification. Super Shadow Ball. Jaiha. Gung Gui let out a high-pitched cackle. Between its hands, a supermassive energy ball condensed at an astonishing speed. Its size was so large that it almost blocked Gung Gui's entire body behind it. The terrifying energy fluctuation made the surrounding air hum with strain, and small stones on the ground began to tremble faintly. Nearby, even Gaia and the others felt a palpitation, instinctively stepping back. The Trash Mountain citizens following far behind widened their eyes in terror. The soldier captain on the wall turned pale. Monster. He's also a devil fruit user. Fire the cannons. Fire all cannons. Aim at that ghost and the energy ball. The cannons on the wall adjusted their angles, muzzles spitting flames and smoke. Boom, boom, boom. Solid cannonballs whistled through the air. Gung Gui! Cass suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp light bursting forth. Fire! Gung Gui! With all its strength, Gung Gui hurled the shadow ball toward the wall. Boom! An indescribably terrifying roar instantly swallowed the thunder of the cannons. A blinding purple energy light burst open. The solid, thick wall shattered instantly under the superscale energy bombardment. A huge gap over 20 meters wide with irregular edges appeared. Dust and smoke billowed from the breach, and the streets and buildings inside were faintly visible. At that moment, both the guards inside the city, stunned with fear, and the Trash Mountain citizens following far outside, all opened their mouths wide, eyes bulging, staring at the scene of destruction that seemed like a miracle. Boom! After a brief silence, a completely mad, hysterical eruption followed. The wall is broken. It's really broken. That ghost. That silver-haired lord. He broke the wall. Charge in. Grab the food. Grab the clothes. Take back everything that's ours. Boom. The crowd went when the wall symbolizing despair was violently torn apart, all fear was replaced by unparalleled frenzy. Waving their crude weapons, they surged madly toward the newly opened breach. Zango seized the moment, jumped onto a high rock, and kept swinging his hypnotic ring, shouting at the crowd, driven mad by revenge. Everyone. Look at me. 1, 2, 3. Zango. We're. Mass hypnosis activated. Frenzy mode. Kill. Charge in. Rob those noble pigs. Burn their houses. Smash their carriages. Revenge. Revenge. The hundreds of already agitated people in the front row became even more fervent, surging madly through the wall. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. It's the Revolutionary Army. No, it's pirates. It's rioters. These lowlifes are breaking in. Fire. Open fire. Stop them. Report to the king. Request reinforcements. Inside the city, alarm bells rang frantically. Surviving guards and hastily arriving soldiers formed a defense line to resist the sudden invasion. Bang, 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 bang. Boom, boom. More intense gunfire and sporadic cannon fire sounded bullets and shells hitting the surging tide of people, causing a bloody storm and screams rising and falling. But it was useless. The breach had been opened and the torrent of frenzy had formed. Those in front fell, and those behind stepped on the corpses and blood of their comrades, continuing to surge forward madly. The sheer number and the madness that had been suppressed to the extreme and now exploded completely formed a terrifying momentum. Iron Sand Vortex. AI Lin extended her arms, manipulating a large amount of iron sand into a spinning black storm, sweeping in and even shredding the incoming bullets and shells. This greatly reduced the pressure on the front crowd. Then she thrust both hands forward. Iron Sand. Puff boom. The iron sand torrent surged like a river of steel, bursting its banks, rushing toward the dense military formation ahead. Soldiers were thrown off balance, armor deformed, weapons knocked from hands, and the formation instantly scattered. Earth Pillar. Rise. Following closely, Gaia slammed both palms onto the ground. Boom. Rock pillars as thick as water vats sprang up like bamboo shoots after rain from beneath the feet of the kingdom's soldiers and from the stone slabs of the streets, flinging the caught-off guard soldiers into the air. Not only did they provide some flank cover for the charging crowd, but they also blocked the defenders converging from both sides, dividing the battlefield. Not done yet. Crushing Earth Explosion. Gaia's eyes narrowed and he pressed his palms together. Devil Fruit ability activated. Boom, 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 boom. The newly risen rock pillars along with the surrounding ground instantly exploded violently. Rubble shot out in all directions like cannonballs, screams rising and falling, clearing another area. This was an inspiration Cass had taught him. First compress the earth to a high density, locking the internal pressure, then instantly release the ability control. The compressed earth would then expand and shatter, creating a ranged explosion. The power was just right, stunning but not brain damaging. Very useful. Frost Moon style spider's nest. Guina's clear voice rang out. She had somehow already leaped onto a section of the still standing wall ruins, and the Wado Ikamanji was facing a squad of heavily armored infantry charging from a side passage, trying to plug the breach. She flicked her wrist, rapidly unleashing over a dozen sharp, precise slashes in an instant. The slashes collided in midair, weaving a web of fierce sword aura. Zing, zing, zing. The soldiers within range felt a chilling sting at all vital points simultaneously. Armor was cut open, skin was marked with fine bloodlines, and they collapsed limp instantly, like insects caught in an invisible web. And mine as well. Falling crush. On the other side, Luca's figure appeared above a crumbling wall at the gap. Seeing his companion's valiant performance, he knew he had to step up. His right leg lifted like a battle axe, a visibly compressed high-pressure air mass forming beneath his foot. Then he stomped down towards a group of soldiers attempting to form a shield wall below. Boom, boom, boom. Like a meteor crashing down. The terrifying pressure exploded violently, spreading from the point of impact. The soldiers were struck as if by an invisible hammer, spitting blood as they were sent flying, their formation collapsing. The defenses at the gap were completely torn apart. The royal guard of the Goya kingdom, along with the standing army, totaled around 5,000 men, indeed considered a formidable armed force in the East Sea. But unfortunately, in the face of the overwhelmingly powerful capabilities of the Dawn Pirates, their formation and equipment advantages were instantly shredded. Damn, you lawless pirates. Savages. A burly man in finely crafted silver armor, wielding a two-handed broadsword, and appearing to be the captain of the guard, charged forward with a squad of elite soldiers, shouting furiously in an attempt to halt the relentless advance of the Dawn Pirates. I am Horn, the captain of the Royal Guard. You rebellious scum and pirates, your end is here today. He raised his broadsword high, cleaving towards the leading Gastly like a mountain splitting. Heavy slash. Clang. A crisp, resonant sound of metal clashing rang out. Horn's determined strike was firmly blocked by a pair of uniquely shaped, glimmering tin blades. Kuro had somehow positioned himself in front of Cass, looking at the furious guard captain before him, his voice calm. How could I let you disturb our captain? You are Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates. I thought you were dead. Even someone like you has joined in. Horn's pupils constricted, clearly recognizing the iconic weapon and attire, as well as the name that struck fear in the East. See, what are you plotting? Overthrowing the kingdom, or turning this place into your pirate nest? In fact, Kuro was quite renowned in the East Sea. Otherwise, the Axe Emperor Monka wouldn't have risen to the rank of branch colonel just by capturing Kuro. Plotting. It's not that complicated. Just some interests of our captain. Kuro exerted a slight force with his wrist, pushing the broadsword aside. Interests? What a joke. Horn felt a deep insult. I will never allow such acts of seizing a kingdom and inciting rebellion for a moment's whim. Heavy sword assault. He roared, his two-handed broadsword transforming into a continuous stream of sword shadows, launching another furious attack towards Kuro. This looks decent. A cold light flashed in Kura's eyes. His figure suddenly shot forward, the 10 blades spinning and piercing with an indiscernible speed like a predatory scorpion, accurately entangling Horn's broadsword. 10 blade strangle. Clang. The double-handed broadsword forged from high-quality steel was brutally twisted and broken by the claw-like 10 blades. Half of the sword flew out, embedding itself into the adjacent wall. How is this possible? Rumor has it you were only fast. How could there be such destructive power? Horn stared in disbelief at the half-sword left in his hand, his face filled with shock. His sword was broken. You said it yourself, that was just a rumor. And speed is power. Kira's figure instantly vanished. Spoon. Crack. In the next moment, Kira's figure appeared several meters behind Horn, facing away from him, pushing his glasses with his wrist, the lenses reflecting the chaotic slaughter on the street. Horn's expression, mixed with anger, instantly froze. A red line slowly appeared on his neck. Blood erupted from the cut in his neck like a fountain. The once fierce elite guards around him were all petrified, trembling with their weapons. Captain. The captain who was invincible in their eyes was taken down in an instant. Kuro didn't even glance at the corpse, slightly turning to give way to Cass. Clear the remaining soldiers, control the main routes, and continue advancing towards the palace. Cass briefly instructed his companions, his gaze directed to the depths of the inner city, towards the tallest, most magnificent building, the palace. At this moment, in the Goya Palace in the audience hall, King Sturly, a man with a bowl-shaped head and a hypocritical smile, was comfortably reclining on a soft velvet throne, enjoying the chilled wine and peeled grapes presented by his maid. He had just finished listening to a brief report about a riot by the commoners outside the garbage hill and impatiently waved away the reporting official. TCH, just a bunch of commoners making a fuss, let the guard deal with it. Kill a few and the rest will naturally. Why bother me with such trivial matters? Your Majesty has a point. A fawning courtier beside him quickly bowed in agreement, a smile plastered on his face. Those commoners are just worthless bones. They won't behave without a beating. Captain Horn has gone personally, and it will surely be handled easily. Today a commoner, a lifetime a commoner. A rotten orange is just a rotten orange. Sturly swirled his wine glass, gazing out at the street, seeing his tone leisurely. These people can live under the protection of the kingdom and breathe the air. That's already a great blessing, and they are still not satisfied. Truly greedy. Each time he thought, why was he merely the king of a small kingdom? If he could become a noble of the sacred land, that would truly be a man above men. Why, Your Majesty, a major disaster has occurred. A soldier rushed into the hall, tumbling and nearly falling his armor. Ask you, what are you shouting about? What a disgrace. The courtier beside him reprimanded unhappily. Did you not see His Majesty is resting? Speak only when necessary. Truly becoming more and more uncivilized. The soldier, tears streaming down his face, pointed outside, stammering, the city wall has been breached. That group of people, those mobs and pirates, are charging towards the palace. Captain Horn has died in battle. The army cannot hold. Please, Your Majesty, hurry and escape. What? That group of commoners is coming for me. Sturly could no longer remain calm, suddenly leaping up from his throne. The courtier beside him was even more terrified. The city wall has been breached. What is your guard doing? Can't even handle a bunch of commoners. The soldier cried out, it's because there are pirates among them. The leader possesses the power of a devil fruit. They breached the wall. We simply cannot hold them. This is no ordinary dimensional combat power. What are you panicking about? Just a rabble and a few pirates who don't know their place. Sturly gritted his teeth. Quick. Contact, click. And that Colonel Mouse from the 16th Division. These people have taken so much from us every year. It's time to settle the debt. Have them bring people over immediately, even if it costs more. Crush these damned rebels and pirates without leaving a single one. Yes, Your Majesty. The courtier bowed and hurriedly left. Sturly leaned back against the throne, but his expression was no longer one of ease. It had darkened somewhat. Damn commoners. Damn pirates. The battle raged on. The roar of cannons, gunfire, shouts, and screams echoed over the Goa kingdom. Smoke and dust filled the air, rubble scattered everywhere, and the once pristine streets were now a mangled mess. Under Cass' deliberate arrangement, the pirate crew entrusted the main force to the people. It was not laziness, but a release. After neutralizing most of the kingdom's main army and shattering their morale, the Dawn pirates did not continue to monopolize the battle. Instead, they handed over the primary assault on the front lines to the people behind them. These residents of the Grey Terminal, just hours ago defenseless refugees, had now seized firearms and even cannons from the fallen kingdom soldiers. Though many had never held a gun, and their aim was abysmal, the sheer numbers and volume of fire created a terrifying barrage in the close-quarters melee. Relying on their overwhelming numerical advantage and ignited hatred, they launched wave after wave of fierce assaults on the remaining kingdom forces. Street battles, boarding actions, and even the most primal hand-to-hand combat unfolded in every corner of the inner city of Goa. Of course, the kingdom's army was still a trained regular force. After the initial rout, some officers managed to rally the remnants, staging stubborn resistance using streets and buildings. The fighting descended into a brutal war of attrition. Hit them hard. Hold the line. Stop these rabble. Reinforcements are coming. Hold the palace. Kill these mobs. I will reward you handsomely. No, I will make you a noble. King Starry, hiding in a relatively safe side hall of the palace, peered through a crack in the window at the encroaching flames of war roaring hoarsely. But his promises rang hollow against the deafening cries outside. Nobility. When death loomed, who cared for empty promises? Captain, at this pace, it will take at least another full day to completely wipe out the remaining enemies and storm the palace core. Kuro analyzed the situation with cool detachment. Gaia, already impatient, growled, "What are you waiting for, Cass? Let me just charge over and with one slap smash both people and buildings into dust. Why waste the effort? Patience, Gaia. Let the bullets fly for a while." Cass sat calmly on a collapsed pillar, producing an apple from somewhere. He wiped it on his clothes, took a crunchy bite, and spoke in a leisurely tone. "Let the bullets fly for a while." Gaia was puzzled, not grasping the philosophical meaning. Weren't the bullets already flying? Many were already dead. Kira's eyes flickered, lost in thought. What was the captain waiting for? For the people's morale to wane? For the kingdom's army to collapse completely? Or for some other variable? The battle dragged on from morning to afternoon. The blazing sun scorched the bloody battlefield and fatigue began to spread like a plague among both sides. The people's charge no longer had the same unstoppable momentum. Many were panting, drenched in sweat, their fervor dulled by physical limits and mounting casualties. The kingdom's army was equally exhausted, their morale shattered, sustained only by a primal instinct to survive. Just as the battle seemed to reach a stalemate, both sides teetering on the brink. "Hey, you people there, are you going to give up?" A sharp female voice rang out from the side of the battlefield. A woman in a red leather jacket and boots appeared on a high pile of rubble. She had short, refreshing purple hair, a cigarette dangling from her lips, and a figure that was explosively hot. Her ample chest especially drew the eyes of many men as she moved. "Look at yourselves. You're not begging. You're fighting for your fate, for everything that was taken from you, for the loved ones who will never return." She waved a flag, her voice brimming with intense charisma. "Those nobles are trembling in their gilded palaces. Their dogs are bleeding. Their walls are shattered." She thrust her flag forward, pointing at the palace, which looked like a trapped beast in the sunset. "Rise up. You who refuse to be slaves. Build your new walls with your own flesh and blood. Let those bastards on high see the power of those they call trash, a power that can overthrow them. For freedom, charge." A surging invisible force like ripples spread with her voice and the waving flag enveloping the vast crowd ahead. The power of the morale fruit activated. The people whose spirits had been flagging from the prolonged battle were suddenly injected with a potent stimulant. Hearts raced, adrenaline surged, fatigue vanished, replaced by an even fiercer battle lust, as if they could punch a bull to death. This was even more potent than Zango's hypnosis, and it came with clear self-awareness. "Oh, for freedom, charge, break it." The people erupted with an earth-shattering roar, surging like a tsunami once more. No longer hesitating, they became a steel torrent of will, launching the most violent assault on the palace defenses since the battle began. The kingdom's remaining defenses under this sudden onslaught crumbled like sandcastles in a storm, visibly disintegrating. "Holy crap, what's happening?" Gaia stared in disbelief at the crowd that had been exhausted like dead dogs moments ago, now transformed into bulging super scions. "This is way stronger than my hypnosis." Zango was also dumbfounded, his hypnotic ring feeling useless. His hypnosis only amplified emotions, making people fervent. This was a collective power-up. This was insane. Who was that woman with such power? Kuro narrowed his eyes, staring at the fiery figure waving the flag on the rubble. This woman was terrifying. Not in personal combat, but in strategic ability. A true engine of war that could lead an army and change the course of battle. Bello Betty, the Eastern Army commander of the Revolutionary Army. Cass looked at the figure with admiration, especially at the leader's aura radiating from her. She's a user of the morale fruit, able to inspire people to surpass their limits. In a sense, it's one of the peak mass enhancement abilities, immensely valuable on the battlefield. Among the 4 Revolutionary Army commanders, though Crow was the strongest individually, Cass valued Betty the most. A good support was far rarer and more important than a mere fighter. Truly a terrifying ability. Kuro calmed his inner turmoil. If such a user were in the Marines, her unit would be the elite of the elite. Morale never low, will indestructible. The Revolutionary Army. The one openly opposing the world government. Luca frowned. Coming from the North Blue, he knew more about the Revs than those from East Blue. They were a group truly subverting nations and shaking the world government's foundation. Their leader, Monkey D. Dragon, was branded the world's most dangerous criminal. You have connections like that. You never mentioned it. Eileen curiously sidled up to Cass, her amber eyes blink. Humph, do I have to announce that I'm a chosen one destined to stir the world? Cass sneered, flicking his silver bangs, maxing out his cool factor. Huff! The crew booed in unison, rolling their eyes. Here we go again. The captain's daily boasting section. At that moment, Beatty leaped down from the platform and strode toward Cass and the others with an imposing gait. Behind her followed a tall fishman with flowing light blue wavy hair. Haku, the Revolutionary Army's combat instructor. So you're Cass, the apprentice that old Gung. Beatty approached, a cigarette dangling from her lips as she looked Cass up and down. The majestic swell of her chest rose and fell subtly with each breath, causing Gaia and Zhang Gao beside her to swallow involuntarily. Cass shrugged, his tone casual. I didn't expect the Revolutionary Army to send you. The Eastern Army commander, a high-ranking officer of the Revolutionary Army. Are you really that idle? Coming all the way to this tiny place in Donghai, the Revolutionary Army must be so short-handed that even the commander has to run errands. He had only asked Gung Siling to contact the Revolutionary Army, expecting at most someone at Koala's level, but instead he had stirred up a big fish. Brett, you sure have a sharp tongue. Beatty blew out a smoke ring and rolled her eyes. I happened to be handling some business around Donghai, and when I got the message I dropped by. Don't flatter yourself thinking I came just for you. You think I'm here waiting for you. You've got a big ego. She paused, surveyed the battlefield, a mess, but with the outcome already decided, and raised an eyebrow. But you're a pretty capable kid. From the looks of it, even without us, it would only be a matter of time before you took this kingdom. The walls are breached, the main army is crushed, and the palace is just the last turtle shell. Whether we're here or not probably doesn't matter anymore, right? Hey, don't lump me with those scumbag pirates who just grab and run. Cass' expression turned serious. Occupying a kingdom. Easy. Killing a few nobles, looting the treasure, and disappearing. That's nothing for us. But if we leave, what happens here? Cass dropped his joking demeanor and grew a bit more earnest. Occupying a kingdom. Sure. Killing a few nobles, grabbing the treasure, and walking away. That's not hard for us. But if we leave, what will this place become? Without a leader, everyone will fight over territory again. The hope the people just ignited could turn into even greater despair. The world government might even step in under the guise of suppressing a rebellion and carry out a purge. That's when you leave it to the professionals. Beatty was taken aback. Huh, you actually have that kind of awareness, kid. Cass looked at Beatty, his gaze frank. Of course, your Revolutionary Army has the most experience with this. With your philosophy of liberating the world, I believe you won't refuse to take over a country that's just broken its chains. In truth, contacting the Revolutionary Army was also part of his own calculation, to lie low for a while. If they alone conquered a member state, they would definitely become a key target for the Navy. What might come wouldn't be the rabble of the Donghai branch, but officers from headquarters. A pirate crew that could conquer a member state would instantly see its threat level skyrocket. Then instead of the small fry from the Donghai branch, Marine headquarters officers would come. But if the Revolutionary Army took over, the nature of the event would change. It would be labeled a Revolutionary Army uprising, drawing the main fire toward them. Their Dawn pirate crew could perfectly play the role of opportunists, fishing in troubled waters, deflecting trouble elsewhere. A strategic pivot, not a messy retreat. This move was on a whole other level. Kid, you're a perfect fit for us. Beatty leaned in the hot tobacco-scented breath, almost hitting Cass' face. Seriously, forget being a pirate. Join the revolution, big sister. The position of Revolutionary Army Chief of Staff is still open. With your skills, your brains, and your connection to Gung Silang, maybe Dragon will be so pleased he'd actually give it to you. Beatty's eyes burned with eagerness. She knew about this kid. Gung Silang had specifically mentioned him from a humble background, gifted with a unique mindset and his own views on the world. He was practically a born revolutionary. The crew members all turned to look at Cass, their expressions varied. Gaia, Chief of Staff. Sounds impressive. But if we join the Revolutionary Army, can we still go around fighting and robbing? I mean, taking from the rich to give to the poor. Sounds awesome. But if we work with the Revolutionary Army, we probably can't just fight and steal. I mean, rob the rich to help the poor anymore. Guyana, the Revolutionary Army opposing the world government. That means greater challenges and stronger opponents. AI Lin, the Revolutionary Army. Overthrowing nations, establishing new order. This seems similar to the change I wanted to make back in Sunagakure. Koluo, Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army. A very high position with access to resources far beyond what a pirate could have. But the risk also increases exponentially. You become one of the world government's top targets. Lu Ka, overthrowing a kingdom's rule, establishing an equal world. That's bold. Zhang Gao, following Lord Cass, is the best decision ever. Even the Revolutionary Army is trying to poach him. Lord Cass is the best. Faced with Beatty's fervent recruitment and his crew stares, Cass rejected without a second thought. Forget it. Your Revolutionary Army has too grand ideals and too heavy a burden. I'm too laid back for that kind of restraint. Being a pirate is more comfortable. If I don't like someone, I punch them. If I see treasure, I take it. So, he paused then added, besides, I heard the Revolutionary Army's food isn't that great. Heard you guys often eat stale black bread. How can that compare to having our chef Lucas cook up delicious meals every day? Lucas smiled gracefully. I'm honored by the captain's praise. It's my duty. The Dawn Pirate crew. So the real reason is the food. Beatty was left speechless, rolling her eyes in annoyance. Humph, ungrateful brat. When you're being chased all over the world by a marine hero, don't regret not joining my ship. The kid was still too young. He didn't know they were connected in the Revolutionary Army. All right, time to clean up the mess and meet our dear King Sterry. Soon Gaia dragged a man in tattered finery out of the palace like a chicken and threw him before Cass and Beatty. It was none other than King Sterry of the Gaia Kingdom. You damned peasants, thugs, pirates. How dare you? How dare you treat me like this? Sterry lifted his head with difficulty, his voice hoarse with curses. I am the king of a member state. The world government won't let you off. The celestial dragons will avenge me. You'll all burn in hell. So you're Sterry, huh? Cass stepped forward, disdainfully nudging Sterry's disgusting face with his toe, then, without hesitation, stomped down on it. Ugh! Sterry's face was deformed by the pressure, his teeth grinding together, letting out muffled groans of pain. Humiliation and agony made tears and snot stream down his face. Back then I almost died because of you. Cass' tone suddenly turned icy as he pressed down harder with his foot. Hearing this, Guyana and Ai Lin, who had been standing quietly behind Cass, instantly glared with malice. Guyana's hand rested on her sword hilt, and the magnet sand around Ai Lin began to tremble slightly. Although Cass had never recounted that past in detail, the words, almost died, were enough to make them understand that this despicable king had once done something terrible to Cass. Who are you? I've never seen you. Stelly struggled under Cass' shoe, his face smeared with tears and snot. He truly couldn't recall when he had offended such a terrifyingly powerful young man. Me? Of course you've never seen me. Cass sneered, staring into Stella's bloodshot, terrified eyes from close range, revealing a smile that seemed demonic to the other, because back then I was nothing but a commoner you used to amuse those swine. Stella's pupils contracted sharply. Could it be? Before he could think further, Cass pressed down with his foot again. I was wrong. Don't kill me. Spare me. Stelly, overwhelmed with tears and snot, abandoned all royal dignity and begged bitterly. I'll give you all my treasure. Please spare me. I can abdicate. I'll give you the throne. Just let me live. Cass scoffed. Even if I kill you, your money is still mine. Stelly was dumbfounded. The crowd behind him heard this. That actually made perfect sense. Cass patted his face. Now you beg for mercy. Didn't those you hunted like prey beg for mercy back? If begging worked, I wouldn't be standing here today. Before the words faded, Cass suddenly lifted his foot and stomped down hard on Stella's crotch. Crack. A crisp, muffled sound. Wow. Stella's veins bulged as he let out a blood-curdling scream, inhuman in its agony. His face instantly turned purple, both hands clutching his groin, his body convulsing violently. Every man understood that kind of pain. Every male present involuntarily gasped, feeling a chill in their own loins. Even the battle-hardened Betty couldn't help but twitch her mouth at the sight. Damn. The kid looks refined, but he fights dirty. A real savage. Nice one, Cass. Gaia, who had been seething with rage, delivered another kick to the same spot. Bang. Ea. Stella's howl shifted pitch, his eyes rolling back as fluid uncontrollably leaked from his body, and he fainted from the pain. Needless to say, that kick from Gaia had probably turned everything to mush. Irreparable. He passed out already. What a useless piece of trash. Gaia spat, still unsatisfied, as if his anger wasn't spent. If there were news headlines, it would surely read, shocking. A man did this to the king in the square. Every man in the nation is silent. Quite the eye-catcher. Want to wake him up? Guyana's cold voice rang out as she pointed to the nearby fountain. Betty couldn't help but glance over. Another pro among them. He just passed out, and you want to wake him. Your crew is ruthless. Do it. Cass ordered without hesitation, his eyes icy. Death is too easy for him. Passing out means he can't feel pain. No such luck. Guyana flicked her wrist, sending a small arc of water from her blade onto Stella's head. Ugh. Cough. Cough. Jolted by the cold water, Stelly groggily woke, but the devastating pain in his lower body immediately made him groan again. Good, you're awake. Cass looked at the gradually gathering crowd, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Throw him into that mob over there. I believe the citizens of Goa Kingdom will take good care of their king. Hiss. Everyone around, including Betty, Haku, and Kuro, couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Throw him to the people. Imagine the hatred suppressed for years, now fueled by the frenzy just ignited. If he's thrown in there. A whole corpse. Not a chance. Not even a complete bone would remain. Being torn apart alive would be the least of it. The captain is truly ruthless and understands human nature. Even Kuro, known for his coldness, couldn't help but admire this. You can't do that. Before Stelly could finish, Gaia grabbed him by the scruff, and like throwing out trash, launched him into the gathered crowd. It's that king. Stelly, Dog King, give back my father's life, my house, my land, burnt by your men. Give me back my daughter. Revenge, revenge. The mob surged forward, fists, feet, sticks, stones, anything they could use raining down on Stelly. No, don't. I'm the king. I'm sorry. Spare me. Stella's pleas were barely audible before they were drowned out by the torrent of the crowd. Soon all that remained in that area was a shapeless pulp of flesh and bone, along with the weeping and howling of the people venting their hatred. Achievement unlocked: First Kingdom occupied. Reward points 5,000. Current points 31,000. It's over. Cass let out a long sigh, feeling the pent-up rage of 7 years finally released with cathartic satisfaction. His mind was clear, his spirit refreshed. Buzz. In that moment of total relaxation, the wave force within him, which had been flowing steadily, seemed to break through a barrier and began to circulate on its own. His perception of life waves became more refined, and he could even faintly sense the emotional ripples of people farther away. The wave force advanced to the intermediate level. Naturally, as if in a chain reaction, his observation haki, which had been hovering at the initial threshold, also underwent a qualitative transformation. An unprecedented clarity of perception spread out from him like ripples in all directions. The range was several times greater than before. The breathing and heartbeats of people in the distance seemed to slow down, their movements clearly discernible. This kid. Betty's eyes narrowed in shock at the fleeting energy fluctuation from Cass. It was definitely observation haki, and not just a beginner's. It was quite proficient. How old was this kid? A monster. This young man's talent may be even more terrifying than Sabo's. Haku, the fishman standing behind Betty, couldn't help saying. Sabo was the most gifted child he had ever seen, his strength already not inferior to his own, and with time surpassing him, was inevitable. But this silver-haired youth. Haku felt a rare sense of uncertainty. So that's observation haki. Kira's gaze burned with desire. If he could master that power, his spoon would no longer be an indiscriminate attack, but a precise, targeted killing blow. What's wrong, Miss Betty? Captivated by my handsome face, Cass opened his eyes and looked at Betty, who had been staring at him with an innocent expression. No, nothing. Betty came back to her senses, took a deep drag of her cigarette, and slowly exhaled, just thinking that the Grand Line is about to welcome another monstrous rookie. You'll surely turn that place upside down. Flattery, flattery. My goal is the stars and the sea. The Grand Line is just a starting point. Once I make a name for myself there, if you ever get tired of the Revolutionary Army, you can come find me. The Dawn Pirates offer room and board with great benefits. Cass was not modest. Tisk, what a cheeky brat. Betty scolded with a laugh, but her eyes held admiration. This kid, annoying, narcissistic, and dirty in a fight, but his talent, mettle, and courage were top-notch. More importantly, he had his own moral boundaries. That was crucial. Just then Gaia came running back from the palace, leaned close to Cass, and whispered, "The money is ours. We emptied the treasury. Luca and Eileen have already shipped the most valuable gold and jewels back to the ship. And there's a devil." Luca doesn't recognize the pattern, but he said it's definitely not a common Zoan. Cass' eyes lit up. A devil, as expected of a member kingdom. Much richer than a poverty-stricken non-member like Suna. This kind of accumulated wealth commands respect. Kasi immediately put on a serious expression, solemnly addressing Betty. Miss Betty, the subsequent arduous yet glorious work of pacifying the masses ill leave to you and the Revolutionary Army comrades. After all, our Dawn Pirates are pirates with sensitive identities. Staying here may cause unnecessary misunderstandings, so we shall not disturb you further. Betty looked at him with a half-smile. Leaving already? Using us Revolutionary Army as a shield, and now you want to run off with the gold and silver. You're quite the schemer. Several people tried to sneak away. Did this kid really think her eyes as the Eastern Army commander were blind? Kasi remained unflustered, speaking with righteous indignation. While doing good deeds without leaving a name, waving our sleeves without taking a single cloud. That's the code of conduct of our Dawn Pirates. I'm only taking the berry. Betty laughed at his shameless remark, waving her hand. Get lost. Get out of here. You just annoy me. With such a greedy display, don't call me for help next time. All right. Comrades, you've worked hard. Goodbye, comrades. Kasi turned and left. But before he had taken 2 steps, dozens of figures hurriedly caught up from behind. Lord Kasi. These people were mostly in their 20s and 30s, all civilians who had responded to the call at the Garbage Mountain and fought exceptionally bravely in the subsequent battle. Leading them was a youth carrying a bow with an exceptionally sharp gaze. Lord, we wish to follow you. The youth knelt on one knee before Kasi, and the dozens behind him also knelt in unison. Want to come with me? Why? Kasi stopped and looked at the man. The youth raised his head, meeting Kasi's gaze with burning eyes. Lord, we were all oppressed by the nobles, thinking we would just muddle through our lives waiting to die. But then we met you. You broke down that wall. You made us realize that we are not born to be trampled trash. We don't want to go back to that numb waiting to die life. We want to follow you. We want to bring this light you've given us to more people struggling like us. Excellent. A genuine smile appeared on Cass's face. He stepped forward and personally helped the youth up. What is your name? My lord, my name is Clint Barton. The youth carrying the bow replied excitedly. Barton. Cassie blinked. No wonder he carries a bow. Oh, that makes perfect sense. He just wondered if there were any Tony Starks or Steve Rogers. Cassie paused, looking at the others. Barton, and all of you. From today, you are members of my Dawn Pirates. Following me, Cassie, is the best decision of your lives. I will make the name of Dawn resound in every corner of the world. We swear to follow Lord Cassie to the death. We swear loyalty to the Dawn Pirates. Led by Barton, the dozens of people shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens, tears of excitement streaming down their faces. Who would have thought this kid has such charisma? Betty, watching from a distance, held a cigarette in her mouth, a smirk curling at the corner of her lips. Being able to make people willingly and wholeheartedly follow him is an extraordinary talent in itself. This kid is indeed not simple. Port. Sandiron transport. AI Lin manipulated the sandiron to form a platform, carrying boxes one by one steadily onto the deck. Lu Ka and Zhang Gao were busy moving things aside. AI Lin wiped the sweat from her brow. Cassie is clever, knowing to let us get money first. With this money, we can more than afford to exchange for a bigger, more magnificent ship. So much. Must be several hundred million berry. Zhang Gao's eyes turned into berry shapes. He had never seen so much money in his life. Back in the Black Cat Pirates, they were so poor they could piss blood. He even had to save up his own money to make the hypnosis ring. Otherwise, Lord Kuro wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to fake his death just to become a small landlord. Lu Ka said thoughtfully, a conservative estimate is 1 billion. And that was without counting the devil fruit. 1 billion. Zhang Gao gasped, nearly fainting. 1 billion. He could never spend it all in a lifetime. Heads up there, son. Gui Na, who had been standing guard at the bow, suddenly spoke. Hearing this, the others immediately looked alertly ahead. Was someone trying to rob them? Ahead on the sea, a massive 3-deck sailing ship with a fierce black leopard carved at its bow was aggressively entering the port. Behind this giant vessel, there were more than a dozen armed sailing ships of various sizes, like a small fleet. On the main mast of the giant ship flew a pirate flag with a skull and an hourglass pattern on each side. That's the Dreadnought Saber. It's Commodore Krieg's pirate ship. Zhang Gao exclaimed in shock. Commodore Krieg? Who's that? Famous. AI Lin tilted her head. She had only been at sea for a short while and didn't know much about pirates in the East Sea. Commodore Krieg is said to have over 1,000 men and dozens of warships. He claims to be the strongest pirate crew in the East Sea, with a bounty of 17 million higher than Lord Kura's previous bounty. Zhang Gao quickly explained. Only 17 million. That's not even a fraction of Hawk's bounty. AI Lin pouted in disappointment, losing interest. She had thought some big shot was coming, but it was just a local bigwig in the East Sea. Having seen a former supernova with a bounty over 100 million, her standards were now high. Zhang Gao was stunned, then remembered that these monsters on their ship had just taken down a former supernova with a bounty over 100 million and conquered a kingdom. A bounty of 17 million really didn't seem like much in their eyes now. Given the lineup, there are quite a lot of people. Should we notify the captain? Lu Ka frowned slightly, watching the fleet sailing majestically into the port. Although their individual strength was lacking, they had numbers and strong ships with cannons. If they got entangled, it would be troublesome. No need. Since they're confirmed enemies, just fight them directly. Gu Ina lowered her center of gravity, firmly gripping the hilt of her sword with her right hand, assuming the starting stance of Aijetsu. The sea breeze played with her blue hair and plain white swordsman's attire like a beautiful painting of a swordsman going to war. Lady Gu Ina, they're not yet within range. Zhang Gao instinctively tried to dissuade her. However, Gu Ina had already drawn her sword. Frost Moon style. Her red lips parted slightly, and her clear, cold voice, as if carrying a chill, reached the ears of those nearby. Cicada rain. Shing. A flying slash brilliant like silver moonlight shot out from the blade of the Wado Ikamanji, flying toward the Dreadnought Saber on the sea. Such a powerful flying slash. Lu Ka was greatly shocked. Although he knew Gui Na was a skilled swordsman with great strength, able to dominate the Hawk Pirates' executive quick cutter, Kalen seeing such a solid flying slash with his own eyes was still astonishing. Gui Na was already a sword master. No, you're too low-key. You know, even in the first half of the Grand Line, sword masters who can unleash flying slashes are rare. On the other side, aboard the Dreadnought Saber, Krieg, clad in a magnificent golden battle armor, stood triumphantly on the bow deck. By his side followed the taciturn demon, a Jean and Pa Lu known as the Iron Wall, who was covered in various shields. That worthless Li, I heard, even the city walls have been smashed and the palace is in danger. He wants me to come save the day. I'm going to bleed him dry. Krika stroked his chin, a greedy grin spreading across his face. He thought that once he got the money, he could continue expanding his fleet. When he officially gathered 50 warships, he could set sail for the Grand Line. 50 whole warships. A dark, overwhelming mass. Even those cocky bastards in the Grand Line facing that kind of firepower would definitely kneel and call me daddy. Just thinking about it gets me excited. Captain, there's a situation. Just as Krieg, who was indulging in his glorious future, Jean's voice interrupted his daydream. My. Krieg, who was somewhat displeased, he hated being disturbed while planning his future. Then he saw a silver streak like a meteor falling from the sky, shooting straight toward their fleet. What the hell is that? Iron Wall, Pennsylvania. Lou's eyes widened. It's a slash. A flying slash. Jean's face changed drastically. Impossible. In the East Blue, someone can actually unleash such a flying slash. Boom. The next second, the silver slash accurately struck a frigate, second only to the saber. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the slash easily cut through the frigate's main mast, then continued, without losing momentum, carving a massive gap, several meters long into the hull. Seawater rushed in violently. We're taking on water. The ship is sinking. Quick, seal the breach. Seal my ass. It's a huge hole. Launch the boats. Switch ships. The frigate immediately fell into chaos, listing and sink. Gu Ina slowly sheathed her sword, watching the sinking frigate, a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. As expected, I've only just stepped into this realm. The power is still lacking. This slash should have been able to cut the ship in half. Beside her, Lu Ka couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Big sister, you are hitting a large sailing ship from so far away and crippling it with one blow, and you still think it's not enough. Isn't your standard a bit too high? You're really acting like the world's greatest swordsman. Don't be upset. You're already amazing. Ai Lin quickly comforted her. Although she didn't understand much about swordsmanship realms, she could clearly feel the sharpness of that attack. To cause such destruction from such a distance is already terrifying. That's right. Miss Gui Na is so cool. I bet that Kree Ku and his crew are scared shitless. Zhang Gao quickly flattered. Gu Ina didn't say more. Not strong enough. Must keep training. Meanwhile, aboard the dreadnought Saber, Orel Cass' face was livid. Watching the frigate slowly sinking beside them, a strong unease surged in his heart. When did the East Blue produce such an expert? That bastard Li, just what kind of monster did he provoke? Captain, do we still fight? Jean tightened his grip on his pair of solid iron clubs. He was steady and loyal, but not a mindless brute. As the combat commander of the Kree Ku pirates, he understood better than anyone what that flying slash meant. That was an absolute gap in power, a level the East Blue pirates have never faced. This battle won't be easy. But clearly Kree Ku didn't think so. Fight. Why not fight? They're strong, but there are only a few of them. We have over 1,000 men and dozens of warships. Even if we just throw bodies at them, we'll drown them. Saying that, Kree Ku suddenly drew a flintlock pistol and fired a shot into the sky. Notify all ships. Move and damn it. The sails were fully hoisted, the helm spun wildly. The dreadnought Saber and the remaining ships, like a pack of blustering hyenas, accelerated toward the harbor. Oh, having witnessed Miss Gu Ina's strength, instead of fleeing, they're charging at us. Lu Ka stood at the bow looking at the dark mass of the fleet, a hint of surprise on his face. Are the pirates of the East Blue always this brave? Back in the North Blue, the pirates' reaction to a flying slash was always to run. They only fight if they can't escape, surrender if they can't fight, and play dead if surrender fails. It's rare to see someone who, upon seeing a sword master cut a ship in half, not only doesn't run, but actually speeds up to charge. Is it ignorance? Perfect. Nana has already made her move. Let me test the waters too. Ai Lin was eager, spreading her arms as fine black iron sand surged from her body. In an instant, several angular irons and pyramids, each as large as a house, took shape. Iron sand pyramid. She swung her arms forward fiercely. The pyramids shot toward the fleet on the sea, spinning at high speed, like battering rams launched from giant ballistae. Again. Fire, damn it. Blast them to hell. Orel Cass' roar came from the dreadnought Saber. Boom, boom, boom. The cannons on the broadsides of several ships spewed fire and smoke, solid cannonballs howling to intercept. However, clang, clang, thud. The cannonballs struck the spinning irons and pyramids, mostly deflected or ricocheted, unable to stop their terrifying penetrating power. Boom, boom, boom. The pyramids slammed into the sides of the warships. Wood chips and iron shrapnel exploded outward. Huge holes appeared instantly, and icy seawater rushed in like a flood through a broken dam. We're taking on water. The ship is sinking. Can't plug it. No way to plug it. Jump overboard. Jump. The three struck ships listed and sank visibly, the pirates on board wailing and panicking like ants in a scalded nest, abandoning ship and jumping into the sea. How about that? I took out 3 ships in one go. Pretty impressive, huh? AI Lin clapped her hands looking smugly at Gu Ina and Lu Ka. Impressive. Gu Ina showed a faint smile acknowledging her companion's strength. As expected of Miss AI Lin, Lu Ka's tone carried a hint of envy. After all, she's a Logia, the ceiling of devil fruits. Her starting point is too high. In such a short time, she's already this formidable. No wonder Huaku went to such lengths to get this fruit. Logia indeed has the capital to drive people mad. Captain, should we really not? Ajin advised again in a low voice. With another 3 ships lost in an instant, the ominous premonition in his heart grew heavier. The enemy's attacks are effortless while we suffer heavy losses. How can we fight this? Kreek's face darkened. Retreat. How can I retreat? 4 ships crippled before we even engaged, and then slink back in disgrace. What about his reputation as Admiral Kreeku? How can he show his face in the East Blue? Who do you think I am? Kreek's voice growled from deep in his throat. I am Admiral Kreeku, the strongest pirate in the East Blue. The man who will become the Pirate King. With that he punched the gunwale and roared, charge. Charge to the harbor. Land. It'll make these insolent bastards pay a painful price. Yais, the pirates infected by their captain's madness braced themselves and steered the warships frantically. Come again. Seeing another group of ships charging forward, Guyana's gaze sharpened as she assumed the stance for a draw. Since they were determined to seek death, she would respond with her sword. I will join in too. Aaron, unwilling to be outdone, summoned the sand iron once more. Cicada's time rain. Sand iron triangular prism. Clang. Boom. Silver sword light and black iron spikes shot forth once more. Boom. Crack. 3 of the fastest ships were once again devastated. 1 ship was deeply scarred by the sword light, while the other 2 were pierced through the deck by iron spikes. The cabin ruptured, seawater gushed in, and those hit by the attack sank and tilted again, adding several struggling figures to the sea surface. But the remaining warships finally approached the harbor. Kreek was the first to step onto the gangplank charge. I want these people to pay the price. Yes, Captain. The pirates let out chaotic roars, brandishing their swords and firearms like bandits descending from the mountains, surging toward the dock from the military knife, and other ships charging at the Dawn Pirates. A dark mass appeared which at first glance seemed quite imposing. As they set foot on the dock, they were greeted by Lu Ka's smile. My ranged attacks are not as powerful as Miss Aaron's and Miss Guyana's. Lu Ka slightly bowed, pulling back his right fist. The surrounding air began to swirl and compress around his fist, emitting a deep humming sound. But once they get close, it's a different story. Vacuum shockwave. A punch was thrown. Not a directional cannon, but a high-pressure air wave bursting forth centered around the fist. Bang. Boom. The dozens of pirates at the front, like leaves caught in a wild wind, were violently hurled away, without even having time to scream. Oh, what? We're flying. They were knocked down like bowling pins. A small area was instantly cleared on the dock. Get on. Get on. Kreek shouted furiously from the ships. Bow, there's no way he can keep using such powerful moves. We have the numbers. He's just one. Kreek's judgment was not wrong. The vacuum shockwave indeed consumed energy, and Lu Ka could not unleash it endlessly. But Kreek forgot. Lu Ka was not fighting alone. Another wave of pirates landed, pressing forward despite their fears. Aaron spread her arms, and the black sand iron surged like a torrent of steel. Sand iron. Flood. The pirates who had just steadied themselves were once again thrown into disarray. Many were swept away by the sand iron and pushed into the sea. Frost Moon-style spider's nest. Guyana appeared ghost-like near the other gangplank, drawing her sword with a swift motion. Clang, clang, clang. Dozens of sharp slashes intertwined in the air, forming an invisible web of sword energy that turned that area into a forbidden zone. Those who dared to step in were instantly drenched in blood, collapsing to the ground. Thus another wave of people surged in. Another wave fell down. The short stretch of dock seemed to become an insurmountable chasm, filled with groans, cries, and pleas for mercy. 3 forming a formation no army could break through. In the East Sea, the weakest Sea Kreek's pirate crew, with over 1,000 crew members and dozens of ships, could indeed be called one of the most formidable forces. For here sheer numbers and powerful ships were the hard truth. Even if they couldn't win, they could wear down their opponents. But in front of Aaron with her natural abilities, Guyana, a master swordswoman, and Lu Ka, whose combat power was not far behind. These ordinary pirates, lacking top-tier combat strength and poorly trained, appeared rather inadequate. Numbers were merely figures in the face of absolute power. Moreover, pirates often prey on the weak and fear the strong. When they realized the enemy was so powerful, it was incomprehensible, and that charging in was akin to seeking death. Their fervor would quickly be replaced by fear. Go. Why aren't you going? Am I feeding you just to stand around? Kreek glared at his hesitating subordinates on the dock, who were even beginning to slowly retreat, furious. A pirate mustered the courage to speak up. "See, Captain, we can't win. That woman can unleash sword energy. This is not even a comparable level of combat power." Another pirate echoed, his voice trembling. Bang! Creek unhesitatingly raised his flintlock pistol and shot the speaking pirate, blood splattering onto the nearby crew. Disrupting morale, kill without mercy. Creek's eyes were cold, the gun smoking as he swept over his terrified subordinates. "Now, I'll give you a chance to reorganize your thoughts. Charge or not charge." The pirates exchanged glances, their faces pale, daring to be angry, but not speaking out under the captain's threat. But to let them charge into their deaths again. That's a joke, only a fool would do that. With so many of them, would the captain really kill them all? The reality was, of course, Creek would not kill them all. Kill them all. Even if it were 1,000 pigs, it would take him several days to butcher them, let alone people who were armed and might resist. He still needed these cannon fodder. "Paru, Akin, you two go." Creek turned to the two somewhat capable subordinates on the ship with a fierce glint in his eyes. Ordinary subordinates were unreliable. He could only hope for these two, who were somewhat useful. "Yes, Captain." Akin responded in a deep voice, tightening his twin crutches. He was the battle commander of Creek's pirate crew, the sharpest knife of the captain. No matter how strong the opponent, orders must be executed. I am the invincible Lord Paru." Paru's voice trembled slightly, but seeing Akin leap down, he could only grit his teeth and follow. Akin dashed towards Luka, his crutches spinning like windmills, stirring up a howling gale. The solid iron ball crashed down with the force to split stone, aiming fiercely at Luka's temple. The angle was tricky, the attack vicious and deadly. "Are you trying to take me out first? Do I look like a soft persimmon?" Luka's gaze instantly sharpened, not dodging, but also throwing out his right fist, the highly compressed airflow instantly enveloping his fist. Vacuum press punch. Boom. The fist collided violently with the iron ball. The airwaves exploded. Akin felt an irresistible, immense force surge from the crutch, his palms tingling as he was pushed back several steps, barely managing to steady himself, his eyes filled with shock as he looked at Luka. "You actually blocked my iron crutch with just your fist." His iron crutch was forged from solid iron, powerful and heavy. He was confident he could smash through Paru's iron wall in just a few moves. But this gentle youth in front of him effortlessly caught it with his flesh and blood fist. "Captain, I'm coming to." Paru charged forward. Seeing Akin seemingly at a disadvantage, Paru quickly pressed forward with his shield crashing towards Luka. "Oh, you have a helper. 2 against 1, that's not very fair." Luka's tone carried a hint of mockery. Without even looking at the charging Paru, he raised his left leg like a battle axe, compressing the air beneath his foot. Cyclone kick. Bang. One kick was delivered first, precisely striking the front of Paru's shield. The violent airflow instantly erupted. Paru's momentum came to a sudden halt, as if he had crashed into an invisible air wall, and he was sent tumbling backward, rolling several times. "Huh, I'm fine. Iron wall is invincible. You can't budge me." Although Paru was in disarray, realizing he was unharmed, he immediately became proud again, patting his chest shield. "Iron wall, huh? I specialize in breaking through various turtle shells." Luka's eyes turned cold, his foot suddenly exerting force as he appeared right in front of the just rising Paru. Vacuum punch, penetrate. Swish. A punch struck Paru's chest shield. Ugh. Paru's eyes widened, feeling a strange force penetrate the shield, directly affecting his insides. Saliva mixed with stomach acid uncontrollably spewed out, his vision went dark, and he collapsed weakly to the ground. The invincible Lord Paru had fallen. "That'll teach you to act tough." Luka withdrew his fist, shaking his wrist. Heavy armor can defend against bullets and slashes, but it cannot withstand the impact force. He had plenty of ways to deal with such a heavy turtle. Beside him, Ajin stomped the ground once more, whirling his tonfas into a seamless blur of circular afterimages as he smashed them violently toward Luka again. "Lord Luka, allow me to handle this." Just as Luka was about to act, Zongao's voice rang out. He had already raised his hypnotic rings and charged toward Ajin. This was a golden opportunity to shine. Lady Guyana and Lady Ai Lin had already displayed their might. Now, it was his turn, Zongao, to show his skills. Sending a small fry. Final, clear out the trash first. Ajin's eyes turned cold. His assault did not falter, his right tonfa carrying a sinister wind smashed viciously toward Zongao's head. Boom. So strong. Zongao felt a terrifying, immense force transmitted through his hypnotic rings. His arms trembled violently, and just like Ajin, who had been struck by Luka earlier, he was sent flying backward. But Luka was quick-eyed and nimble. He caught Zongao's flying form with a single hand. "Can you handle it, Zongao?" Luka asked with a half-smile. This fellow had courage, but his strength truly needed improvement. "Lord Luka, that was just an accident. I was caught off guard, didn't dodge." Zongao's face flushed red. He quickly straightened up and assumed an attacking stance once more. Double ring killer. The 2 hypnotic rings flew out like boomerangs, striking at Ajin from both sides. A mere trick. Ajin snorted coldly. His tonfa struck left and right, easily deflecting the hypnotic rings and sending them flying into the distance. You are not on the same level as those people. Ajin was referring to Luca and the others. Compared to Luca, who had knocked him back with a single punch, Zhang Gao's strength was indeed unimpressive. I know him far inferior to Lord Luca and Lady Guyana. Zhang Gao was not angered by the belittlement. Instead, he puffed out his chest. But you're not that strong either. With a sudden flick of his wrist. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The previously deflected hypnotic rings suddenly ejected a mass of black threads from their edges, instantly forming a web of silk that descended over Ajin. Heavenly net. What is this? Startled, Ajin instinctively swung his tonfas, trying to disrupt the threads with a swirling wind pressure. However, the threads were exceptionally tough. The moment his iron tonfas made contact, they became entangled. It's useless. These threads are made from rare ghost-faced spider silk, as tough as steel. Zhang Gao shouted triumphantly. These threads were relics from the Hawk Pirate Crew's officer Jero, which he had secretly collected after the battle and modified with his hypnotic rings. He never expected them to work so effectively on the first try. Damn you, fighting dirty. Ajin struggled fiercely, but his weapons were entangled in the threads, and his movements were restricted, making it difficult to break free. He could only use his tonfas to momentarily brace against the threads around his body, preventing himself from being completely tied up. This is called intelligence. Zhang Gao chuckled, feeling a surge of accomplishment at temporarily subduing such a formidable foe. He concentrated, manipulating the threads for a final strike. Ring. Strangle. The threads suddenly trying to utterly crush Ajin. But it had no effect. Ajin stared coldly at Zhang Gao. Are you an idiot? Your threads are iron, but aren't my tonfas the same? Or do you think you can overpower me with strength? Zhang Gao. Well, it seemed he really couldn't pull Ajin. Awkward. Zhang Gao, that fool can't even stay cool for 3 seconds. AI Lin watched from afar, unable to resist facepalming. Just 3 seconds of glory, not a moment more. Both exasperating and amusing. At least it's some, Guyana commented. She could see that Ajin's strength and physical prowess far surpassed Zhang Gao's, and the fact that Zhang Gao could restrain him at all was already progress. Captain Ajin. He'll help you. Just then Pa Lu, who had been knocked unconscious, somehow staggered back to his feet. Flame Pa Lu. He then repeatedly clashed his hands against the special fluorite on his shields. Crackle. The fluorite struck and rubbed, instantly erupted with blinding heat. And burst into flames. The fire spread rapidly, engulfing all his shields, transforming them into blazing shields of fire. Burn, burn it all. Pa Lu spread his arms and flames radiated outward from his body. Flame form. Activate. Luca looked at this ridiculous fire-belching fellow and shook his head, playing with fire. That's not a good habit. He crouched slightly, and his aura suddenly condensed. Air barrier. A layer of highly compressed air instantly covered his entire body, blocking the flames. Hey, how is this possible? Aren't you afraid of fire? Pa Lu stared in horror at Luca, who stood unscathed in the flames, not even a corner of his clothing singed. He began to doubt his own existence. Was this someone he could defeat? Fire. Who would be afraid of that? Luca stepped forward, pulling his right fist back again, compressed airflow, forming a sharp spiral around his knuckles. Air pressure fist. Break. Bang. Striking through the mountain. The airflow pierced the flames and shield, striking Pennsylvania Lu square in the chest. Ag. Pa Lu screamed, his eyes rolling back, the shields on his body dented, and he collapsed limply backward. This time he probably wouldn't be getting up so quickly. Lord Pa Lu is defeated too. Captain Ajin is immobilized. We should retreat. These people are simply unbeatable. The remaining pirates, even more intimidated, began to edge back toward their ship, ready to flee at any moment. Useless. All of you are useless. Krieger, unable to contain himself any longer as he watched 2 of his officers fall, one defeated, one trapped, decided to step in personally. Whoosh. Bang. He leaped up and charged, his right hand clad in a diamond-studded gauntlet, striking without warning at Luca's face. Luca instinctively sidestepped. Boom. The fist grazed Luca's clothes and smashed into the stone pavement of the dock. Debris flew, and the ground was cratered. Luca dodged the flying rubble, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Your strength. Not bad fitting for a captain, but sneaking around isn't a good habit. Enough talk. Dressed as you are, you're a captain too, aren't you? Prepare to die. Krieger roared, stomping the ground with force, raising his diamond gauntlet again as if to strike. Luca assumed a defensive stance, ready to meet the attack, while subtly adjusting his slightly hurried breathing. The consecutive battles had taken a toll on his stamina. Suddenly, the round shield on Krieger's shoulder armor snapped open, revealing a hidden gun barrel. I doubt you can outrun bullets. His golden battle armor was not just for show. It was a mobile arsenal. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Fire burst forth. Bullets poured down like a torrential storm, strafing Luca at point-blank range. I may not be faster than bullets, but I can block them. Luca said calmly, sinking his stance slightly as his aura exploded once more, forming a denser barrier of air in an instant. Air barrier. The bullets struck an invisible wall, halting a foot away from Luca, clattering to the ground in a heap. And one more thing. Through the dissipating air barrier, Luca looked at Krieger, whose smile had frozen on his face, and corrected, "I'm not a captain, I'm just a cook." Haha, look at Krieger's face, like he swallowed a fly. Lin clapped and laughed from a distance, not hiding her schadenfreude. Zhang Gao was a bit envious. Lord Luca's words carry so much authority. A cook like you. Krieger couldn't hold back. A cook who can punch a Jean kick Palu and withstand bullets. What kind of recruitment standards does your ship have, starting from CP agents? Indeed, my culinary skills are quite good. Luca was rather proud of that. The captain had just praised him in front of the Revolutionary Army. Don't be ridiculous. Click went completely berserk, snapping his two shoulder guards together to form a colossal war lance weighing a ton. He swung it down at Luca. Die, you bastard. Great war lance. Oh, getting impatient. Luca's eyes narrowed as he pulled his right fist back once more. Air pressure fist. Boom. His fist met the lance's blade in a violent collision, sending shockwaves and the screech of twisting metal erupting through the air. In that moment of stalemate, a cruel smirk curled at the corner of Click's mouth. Explode. Boom. The front of the giant war lance suddenly detonated in a fierce explosion. Caught off guard, Luca was blasted away by the close-range blast sent flying through the air. It's not over yet. Click refused to give Luca a moment to recover, raising his arm again to reveal the hidden gun barrels. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets rained down once more, forcing Luca to dodge continuously, appearing somewhat flustered. You sure have a lot of gadgets. Luca quipped while evading, his tone tinged with resignation. Don't you get tired wearing that iron coffin and stuffing it with so much junk? No wonder your men love carrying shields too. They learned from the boss, huh? Mind your own business. Click roared, raising the war lance again. Great war lance. Explode. Boom. Another explosion erupted. Luca stumbled back, his steps faltering. Just then Aaron couldn't stand by any longer and manipulated her iron sand to assist. Iron sand rain. Whoosh. A barrage of iron sand pellets shot toward Click. He quickly shielded his head and face with his arms and battered shoulder guards. The iron sand clattered against his golden armor with a dense rat-a-tat-tat sound, failing to penetrate, but shaking his stance and hindering his attack. Luca need a hand. He looks pretty tough. Aaron called from a distance, already manipulating the iron sand, ready to intervene. Luca steadied his labored breathing and replied, "No need, Miss Aaron. I've seen plenty of these armor stacks. Zihaha. Dream on, you can't even block my attacks." Click sneered, swinging his war lance down again. "I am the overlord of the East Sea." Luca said no more, stomping forward with his right foot shattering the stone slab beneath him. He drew his right fist back like a taut bow, compressing the air around his knuckles into a near-solid current. Just as Click's war lance was about to crash down Luca through the punch. Airquake wave. Boom. A terrifying shockwave erupted, shattering the war lance into countless fragments. The smirk froze on Click's face as he was sent flying backward, spitting blood like had been hit by a speeding truck. He crashed headfirst into the deck, leaving a man-shaped crater, splinters flying everywhere. Captain, seeing Click's wretched state, Jean with his tonfas forced himself to snap several threads, binding him, ignoring the bloodied marks on his body, and charged toward where Click had fallen. Damn it. Click lay in the wreckage, his armor shattered. The breastplate had a gaping crack, one shoulder guard was in pieces, revealing a pale face. Impressive that you can still stand, Luca thought, noting that the full-power airquake wave had taken a toll on him as well. How many layers of armor and padding had this guy stuffed inside to be so tough? I'm not done yet, not done. Click rose, pulling a bizarre gas mask from his belt and putting it on, then tossing another to a Jean. Captain, you're thinking of using that, but our men are still here. A Jean caught the mask, instantly understanding Click's intent, his face paling. I don't care. Those scum can die, you'll recruit more. Click's eyes blazed with madness as he hefted a crude rocket launcher. The muzzle aimed directly at Luca and the others. The remaining pirates of the crew saw this and panicked. It's a poison gas bomb. MH5. The captain's using that. Run, well, die for real. I don't want to die. The remaining pirates, wounded or not, erupted with a final will to survive, scrambling away from the ship, some leaping into the sea and swimming frantically. Poison gas. You coward, using poison. Aaron's face twisted with disgust. TCH go. Click shouldered the rocket launcher and pulled the trigger. Boom. The gas bomb streaked through the air, exploding mid-flight, releasing a cloud of green poison gas. Iron sand. Aaron began to shape her iron sand into a sealed box, trying to contain the gas before it spread. Suddenly, a purple-black round figure appeared abruptly before Aaron. It was Jengar. Opening its mouth, it took a massive inhale. Like a whale drinking water, the spreading poison gas streamed into Jengar's gaping maw. In mere seconds, the gas was completely devoured. Afterward, Jengar patted its round belly with satisfaction, even letting out a burp, puffing a tiny green smoke. 9 out of 10, a rare treasure. What? Click's face contorted into a classic pirate shock expression. The poison gas bomb was eaten by that purple ghost. What a day. No, I'm really seeing ghosts. Who the hell are these people? Since when did the East Sea become a nest of monsters? Yo, lively crowd. What are you all up to? Cass strolled over leisurely, followed by Kuro, Gaia, and the newly recruited crew led by Barton. Captain, we've got a robber. Lucas stepped aside, gesturing at Click on the deck. Who dares to rob us? Fed up with living, huh? Gaia was instantly displeased. Once money entered their pockets, how could it be taken out? Probably doesn't know how to spell death. It's him. Zhong Hai chimed in, indignantly eager to show loyalty. Tell me, do you know the consequences of robbing my Dawn pirates? Cass stood at the edge of the dock, speaking calmly. He scanned the scene, thinking, that's Click, and there's Demon Jean and the guy lying on the ground. What's his name? He struggled to recall, but gave up on remembering Par's name. Just then, Kuro, standing beside Cass, suddenly spoke. Click? Is it you? Black Cat, you're alive. Click snapped out of his shock, seeing Kuro behind Cass, and was startled again. Kuro, infamous in the East Sea for his cunning with a bounty only slightly lower than Click's, was not only alive, but had become someone else's subordinate. Does it matter if I'm dead or alive? Kira's tone was flat, dripping with coolness. How could he answer that? He couldn't exactly say he faked his death to work as a butler, could he? That would be too degrading. Then AI Lin sidled up to Kasi, putting on a pitiful act. Kasi, how should we deal with these people? Especially that annoying one in armor, who even tried to use tear gas. Tear gas. That needs to be handled properly. Kasi's gaze turned ominous. Playing with poison. He was the only one who needed that art. Kuliku watched Kaluo standing behind the silver-haired man, looking up to him, as if he were the leader. For the proud Black Cat Kaluo to submit, just how terrifying a being was this man. He knew today he had hit an iron wall. And a red-hot, spiked, deadly iron wall at that. So how should I deal with you? Kasi's voice suddenly rose as he looked at Kuliku. Answer me. Kuliku trembled, all over his survival instinct overwhelming everything. With a thud, he actually knelt down. My lord. Spare me. Spare me. It was I who offended you. I am willing to give everything in exchange for this worthless life of mine. All the treasures. The remaining fleet. All for you. I beg you, lift your hand, and let me live. At this moment, the pride of the East Sea overlord was utterly cast aside. What pirate king dream what's strongest in the East Sea? All were nothing but crap in the face of death. Living was the most important thing. Chief. Jean heard Cass' abject plea and felt a mix of emotions, both pity and a sorrowful collapse of faith. Yet he still struggled forward a few steps, placing himself between Kuliku and Cass's line of sight. Just as everyone expected Jean to beg for mercy, as well, Jean knelt directly before Kasi. My lord, please spare our chief. I am willing to exchange my life for his. Interesting. Cass's crew stared at Jean with varied. How could a captain as selfish and callous as Kuliku, who would abandon everything at a critical moment, have such a loyal and devoted subordinate? This combination was unexpected. Kasi stroked his chin, sizing up the death-defying Jean. To be honest, he had a favorable impression of Jean's character. Loyal, devoted, willing to carry out his captain's orders without hesitation, and with decent strength in the East Sea. He was a promising talent fitting the Dawn Pirates' talent recruitment plan. All right, I can let him live. Kasi's Kuliku felt a surge of joy, and Jean breathed a sigh of relief. But Kasi's tone shifted, his gaze sharp as a blade piercing toward Kuliku. How can I guarantee that he won't harbor resentment in the future, won't stab me in the back out of revenge? After all, my crew has cost him dearly. The principle of endless trouble, I think Captain Kuliku understands better than anyone, right? Kuliku hastily kowtowed, immediately pledging loyalty. My lord, I can disband the fleet. Give all these men to you. I will vanish from the East Sea, never to appear again. I can swear, as long as you spare me. Hearing this, Jean felt a slight pang in his heart, but thinking of saving his chief's life, he could only endure silently. As long as the chief could live, nothing else mattered. No need for such trouble. A smirk curled at the corner of Cass's mouth as he looked at Jean. Jean, you go. Cripple him. What a... Jean jolted, looking at Kasi in disbelief, shaking his head repeatedly. Forgive me, my lord, I cannot. He is my chief. I cannot. All right, I hate it when people contradict me. Hearing this, Kasi unhesitatingly shifted his gaze from Jean to Kuliku. Kuliku, you go. Cripple Jean. That won't do. Kuliku blurted out, almost instinctively righteous and stern. Jean is my most trusted and capable subordinate. How could I lay a hand on him? My lord, you're putting me in a difficult position. He spoke with such sincerity, as if the man who had just been ready to disband the fleet and abandon his brothers was not him. Kasi caught the subtext in Kulik's eyes. Meaning you need to sweeten the deal. If you cripple him, deal. At those words, Orel Cass' eyes hardened, and the fake loyalty on his face vanished instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his diamond-studded gauntlet and slammed it viciously toward Ajin's back. For survival, anything could be abandoned. Brothers, subordinates, merely tools for use and pawns to be sacrificed at any time. Ajin never expected his chief to strike without a second thought. He closed his eyes, his heart turning to ash. Yet the anticipated pain never came. Kuluo had somehow appeared between Ajin and Orel Cass, his 10 blades crossed, blocking Orel Cass' diamond-studded gauntlet. He sneered at the stunned Orel Cass. Indeed, keeping you alive would be endless trouble. No, you promised to spare me, Orel Cass said, as if foreseeing something, and hurriedly looked at Gastly. I agreed, but my crew didn't, Gastly said indifferently. A man like this was nothing but trouble. Oh, it was cleaner to get rid of him. In the next instant, Kuluo's figure vanished. The 10 blades turned into a dizzying blur of cold light. SSSSHHHH. Blood spurted from Orel Cass' body like a fountain, blooming like a deadly lotus. Chief. Ajin looked at Orel Cass lying in a pool of blood, then turned in a daze to Gastly, who was approaching. A man like you, why have I never heard of you? A small pirate crew just set sail, not famous yet. Gastly paused, then looked earnestly at Ajin. But rather than hearing of my fame, why not join in and make a name together? The crew was not surprised by Gastly's invitation to Ajin. A loyal and capable man like him was indeed worth recruiting. Ajin looked at Gastly. If I don't join, will you kill me? No, but I believe you will agree. Gastly shook his head, his tone confident. This man was not a pure pirate. Following a captain like Orel Cass, yet still holding on to his loyalty and sense of duty amid slaughter and conflict was rare. Moreover, after witnessing Orel Cass' merciless abandonment, his loyalty to his former master must have wavered. Now was the perfect time to win him over. Ajin tightened his grip on his iron staff, pondering. Should he leave and lead the remnants to form a new Krieger pirates? No, it shouldn't be called Krieger anymore. Or should he join? Follow a stronger captain to see the true sea. Seeing Ajin's hesitation, Gastly directly extended his hand. I am Orel Cass, captain of the Dawn Pirates. So have you decided? Ajin looked at the outstretched hand, released his iron staff, and knelt on one knee before Gastly. Ajin is willing to follow the captain and join the Dawn Pirates. For this life, I am at your command. Excellent. Gastly stepped forward, personally helped Ajin to his feet, and patted his shoulder. From today, you are the combat instructor of the Dawn Pirates. He pointed at the dozens of energetic new crew members led by Ba-Dun. These men are in your charge. Train them well. Don't disappoint me. Ba-Dun and the others were untrained, and Ajin had been a combat squad leader before, so serving as an instructor was feasible. Ba-Dun and the others looked at Ajin in unison and bowed. Greetings, instructor. Anyone personally invited by Lord Gastly must have real skill. They were sincerely convinced. Ajin looked at the new faces, bowing to him respectfully, a complex emotion surging in his heart. To receive such trust and importance right after surrendering. While Orel Cass. What's that noise? Has Ajin been captured? At that moment, Palu woke up groggily. Seeing Ajin surrounded by a crowd, he thought Ajin had been captured, let out a roar, and charged forward with his battered shield to rescue him. Ajin was quick-eyed and quick-handed, grabbing him. Palu, calm down. The chief is dead. I am no longer part of the Krieger pirates. Huh? Palu looked at Ajin in disbelief with a bewildered expression, as if thinking, we were about to fight to the death, and you've already surrendered. Captain, how could you? Palu's voice was choked with tears. Ajin knew he was at fault, unsure how to. After all, he had indeed surrendered. Then Palu suddenly changed his tune, grabbing Ajin's arm and asking urgently, so why didn't you take me along? Huh? Ajin was even more confused. So the real concern was this, right? Palu said matter-of-factly, since you've joined, how can I be left behind? Have you forgotten our vow to share joy and hardship? No way, I want to join too. He figured that since Krieger was dead and the combat squad leader had defected, he might as well follow suit. No, this should be called abandoning darkness for light. Ajin looked at Gastly, awkwardly unsure how to handle this not so bright, but fairly reliable former partner. Gastly waved his hand casually. Come if you want. He'll be under you from now on. After all, Zhang had come along with Kuluo as a package deal. A team always needed a little bonus to be complete. Zhang silently wept. Oh, so in the bonus. Captain, does love fade? At Marine Headquarters, Marineford, a building resembling a tenshikaku stood at the center of the island with the two massive characters, Marine, engraved above the main gate. Deep within the building, in a well-lit solemn conference room, a group of Marine officers draped in justice cloaks and bearing a disciplined military bearing sat in 2 rows with solemn posture. They were the elite of the Marine Headquarters Strategy Department, an integral part of the Marine's brain, responsible for analyzing intelligence, formulating strategies, assessing threats, and providing decision support for Marine operations worldwide. What brought them together was usually a major event capable of affecting the stability of an entire sea area or even shaking the structure of the Grand Line. At this moment, the focus of the room was on a Marine officer with green curly hair standing at the podium. Marine Headquarters Lieutenant Commander, Meeting King brand new. Compared to his future rank of Rear Admiral in the original, the Meeting King was still a Lieutenant Commander at this time. He stood before a movable whiteboard on which several brand new wanted posters were fixed with magnets. Colleagues, the reason I have called you all here today is to collectively discuss and ultimately determine the overall bounty amount for this newly risen pirate crew, whose threat level assessment has escalated sharply. He pushed up his sunglasses, the Dawn Pirates. This name might still be unfamiliar to many of you, but according to intelligence from the East Blue branches, the danger posed by this pirate crew has far exceeded the scope of the East Blue's understanding. Brand new tap the wanted poster. Based on the information we have so far, this crew has been active for an extremely short time, yet their achievements are nothing short of terrifying. First, the recruitment of core members. He pointed to the wanted posters of Kuro Jin and others. According to our knowledge, the captain has gathered on his ship the former captain of the Black Cat Pirates Kuro of 100 plans with a bounty of 16 million berries, and the former combat commander of the Krieg Pirates Demon Jin with a bounty of 10 million berries. These individuals are now official members of the Dawn Pirates. Brand new continued. This means that the core of the Dawn Pirates possesses the ability to easily defeat and subdue these pirate leaders who were already quite formidable in the East Blue. Their cohesion and strength are evident. After that, pirate crews in the East Blue with bounties around the tens of millions, such as the Madfong Pirates, were no match for them and were quickly routed. Murmurs of discussion arose from the audience. The pirates in the East Blue were generally not strong. Subduing Kuro and Jin did indicate that this new crew had some skill, but it was still within the East Blue scope. Brand new's tone shifted, becoming more grave. However, what truly caused a qualitative change in the threat assessment of this pirate crew was the following incident. He replaced the poster with a new, somewhat blurry photo accompanied by a crumpled old bounty poster with a staggering amount. They defeated the former Grand Line Supernova Heavy Hammer Huaku and his Heavy Hammer pirates. Wait! A gray-haired, stern-faced Marine Lieutenant Commander raised his hand, interrupting brand new. Lieutenant Commander brand new, is this a mistake? As far as I know, that Heavy Hammer Huaku was a pirate with a bounty over 100 million active in the Grand Line. A pirate crew of that level, even in the most chaotic of the four seas, the North Blue, would be top tier. How could the East Blue possibly have a pirate crew capable of defeating such an existence? Exactly, another younger lieutenant commander chimed in. The strength of a pirate with a bounty over 100 million is on a completely different dimension from the pirates of the four seas. They are monsters who have survived the elimination of the Grand Line. What does the East Blue have? The strongest doesn't even exceed 30 million berries. Could it be that those branch officers made a mistake, or that this Waku is a fake? The voices of doubt grew louder in the room. A pirate with a bounty over 100 million defeated in the East Blue. It was like hearing that Kaido of the Beasts had been beaten by a rookie just entering the new world. It was absurd. Facing the doubts of his colleagues, brand new remained composed. Regarding this, I have personally verified it. This Waku is indeed the original Heavy Hammer Waku with a bounty of 120 million berries. However, he once encountered Admiral Kazan in a certain area of the Grand Line. Admiral Kazan. The conference room erupted in uproar. All doubts ceased, replaced by expressions of sudden realization. That made sense. That explained everything. So he was defeated by Admiral Kazan, barely escaped, and then fled back to the East Blue like a beaten dog to recover. The gray-haired lieutenant commander muttered. Since he was a defeated foe of Admiral Kazan, his strength would have been greatly diminished, his fighting spirit broken. Then being picked off by a rising star crew, though still surprising, is not entirely impossible. The young lieutenant commander nodded, rationalizing. Reasonable, very reasonable. As expected of Admiral Kazan. A single strike is a thunderous move. So this Dawn Pirates really lucked out, getting a huge bargain. The doubts immediately transformed into acceptance of the logical narrative and admiration for the Admiral. After all, that was the highest combat power of Marine Headquarters. A disaster-class Devil Fruit user. Akiji Kazan. Being targeted by him, and still escaping back to the East Blue was already a miracle. Losing limbs and suffering a drastic drop in strength was only natural. Brand new did not correct his colleague's speculation about Huaquest's weakened strength. Sometimes allowing intelligence to spread in a more acceptable way was more conducive to reaching a consensus. He only needed to emphasize the results and the classification. But regardless, the fact that they defeated a pirate with a bounty over 100 million fully proves that the current Dawn Pirates possess combat power far beyond the conventional level of the East Blue. We must reassess their threat level. Brand new raised his voice and tapped heavily on an aerial photo of Goa Kingdom with broken walls and a smoking palace, drawing everyone's attention back. The actions of this pirate crew are extremely heinous, one could say reckless. Not only have they plundered merchant ships, they have audaciously allied with the Revolutionary Army to attack a government member state. The strategists could no longer sit still, attacking a member state and colluding with the Revolutionary Army. This was no longer ordinary piracy. This was open defiance of the world government. They were rebels, a cancer that must be eradicated. They used the Revolutionary Army to create chaos, took the opportunity to loot the royal treasury, causing massive casualties and property damage, and even the king tragically perished. Brandew's tone was heavy. Their audacity and the severity of the impact are unprecedented in the East Blue's history of the past decade. He paused, then changed to a photo of the somewhat dilapidated palace of the Shine Kingdom. Moreover, even the non-member state Shine Kingdom did not escape falling victim to their cruelty. According to reliable intelligence, the princess of that country was also seduced into joining the pirate crew and became an accomplice. They are also skilled in manipulation. This is not something an ordinary pirate crew could achieve. The captain's cunning and methods must be extraordinary. A cacophony of noise filled the conference room. Villeneuve took a deep breath and solemnly announced, "In light of the aforementioned situation, the Grand Marshal of the Warring States has instructed immediately raise the threat level of the Dawn Pirate crew, and the bounty on its members must reflect their true danger. Organize elite forces to pursue them relentlessly." He scanned the crowd with his eyes and concluded firmly, his voice echoing in the conference room. "The East Sea is the territory that the Navy has managed for the longest time. It is our Navy's face. We absolutely cannot allow such a lawless pirate crew to enter the Grand Line. They must be crushed in the East Sea." The conference room fell into a solemn silence. Everyone understood the seriousness of the matter. Then Villeneuve signaled to his assistant to distribute a stack of information about the core members of the Dawn Pirate crew to each advisor. These are the sketches and information of the main members of the Dawn Pirate crew based on intelligence descriptions. Please review them and suggest bounty amounts accordingly. The advisors took the information and examined it closely. The first image: silver hair, heterochromatic eyes, a youthful face adorned with a cynical smile. Captain Orel Cass, suspected to be a devil fruit user capable of summoning various strange creatures for battle. He is the absolute core and brain of the team. The second image: blue long hair, a cold and beautiful face, dressed in swordsman attire. Frost Moon Guena, mastering the flying slash with exceptional sword skills and formidable strength. The third image: towering like a mountain with skin and features resembling rock, his eyes fierce. Warrior Reinhardt Gaia, a user of the earth fruit, with terrifying strength and incredible defense. Gaia, I am the vice captain. The fourth image: golden curly hair, amber eyes, and a beautiful appearance. Erdman Aaron, a user of the natural system sand iron fruit, the princess of Sand Hidden, currently kidnapped, her abilities well developed. The fifth image: wearing glasses, cultured and refined, but with sharp cat claw-like fingers. Cunning, Kuro, former captain of the Black Cat pirate crew, known for his exceptional cunning. The sixth image: light blue short hair, dressed appropriately. Flammel Luca, possessing some form of impact ability with formidable martial arts skills. Looking at these images, the advisors in the conference room couldn't help but feel a surge of tumultuous waves in their hearts. With such capable captains, natural system users, powerful fruits, sword masters, martial arts experts, and strategists, this configuration clearly represents an elite team waiting to grow. East Sea. Could it be that another monstrous pirate crew capable of stirring up global turmoil is about to emerge? A few days later, in a certain sea area of the East Sea, a massive three-decked ship with a sturdy hull and sharp lines was slicing through the waves, sailing on the air. This was the Fearless Battleship, a military vessel captured from the Click pirate crew, but it had now changed owners and names. A new ship, a new flag, a new journey. Now it was renamed the Judicator. It symbolizes the judgment of worldly injustices, sounding much more refined than the military knife. The pirate flag hanging on the ship was unique. The flag had a black background with a familiar skull at its center. However, this skull was not an ordinary pirate skull. It was a cute round version of a Jenghost skull. It looked adorable, even a bit cute, contrasting starkly with the eerie and terrifying nature of typical pirate flags. The composition of this flag was designed by Erin herself with the image provided by Jenghost. Jenghost was very pleased with it, stating that this was the coolest and cutest pirate flag it had ever seen. Since the pirate crew was called Dawn, Cass felt there was no need for the flag to be overly grim. It should be more approachable. Jenghost was indeed perfect, plump, and cheerful, giving off a sense of good fortune at first glance. Besides, who could refuse a cute, chubby ghost? Navy World Government, we will. Judicator on the deck. The ship was buzzing with a lively training atmosphere. Lower your center of gravity. Keep your back straight. Breathe steadily. Ajin's commanding voice echoed across the wide deck. With his hands behind his back like the strictest instructor, he paced between rows of new crew members who were gritting their teeth to endure his gaze, piercing through each person's movements like a hawk. Dozens of new crew members from the garbage mountain of the Goa Kingdom, led by Barton, were meticulously undergoing the most basic stance training. Most of them were weak and frail, their clothes soaked in sweat, forming small puddles on the deck, yet not a single one complained of fatigue. This was the first step to changing their fate. They had to persevere through any hardship. Zango and Palu also grimaced, training together amongst the new recruits. Zango was so exhausted that his tongue was hanging out like a dehydrated seal. "I'm so tired I can't take." Palu, on the other hand, was wearing a weighted shield for training, panting as he did shuttle runs. I can't do this anymore, Captain Ajin. I'm a wall of iron. Do I really need to train this hard?" "Shut up." Ajin snapped sharply, striking the ground beside the two with a wooden stick, startling them into silence. "Your defense would crumble before a true expert. Strength is fundamental. If you don't want to be knocked out by someone during the next battle, then you better train." The two fell silent, grimacing as they continued. Palu knew Ajin was right. A last time against Luca, his defense was nothing but a joke. Zango's physical strength was too poor. Even with high-level hypnosis, it was useless without the stamina to support it. Under Ajin's gentle supervision, the two were exhausted every day, but the results were significant. Ajin himself, under Cass' guidance, began his entry-level training in Kenbunshoku and Busashoku. Cass did not hold back, imparting all the principles and methods of training taught by Jingshiro. Ajin treasured this knowledge, spending his days teaching the new recruits, while fervently honing his body, eagerly anticipating the moment of awakening. He knew that to stand firm in this team full of monsters, he had to follow that unfathomable young captain into a broader world. "Mr. Kuro, Miss Guena, Miss Aaron, Mr. Luca, Mr. Gaia." Every officer here possessed the power to overshadow his current abilities. He had no reason to slack off. "Mr. Kuro, Miss Guena, Miss Aaron, Mr. Luca, Mr. Gaia." Every officer here. She saw Gaia shirtless, gritting his teeth as he squatted with a barbell estimated to weigh over 10 tons, and she paused, shouting, "Gaia, have you seen Cass?" "I don't know. He's probably in the captain's quarters." Gaia squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth, his face flushed. "Oh, you keep it up, good luck." Aaron casually encouraged him and headed straight for the captain's quarters. Gaia muttered, "Easy for you to say. This thing was specially weighted by Luca for me, ugh, but I have to push myself or I'll be surpassed by Guena and Luca." Inside the captain's quarters. At this moment, Cass' eyes were gleaming as he immersed himself in the system's shop interface, visible only to him, and embarked on a long-awaited shopping spree. After the grand looting of the Goa Kingdom's treasury and the acquisition of the Krieg pirates' inheritance, his share of the spoils as the captain was exceedingly substantial. His personal fortune had instantly swelled to over 400 million berries. This did not even include that devil fruit. Since its abilities were unknown, the fruit was temporarily stored while he considered who would be the most suitable recipient. He gazed at the dazzling array of Megastone Z crystals and various fully evolved Pokémon in the shop, all radiating an enticing glow. Alas, a long and arduous road lies ahead. The revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades must still earn money. Cass sighed, but his hands moved without any hesitation. After careful selection, he ultimately decided that this first investment would be to recruit a new partner for himself, enhancing the team's strength. He browsed back and forth for a long time, his gaze finally settling on a deep blue muscular figure with a towering dorsal fin. Swampert final form 200 points. It is a bit pricey. Cass winced in pain, but then he thought this was the final form of the water ground type starter Pokemon. Amphibious, capable of both offense and defense, and with quite a few devil fruit users on the crew, if anything went wrong and someone fell into the sea, Swampert would be the best lifeguard. More importantly, who hadn't been awed by the sight of Swampert's ice punch standing firm against Rayquaza. This was nostalgia. The romance of a man. Bought. Click. Confirmed purchase with a thought. 200 points vanished instantly. Cass felt his heart bleeding, but looking at the new Pokeball in his inventory, he felt it was worth it. Points are meant to be spent. Spend them, then earn more. With strength, who's afraid of not making money? Cass comforted himself. Then his gaze fell upon the Z Crystal section. Gastium Z. For Jengar. A game-changing trump card in critical moments. 10000 points. Bought. As a veteran and hard worker, Jengar must be strengthened. Ziaring. Without this, the Z Crystal is just a decoration. 3000 points. Bought. Another painful round of spending, and his account balance instantly shrank to a pitiful fraction, trembling in the corner. But Cass looked at the newly added Gastium Z and Ziaring in his inventory and felt filled with power. Spending money felt good in the moment, and it felt even better to keep spending. Great. Spending makes me stronger. Cass nodded in satisfaction and put the Ziaring on his left wrist. Then he eagerly took out the Pokeball containing Swampert. Come out, Swampert. Bang. A soft sound, and the Pokeball opened. Roar. A deep, powerful roar tinged with moisture, and the scent of earth resounded. A Swampert 3 meters tall with deep blue skin, short but sturdy limbs, and a dorsal fin rising like a ship's sail appeared in the spacious captain's quarters. Its honest eyes curiously surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings and the silver-haired human before it, whose presence felt comforting. Not bad, quite sturdy. Look at those muscles, those lines, TSK. Cass walked around Swampert, patting its rock-hard shoulder, feeling the surging life force and strength. No wonder it was a Pokemon capable of pulling giant ships. Those muscles clearly marked it as a power type. From now on, you're with me. Follow Brother Cass, and in 3 days. No, one day you'll become a legend. Eat well, drink well, punch the 4 emperors, kick the admirals. Ruer. Swampert understood the boldness in Cass' words and nodded happily. Its nature was honest, and sensing the affinity and bond from Cass, it took a liking to its new master. It stretched out its thick arms and gave Cass an enthusiastic bear hug. Cough. Swampert, you're too strong. Can't breathe. Cass was caught off guard, his face turning pale from the overwhelming embrace. He had forgotten that according to the settings, an adult Swampert possessed the terrifying strength to easily pull a massive ship. It might even rival Charlotte Oven, the stop ship fruit user of the Big Mom Pirates. This loving hug was not something his current frail body could endure. Cass, I have something. Just then the captain's door was flung open with a bang, and Eileen rushed in excitedly, her words trailing off abruptly. What did she see? Before her eyes, Cass was being held in a tight chokehold by a muscular fishman. Cass' face was flushed red, struggling desperately. Aylin's brain processed the information in 0.69 seconds. Strange fishman attacking Cass' enemy. Release that boy, Eileen shouted, and without a second thought she reflexively spread her arms. Sand iron. Torrent. Whoosh. Black sand iron surged out from around her like a breached flood, charging towards Swampert. Seeing the familiar black iron current, Cass' eyes widened. Don't come over. Boom. The world fell silent. After a long while. Why you let them hit me? I told you not to come over. Cass was holding a bottle of system-issued healing medicine, dabbing it on Aylin's swole. A perfectly fine girl. Now had a black eye? Why, how was I supposed to know this was your... What's it called? Eileen cried out in pain, pointing at Swampert, who had started facing the wall again in reflection. Pokemon. You can think of it as my ability, like Jengar and Chingui. Cass explained while signaling Swampert to keep its distance to avoid another fight. Pokemon. Such a mouthful. Anyway, it's your pet. I didn't know. I was just trying to help, and this guy goes and punches me. Eileen was extremely aggrieved, pointing at her miserable left eye. Look. It's all swollen. How can I show my face now? Wah. The more she spoke, the more wrong she felt. She, the princess of the sand-hidden village and a Logia-type user, had been beaten by some unknown fishman brute. The key point was that this fishman used armament hockey. One punch had scattered her sand iron, and if it weren't for the last-minute defense with the sand iron wall, she wouldn't just have a black eye now. Her head would probably have been split open. Swampert is a bit simple. Straightforward. Cass patted Swampert's broad back, speaking up for the kid. This guy had gone into wall-facing mode after realizing he had caused trouble. He was fierce in battle, but his personality was quite the cute contrast. Just then, hearing the commotion, Gaia, Luca, Kalu, and the others gradually arrived, crowding around the captain's door, looking at the chaotic scene inside. The strange giant beast facing the wall, the fuming Eileen, and Cass, who was applying medicine with an awkward smile. Holy crap. What is that? Gaia's eyes widened as he looked at Swampert's imposing, muscular, and powerful frame. He had a hunch that this blue giant's strength might even surpass his own. Oh, a new partner. Lucas still maintained a gentle, elegant smile, but a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He could sense the immense life energy within this fishman. Is this a fishman? Doesn't look like the common ones. A special race or a creation of an ability? Kalu analyzed. Captain, did you eat something like a contract fruit? Lucas spoke, thoughtfully voicing his guess. The ability to form contracts with extraordinary creatures and summon them to fight. Before it was a ghost and a shield, now it was this fishman warrior. It seems possible. Kalu also nodded in contemplation. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, and his gaze toward Cass grew deeper. If that were the case, the potential and growth of the captain's ability would be immeasurable. The types and strengths of creatures he could contract would directly determine his power ceiling. Eileen, so none of you are paying attention to me, right? Cass meanwhile thought contract fruit. Sounds like a trainer becoming a spirit. But since they had come up with such a reasonable explanation, he didn't bother to refute it. Explaining the system was too troublesome. Having a devil fruit as a smokescreen was fine. As a result, Cass' silence was seen as confirmation by the others. Indeed, it was a very powerful fruit. Only Gaia, who knew him best, understood. It was no contract fruit, it was clearly. Well, what was it? Gaia thought, realizing he had never asked Cass these questions. In his memory, after they escaped from the Goa Kingdom, Cass had inexplicably acquired various strange but powerful abilities. Could it really be a devil fruit? When did he eat it? How come he didn't know? By the way, Eileen, why were you in such a hurry to find me earlier? Cass turned to Eileen, whose anger had subsided a bit, deftly changing the subject. At this, Eileen seemed to forget her pain and excitedly raised the newspaper in her hand. Our pirate crew has gotten a bounty. Zillabu Village. At the Kaya residence. Miss, I have something I would like to show you. The butler Meili gently knocked on Kaya's door. Come in. A soft response came from within the room. Meili pushed the door open and saw Kaya sitting at her desk by the window, sunlight illuminating her beautiful face. Miss, this is some new information. About the EC, just delivered by the messenger pigeon. Kaya set her book down and picked up the newspaper. When she saw the photo of Kalu, who was pushing up his glasses with a serious expression, she paused slightly. Bounty Kalu, 25 million berries. Kaya quietly gazed at the bounty, notice her eyes calm as she said, Mr. Calabattle. No, Mr. Kalu. It seems he has finally found his target. Outside the window, Usopp was climbing a tree, trying to chat with Kaya, and through the gap in the window, he caught sight of the contents of the newspaper in her hands. When he clearly saw Kalu's bounty and the amount, he nearly slipped from the tree, hastily hugging the trunk. That somewhat eerie butler turned out to be such a formidable pirate. Sand-Hidden Kingdom, the new royal palace. Your Majesty, this is a major problem. The captain of the guards, Luozan, rushed into the conference hall in a panic. The new king of Sand-Hidden, a refined middle-aged man, is also Aaron's uncle. He calmly took a sip of the bitter buckwheat tea, not looking up as he said, Luozan, how many times have I told you not to panic, not to panic? Look at you so anxious. Take it slow, say it clearly in one sentence. Yes, Your Majesty, you are right. Luozan caught his breath, stood up straight, and spoke quickly. Princess Aaron has been wanted. See, now that's clearer. The new king nodded in satisfaction. It's not a big deal, just a wanted. Wait, who did you say? He grabbed the wanted notice, bringing it close to his eyes, staring intently at the image and text on it. The wanted notice featured a profile picture of Aaron with her golden hair flowing, a black barrier of sand iron forming around her, and her amber eyes sparkling with light. Princess, Sand Ironied Man Aaron. Bounty 20 million berries. Oh no, how am I going to explain that? The new king sat back down on the throne, his face pale. I hope my brother can hold on. Frost Moon Village, Isin Dojo. Let me see. Senior brother Gaia looks so impressive. His muscles are huge. Sister Goena is also very strong. What? Senior brother Cass is the strongest. A group of half-grown children were fighting over several brand new wanted notices in the dojo's yard, chattering excitedly. For them, their seniors who once trained here had become remarkable pirates and appeared on the wanted notices, which was even more thrilling than any adventure story. Slow down, don't fight, stay calm. Gung Shiro squinted, a warm smile on his face as he watched the children play. He spoke, but didn't get up to stop them. Cass is surprisingly good. When Zoro saw these wanted notices, he was filled with disbelief. Hey, is this bounty for real? Frost Moon Swordsman, Goena, bounty 30 million berries. Rock Iron Reinhardt, Gaia, bounty 32 million berries. If he could still tolerate these two, after all, he knew Goena was strong and Gaia had monstrous strength. But when he saw Cass wanted notice, Zoro completely lost his composure. The image of Cass showed his silver hair flying, his heterochromatic eyes mysterious and deep. The background was the shattered walls of the Goya Kingdom. Magic Eye Orel Cass. Bounty 69 million berries. Almost 70 million. Zoro felt as if his worldview had been shaken. How long has it been since we set sail? The bounty is already close to 70 million. Even the Pirate King didn't reach this so quickly. The judgments are on the deck. Suiting Avenger. How the names the Navy comes up with are still so lacking in creativity. Luca looked at the snapshot of himself delivering a powerful punch on his wanted notice along with the title below and couldn't help but chuckle. Suiting Avenger, Flammel Luca. Bounty 20 million berries. 20 million berries is already a high starting point for him, who just set sail not long ago. Also props to the photographer for the perfect timing and angle. Why do I only have 20 million? Cass, why is yours so high? It's more than 3 times mine. Aaron pouted in dissatisfaction. She is a natural type devil fruit user, the princess of Sand-Hidden. The face of the team. How could she be valued the same as Luca? Those blind Navy men. Navy, we weren't even planning to put a bounty on you, but because you are a natural type we did. Cass, how could your bounty be more than double mine? Gaia also chimed in, glancing at his own bounty of 32 million, and then at Cass' astronomical figure of 69 million, feeling very unbalanced. After all, he fought hard too. He contributed the most in breaking walls and smashing ships. As expected of the captain, Kalu looked at Cass' astonishing bounty, feeling it was only natural. He had nearly increased by 10 million. If the captain's bounty were low, that would be strange. Should we celebrate? Luca suggested with a smile, already pondering what dishes to add for dinner. Akin, Zhang and the others didn't see an increase in their bounties, but looking at the strong crew members, they felt extremely excited. To follow such a powerful pirate crew is their fortune. However, Cass was not paying attention to his crewmates' chatter. All his attention was drawn to the damn nickname on the wanted notice. Magic Eye. Who came up with this ridiculous name? It's so cringeworthy. It's beyond embarrassing. Magic Eye, why not call it Evil King True Eye or Reincarnation Eye instead? Are there no cultured people in the Navy? What about that green-haired King Branyu? Isn't he known for his naming skills? And yet he came up with this nonsense. Just because his eye colors are different. That excuse is too flimsy. Even calling him Silver Hair or something would be better than Magic Eye. How is he supposed to navigate the seas with this? When introducing himself, he would have to say, "Hello, I am Magic Eye Cass." Damn, just thinking about it makes me Cass, are you okay? Goena noticed Cass' unusual expression. He had been gloomy ever since he received the wanted notice, and she thought he was unhappy with the bounty amount. Aaron also came over and poked Cass' face. What's wrong? Such a high bounty, and you're not happy. 69 million, hey. There aren't many in the history of the EC, right? You should be secretly pleased. Akin Barton and others saw Cass' dark expression and his silence, their hearts filled with awe. The captain is looking down on a mere bounty of 69 million. Akin thought, inwardly looking at Cass with even more respect. What a spirit. What ambition. Following such a leader, the future is bound to be spectacular. Master Cass truly has lofty aspirations. We must also work twice as hard and not hold back. Barton and the others clenched their fists secretly, their enthusiasm for training unprecedented, wishing they could turn into powerful beasts and run another 100 laps immediately. Cass, no, you misunderstand. I'm just complaining about that silly nickname. Navy, you giving Cass a bounty, he's very pleased. But the nickname you gave Cass, he doesn't like it. Just wait and see. A few days later, in a tranquil sea area. That shape is a floating restaurant bar tie. A cheer of excitement came from the bow of the ship as Erin pointed at a gradually clearer silhouette on the horizon, waving her arms with enthusiasm. Everyone's gaze followed her. Ahead, a uniquely designed giant sailboat drifted upon the sea. The ship had a 4-story structure designed to resemble a massive fish, with imposing fish head statues at both the bow and stern. The flag hanging from the main mast was not a pirate flag, but rather a design featuring crossed knives and forks. The floating restaurant bar tie. Bar tie. I've heard that the chefs inside are top-notch and the dishes they create are so delicious that they could make you swallow your own tongue. For Gaia, who loved good food, the allure of culinary delights was no less thrilling than a raucous battle. Aaron nodded vigorously. Yes. I heard about it while in Suna, and I've wanted to go there. I've heard in cross-understanding bar tie was a neutral zone where anyone could come to dine as long as they paid and didn't cause trouble. I just wonder how it compares to the food made by Lu Ka. Cass looked pointedly at Lu Ka. Lu Cass' expression instantly turned serious. As a chef, honing my culinary skills is an essential practice. I will not allow my cooking to be questioned, even if it's just a hypothetical situation. Every excellent chef has an almost obsessive commitment to the path of food. Lu Ka was no exception. You could say he wasn't great at fighting, but you could never say he was bad at cooking. This was a matter of principle. All right, what a presence. Cass clapped the ship's rail and declared full speed ahead. Destination Bartok. Let the feast begin. Yes, Captain. Excited responses erupted on the deck. Paluzango and Burton's eyes sparkled. After training for so many days, they could finally indulge in a feast. The Judicator adjusted its sails and slowly approached Bartai. At the entrance of the first deck of Bartai Restaurant, Gaia took the lead, boldly stepping onto Barity's deck. Boss, come out and greet the guests. The one responsible for welcoming at the door was Patty. He hurried over at the sound, and upon seeing the crowd, he was taken aback. Dozens of people, all muscular, especially the silver-haired young man at the front who exuded a formidable aura. Goodness, a big client. Definitely a big client. Patty's professional smile grew even brighter as he rubbed his hands and welcomed them. Dear guests, welcome to the best restaurant in the East Blue Bartai. Whether it's the dishes, the service, or the ambience, we guarantee you a warm feeling of being at home, like returning to your own abode. He paused for a moment, revealing a fawning smile. As long as the payment is in order, everything is good. You're quite straightforward. Gaia grinned, not at all offended by this blunt business approach. With a grand gesture, he pulled out a heavy gold bar from his pocket and tossed it to Patty. Money is no object. Lord Gaia has plenty of it. Bring out your best offerings. If I'm not satisfied with the meal. Gaia grinned menacingly. I want pay. Patty hurriedly caught the gold bar, the heavy weight causing him to catch his breath, his eyes wide with disbelief as he repeatedly confirmed the bar's quality. 99% pure, a rare find. A wealthy patron. Definitely a wealthy patron. Dear guests. No, I mean dear gods. Patty bowed lower, his smile even brighter, as my brother said. We guarantee your satisfaction. The signature of Bartai is its flavor. Dear gods, please head upstairs. Now that's more like it. Gaia nodded in satisfaction, waving his hand. Brothers, upstairs. Let's get started. Sanji. Aren't you going to come out and serve the guests? What are you standing there for? Patty turned around and shouted into the restaurant. Bastard Patty. I'm the sous chef, not a waiter. How could I possibly do something like serving tea and water? A young man with short golden hair, curly eyebrows, and dressed in a black suit walked out with an unhappy expression. However, before he could finish complaining, his gaze unconsciously swept over the entrance. Then it suddenly froze on Gwen and Aaron in the crowd. Gwen was dressed in a simple white swordsman's outfit, her face cold and beautiful, exuding an ethereal grace. Aaron, on the other hand, was in a sleek hunting outfit, her golden curls playfully cascading, her stunning figure accentuated by the tight clothing. Time seemed to freeze for a second. Wow. The next moment, Sanji was like he had been fitted with a rocket booster, transforming into a golden whirlwind that appeared in front of Gwen and Aaron in an instant. His eyes instantly turned into exaggerated heart shapes, his body twisting and writhing as if electrified. Oh ho ho ho. Two beautiful ladies. My name is Sanji. It is my honor to take the orders of such beautiful ladies. Please follow me. The second floor has the best seats, absolutely worthy of your unparalleled beauty. Cass watched this relatively young man whose gentleman demeanor seemed deeply ingrained with a twitch at the corner. Well, at this age, should I say he is exceptionally gifted or that he has received good education from Zeph? This tendency to transform upon seeing beauties seems to have been cultivated from a young age, deeply rooted. Gwen simply acknowledged him indifferently and walked straight toward the stairs. The service at this restaurant is indeed quite special. Aaron found it amusing. This little chef, though his behavior was odd, was quite interesting. Lucas' gaze remained fixated on Sanji's distinctive curly eyebrows, an uncomfortable feeling welling up. Your eyebrows make me uncomfortable. Such eyebrows reminded Lucas of the Vinsmoke family, but the Sanji before him should not belong to them. How could a cold-blooded creature be a chef? The feverishly infatuated Sanji was also taken aback. What the hell did my curly eyebrows offend you? All right, stop blocking the entrance. Let's head upstairs. Cass clapped his hands, breaking the awkward atmosphere. The group, led by Sanji, ascended the stairs to the... Just as Cass stepped forward, preparing to follow the others upstairs, he caught a glimpse in the corner of his eye on the first-floor restaurant, where Patty was furiously shaking a young man with freckles who was blissfully asleep, even producing a bubble from his nose. Bastard. Even if you're asleep, you can't dine and dash. Get up and settle the bill. Huh. Is it morning already? The freckled man groggily lifted his head, rubbing his drowsy eyes, looking as if he hadn't fully woken up. The young man had short black hair with a few freckles dotting his cheeks, exuding a natural charm. Patty, seeing him awake, was even more furious. So you're awake. Then pay up. It's a total of 50,000 berries. Not a single berry less, or you won't get out of this door. Oh, ha ha ha. The freckled man blinked, and suddenly a bubble appeared from his nose again as his head tilted, and he fell asleep once more. Patty was about to explode, feeling both his intelligence and professional dignity insulted. You are definitely provoking me. Absolutely. Hey, that's your friend, right? Why don't you pay for him? A nearby chef looked at a young man with blue hair and a mask. The masked man hurriedly waved his hands. I don't know him. We're just sharing a table. Not familiar, really not familiar. Dusu internally cursed, that bastard Ace. If you don't have money, don't try to treat others to a meal. Sleeping anywhere and dining and dashing. Hope I don't want his sailing journey to end so quickly in a restaurant debt collection. Cass gazed at the freckled face that was so familiar, having seen it countless times in the anime, and his heart stirred. This was none other than Ace, the commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, 2nd Division, son of Roger, and the instigator of the Paramount War. Unexpectedly meeting him here felt like fate. Moreover, the classic scene of falling asleep anytime and anywhere followed by being chased for a dinny and dash was all too familiar. Guess that's what happens when you're raised by Garp. He waved at a passing waiter and asked, Hey, what's going on over there? The waiter shrugged helplessly. While that customer and his companion ordered a huge table of food, ate it all clean, then collapsed asleep. Clearly they're trying to skip the bill. What's wrong with these people? Eating without paying. Cass shook his head. As a product of compulsory education, he expressed profound disgust and strong condemnation for such dinny and dash behavior. Cass waved his hand magnanimously and declared, They'll cover the bill for that table. Also, if they want anything else, put it on my tab. How generous, sir. The waiter's gaze toward Cass instantly filled with respect. Now this was a true distinguished guest. Not only did he spend on himself, but he also paid for strangers who were trying to skip the bill. A truly good person. He hurried over and whispered something to Patty, who was on the verge of exploding. Patty paused, turned to look at Cass at the stairway entrance, and his anger melted away like snow under the sun. You're lucky a kind soul paid for you. Otherwise, according to Verity's rules, skipping the bill means at least losing a leg. Humph. Then Patty scampered off with the waiter to arrange extra dishes. Crisis-averted Deuce let out a long sigh of relief and looked gratefully toward the stairs. Ace's snot bubble popped with a puff, and he rubbed his eyes as he sat up. Deuce, what's going on now? They're not kicking us out. Deuce pointed toward the stairs and said, it seems some kind gentleman has settled our bill. Really? Ace's eyes lit up. There really are good people in the world. Makino was right. I need to go. Then, his head lolled to the side and thumped back onto the table, snoring resuming instantly. Deuce was dumbfounded. Damn it. He really just falls asleep anywhere anytime. No warning at all. Are his brain and body disconnected? Bartai restaurant, second floor. The atmosphere here was elegant, the view expansive. The pirate crew members were seated at several tables, the mood lively. But before the open kitchen counter between the cooking area and the dining area, the atmosphere was tense like swords drawn. Sanji had just served a pan-seared deep-sea sea bream with vegetables. Luca cut a small piece with silver knife and fork, put it into his mouth, and savored it carefully. Crispy on the outside, juicy inside, the heat control is passable. Of course. Sanji raised his chin proudly, absolutely confident in his culinary skills. But the flaws are also obvious. Luca changed his tone. The sea salt is coarse rock salt from the East Sea. Unique in flavor, but the grinding is too coarse, which affects the layered progression of saltiness in the mouth. The asparagus is blanched too long, losing its optimal crisp tender texture. The lemon juice was sprayed a moment too late, failing to perfectly combine with the fish's heat. The plating shows creativity, but the imitation is too obvious, lacking a soul of its own. The waveline sketched with sauce disrupts the overall harmony. Luca dissected Sanji's dish, which he thought was nearly perfect, with a series of critiques so precise they were almost cruel, highlighting the flaws while glossing over the merits. The confident smile on Sanji's face gradually stiffened. What the hell? Is this the point? The worst part was that he couldn't refute it because what the guy said actually made a kind of sense. After all that talk, Sanji took a deep drag of his cigarette, suppressing his indignation. Who the hell are you? Some food critic who crawled out of nowhere? Or a chef sent by another restaurant to cause trouble? My name you need not know. Luca elegantly wiped the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief and offered a gentle smile. If you insist on a title, you may call me Senior. Senior? You. Sanji felt insulted. This bastard didn't look much older than him. Who was he? So you're here to challenge my kitchen? A vigorous voice came from the kitchen. An old man with a wooden prosthetic leg and a braided mustache emerged. The owner and head chef of Barity Red Leg, Zeph. Who do you think you are? This isn't a place for some brat who doesn't know his place to come and meddle. The moment Zeph appeared, Luca's eyes narrowed slightly, and his body involuntarily tensed. From this one-legged old man, he sensed a long-absent aura of danger. This was no ordinary chef. A master. Kira's eyes narrowed. This old man was definitely a tough. Gaia, Kana, and Eileen also abandoned their meals, rising almost simultaneously, their auras locking onto Zeph. Agenbatten and other new crew members stood up nervously, hands on their weapons. Though the opponent looked like an old man, his imposing presence was unmistakable. Other chefs brought by Zeph also gathered, glaring at the Dawn Pirates. The atmosphere on the second floor became charged with tension. Era threatening my chef in front of me, the captain, is hardly acceptable. At this tense moment, Cass' lazy voice came from the stairway entrance. As he spoke, an invisible wave of power rippled outward from him like a gentle vibration. Those who were about to act found their movements involuntarily halted, and the hostility in their hearts was inexplicably soothed. And who are you? Zeph asked in a low voice. This young man, just standing there with that peculiar aura, made even the former Red Leg feel a tremor in his heart. And the crew behind him. None of them were ordinary. When had a group of monsters like this appeared in the East Sea? Heterochromatic eyes, silver hair. That's Demon Eye Cass. The great pirate with a bounty of 69 million berries. A chef behind Zeph, who had seen the wanted poster, cried out in shock. 69 million. They're the Dawn Pirates who recently conquered the Goa Kingdom, defeated the Krieg Pirates, and saw their bounty skyrocket. What's such a pirate crew doing at Bartai? Are they here to attack us? Troublesome. Sanji's face, although old man Zeph was strong, the opponent was a ferocious pirate crew worth nearly 70 million with a full roster of officers. Had he caused trouble again? Zeph frowned deeply. Demon Eye Cass. What is your purpose in coming to Bartai? If it's for money or to cause trouble, Bartai may be just a restaurant, but we're not a soft target to be pushed around. He tapped his wooden leg lightly, and the deck gave a dull thud, signaling his stance. Such a bounty and achievements were not low even for the first half of the Grand Line. He had no choice but to treat this seriously. We're here to eat, of course. Your men are still holding our gold. Kasi ignored the prefix of the evil eye, shrugged, and said, or is this so-called finest restaurant in the East Sea actually a den of thieves? Seeing that we have money, you try to force a sale, then resort to violence, murder, and robbery. Xiaoqi's shakedown bar would approve. Of course not. Chapu denied resolutely. In business, reputation is paramount. But your chef insulted me. Shanji couldn't help interjecting, pointing at Luca. He couldn't tolerate such a condescending attitude, like a senior lecturing a junior. especially since the other had mocked his eyebrows. Cassie turned to Lu Ka and asked, Lu Ka, what did you insult him about? Lu Ka replied calmly, I didn't insult him. I just stated some facts. Simply put, the kid's cooking is decent and his fundamentals are solid. But those curly eyebrows are just too provoking, they make me want to punch him. Everyone, so the root cause is the curly eyebrows. As Shanji felt a double blow, his cooking criticized, his eyebrows mocked. Rage meter maxed. Then let's duel. Shanji pointed at Lu Ka. If you're a man, settle it like a chef. If you lose, you'll apologize for your arrogance and your insult to my eyebrows. Lu Ka accepted gladly, fine. But if you lose, you'll willingly call me senior. Deal. Shanji gritted his teeth. Jipu looked at the fiery Shanji, then at Cassie and his crew, who seemed eager to watch the fun. Resolving the conflict through a culinary duel was better than a physical fight. Moreover, he wanted to see what kind of chef this man valued by a nearly 70 million berry pirate truly was. Clear the space. With a wave of Jipu's hand, the kitchen bustled into action, quickly clearing an area. Shanji and Lu Ka each stood before their own workstations, both choosing the same dish. Seafood risotto. This seemingly simple dish was the ultimate test of a chef's comprehensive ability in heat control and flavor balance. Jipu served as the judge himself. Begin. Both moved simultaneously. Shanji's movements were swift and fierce, his knife a blur as he processed ingredients, lighting the fire and heating the pan in a seamless flow. At first glance, he looked like a master of dual-wielding swords. Unlike Shanji's fervor, Lu Ka moved with calm composure, each step rhythmic, as if playing an elegant concerto. Soon 2 steaming bowls of seafood risotto were placed before Jipu. Jipu tasted Shanji's first and nodded. Shanji, your risotto is filled with passion. A first-class creation. Then he tasted Lu Cass. The moment the risotto touched his lips, Jipu's eyes flew wide open. As if a background sound effect played, even the wrinkles on his face seemed to smooth out. Seeing the risotto before Jipu almost shimmering, Cassie wondered if Lu Ka had added a flash grenade to it. I lost. Senior. Shanji's voice came out dry. From Jipu's expression after tasting, he already knew the outcome. Sometimes silence is acknowledgement. Lu Ka accepted the title. He looked at Shanji and added calmly, your passion is your strength. Keep it. The future you will not stop here. Yes, senior. Shanji nodded stiffly. What a disgrace. It smells so good. Can I have some? A slightly airhead voice broke the tense atmosphere inappropriately. AIC had somehow appeared at the counter, staring longingly at the 2 portions of seafood risotto on the table. Behind him stood Josie with a look of utter despair, trying to pull him away, but failing. Still immersed in the complex emotions of losing the match, Shanji waved irritably, help yourself. Don't mind if I do. AIC cheered, grabbing a spoon and attacking both plates with lightning speed, devouring the 2 risottos in a whirlwind. Sugoi. Delicious. This is the best thing I've ever eaten. AIC wiped his mouth, his face radiating pure bliss. Gaia protested loudly, hey, who are you? I hadn't even tasted that bowl yet, and you just snatched it away. AIC finally realized his mistake and quickly bowed to Gaia, apologizing sheepishly. Thank you for the meal. It was truly delicious. Oh, it's fine. Gaia replied instinctively. You 2 are surprisingly polite. Cassie couldn't help but laugh. He looked at AIC and said, still here. Didn't I already pay your bill? AIC scratched his head. Well, since you treated me to a meal, it would be rude to leave without saying anything. Machi knew. I said I should be polite. Beside him, Josie covered his face, unable to watch. Idiot. Politeness has its limits. That's a notorious pirate, not some kind-hearted uncle on the street. What if he changes his mind and demands money? Perfect timing. We're having a team-building banquet. Want to join? Cassie extended the invitation. He was curious to see what this version of AIC was like. AIC grinned shyly, his eyes lighting up again. Haha, I'm hungry. Josie finally lost it, hopping with rage. Damn it, AIC. Didn't you just eat? Was that whole table of food wasted on a dog? AIC retorted matter-of-factly. It's already digested. Besides, banquet food is different. It probably doesn't take up much space. Josie. So logical, I have no comeback. Cassie laughed heartily and shouted toward the kitchen. Hey chefs, bring out all the good stuff. Let's have a banquet. Ooh, long live the captain. Everyone cheered in unison. Good food, good wine, and a spectacle. This life at sea was fantastic. Watching the sudden shift from tension to harmony, Jipu finally waved his hands, signaling the chefs to prepare banquet ingredients. A peaceful resolution was better than a fight. Besides, these guys really paid generously. The second floor instantly transformed into a bustling banquet hall. The Dawn Pirates, some chefs from Barity, and the self-proclaimed friend Ace, along with his reluctantly participating partner Joes, were all mixed together, feasting heartily, toasting and clinking glasses. Hey, Ace, you're a Logia user too. That's amazing. Gaia exclaimed, gnawing on a massive grilled beast leg while speaking indistinctly. During the conversation, Ace had inadvertently revealed that he was a user of the flame fruit. What do you mean too? Who else? Ace asked drowsily, taking a sip of his drink. Aaron set down her glass. I have the sand iron fruit. It's a Logia. Ace grinned, showing 2 rows of white teeth. Then I'm stronger than you. Fire can melt iron. Your sand iron will turn into molten metal when it meets my flames. Huh. Anyone can brag. Sand iron can also extinguish fire. If you don't believe me, let's fight. Aaron was displeased. Sand iron slowly surged behind her, forming a black tidal wave. Ace's competitive spirit was also ignited. He stood up unsteadily, clenched his right fist, and a raging flame burst forth with a whoosh, casting a red glow on his face. A fight. Fine. Let me show you the power of fire. Fire fist. With that, a massive fiery fist detached from his arm and roared toward Aaron, carrying it. Who's afraid of who? Sand iron torrent. Aaron cried out sharply, swinging both arms forward abruptly. The black sand iron surged like a steel flood, colliding head-on with the fiery fist. The two attacked without warning. The blazing flames and the icy iron sand were about to clash in the second-floor restaurant. If they actually collided, not only the second floor, but the entire bartai might be in danger. Stop! Zeph, Sanji, and others turned pale, wanting to intervene, but it was too late. At this critical moment, Cass' voice rang out. Swampert. Rower. A tall, deep blue figure stepped between the flames and the sand iron. It was Swampert. It let out a low growl, its arm muscles bulging, and a gray-black luster instantly covered its skin. Armament hockey hardening. Then it threw both fists simultaneously. Bang! Bang! 2 explosions rang out almost at once. Shockwaves surged. The fire fist was directly shattered, sparks flying everywhere. The surging sand iron torrent was knocked back by the other fist, iron sand scattering wildly. The restaurant fell into instant silence. Everyone, including Zeph, stared dumbfounded at Swampert, who stood with its fists retracted, utterly incredulous. Impossible. Ace's intoxication cleared considerably. His fire fist could shatter an entire ship, yet it was dispersed with a single punch. Where did this fishman come from? Cass. Who asked you to meddle? Aaron was also startled, but more so defiant, glaring at Cass with puffed cheeks. She wasn't done fighting yet. This isn't the wilderness. If you break something, you'll have to pay for it. Cass walked up slowly, bottle in hand, and looked at the still-dazed Ace with a half-smile. Ace, do you have any money? Ace's bravado deflated instantly, leaving him with an awkward but polite smile. He truly had none. Not only could he not afford to pay for damages, but even his meal had been paid for by the man before him. So you see, Cass was about to seize the opportunity to lecture this nearly destructive Logia menace about sustainable development and the importance of not acting tough without money. Bang! A dull thud interrupted his words. Patty, who had been serving downstairs moments ago, was now thrown onto the second floor like a rag doll, his face battered and swollen, groaning on the ground. What distinguished guest? I'm a Marine captain. What guest could be more distinguished than me? You dare make me wait downstairs? A shrill, arrogant voice rang out. Then a short, shifty-eyed Marine officer with a thin mustache wearing a Marine uniform swaggered upstairs. It was Captain Nezumi of the 16th branch. He scanned the second floor with contempt, especially when he saw a group of casually dressed commoners, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Tisk, quite a crowd here. But they're all just a motley crew, a gathering of lowlifes. His gaze shifted dismissively, but when it landed on Cass' striking silver hair and heterochromatic eyes, his arrogant expression froze instantly. His heart stopped, and cold sweat poured down his face. Shit. It's him. The bounty of 69 million. The monstrous rookie who conquered the Goa Kingdom. The demon eye Cass. How could such a coincidence happen? I was just glad I didn't run into this guy in Goa, and now I've bumped into him here. No. Nezumi, you must stay calm. You're a Marine captain. You can't panic. Yes, don't panic. Be composed. Be steady. Captain Nezumi forced a smile uglier than tears, his voice dry as he tried to backtrack. Oh, the second floor is full, I see. I'd better go downstairs. Sorry for the intrusion. Everyone enjoy your meal, enjoy. He edged backward cautiously, wishing he could vanish instantly. Nezumi, what's wrong? Haven't you kicked those lowly humans out yet? A more arrogant voice came from the staircase. A tall, dark blue-skinned fisherman with a jagged, long nose and fierce eyes, followed by a large group of equally ferocious-looking fishmen armed with weapons, swaggered upstairs like a band of marauding bandits. It was Captain Arlong of the Arlong Pirates. Behind him came officers like the cartilage fishman Karubi and the kissing fishman Chu, along with a human girl with short orange hair and a pretty face. Nami. Naturally, as the navigator, Nami accompanied Arlong on his outings. Arlong scanned the second floor, saw Captain Nezumi's cowardly demeanor, and noticed a group of humans feasting, his brow furrowing in extreme irritation. You lowly humans, it'll give you 3 seconds to get the hell out of here. This place is now requisitioned by the great fishmen. The crowd simply stared at the suddenly appearing, overconfident fishmen as if they were idiots. Where did these fishmen get their courage? Did they think they were Swampert? Nezumi's mind was racing with a million curses. It's over. No hope. Arlong, you idiot. Why did you have to mess with this monster? If you want to die, don't drag me along. I want to live a few more years and make more money. Blah blah blah. First some trash captain, then some fishmen. Gaia picked his ear, looking impatient. Make us leave. Who the hell do you think you are? Fine, a lowly human dares to talk back. Arlong's eyes turned cold. In his view, apart from a few tools, all humans were weak and a race to be slaughtered at will. The kissing fishman Chu sneered, his lips puckered like a water gun. You're asking for death. Whoosh. A concentrated stream of water shot from his lips like a bullet hurtling toward Gaia's face. Beside him, Nami's heart tightened, and she closed her eyes. Alas, Arlong is here. Another human is about to suffer. Whoosh. Another sharp sound of something cutting through the air. A black shadow arrived later, but faster, precisely hitting the water stream. With a snap, the water stream was dispersed in midair, turning into a mist. The black shadow continued unimpeded, thudding deeply into the wooden wall beside Chu, the arrow's tail quivering. It was a black iron arrow. Barton had already drawn his bow, maintaining the shooting pose, his eyes fixed on Chu, and said in a low voice, I won't let you harm Lord Cass. Not bad, Barton. Cass nodded approvingly and took a sip of his wine. His archery skills lived up to his name. Ace, out of the loop, are we fighting? Can I keep eating? Fine. It's been a long time since I've seen a lowly human dare to defy me. It seems it's time to remind you of the fear of being dominated by fishmen. Arlong grinned, slowly drawing the massive serrated sword from his back, his shark-like eyes locking onto Cass. Murderous intent permeated the air. Just as well, the banquet was getting a bit quiet. A little entertainment wouldn't hurt. Cass set down his bottle and slowly stood up. Arlong, is it? I heard you like to classify humans as lowly beings. Coincidentally, I enjoy collecting what you call the superior races. Let me think. Fishman, the starting bid at the Sabaody auction is 1 million berries. Stronger, rarer ones cost even more. Quite valuable, huh? Cass' gaze swept over the fishman. It was as if he wasn't looking at people, but at walking berries. Arlong, as if recalling something, flew into a rage. How dare he equate noble fishmen with slaves? Unforgivable. Arlong raised his jagged greatsword, bringing it down with a vicious slash aimed directly at where Cass stood. He intended to cleave in two this insolent human who dared to insult the noble fishmen and treat them as mere commodities. Yet just as the blade was 3 feet from Cass, had a deep blue arm shot out and seized the jagged sword like an iron vice. The strike froze midair. Hua. Arlong's head snapped up, his shark-like pupils contracting. This was his full-powered blow. The arm belonged, of course, to Swampert. It held the blade with one hand alone. No matter how Arlong strained, the greatsword remained utterly still, not even a tremor. Olu. Swampert stared straight at Arlong with its simple, honest gaze. Is that all? A fishman? You're a fishman. Arlong's eyes widened in shock as he took in Swampert's aquatic features, so different from common fishmen, yet unmistakably of the sea, and its terrifyingly immense strength. He had expected the silver-haired human or one of his underlings to step forward, but instead a fellow fishman. And such a powerful one at that. The fishman grunts behind him erupted in chaos, shouting in their tongue, Hey, are you a fishman drifting here? Why haven't we seen your kind before? You traitor, helping lowly humans against Arlong boss. Apologize to Arlong boss now. For the sake of our race, the boss will forgive you. Olu. Swampert tilted its head. What were these seafood creatures babbling about? Who was of the same race as them? Was Swampert the mighty water-type starter of the same species as these sea products? Apologize. As if these weaklings were worthy. Swampert declared it could knock out 10 of them with one punch. Arlong forced down his unease. He could sense the giant's terrifying power. Holding his strike with one hand, such strength might rival even Jinbe. He had to recruit this creature. If he could gain such a powerful enforcer, the Arlong pirates would soar in might. The East Blue would truly become. Striking a leader's pose, Arlong said, Hey, my fellow. I see you possess great power, but that power should not serve humans. I, Arlong, leader of the Fishman Pirates, can make you my vice-captain, second only to me. Together we will build a paradise for fishmen in these seas. Let humans grovel at our feet. In Arlong's mind, fishmen were naturally superior to humans. How could this fellow fishman genuinely serve a human? He must be coerced or deceived. Swampert, this Mr. Arlong offers you the position of vice-captain. You could build a fishman paradise. Will you go? Cass asked with a playful smile, turning his head theatrically. Nami behind him was speechless. Was this man an idiot? Asking at a time like this. Wasn't he afraid his crew member would actually defect? You don't seem surprised. Ace asked Gaia and the others curiously. Our captain likes to have fun, Lucas said with a gentle smile. Olu. Swampert shook its head without hesitation, even with a hint of disdain. No, of course not. Why follow a blue-skinned freak when it could stay with Cass? Only a fool would choose that. Is that so? Arlong's tolerant expression vanished instantly, then died. He ducked his head and, using his jagged hard nose, launched a powerful high-speed thrust at Swampert. Shark on darts. This strike could easily pierce a ship's steel hull. He intended to skewer this traitor and the silver-haired human behind him like a candied apple. Then Swampert threw a simple, unadorned punch. Boom. Simple direct. Its fist collided with the spinning, jagged nose. A shockwave erupted. Arlong flew back as fast as he had charged, like a baseball hit out of the park, crashing with a thud into the thick wooden wall on the other side of the restaurant, showering splinters. Zeph winced at the human-shaped dent in the wall, his heart aching. You bastards. If you're going to fight, get out of here. This is a restaurant. My life's work. Renovations are expensive. Arlong boss. Kurubi the cartilage fishman stepped forward, muscles bulging, assuming the standard stance of fishman karate. Fishman karate thousand-tile punch. He murmured, his right fist gathering power, condensing moisture from the air around his fist and unleashing a powerful force. This was one of the fishman's ultimate techniques, capable of shattering 1,000 tiles underwater. A normal human fighting him in the water would have almost no chance of winning. Fishman karate. That's interesting, Cass thought. This technique seemed quite compatible with Swampert. He might learn it later. But for now it was time for a power contest. Swampert rock smash. Rue. Swampert growled, and facing Kurubi's formidable punch, it threw a punch of its own. A dull thud followed by a clear, hair-raising crack of bone. Howie. Kurubi's fierce expression twisted into agony as a colossal force surged through his fist, shattering his gathered energy. His right arm collapsed at an unnatural angle. Seems your skill is lacking, Cass mocked, eyeing Kurubi clutching his arm. How about trying the 2,000-tile punch? Maybe that would have some effect. He said that, but Cass thought the techniques of manipulating water and force in fishman karate really suited the water-type Swampert. Maybe later he could ask Haku for the training method for Swampert. Don't underestimate us, fishmen. 1,000-tile punch. Kurubi gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, and gathered moisture with his left hand, delivering a full-force strike. Meanwhile, Hachi the six-sword swordsman and Chu the kiss fishman reacted and attacked simultaneously. Six-sword style octopus pot. Hachi's six blades whirled into a frosty blur, descending like a meat grinder on Swampert. Water shot. Chu pursed his lips again and fired a high-pressure water bullet, faster and more powerful than before, straight at Swampert's face. Finish them quickly, Cass said flatly, losing interest in watching. This mob attack was unremarkable. Rue. Swampert's eyes turned fierce, its simple demeanor replaced by the ferocity of a predator. Facing 3 attacks, it first threw another punch, striking Kurubi's hastily thrown left fist with precision. Rock smash. Kurubi's left hand was also ruined, and he spun through the air like a rag doll, spitting blood. Then Swampert grabbed Kurubi, who was spinning like a top, and used him as a human shield before his body. Thud, thud, thud. Chu's water shots all struck Kurubi, causing blood to burst from his body, and he couldn't even groan. Then Swampert, with a surge of arm strength, hurled the barely alive Kurubi like a shot put straight at the charging Hachi. There you go. No, Kurubi. Hachi quickly retracted his 6 blades, but the force of the thrown fishman sent him tumbling, his swords clattering to the floor. While the two were still dazed and struggling to get up, Swampert's feet exploded the floorboards. Its massive frame burst forward with terrifying speed, closing the distance in an instant. One hand each, like grabbing chicks, it seized Hachi, who was just sitting up, and Chu, who was about to fire another water shot. Rue. It's over. Then under their horrified, despairing gazes, Swampert's arm muscles bulged, and it slammed the two together. A solid thud of head against head. Their eyes rolled back, and they instantly fainted, discarded like trash by Swampert piling up on the floor. In a matter of seconds, aside from Arlong, the strongest officers of the Arlong pirates were all defeated, lying in a heap. The fishermen grunts behind were completely dumbfounded. The officers they had believed invincible were so easily crushed by this monster. What was this creature? Even Nami, who had been watching silently, covered her mouth, her large eyes filled with shock. She had seen Arlong and his officers easily defeat the navy and bounty hunters who came to challenge them. In her heart, Arlong and his crew were like a nightmare, a mountain pressing down on her in Kokoyashi village. But now that mountain, had it collapsed? How many minutes had passed? And why was such a powerful fishman subservient to that silver-haired man? Could it be that the silver-haired man was even stronger? How terrifying, how terrifying. The mouse colonel's legs turned to jelly, too petrified to move, terrified that Cass might order the giant swamp monster to finish him off on a whim. If time could rewind, he would never ever set foot on this second floor again. No, he would never come to Bartai at all. Kurubi. Hachi. Chirp. Arlong struggled out of the human-shaped crater in the wall, his eyes bloodshot as he gazed at the mangled, pitiful officers sprawled across the floor. You lowly human. How dare you? Arlong went completely berserk, opening his mouth filled with broken, jagged teeth, spinning his body at high speed as he launched his strongest attack toward Cass. He'll tear you and that traitor of yours to shreds. Shark on dredge. Captain. Ajin instinctively stepped forward to block the attack for Cass, but Gaia stopped him. Easy let the bullet fly. Ajin was startled, then turned to see that Gaia Kana and the other officers hadn't moved an inch, all standing there at ease. That move looks pretty intimidating, spinning like a blue giant windmill, Iron commented. Flashy but full, Kuina said flatly. Power dispersed, unstable center relying purely on rotational speed, and those teeth, Luca analyzed professionally. Ajin felt a chill run down his spine. He'd have to fix his own shortcomings. Woe looks fierce, Cass said, perfectly calm, taking a sip of his wine. The next moment, the giant swamp monster's figure stood before Cass once more. Facing Arlong's frenzied strike, the giant swamp monster's right arm muscles coiled like steel cables, then a punch utterly unadorned shot out. Ru. Arm hammer. Boom. The fist collided with the spinning saw teeth again. This time the sound was even more terrifying, a thunderclap detonating inside the restaurant. Crack. 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 Arlong's famed sawtooth nose under the pure, overwhelming force of the giant swamp monster's fist shattered like fragile glass piece by piece. Blood and broken teeth sprayed from his mouth. Impossible. Arlong howled in agony. His spin forcibly halted the massive recoil, stunning him and wrenching his insides out of place. Grab his foot and smash him hard, Cass ordered calmly. The giant swamp monster stepped forward, its other hand precisely catching Arlong's ankle as he flew backward. Stop, what are you doing? Then under Arlong's terrified gaze the giant swamp monster grinned. Ru. Time to fly. With one arm it swung Arlong like Hulk did Loki, slamming him left and right. Bang. Bang. The magic of love's spinning whirl. Arlong's mind went blank from the beating, countless bones broken, unable to utter a single coherent word. Iron felt satisfied. She knew the giant swamp monster's brute strength all too well, but now someone else got a taste. Man, that's brutal, Sanji gasped. Compared to this, he felt his own fights were gentle. At least he didn't swing people around like a meteor hammer. Ajin finally understood why the officers were so calm. Who wouldn't be? That combat power was pure security. TCH, who is this guy? Ace touched his cheek. This ruthless style reminded him of an old man in a doghead hat. Zeph watched his beloved restaurant being wrecked, his heart twitching in pain. My place. Stop. Stop. ITLL be gone if you keep at it. No way. After a while, the giant swamp monster let go, casually dropping the battered, broken-boned Arlong to the floor. Then it shook its arm and silently returned to stand by Cass, as if it hadn't been the one doing the demolition. Defeated strong foe Fishman, Arlong 1,000 points awarded. High and mighty race. That's it. Cass stepped forward, nudging the dying Arlong on the ground. 10 times the constitution, huh? Too fragile. He looked up, scanning the remaining Fishman thugs cowering in the corner. Still want to fight. All at once. Save me the trouble of picking you off one by one. The Fishmen's mental defenses crumbled, and the only reason they dared to bully humans in Kokoyashi village and the surrounding seas was the backing of Arlong and his officers. Now, with their strongest pillar beaten like a sandbag, the Fishmen's pathetic sense of superiority shattered into dust before the absolute gap in power. What could they do? They couldn't expect Jinbei all the way from Fishman Island to save them. Run! Someone shouted, and the remaining Fishmen scrambled, fleeing headlong towards stairs and windows. TCH bullies. Cass sneered, utterly uninterested in such blustering cowards. He turned to Ajin. Ajin, take Barton and the others to clean up the fleeing Fishmen. Stay safe, get some practice. This would be a good test of the new recruits' combat skills under Ajin's training, and let them see blood. Aye, Captain. Ajin turned and waved to Barton and the others who were already itching for action. Let's go. Move out. Aye. The group answered in unison. They had long wanted to test their strength. Soon sounds of fighting, screams and splashes came from downstairs, but quickly subsided. It's over. Just like that. Nami stared blankly at the scene, feeling like she was dreaming. The nightmare that had oppressed her and the village, the arrogant Arlong, lay there like a dead fish. The long-suppressed anguish burst forth like a breached dam, shattering the last of her composure. Wah! Nami covered her face, squatting down, her stifled, crying turning into wails. Belmir no Jiko, everyone, the village is saved, really saved. Sob. Hey little girl, don't cry, you're safe now, those bad fishmen are defeated. Iron's maternal instincts kicked in as she rushed over, clumsily patting Nami's back. She took Nami for a poor girl kidnapped by pirates, abused, and finally rescued. Beautiful lady, please don't weep. Your tears would dim the stars. Sanji, seeing a damsel in distress, triggered his passive again, transforming into a heart-shaped whirlwind and appearing beside Nami. Can't you see she's crying? Get lost. Thinking the curly-browed pervert was trying to harass poor Nami again, Iron threw a punch without hesitation. Bang! Oof! Sanji yelped, blood spraying from his nose as he flew backward, tumbling several times. But he struggled to his feet, a black eye blooming, still gazing adoringly at Iron. Miss Iron, even angry, you're so beautiful. The Bartai chefs collectively facebombed, unable to watch. This fool was beyond saving. Now it's just you, Colonel. Cass ignored the commotion on the other side and turned his gaze to the rat Colonel slumped on the ground. His tone was calm, yet it made the rat feel as if plunged into an icy abyss. With a thud, he knelt down smoothly and naturally, kowtowing frantically. My lord, spare my life. I have plenty of money. He'll buy my life with it. Name your price. Any amount is fine. Just let me live. I have an 80-year-old mother at home, and Stop. Cass cut off his cliched wailing. Don't bother with that useless nonsense. How much money could a Navy colonel like you possibly have? My lord, you don't know this. The rat, sensing a chance, quickly lowered his voice. I have dealings with Arlong and several pirates in the East Blue. They pay me a hefty protection fee every year. I also collect bribes in my jurisdiction, smuggle supplies, and embezzle military funds. You're quite the shady character, aren't you? Cass raised an eyebrow. This guy was well practiced, a master of all vices. The rat grew anxious. That's not important. Just name your price, my lord, and I want haggle. After all these years in the East Blue raking in so much money, this was the time to use it. Cass asked curiously, doesn't the Navy care? Corruption, bribery, colluding with pirates. Those are serious charges, aren't they? The rat eagerly boasted. Everyone in the branch is my man. The big shots at headquarters can't be bothered with such trivial matters in the East Blue. My lord, if you just let me go, my money is your money. Bah, vile Navy. Scum. Filth. Nami, who had been crying nearby, heard these words and stopped. She lifted her head, glaring at the rat with reddened eyes full of hatred. Finally, she understood why Arlong could run rampant in Kokoyasi village and why the Navy never intervened. The root was here. This Navy man was more despicable than the pirates. Not bad, not bad. Cass turned away from the rat and looked at Kuro beside him. Kuro, did you record it? Recorded in full, crystal clear. Kuro held up a small video transponder snail, its eyes still blinking. You never intended to let me go. The rat's fawning expression froze instantly. Who said I would? Scum like you waste air just by being alive. Cass walked over to the rat, looking down at him from above. He raised his right hand index and middle fingers together, forming a gun gesture aimed at the rat. Today, he'll reluctantly dispose of this trash for the Navy. Aura power compressed at his fingertips, forming a faint blue energy sphere. This was an ability unlocked after the aura power upgrade. You can't, that's money. The rat couldn't understand why anyone would be uninterested in money. I do love money, but not all money is worth taking. Some money burns your hands. Cass said calmly. Bang. The next moment, a charred hole appeared in the rat colonel's forehead. His eyes quickly glazed over, and his breath ceased. This guy, I kind of like him. Ace stroked his chin, watching Cass deal with the rat so decisively, with an appreciative expression. Decisive in dealing with villains. What an interesting fellow. Soon Barton and the others returned. Ajin stepped forward, slightly bowing. Apologies, Captain. They only wanted to escape, and we weren't good enough swimmers to catch them all. Cass waved his hand dismissively. Fishmen, after all. Once they jump into the water, it's like going home. It's normal not to catch them. Let them go. The remaining small fry won't cause any trouble. You did well. Any injuries? Just superficial wounds, nothing serious. Barton and the others replied excitedly. It had been a while since they'd fought for real, and though the enemies were terrified small fry, it boosted their confidence. All right, we've eaten and drunk our fill, and the entertainment is over. Time to leave. Cass stretched lazily, then looked at Zeph, whose face was as dark as a pot bottom, and whose mustache was still twitching. Oh, Zeph, old man, sorry for messing up your place. Put the damages on the Navy's tab. Can you afford it? The rat had also brought 2 soldiers along, though they'd kept a low profile. We can afford it. The 2 soldiers' faces grim, nodded repeatedly, not daring to say no. Their boss was dead, and they just wanted to survive. Zeph didn't want to speak. He just glared at Cass, signaling them to get the hell out. Out of sight, out of mind. If they stayed any longer, he feared he might lose his temper and start a fight. Though he might not win. Cass didn't mind. He smiled, then turned to Ace beside him and nodded. Ace, remember to bring money when you eat next time. Not everyone will treat you. Next time we meet, he'll treat you. Ace laughed heartily, waving vigorously. He led his men and turned to head downstairs. Please wait. A tearful voice rang out. Nami suddenly rushed over, blocking Cass' path, her voice trembling. My lord, my name is Nami. I want to commission you to deal with the rest of Arlong's crew. Commission me? But I'm a pirate. Cass stared at Nami with interest. This future navigator of the Straw Hat crew was still a green girl now. I know, but you defeated Arlong. You're a strong one. If you're willing to help me, I can give you a lot of berries. Really? Nami clenched her fists tightly. She did have money. The 100 million berries she had promised Arlong, though she hadn't saved up, yet she still had tens of millions. For the sake of her village, she would give it all. Cass was silent for a few seconds, then slowly spoke. That sounds tempting, but I refuse. And he refused again. Erin was surprised. She knew Cass was a money grubber, yet he had refused twice today. Was this really him? Had he been swapped out? Refused. The light in Nami's eyes instantly dimmed. Cass continued, Nami, is it? Arlong is gone. The rest are just scared hyenas. If you truly want to fight back, you can do it yourselves. Can we? Nami murmured. Cass went on, of course you can. Freedom is never granted by others. It's earned by yourself. Stand up, Nami. In your own way, reclaim what belongs to you. With that, Cass didn't linger. He waved to his men behind him. Let's go, brothers. Set sail. Aye, Captain. The Dawn Pirates answered in unison, following Cass as they noisily descended the stairs and left the wrecked restaurant. Nami stood frozen, kneeling on the spot. Freedom must be fought for myself. Yes, she had always thought of saving up 100 million berries to buy back her village's freedom from Arlong. To that end, she had stolen, cheated, used others struggling in the mire of darkness. But she had never considered that now that Arlong, the source of her greatest fear, was gone, the villagers themselves might stand up. Cass' words, like a piercing beam of light, tore through the fog of her evasion. After a long moment, Nami slowly lifted her head, wiped away her tears, and the confusion in her eyes faded. Arlong has fallen. Belmir, this time I will protect the village myself. What a monstrous rookie. Zeph watched Cass' retreating figure, his expression complex. This young man was not only absurdly strong, but also disturbingly profound in his thinking. To speak such words and guide others, his future achievements would not be low. Sanji meanwhile glanced in the direction Cass had gone and silently lit a cigarette. Under his curly eyebrow, his gaze was deep. He seemed to understand a little why those monsters followed that silver-haired man. Ace, on the other hand, laughed heartily and slapped the bewildered Dews beside him. Dews, did you see that? So cool. That's how a man should be. I have to catch up to him and have a proper fight. Dews, I'm happy for you, but could you first learn to pay what money? Damn it, Ace, you never even thought about it, did you? Cass, up ahead is Luaga Town. Eileen, wearing a wide-brimmed sun hat, held a monocular telescope and observed with keen interest the gradually sharpening outline of the island a few nautical miles away. I know. Cass put down the Ghost Z pure crystal he had been fiddling with, his mischievous smile slightly receding. Luaga Town, the town of beginnings and endings, the birthplace and execution site of the Pirate King Joel D. Roger. After all, as a travel blogger, known as the hometown of the Pirate King, it was still worth a visit. Luaga Town, huh? Gaia grunted as he shouldered a massive barbell, doing squats while puffing. I wonder if there's any decent opponent to let me stretch my muscles. I've been cooped up on the ship so long, I'm about to sprout mushrooms. Kuluo appeared beside Cass. According to gathered intelligence, the previous Marine captain stationed at Luaga Town has been transferred to Marine headquarters. The current highest-ranking officer in town is a lieutenant commander. Intelligence analysis was his domain and his pleasure. That confident? Cass was slightly surprised. For a strategic location like Luaga Town, the Marines only sent a branch lieutenant commander. And at this time, that smoke fiend Simiji probably hadn't been exiled down here yet. Cass, there are so many pirate ships at the harbor. Eileen, who had been observing, suddenly exclaimed. Let me see. Cass took the telescope and looked. Whoa, what a sight. At the harbor of Luaga Town, densely packed ships flying various pirate flags were moored. A rough count showed at least a dozen. It must be known that Luaga Town was a mandatory stop on the route from Donghai to the entrance of the Vita Honglu. Under normal circumstances, the Marines would have strict control here. Even if the commander was temporarily transferred, they shouldn't allow pirates to be so arrogant. It was practically rubbing the Marines' face in the dirt. Lu Ka walked to the ship's side. Logically, the Marines would never ignore such a critical node leading to the Vita Honglu. The only explanation is, the new commander is already on the way. Kuluo took over those old foxes, and the Marines love playing this kind of trick. When the pirates think they have an opportunity and swarm in, they shut the door and beat the dogs. Cass suddenly understood. Oh, fishing enforcement, right? So what we're seeing now is just the calm before the storm. That complicated. Gaia hated such convoluted schemes. Whatever the trick, if anyone dares to block the way, he'll blast his trick and him together with one punch. Simple and crude, Gaia. Lu Ka partially agreed. The Iron Hammer Pirates, the Swift Foot Pirates, the Entangling Web Pirates. Almost all the influential pirate crews in Donghai are gathered here. Kuluo recited the names corresponding to those pirate flags, as if counting treasures. They wouldn't be trying to occupy Luaga Town, would they? Lu Ka hadn't forgotten that their captain's feat in the Gaia Kingdom had probably given these pirates considerable courage. Gaia shrugged indifferently. Whatever, it has nothing to do with us. Supplies are what matter. Exactly. Cass slapped the ship's railing. Comrades. Ahead is the Stop Pirate King-themed ancient town, Luaga Town. Our goal: go ashore for rest, replenish supplies, and then advance into the Vita Honglu. Oh, cheers erupted on the deck. The Arbiter, a 3-story giant warship, sailed imposingly toward Luaga Town's harbor, flying its ridiculous yet eerie chibi Gingue skull flag. Luaga Town Port District. As a key hub, near the Vita Honglu, it occupied one-third of the island. With wide streets and rows of shops, it was an exceptionally prosperous large town, and also the last supply stop for pirates who once aspired to enter the Vita Honglu. Thus the conflict between Marines and pirates was as common here as blood and strong liquor. Especially after the Marine captain stationed here was transferred to Marine headquarters Luoga town, lacking a strong hand to suppress, it was like a prairie without a lion. The hyenas began to stir again. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions, gunfire, and battle cries erupted on the streets near the harbor, shattering the surface prosperity. Smoke billowed and flames flickered. Pirates ahead. You are surrounded. Surrender your weapons, and surrender immediately. Otherwise no quarter. A Marine lieutenant commander was confronting a similarly sized pirate gang with 100 assembled soldiers. A burly man over 2 meters tall holding an iron-reinforced wooden shield in one hand and a solid iron hammer in the other laughed wildly. Marines. We're robbing the Marines. What can you do? Scratch us with your fire sticks. Hammer, Jemu, captain of the Iron Hammer Pirates with a bounty of 13 million berry, was considered a formidable figure in Donghai. Hehehe. Robbery. Kill them and charge in. Treasure fine wine and women. A tall, thin pirate dressed like an assassin snickered sinisterly. Swift foot, Keela bounty, 12 million berry, skilled in throwing weapons. Sir, they have a lot of people, and those captains are tough to handle. A Marine corporal holding a gun whispered to the lieutenant commander. For these low-ranking Marines, a bounty over 10 million was a huge deal. Usually they'd call for backup, but now several had shown up at once. What's there to fear? Just a mob. Set up the cannons. Hit them hard. Luoga town is not a place for them to run wild. The lieutenant commander roared through gritted teeth, trying to boost morale. He couldn't retreat. Behind him were the town and its people. Bang, bang, bang. Several small cannons on the Marine line fired solid shells whistling into the dense pirate ranks, provoking screams. Charge, men. Kill these Marines. Treasure and women for the taking. Hammer, Jemu thrust his giant shield forward and charged like a human tank. The pirates howled, brandishing swords and muskets, surging like a tide toward the Marine line. Bang. Jemu swung his war hammer, sweeping aside 2 blocking soldiers, sending them flying along with their guns. Keela moved about, flicking his wrists, releasing a swarm of diamond-shaped darts like deadly bees. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. My eyes. Watch out for the darts. Cries of pain followed, and several Marines clutched their necks as they fell. Don't panic. Hold formation. Counterattack. Fight with me against those pirate captains. The lieutenant commander drew his saber and charged straight at the advancing Jemu and the roaming Keela. You pirates, you'll all stay here. You think a lieutenant commander can stop me? Dream on. Jemu sneered, blocking the saber with his shield with a clang. At the same time, his right hand swung the war hammer with a vicious wind, slamming toward the lieutenant commander's flank. The lieutenant commander twisted his body, parrying with the blade. Clang. Metal clashed. His hand went numb, and he was forced back half a step. In that instant, a shadow flickered from the side. He got it. Keela, like a venomous snake striking, drew his dagger. Ugh. Caught off guard, the lieutenant commander's right arm was slashed, and his saber nearly dropped. Sir, protect the commander. Several loyal soldiers tried to rush to his aid, but were entangled by you damned scum of the sea. The lieutenant commander gritted his teeth, clutching his wound. He had sent for reinforcements, but help would take time. He didn't know if he could hold out until then. Just as the lieutenant colonel held back the captain, the Navy retaliated. Behind the pirates, a gigantic fishing net made of hemp rope and iron wire descended from the sky, casting a shadow over the Navy's position. A fishing net. It's the Tangle Net pirates. Their people are here too. Another pirate crew. When will our reinforcements arrive? The Navy soldiers looked in terror at the enormous shadow. Their formation began to falter. A tall, provocatively dressed woman with enchanting features stood on a nearby rooftop. It's Tangle Net Roya, with a bounty of 13 million berries, a rare female pirate captain in the east. Roya licked her lips, gazing at the Navy trapped in the fishing net. If I were to kill all of you, wouldn't my bounty increase several times like that demon IA? She also wanted to emulate Cars attacking towns to create a sensational news story, thus rapidly increasing her notoriety. In this era of great pirates, fame is the best passport. Roya, how dare you steal our prey? Gam shouted in displeasure. A pirate crew led by a woman should stay out of this. This is none of your business. Kira also shouted angrily, extremely dissatisfied with Roya's intervention. They were not only here to rob, they also sought fame and to increase their bounties. How could this woman steal their spotlight? Two useless fools. If you keep talking, I might just take you down too. Roya showed no fear, her metallic whip cracking loudly against the ground. What did you say? Such audacity. Huh? Who do you think you are? The three factions stood at odds, and the pirates who had just united against the Navy showed signs of infighting. The pressure on the Navy's defenses eased slightly, but the lieutenant colonel's heart sank even deeper. While pirate infighting was good, once a victor emerged, their next target would surely be the Navy. Boom. At that moment, a massive warship with 3 towering decks cleaved through the waves, slowly arriving at the port of Rogue Town. In comparison, the other pirate ships at the port, all under 100 meters in length, suddenly seemed pathetic. Crick's plundered money was certainly not spent in vain. It's a ship. A huge ship. Reinforcements. Have our reinforcements arrived? Such a large warship. Could it be that the main fleet's ship has arrived early? The branch lieutenant colonel was so excited, he almost cried out. Everyone be brave. Our reinforcements have arrived. We must not let this group of pirates escape. Capture them all. The hope of survival made his voice even more resonant. Lieutenant Colonel, it seems. They are not reinforcements. The keen-eyed Navy lieutenant nearby trembled as he pointed to the flag flying from the main mast. The flag had a deep black background with a cartoonish round grinning purple ghost skull in the center, its eyes crescent-shaped. That is the ghost pirate flag. The Dawn Pirates. It's that demonized crew. The pirate crew with a bounty exceeding 100 million on their first bounty. The captain has an astounding bounty of 69 million, the demonized Cars. The port erupted in chaos. Gasps and discussions filled the air. With a name to be feared and a reputation to uphold, the Navy was not foolish. A first bounty set, near 70 million, and a total bounty exceeding 100 million for a pirate crew surely indicated peril. Although reports from the world government deliberately emphasized collusion with the Revolutionary Army, the strength to defeat Admiral Crick and breach allied nations was not fabricated. Thus, for the pirates, a higher bounty generally indicated greater strength. The ships slowly steadied, and they watched as one by one the terrifyingly high bounty officers disembarked, especially the silver-haired man leading them. It's Rock Iron Reinhardt, with a bounty of 32 million berries. Frost Moon swordsman Guena, her bounty is also 30 million. And former Black Cat pirate crew member Kuro, he is joined too. That's a kin from the Crick pirates. Everyone present, whether pirate or Navy, instinctively held their breath, silently parting a path. Because this was the man who dared to attack kingdoms and directly defeat over 1,000 pirates. What is a man like you doing here? Lieutenant Colonel Hawk tightened his grip on his bleeding sword, locking his gaze on Kars. He knew he was probably overstepping, but as an officer he had to step forward. Answer me, Demon-Eye Kars. Kars casually dug at his ear, looking disdainful. Why shout so loudly? My ears aren't deaf. Also, can you Navy change that ridiculous nickname for me? Demon-Eye? That sounds so cringe. Are those morons in the staff office just collecting a paycheck? Big brother, is this really the time to discuss nicknames? Besides, Demon-Eye sounds cool and powerful. Okay. We want such a cool nickname too. Hawk was taken aback, feeling mocked. A greedy man like you must have come to Rogue Town for a bigger scheme. Stop the chatter, isn't it just to rob you? Kars casually dismissed. Who let him be seen as a mountain? Is that really the case? The lieutenant colonel believed it completely upon hearing the response. If the pirates weren't robbing, were they doing charity? The Demon-Eye has come to rob Rogue Town. Isn't he starting with a kingdom? Would he really set his sights on a mere town? We're finished, we're done. Desperation spread like a plague through the Navy ranks. A monster capable of breaching kingdoms comes to rob a town. What could they use to stop him? The pirates were not necessarily happy either. Gam's face darkened. What business does that man have with us? We won't even get to drink soup. Kira's eyes darkened. Don't mention him. Even his underlings we might not be able to defeat. Why is such a man not in the Grand Line, but lingering around the East Sea? Isn't this bullying? Roya gritted her teeth. Don't be fooled by her earlier bravado. When faced with such level peers, she was instantly intimidated. You really think so little of me? Kars couldn't help but lament the decline of society and the change in people. He turned to his crew behind him and waved his hand casually. All right, you all carry on as you wish, eat, drink. Remember to gather at the appointed time. You should have said that earlier. Gaia grinned. Let's go look and see if there's any good wine. We won't return until we're drunk. Happy to oblige. Luca smiled. Kars, you keep pretending to be dignified. We'll head out first. Aaron giggled, pulling Gina's arm. Nana, come shopping with me. I've heard Rogue Town has many novel things. Kuro gestured to Zango and Paru beside him. I'm going to gather intelligence. Zango, keep an eye on Paru. Don't let him buy a bunch of useless shields again. Yes, Master Kuro. Zango stood at attention. Paru muttered in grievance. My shields are very useful. The officers split into small groups, quickly integrating into the town. In the blink of an eye, only Akin remained beside Kars. Why aren't you leaving? Kars turned his head, looking at Akin with some surprise. Everyone else went off to have fun, yet this guy stayed back. Akin said solemnly, I have nowhere to go. Following the captain is my duty. Kars patted Akin's shoulder. Akin, you're too eager for improvement. With such subordinates, being a captain is truly worry-free and comfortable. Look at Gaia and the others, they run faster than rabbits. A chosen worker indeed. Orel Cass, what do you mean by this? Commander Huaku stared at the two remaining figures, Kasi and Ajin, his mind struggling to comprehend the situation. This was not the overwhelming force he had anticipated. I can't be bothered with you. You're not worthy of hearing it. Kasi rolled his eyes. He does whatever he pleases. Does he need approval from a Navy officer like you? Demon Eye Kasi, what exactly are you trying to do? Beside him, Keela finally couldn't help but ask. The man's gaze made him feel as if they were nothing more than moving trash, a sensation that was deeply unsettling. King. Have I given you too much face? Now any piece of trash thinks they can talk to me. The nonchalance on Kasi's face vanished, instantly replaced by an icy indifference. Didn't he know that Kasi hated that nickname? Ajin. Yes. Ajin stepped forward, twirling his tunfas in his hands, his gaze locked firmly on Keela. Kasi said calmly, teach this fellow what the f***ing word manners means. Understood. Before the words faded, Ajin moved. His figure shot forward like a cheetah, his tunfas slicing through the air with a low howl. You strike without warning. Bastard. Keela's pupils contracted sharply. He instinctively tried to retreat, hurling 6 shurikens from both hands to seal off all of Ajin's approach paths. A trifling skill. Ajin flicked his wrist, and the spinning tunfas deflected all the shurikens in an instant. The next second, he flashed in front of Keela. The tonfa rose and fell. So fast. Keela hastily crossed 2 daggers above his head, attempting to block. Bang. The tonfa slammed into Keela's daggers. The steel-forged blades were bent out of shape. The terrifying force transmitted through the daggers into Keela's arms, then slammed into his body. Ag. Keela was hurled back dozens of meters, crashing through a pile of wooden crates before coming to a halt. He lay in the wreckage, chest caved in, blood gushing from his mouth, eyes wide open. One blow. A single strike had brought this swift-foot Keela with a bounty of 12 million berry to the brink of death. We are all pirates. You. Jemu was both shocked and enraged, never expecting them to strike so suddenly and with such ruthlessness. He prided himself on his strength, but even he couldn't have taken down Keela in one blow. This demon man was more terrifying than the rumors suggested. Noisy. Kasi frowned. Ajin didn't stop. After landing, he kicked off the ground and shot out again, his target now Jemu. His tunfa swung with a murderous aura. Bastard. Come on. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Jemu roared, raising his massive shield to block. He knew Ajin was the former combat captain of the Kolite pirates, no pushover, but with his shield, he might not lose. Futile tricks. Ajin's eyes remained icy. Mid-charge, his tonfa spun at high speed, all power concentrated into a single point, the iron ball, at the end smashing into the center of the shield. Clang. A deafening crash. Cobweb-like cracks spread across the shield's surface. Jemu was forced back 3 steps. But he had blocked it. Jemu felt a surge of joy, ready to counterattack and land a heavy blow with his warhammer. Crack. The shield shattered. The specially crafted metal-heavy shield under Ajin's second tonfa strike fell apart like paper. The joy on Jaime's face froze. Ajin's third blow was already upon him. Armor breaker. The tonfa slammed solidly into Jaime's abdomen. Jemu spat out a mixture of gastric fluids and blood, his massive body curling up like a shrimp before collapsing to his knees. Jemu, captain of the Iron Hammer Pirates with a bounty of 13 million berry, had been defeated. Ajin withdrew his tunfas and retreated behind Kasi. Beside them, Leia was utterly terrified, clamping her hand over her mouth, not daring to breathe loudly lest she attract the attention of that silver-haired demon. If even a demon man was this strong, then that man's bounty must be no exaggeration. The crowd simply watched as the two of them strolled through the crowd like an after-dinner walk heading into the town. Eccentric to eccentric. The commander finally recovered, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Was that demon man, Ajin, really that strong? What was the intelligence department doing? Who set his bounty at 10 million? This strength was clearly worth at least 20 million. Sir, are we still fighting? A Navy lieutenant beside him pointed at the pirates across the way, who seemed collectively silenced, and asked in a low voice. The commander, seeing that Kasi was probably far away, forcibly suppressed his lingering fear and shouted, "Open fire. Blast these opportunistic scum to pieces." Boom, boom, boom. The cannons roared again. Bullets rained down like a storm. On the other side, the remaining Leia shrieked, "Your captain is dead. Now all of you follow me. Charge." The battle, after a brief eerie silence, erupted once more. Meanwhile, in the waters less than 10 miles from Luaga town, several warships flying the Seagull banner were speeding toward the shore. Report, sir. Ahead is Luaga town. A large number of pirate crews have gathered at the port and are engaging the garrison. The lookout's urgent voice rang out. Understood. Prepare the men for landing operations. A Navy captain on the bow gave the order. His white hair stood up like a hedgehog's quills, and 2 thick cigars were clamped between his lips. He wore an open navy coat over a white cape embroidered with the word Justice on the back. This was the newly assigned base commander of Luaga town, recently sent to the East Blue. White Hunter Smoker. Tina wonders why these pirates are bold enough to attack Log Town. Is it because they know you just arrived and want to give you a warning? Beside him, a pink-haired, tall, and curvaceous female Navy Commander blew a smoke ring. Navy Headquarters Commander, Black Cage. Tina Smoker's old friend from the same cohort. A bunch of scum like that should be sunk to the bottom of the sea. Smoker took a drag of his cigar, smoke billowing from his nostrils. The East Blue. He would show these pirates what absolute justice and the gap in strength meant. Tina still thinks you're wasted here. You're a Logia user, the most promising among your peers to become an admiral first. Tina sighed. Why don't you ask Teacher Zifa to plead with Fleet Admiral Sengoku? She and Smoker were trainees from the same officer training camp, students of former Navy Admiral Blackarm Zifa. In terms of talent and strength, Smoker was among the top in his cohort, especially with his Logia fruit. Logically, he should have been building his reputation in the Grand Line, then after a few years of honing, directly promoted to an admiral, a future full of promise. Unfortunately, because of his foul mouth and abrasive personality, he was ultimately sent to the East Blue to guard the gates under the pretext of tempering his character. In name it was a trial, in reality it was exile. Colonel Tina, this is a decision from the organization, do not question it. A stern voice came from beside her. A giant man, nearly 3 meters tall, and as broad as a bear, approached. He had long reddish-brown hair, and wore a peculiar horn mask that covered the upper half of his face, carrying a massive long-handled knife, with a blade over 2 meters long gleaming coldly. Just standing there, he exuded a mountain-like oppressive aura. He was Major General Sharkslayer Bastille, the same officer who was defeated by Sabo with a single dragon claw hand in Dressrosa in the original story. Though he was just a Major General, now his strength was already formidable. Major General Bastille, Tina is just standing up for what is right. Tina pouted, but said no more. Bastille was a supporter of Admiral Sakazuki, serious in nature and strict about discipline. She accompanied Smoker to the East Sea out of friendship, while Bastille was temporarily dispatched from the Grand Line to carry out this purge operation. Of course, Smoker alone was more than sufficient to deal with the ordinary pirates at the port. The real reason for sending another Major General was due to the audacious Dawn pirate crew, which dared to attack a member nation and had a total bounty exceeding 100 million. Such a bold and potentially dangerous pirate crew must be crushed in the East Sea, never allowed to enter the Grand Line, hence the reinforcement of the capable Major General Bastille. A double guarantee to ensure no mistakes. It doesn't matter, Tina, I quite like Logue Town. Smoker exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze fixed on the increasingly approaching Logue Town. Moreover, those rules and hypocritical old fellows in headquarters annoy me. The corners of Bastille's mouth twitched slightly beneath his mask. This smoke guy is really arrogant, no wonder he was sent away by Admiral Sengoku. Deservedly so. Tina won't care about you anymore. Tina angrily turned her head. Smoker, Tina. Bastille's voice came through the mask. Let's talk about old times after the mission. Right now, I need to know the latest situation in Logue Town. Smoker immediately had the lookout report in detail about what he had seen. After listening, Bastille fell silent for a few seconds. The Dawn pirate crew has already landed, and they are dispersed throughout the town. According to the lookout reports, their ships have docked at the port, and the crew appears to have dispersed into the town, seemingly resupplying and resting. Their captain, Eye of Magic Cass, is only accompanied by Demon Man Akin. Smoker added. Dispersed. Bastille's eyes narrowed, his voice carrying a hint of coldness. How confident, or rather arrogant. He tightened his grip on the Shark Slayer knife. The headquarters sent me here primarily targeting them. The staff believes this pirate crew has immense potential and must not be allowed to enter the Grand Line. Smoker, your mission is to clear out the other pirates in Logue Town. Leave the rest to me. Smoker furrowed his brow, nearly biting his cigar in half. Major General Bastille, this is an order. Colonel. Bastille interrupted him. Your smoke fruit is powerful, but that Eye of Magic's ability is strange. If he counters you, it will be very disadvantageous. Smoker gritted his teeth, the tip of his cigar flickering uncertainly. In the end, he nodded in agreement. Understood. Tina sighed beside him, muttering, Tina already said to tone down your temper. Now look, you can't even catch the main. Smoker ignored her, fixated on the increasingly approaching Logue Town. He wanted to personally capture Cass and show that lunatic to those old fellows at headquarters. Smoker is at the top wherever he goes. Bastille saw through his thoughts, but said nothing. It is good for the young man to have pride, but too much pride can be detrimental. Let this mission be a lesson for him. All ships accelerate. Bastille's voice boomed like thunder. After landing, the first and second squads will follow Colonel Smoker to clear out the port pirates. The third squad will follow me to hunt down the officers of the Dawn pirate crew. Life or death does not matter. Yes, the soldiers' shouts shook the heavens. 3 warships surged forth like unsheathed blades, charging directly towards Logue Town. Logue Town, Commercial Street. As the last resupply station before entering the Grand Line, the commercial street here was exceptionally prosperous, gathering all sorts of novel goods from the East Sea and even the Grand Line. At this moment, Aaron and Guyana were weaving through the dazzling array of shops. No, to be precise, Aaron was dragging the somewhat reluctant Guyana through the street. Since leaving the kingdom of Sand Hidden and joining the Dawn Pirate crew, Aaron's innate girlhood craving for beautiful things had been thoroughly unleashed. Guyana, what do you think of this dress? Isn't it super sexy? Aaron changed into a scarlet dress and twirled lightly before Guyana. The strapless high-slit fringed hem perfectly accentuated her already stunning figure. Hiss! The young sales assistant, busy organizing the shelves, instantly froze, not even noticing the clothes rack dropping to the ground. Such a figure, such curves, is there a beauty this stunning in the East Sea? Don't gawk, young man. Aaron shot him a teasing glance, and fine black iron sand particles quietly appeared around her. The young sales assistant jolted awake, hurriedly retracting his gaze. Oh my, this beauty has thorns. She's probably a female pirate. Aaron, this isn't too good, right? Guyana looked at the scantily clad dress in her hands, a clear expression of resistance on her cold face. She usually wore practical swordsman attire that emphasized cleanliness and agility, not hindering her sword draws. This scanty dress was completely out of sync with her aesthetics and lifestyle. How could she practice swordsmanship in it? It disrupts the balance. Oh, come on, just try it. Sometimes you need to change your style and please yourself. Aaron insisted, grabbing another outfit that also showcased her figure and stuffing it into Gina's arms, pushing her into the fitting room. Hurry up. Let me see. Unable to resist Aaron's enthusiasm, Guyana had no choice but to change. Moments later, the curtain of the fitting room was drawn open. Guyana walked out somewhat awkwardly, and even the sales assistant, who dared not look directly at her, couldn't help but sneak a peek, then was once again left dumbfounded. She had changed into a white tank top paired with deep blue high-waisted tight cycling pants topped with a lightweight. Compared to Aaron's fiery and flamboyant outfit, this one looked much neater, the straps just right to reveal her delicate collarbones, and the tight pants perfectly outlining her legs and hips. The good figure hidden beneath her swordsman attire was now fully revealed. She tugged at the straps somewhat self-consciously, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush lacking the sharpness she usually had while wielding her sword, replaced by a touch of girlish shyness. The contrast was striking. Hiss! The young sales assistant gasped in awe once more. Is this the same person? The girl swordsman from earlier, who looked like she could freeze a man with her gaze. Our beauties from the East Sea, all this versatile. TSK. Nana, you are absolutely stunning. Wearing a swordsman's outfit normally is such a waste. Aaron circled around Guyana, exclaiming, just look at this collarbone. This waist. These legs. Damn. If that guy Cass saw you, his eyes would pop out. She knew from bathing with Guyana that her sister had strength. Where there should be curves, there are curves. Oh, where it should be slender, it is slender. Even she as a girl feels tempted. Oh, really? Guyana, hearing Aaron's words, found her initial resistance suddenly less intense. She instinctively glanced at her reflection in the mirror. Will he like it? Cass, oh ho ho. Why do you want to reward me? Aaron watched the subtle changes in Guyana's expression and chuckled inwardly. She had already seen through Guyana's feelings for Cass, but it was fine. Aaron is a traditional woman. Her heart is as vast as a desert. If she doesn't mind, she can play the supporting role. Cass, traditional women are the best. Bang bang bang. Just then a sudden burst of gunfire erupted from outside, breaking the delicate atmosphere inside the shop. What's happening outside? Aaron's smile faded as she walked to the window, lifting a corner of the curtain to look out. Passers-by scattered, and even some pirates armed with knives and guns were fleeing. The Navy is advancing so quickly. They've reached the commercial district already. Aaron frowned. Normally the Navy should prioritize clearing the port and main roads. The complex terrain of the commercial area should be dealt with later. Let's go check it out. Guyana's gaze sharpened, instantly regaining her usual calm. Ladies, the payment. The young seller weakly reminded. Fearful as she was, business still had to be conducted. $0 purchases are not encouraged. No need for change. Without looking back, Aaron casually tossed out a gold coin. This, a living rich beauty. The young seller fumbled to catch the gold coin, the heavy weight making him gasp. The weight was substantial. The two quickly made their way to the street. Guyana took a step forward, pressing her sword against a pirate's throat, her voice icy. Why are you running? Get lost. Stupid woman, don't block. The pirate, about to curse, felt the cold sensation at his throat, and his eyes cleared instantly, stammering, why wouldn't I run, miss? The Navy is coming. The one leading them is a Navy major. If we don't run, we're all done for. After saying this, he took advantage of Guyana's momentary distraction, quickly shrinking his neck and fleeing. A Navy major. Guyana and Aaron exchanged a glance, both seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. Indeed, their previous guesses were correct. The Navy had come prepared and at a high level. A major from the headquarters is a formidable figure on the Grand Line. In the original work X, Drake, also known as the Fallen Navy Major, has a bounty of 222 million berries. Having such a character in the EC is akin to a dimensional strike. It seems we need to gather as well. Guyana sheathed her sword, speaking solemnly. At this moment, a group of Navy soldiers in blue uniforms wielding rifles surrounded Aaron and Guyana, the gun barrels all pointed at them. Target spotted. It's Frost Moon Swordsman Guyana and Sand Iron Princess Aaron. The Dawn Pirates officers. Upon encountering Tina, your pirate journey ends here. Tina stepped out from the Navy ranks holding a slender lattice cigarette, looking at Guyana and Aaron with great interest. Oh, a Navy sister, and she's quite beautiful. Aaron not only showed no fear, but also sized Tina up, exclaiming praise. Tina's appearance was indeed appealing, with a tall and curvy figure and a stunningly beautiful face, especially her look while smoking. Both charming and fierce, she could captivate both men and women. You have quite a way with words, little sister. Tina appreciates those with discernment. If you surrender now, Tina can ensure you enter prison with dignity. Evidently, Tina was also taken with Aaron's flattery. A compliment is a compliment no matter the context, especially from a fellow stunning woman. Surrender? That's impossible. I can never surrender in this lifetime. Aaron shook her head with a grin. Being a pirate is so much fun. Free and easy. Everyone on board is talented, and they speak so nicely. I absolutely love being on the ship. It seems the conversation has broken down. Tina's expression turned sharp. Hee, it's a pity not to have a friendly spar with such a handsome Navy sister, isn't it? Isn't that right, Nana? Guyana did not respond, but her right hand had already gripped the hilt of her sword, her gaze locked on Tina. If you have the gall, then don't blame Tina for being heavy-handed. Tina laughed, extinguishing the cigarette, but with her fingertips preparing to strike. Oh, that's a what? It's the real deal. Just as the battle was about to erupt behind Tina, a female Navy officer wearing round glasses pointed at Guyana's sword and exclaimed excitedly. Then both Aaron and Guyana were stunned upon seeing the suddenly appearing female Navy officer. Meanwhile, on another main street in Rog Town. This area was the town's dining and entertainment district, filled with taverns and restaurants. It should have been the liveliest time of the afternoon, but at this moment, it was a scene of devastation. Officers of the Dawn Pirates, Rock Iron Reinhardt Gaia, and Suit Punk Flammel Luca. Smoker held a cigar, white smoke wafting slowly from his teeth. He stood alone in the center of the street, blocking Gaia and Luca. Not far behind, dozens of Navy soldiers were evacuating civilians and sealing off the street. In the name of justice, you are under arrest. After sweeping away a crowd of rabble at the port with a thunderous force, Smoker's target immediately locked on a Gaia, whose bounty was second only to Cass, and was also a devil fruit user. A bounty of 30 million is top tier in the EC, just enough for him to stretch his muscles. Navy Colonel. Reinforcements from headquarters. Luca frowned slightly, his green eyes quickly scanning Smoker's insignia. He could feel the dangerous aura emanating from this white-haired Navy officer, far surpassing any EC Navy he had encountered before. Indeed, those from headquarters are different. Capture us. That's quite a bold statement. Gaia grinned, showing no fear, but instead excitedly twisting his neck, his entire body cracking like popping beans. Let's have a fight. Just the way to release some pent-up energy. Before the words left his mouth, Gaia's right foot stamped down fiercely. Boom. The cobblestone road exploded. Using the force of the rebound, his body shot forward like a cannonball, his rock-solid right fist swelling as he struck directly at Smoker's face. Rock fist. The punch's wind pressure made the air whimper under the strain. As expected, a pirate from a small place, their fighting style is so straightforward. Smoker snorted coldly, neither dodging nor evading, just as Gaia's fist was about to hit him. Whoosh. Smoker's upper body suddenly transformed into swirling, thick, white smoke. Gaia's rock fist passed through the smoke without resistance, crashing into the wall behind. Boom. The brick wall was smashed, leaving a 2-meter-wide spiderweb-shaped crater with dust swirling. Did I miss? Gaia's pupils constricted as he quickly withdrew his fist. The smoke recoalesced, and Smoker stood there unscathed, looking at Gaia with undisguised disdain. Elementalization. A Logia-type ability user. Luca muttered, a hint of gravity flashing in his eyes. He had not expected the Navy to dispatch an expert of this caliber. I almost forgot. You have a little Logia girl on your ship. No wonder the staff headquarters labeled you as a priority target for elimination. Smoker took a drag of his cigar, smoke billowing from his nostrils. But your fist can't hit me. Then let's fight. Enough with the pointless chatter. Gaia hated such drawn-out exchanges. Suddenly he grinned and pointed at the cigar in Smoker's mouth. Hey, gray-haired smoke fiend, that cigar looks good. Let me have a puff. Cigar? Trash pirates like you deserve one. Smoker's gaze turned cold. Inside he thought, damn it. How dare he covet my special-issue cigar? This man has already earned a death sentence. Without further words, his right arm abruptly swelled, transforming into a massive python made entirely of dense, white smoke hurtling forward with astonishing speed. White snake. Well met. Gaia roared, his rock-hard fists hammering out in rapid succession like a pile driver, smashing into the smoke python. Thud, thud, thud. The smoke was dispersed, but instantly recondensed, continuing to coil around. Gaia's physical attacks had little effect on Smoker's elemental form. Pirates should stay locked in prison and stop polluting this sea. Smoker's lower half suddenly turned to smoke, propelling him at incredible speed toward Gaia. At the same time, he drew his jit and thrust it fiercely at Gaia's shoulder. A Logia user armed with a sea stone weapon, a combination so shameless it was lethal to most ability users. It also perfectly matched Smoker's arrogant fighting style. However, was Gaia an ordinary ability user? Having followed Kasi for so many years, he had not learned much else, but his danger perception was exceptionally sharp. The moment Smoker charged, an intense sense of crisis surged through Gaia. That weapon, he absolutely must not take it hidden. So just as the jit was about to strike, Gaia did not hesitate. His body instantly merged with the ground beneath him. Clang. The jit struck empty air. Huh. Smoker was startled, clearly not expecting that move. Sinking into the ground. That was a troublesome ability. Buzz. Then the ground began to tremble violently. Rock earth pillars. Boom, 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 boom. One by one, pillars of rock as thick as water barrels burst forth from the ground beneath Smoker, rising like bamboo shoots after rain. Like a giant forest of earth spikes, they shot upward indiscriminately toward Smoker. Futile tricks. Against Smoke, such blunt physical attacks mean nothing. Smoker snorted, his body turning into rolling smoke again the instant the pillars struck. Thud, 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 thud. Dozens of rock pillars pierced through, all passing through the smoke and colliding with each other. When the dust settled slightly, Smoker's figure had already rematerialized not far away. This was the inherent advantage of a Logia type. Against those without hockey or restrictive conditions, a Logia is virtually omnipotent. TCH, a rat that only hides underground. Seeing that Gaia remained concealed, Smoker shifted his gaze to look nearby. Almost forgot there's another. He clenched his fist, compressing smoke into a high-speed rotating smoke bullet. Your companion is hiding underground like a rat, so he'll deal with you first. White fist. The highly compressed smoke projectile detached from Smoker's arm, shooting toward Luca. Switching targets to me. Looks like I'm being underestimated. Luca's eyes remained calm. As the smoke bullet approached, he lifted his right leg like a whip. Whirlwind kick. Boom. The vacuum cyclone collided midair with the smoke fist. The blast of air scattered the smoke, and Luca's stance only slightly wavered before steadying. Devil fruit. No, it's a vacuum attack generated by leg technique and airflow. Having graduated from the officer training camp, Smoker quickly discerned the essence of Luca's martial arts. It seems your pirate crew does have some merit, but... Before Smoker could finish, Luca cut him off. Colonel, instead of worrying about me, you should be more concerned about your own situation right now. What do you mean? Smoker frowned as a sudden alarm rose in his heart. The next second, Gaia's deep voice exploded beneath his feet. Gray-haired smoke fiend. Don't get too cocky. Smoker looked around, his pupils contracting. Dozens of huge rock pillars, the very ones he had just dodged by turning into smoke, now stood intersecting around him. Their surfaces suddenly glowed with an ominous dark red light. Embrace the art of smashing. Crushing earth burst. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the same instant, dozens of rock pillars detonated from within, their internal energy igniting. A terrifying shockwave mixed with rock fragments formed a devastating storm of death, instantly engulfing Smoker, who was at the epicenter. Colonel Smoker. The Navy soldiers who had been sealing off the street cried out in alarm. Many knocked to the ground. Dust rose like a mushroom cloud, shrouding the area. A Logia. So what? Gaia emerged from the ground nearby, patting the dirt off his clothes and grinning at the rolling smoke. A Logia. So what if you can turn into an element? They'll just blow up the whole damn field. Let's see how you die. Overwhelming firepower. The perfect cure for all flashy tricks. A bit crude, but still pretty cool. Luca nodded approvingly, but then changed his tone. However, with such a commotion, the main Navy force will be here soon. We must evacuate immediately and rendezvous with the captain. Trying to leave. White Vine. The surrounding smoke did not disperse after the explosion. Instead, it spread wildly, as if alive, extending dozens of thick, solid smoke tendrils. Caught off guard, the two were bound by the smoke vines. Smoker's figure rematerialized within the smoke. He looked quite disheveled now. His once crisp, white suit jacket was torn and tattered, and his beloved cigar was nowhere to be seen. Clearly, the massive explosion had not inflicted fatal injuries thanks to his timely elementalization, but it had been far from pleasant, leaving him dust-covered and battered. Most importantly, his cigar was gone. That was absolutely intolerable. "Tisk, not bad, you can still stand." Gaia, bound by the white vine, grinned. This opponent was indeed different. Quite durable. None of you are getting away. Smoker raised his jit, smoke erupting from his feet, propelling him at high speed toward the two. He was going to personally send those who had embarrassed him and destroyed his cigar straight to prison. Gaia's eyes sharpened, and he let out a low shout. Rock pillar burst. Thud, thud, thud. Countless rock spikes suddenly stabbed out of the ground, instantly piercing the white vine and glowing with a muddy yellow light. Not good. Fall back. Smoker's face changed as he shouted. Boom, boom, boom. The rock spikes exploded like small bombs one after another. The shockwave and debris sent nearby Marines flying, and the smoke vines were torn apart. Go! Gaia stomped the ground, raising a stone wall that momentarily blocked Smoker and some Marines' line of sight and attacks. On the other side, Luca also broke free. The two ran without looking back into the town. This smoke fiend would not be easy to deal with anytime soon, and there were certainly other Navy experts. Time to make a quick getaway. Bastards. After them. Smoker's face was livid as he watched them flee. He hadn't expected the enemy to have area effect explosive moves, and that suit-wearing guy's martial arts were no joke either. This time he had let his guard down. They must have gone off to play somewhere. The meeting time is almost here, and not a single one is in sight. Cass strolled aimlessly through the streets, with Ajin trailing 3 steps behind him. As he reached the edge of the plaza, Cass glanced casually at the group of captured pirates and paused slightly. Ajin also stopped, his gaze sweeping over the prisoners. Captain, there are some of our men among them. Cass followed his gaze. Indeed, among the escorted pirates, 2 or 3 were members of Ajin's squad. It seemed they had been unfortunate enough to be caught by the Marines while operating separately. While kidnapping my people right under my nose. Cass' eyes turned cold. Beating his crew was like slapping him in the face. Ajin, take them down. Yes. Ajin stepped forward slowly, twirling his tunfas in his hands. The captured members, seeing Ajin, grew agitated and shouted anxiously, Captain Ajin, don't come over. There's a strong fighter. Ajin furrowed his brow. A strong fighter. A deep voice suddenly rang out. Shwa? A condensed crescent-shaped vacuum shot out from behind the Marine soldiers. Ajin's pupils contracted. Without time to think, he spun his tunfas into an impenetrable defense while dodging sharply to the side and back. Clang. Ajin grunted, sent flying backward by the immense force of the slash, rolling several times before barely stopping. Such a powerful slash. Is it a swordsman? Ajin was shocked, staring fixedly at the direction from which the slash had come. Rankyaku. The 6 powers of the Marines. Cass' eyes narrowed. How could Lowtown have a master of the 6 powers? And given the power of that Rankyaku, it was far beyond what an ordinary captain could wield. Could it be that the CP organization came to arrest someone? Demon Ajin, with a mere bounty of 10 million, you can still withstand one of my Rankyaku strikes. That's something to be proud of. The Marine soldiers parted, and a giant nearly 3 meters tall, wearing a bullhorn mask, strode out. Rear Admiral of Headquarters, Sharkslayer Bastille. A Marine Rear Admiral come to catch me. Cass looked calmly at Bastille. The giant before him seemed familiar, but he couldn't quite recall the name. Yet the aura emanating from the man clearly indicated he was a master of the 6 powers, and possibly hockey. Far from the small fry of the East Blue. Evil Eye Cass. By order of Headquarters, I'm here to take something from you. Bastille's voice came through the mask. My life, I suppose. Cass' tone was light, but he had already activated his wave sense and observation hockey. Correct. Bastille vanished instantly. Shave. The explosive leg power left an afterimage as his true form appeared to Cass' left. At the same time, he extended his index finger like a sharp drill, thrusting straight for Cass' heart. Finger gun formation breaker. Aoki. Iron wall. With a flash of light from the pokeball, Aegislash blocked the path of the finger gun. Clang. The explosive sound of metal collision rang out. The terrifying impact forced Aegislash to slide back half a meter. What? His finger gun could pierce steel plates, yet it was blocked by this strange shield. A peculiar summon. Is this the rumored contract fruit? Bastille recalled the intelligence reports speculating about Cass' ability. It was suspected that he could summon various bizarre creatures to fight. It appeared the reports were accurate. Who spread the rumor about a contract fruit? Cass grumbled internally, but didn't bother to explain. The system was hard to clarify, and having a devil fruit as a cover was convenient. Swampert Rock Smash. Cass commanded. A deep blue massive figure appeared. Swampert clenched its right fist, muscles coiling like steel cables, and threw a straightforward punch. The fist compressed the air, creating a visible white shockwave. A fishman this time. Bring it on. Bastille growled, remaining still and tensing his body. Techite. Boom. The giant fist collided with the Tekai defense. A visible shockwave erupted from the point of impact, sending the two flying apart. Bastille's body shuddered violently, and the ground beneath his feet cracked, forming a small crater. The terrifying force from the impact made his blood surge. But the Tekai defense held. He actually blocked it. Ajin was stunned by the sight. He knew Swampert's strength all too well, a punch capable of shattering a warship, and this Marine Rear Admiral had withstood it with just his body. This defense was terrifying. Don't be surprised, Ajin. That's one of the Marine's 6 powers Tekai. When mastered, the body becomes as hard as steel. Cass explained. He was familiar with the 6 powers, knowing their strengths and weaknesses. Tekai, the ultimate illusion after all. So that's how it is. The 6 powers. Ajin nodded, gaining a deeper understanding of the Marine headquarters strength. The Marines of the East Blue were all useless, but those from headquarters were formidable. It seemed his horizons had been too narrow. A mere East Blue pirate, yet so knowledgeable about the 6 powers. You're no ordinary man. Bastille took a deep breath, calming his surging blood, and spoke in a grave tone. In the Marines, being a rear admiral required mastery of the 6 powers. To become a vice admiral, one needed, in addition to the 6 powers, strong dual-color hockey. He had mastered armament and observation hockey, though not yet at an advanced level. He hadn't expected this rookie, who hadn't even entered the Grand Line, to be not only powerful and knowledgeable, but also capable of commanding such a formidable summon. This kid must not be allowed to live. Bastille's killing intent surged. He stopped testing and began spinning like atop his feet, rapidly stamping the ground. Rankyaka Storm. In an instant, dozens of condensed, crisscrossing blue vacuum slashes rained down indiscriminately on Cass' area. An advanced technique. Cass' expression turned serious. Aoki. Slash. Aegislash shifted into blade form. The blade traced a brilliant silver arc like a ribbon of light, slicing through the air. The dense net of Rankyaku slashes was torn apart by Aegislash's single slash, creating a massive gap. Swampert Hammer Arm. Follow up. Cass commanded. Ra. Swampert roared, and as the Rankyaku was broken, it lunged forward, its fist the size of a sandbag, smashing toward Bastille. You can't break my defense. Tekai. Bastille's eyes hardened, confident in his Tekai's absolute boom. The impact was even more terrifying this time. Bastille's face froze in shock as he was launched like a cannonball, crashing into a 3-story building behind him. The wall of the building was smashed into a human-shaped hole, bricks and rubble raining down as dust filled the air. Tekai. Swampert's full-force punch could smash a city wall. Cass said with undisguised mockery. The Marines were indeed too confident in their Tekai. Those who died from it had no one to blame but themselves. Cough. I underestimated you. From the dust, Bastille wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, slowly drawing the massive shark-slaying blade as wide as a door panel. I am Bastille, Rear Admiral of Marine Headquarters. He gripped the shark-slaying blade with both hands. This time I won't hold back. From the previous battle, he knew that to defeat Cass, he had to eliminate one of those 2 summons. The shield seemed more agile. He would focus on the fishman with terrifying strength first. Aegislash charge. Aegislash transformed into a silver-gray streak of light, actively rushing toward Bastille, aiming straight for his throat. Well done. Bastille roared, swinging the shark-slaying blade with both hands, its surface instantly covered in pitch-black armament hockey. Great Shark Slash. Clang. The metallic clash exploded. Aegislash was sent flying backward by the heavy, powerful strike. Swampert. Follow up. Cass commanded again with his mind. Swampert burst forward once more, right fist clenched, coated in armament hockey, and slammed a heavy punch toward Bastille's side. Damn! Bastille quickly swung the shark-slaying blade. The fist and the blade collided fiercely. Boom! Bastille was knocked back again. 2 deep furrows were gouged into the ground beneath his feet. This fishman can use armament hockey. Bastille was utterly shocked, his hand holding the sword trembling. He had thought the fishman's immense strength was already impressive, but he never expected it to also wield armament hockey. How could a summon possess hockey? Similar to Charlotte Diffucus Genie. Ah, you mean this? It's easy. Cass raised his arm, stretching his arm was instantly coated in pitch-black armament hockey. Did he really think he was a pure summoner? He was proficient in both observation and armament hockey. The reason he didn't fight personally was simply that Swampert and Aegislash had their own bonuses, making them stronger in combat. Why fight alone when you can gang up? You can too. Bastille's expression changed. A mere rookie who hadn't even entered the Grand Line, having a devil fruit ability was one thing. There were talented newcomers every year on the sea. But who the hell, while still a rookie, is both a devil fruit user, possesses overwhelming strength, and even masters hockey that many Marine officers don't know? Was he a monster? Captain, is this strong? A Jean's offer Cass soared to a new height. Following a captain like this was truly living. Meanwhile, on the commercial street. Huh. 2 Kuinas. Erin blinked, her amber eyes looking at Kana beside her, then at the female Marine across from her, wearing round glasses with a neat short haircut, yet her face was 99% similar to Kuinas. Her expression instantly became incredibly vivid. Apart from the hairstyle, glasses, and aura, the 2 girls' features were practically cast from the same mold. No one would believe they weren't twins. Kuina's heart was also far from calm. Did her father have another woman outside? No. That thought was immediately dismissed. They looked alike. So were they twins? Had her mother actually given birth to 2? Did she have a long-lost twin sister she had never met? Koshiro-so. There might still be a woman outside. No doubt about it, it's the Wado Ikamanji, one of the great grade swords. Can I take a look? Just one look. Tashigi completely ignored the atmosphere, clutching a booklet filled with diagrams of famous swords, her feet unconsciously moving toward Kuna. No, this was passed down to me by my father. Even if you're my sister, I won't allow it. Kuina reflexively shifted the Wado Ikamanji behind her. The moment they met, she was already eyeing her sword. Was this the legendary inheritance dispute? Sister. Tashigi belatedly looked up, adjusted her glasses, and studied Kuina's face. Then she finally saw that face identical to hers with a cool temperament. This girl. Did she just realize it now? Aaron facepalmed and commented. If this wasn't sisterhood, the obsessive sword-gazing habit combined with that face. Confirmed. They were definitely long-lost blood sisters. Tashigi. Snap out of it. We're on a mission. Tina couldn't stand it anymore, grabbing the still-dazed Tashigi like a kitten and dragging her back behind her. She herself wondered they really did look too alike, like looking in a mirror. Could they actually be sisters or something? This can't be. Tashigi muttered to herself. She had grown up in a marine orphanage. Both parents were ordinary Marines. Records were clean. How could she suddenly have a pirate sister? Was she adopted? Or was the other one adopted? Too much information, her brain was overloaded. Seaman Tashigi. This is not the time for personal feelings. You are a Marine. Tina raised her voice. Yes, ma'am. Commander Tina. Tashigi snapped back, forcibly suppressing the chaotic thoughts gripping her figure tightly. But her gaze still involuntarily drifted toward Kwa and the Wado Ikamanji at her waist. Whatever the connection between you to Tina, pirates are pirates. Tina stopped dwelling on the resemblance, her eyes sharpening as she assumed a combat stance. Miria Senkai. Pitch-black iron bars suddenly extended from her arms like a black thorny jungle, entangling and piercing toward Aaron and Kuna. Iron bars. Aaron was startled, quickly pulling the still stunned and conflicted Kuna backward. Tina ate the fence fruit, the fence woman specially tasked with arresting pirates like you. Tina's attack missed. She swung her arms, and the black bars retracted and reformed like living things. Black spear. A pitch-black spear as thick as a grown man's arm, and sharply pointed, instantly formed in front of her, then shot forth like a crossbow bolt. Sand iron tri-prong. Aaron raised her hand, black sand iron rapidly coalescing in front of her, forming a high-speed spinning tri-prong that charged toward the black spear. Clang. The metallic crash rang out. The black spear was deflected by the tri-prong's spinning force, slanting into the stone pavement beside them, embedding itself a foot deep, the tail buzzing with vibration. The nature-type sand iron fruit possesses a formidable fruit ability. Tina looked at the scattered sand iron, a confident smile curving her lips. However, unfortunately for you, Tina's barrier fruit can easily ensnare you. Iron barrier cage. With a clear shout from Tina, her arms spread wide as more black iron bars surged from her sides. Like a woven birdcage, it formed a cubic prison made of countless iron bars, enclosing both of them and Tina herself. Oh, what's the difference? Aaron blinked, looking at the iron cage that confined her, somewhat puzzled. Isn't it just a large cage made of bars? It looks like there are plenty of gaps. I could just slip through with my elementalization. What's the big deal? Tina already said you can't escape. Tina watched Aaron leisurely, as if looking at a beautiful bird caught in a trap. Let's see if I can. Aaron attempted to partially elementalize her body into sand iron, trying to slip through the gaps in the bars. To her surprise, despite the large gap, her elementalized sand iron seemed to hit an invisible barrier upon contact with the bars, unable to pass through. She was firmly confined within the cage. Is this what Cass mentioned, the rules between devil fruits? Aaron recalled the knowledge Cass had casually mentioned during training. Some fruit abilities create confinement that restricts elementalization as well. Clearly, the black barrier generated by the barrier fruit possesses such prohibitive characteristics. It seems you understand now. Tina spoke with a composed tone, as if she was in control of the situation. Unless you defeat Tina or compel her to willingly release her ability, you cannot escape. So defeating you is the way to go. Aaron's amber eyes ignited with the spirit of battle. Just right, I want to know whether my sand iron is stronger or your iron bars are tougher. Since I can't escape, will break through Hedon. Sand iron. Waterfall. A torrent of black sand iron surged from her like a giant wave, rushing towards Tina, who stood in the center of the cage. The confined space instead amplified the sense of oppression geometrically. Useless. Black spear array. Tina pressed her hands forward. Instantly, dozens of jet black iron-long spears materialized on the inner wall of the iron cage. Simultaneously, like a volley from a powerful crossbow, they shot towards the rushing sand iron waterfall. Each black spear carried the power to pierce through iron armor. Thud, thud, thud. The sand iron collided with the black spears, incessantly turning the cage into the epicenter of a metal storm. Nana. Aaron maintained the violent output of sand iron while calling out to Gwaina beside her. They had already developed a tacit understanding in battle. Gwaina understood. At the moment the sand iron clashed fiercely with the black spears, she slightly sank her body, assuming a sword-drawing posture. Frost Moon style eye slash. Useless, the strength of these bars exceeds that of ordinary steel. Huh. Tina's confident words abruptly halted, replaced by shock. Crack. The crisp sound of metal breaking echoed continuously. Before Gwaina, the broken bars fell to the ground in pieces, clearing a large space in front of her. How could the bars generated by Tina's ability be so easily severed? Tina exclaimed, her confidence in the hardness of her ability shaken. Ordinary swords could hardly inflict any damage unless. You have comprehended the art of cutting iron. Gastly suddenly turned to look at Gwaina. The ability to cut iron is one of the critical marks of a swordsman advancing to a master. Is this person possibly my sister? How can she be this strong? Isn't it obvious? Gwaina sheathed her sword, her tone flat. Her goal is to become a great swordsman. Mere steel is beneath her concern. Tina was momentarily speechless. To comprehend the art of cutting iron right after setting sail is undoubtedly a monstrous talent. And with this troublesome nature-type girl beside her, this duo would be impossible for her to contain. I won't let you leave with that sword. That is a famous sword. It should not be tarnished in the hands of pirates. Gastly tightened her grip on Shiyu, positioning herself in front of Gwaina, ready for a standard starting stance. Her love for the famous sword momentarily pushed aside the dizzying doubts about her sister. One sword style swallow in the rain. Gastly shouted, her body lunging forward like a swallow skimming the water, aiming for Gina's wrist. However, in Gina's eyes this strike was full of openings. She didn't even draw her sword, merely using the sheath to gently nudge and redirect Gastly's attack. Gastly felt a force push her. Shiyu unintentionally veered off course, stabbing into empty air. And due to the excessive force, she stumbled and fell to the ground. That hurts. Gastly felt dazed, unsure how she had fallen. Looking at the identical face, Gwaina felt a slight stir within. The path of a swordsman has no shortcuts. It is not the famous sword that is powerful, but the one who wields it. As her words fell, Gwaina flashed forward, appearing beside Gastly before she could react. Gastly's body went limp and collapsed to the ground. Gastly. Tina swiftly flashed to Gastly's side, carrying her back. Nana, you just... Aaron looked at Gastly, who was being carried away by Tina, her expression somewhat complicated. Betraying family for righteousness. Is she really that ruthless? She's not my sister. Also, I used the back of the sword. After observing just now, Gina's turmoil over their similar appearances had mostly settled. Their resemblance might just be a cruel joke played by fate. Tina checked and confirmed that Gastly had no wounds. She was merely knocked out. After all, she is one of the rare normal people under Smoker's command, as she can't be harmed. Aaron breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she thought Gwaina had become heartless. Then she looked at Tina, flashing a playful smile. Goodbye to the charming and beautiful sister Tina. Let's go shopping together next time if fate allows, Sand Iron Shiyu. As her words fell, the prepared sand iron projectiles rained down like a storm towards Tina and the Navy soldier. Not good. Black Spear Array. Tina's expression changed as she hurriedly controlled the bars to form a barrier while simultaneously condensing the black spears to shoot back. Swish, 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 swish. By the time the collision ended, Aaron and Gina's figures had vanished, leaving only a mess behind. They got away. Tina bit her lip, feeling somewhat unwilling. This Dawn Pirates crew is indeed a troublesome bunch. If the subordinates are like this, what kind of person must be the captain that Major Bastille is personally pursuing? On the other side, the main battlefield at the port. Huh. Heavy gasping echoed through the swirling dust as Bastille leaned against his cracked shark-slaying sword, barely holding himself up. He gazed at the increasingly numerous cadres of the Dawn Pirate crew and the calm figure of the demon, feeling a chill in his heart. Today, it seems I am to fall here. Bastille felt bitterness in his heart. As a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters, he was ordered to East Blue to eliminate threats, thinking it would be a piece of cake. Who could have imagined that he would falter against a newly emerged rookie pirate crew? How ironic. Yet the fierceness in his eyes did not wane. Even in death, he would take a few down with him. Cass sensed that everyone had mostly gathered. It was time to conclude this battle. Giant swamp monster, send this rear admiral off. Earthquake. Roar. The giant swamp monster let out a furious roar, gathering yellowish energy, before smashing it violently into the ground. Booming rumble. The violent seismic force surged across the ground, crashing towards the kneeling Bastille. Everywhere it passed, the stone slab shattered, as if a minor earthquake erupted at the port. Vibration. Is this Whitebeard's power? Bastille felt the terrifying tremor beneath his feet, and his heart reached a peak of horror. How could such cataclysmic power manifest from a mere summoned creature of a fishman? This defied reason. Trigger the earthquake. This is too exaggerated. Zhang Gao, hiding in the distance, watched the earth-shaking scene, his tongue almost slipping out in fear. Such strength. Klaus' expression became dazed. It seems that the captain has hidden more cards than he imagined. I will risk my life to take you down. Bastille gritted his teeth against the violent pain in his chest. The remaining armed color hockey desperately surged into his shark-slaying sword, turning it pitch black. Shark smash. He leapt up, wielding a force capable of cleaving mountains, striking down towards Cass. However, facing this fierce and powerful blow, Cass' expression showed no sign of wavering. Giant swamp monster. Ice punch. The giant swamp monster growled in response, its right fist, already charged with power, suddenly launched. But this time the force on the fist was no longer armed color, but a piercing chill. Clang. The icy fist collided fiercely with the black blade. Cold air. Ice abilities. Bastille's observation hockey went wild with warnings. Terrifying strength, triggering earthquakes, and now icy chill. What kind of creature is this? The might of the ice punch did not cease. The terrifying chill surged like a torrent, spreading swiftly along the sword handle, instantly creeping up Bastille's arm. The ice rapidly spread, and in the blink of an eye he was completely frozen into a lifelike ice sculpture. Defeated strong enemy shark slayer Bastille. Reward 3,000 points. B. Bastille, Rear Admiral. How is this possible? He lost. Tina and Smoker, witnessing all of this, felt their scalps go numb. An experienced Rear Admiral from the headquarters actually fell to a rookie pirate crew just setting sail. How could such a thing happen? The remaining Navy soldiers' fighting spirit instantly collapsed. If even the Rear Admiral was defeated, how could they continue to fight? Were they just to march to their deaths? The cadres of the Dawn pirate crew were excitedly boasting about Cass. Captain is amazing. As expected of the captain, even the Navy Rear Admiral can be frozen into a popsicle. I knew it. Following the captain, there's no worry about starving for 3 days. Cough cough, I mean the future is bright. Not bad, not bad. Basic operation. Cass waved his hand, wearing a calm expression of basic moves, no need to show off, but the slight upward curve of his lips betrayed his inner delight. He was just about to say something cheeky like, is this all the Navy has, or who else is there, to further satisfy his dark humor. Suddenly the power of the wave and the forewarning of observation hockey both sent alerts simultaneously. Buzz. A sense of crisis so strong it made his soul tremble poured down upon him like icy water. Everyone, retreat quickly. Before the others fully understood the meaning of Cass' nearly frantic warning, a terrifying sound explosion ripped through the air above them. Booming rumble. In the next instant it felt as if a meteor had fallen from the sky. A colossal impact beyond description slammed into the center of the port. Everyone present, whether Navy or pirate, was sent flying. Cass, shielded by the wave barrier, and the giant swamp monster's body was just shaken, his blood surging. He crawled up from a pile of rubble, his face covered in dirt, unable to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixated on the center of the gradually dispersing massive crater. Through the dust a hearty laugh resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Haha, even Bastille lost. Well done, rookie kids. This laugh, this entrance. Cass felt a chill run from his feet to the top of his head, every hair on his body standing on end. No way. At this moment, this isn't how the plot goes. The figure in the smoke gradually became clear with the wind. It was a tall, broad-shouldered figure, his muscular build barely concealed by a white suit. A justice cape fluttered behind him, and he wore a comical doghead hat that covered the upper half of his face, revealing a grin on the lower half. Such a bold, unrestrained aura, as if he could stand against the heavens, could be felt clearly even from 10 miles away. Hey, what in the world is happening? Why are you here? Cass couldn't hold back any longer, pointing at the figure in the doghead hat, exclaiming. The composure on his face completely vanished, replaced by utter shock along with a hint of discomfort. The Navy hero, Monkey D. Garp, chasing the former pirate king like a dog, beating the future pirate king as if he were a grandson. It's Vice Admiral Garp. The Vice Admiral is here. We are saved. The Vice Admiral has come. Rogue Town will be safe. Oh ho ho. Justice will prevail. This old man is still as reckless as ever. Smoker's mouth twitched, but he also breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was irritated that this old man always acted recklessly, he had to admit that with him around they could withstand anything. Tina also felt a weight lift off her chest, patting her heaving bosom. Although she did not understand why Garp was here, there was no doubt that they were safe now. Pahaha, you all know me, then this will be easy. Garp picked his nose, then flicked it, grinning widely to reveal a row of white teeth. As for why I am here, my underlings are no good sneaking out to be pirates and experience life. As an elder, I must come and catch him to educate him, otherwise it would be hard to explain to Sengoku. Huh, is this something we are allowed to hear? The pirates were collectively dumbfounded. To say such things in public, was he confident they wouldn't speak out, or did he think they could never have the chance to speak out? But looking at the old man's demeanor, it was evident that it was more of the latter. The man with the aquiline nose beside him, his face beaded with sweat, murmured in a low voice. Vice Admiral, words like these cannot be uttered carelessly. Cass's gaze instantly swept toward the aquiline-nosed man. Bojata. Kapu's adjutant, a veteran of the Valley of the Gods campaign, a formidable figure suspected to be a master swordsman. The mere presence of him exuded an intangible sharpness. Guyana immediately sensed the pure and overwhelming sword intent emanating from Bojata. She instinctively tightened her grip on Wado Ikamanji. This was the strongest swordsman she had encountered since setting sail. But she also knew that this was absolutely not the time for a duel. Kuluo's mind raced frantically, contemplating every possible avenue of escape. As for fighting, utterly impossible. This man was the monster who had chased the pirate King Roger across the entire world. A living legend. Fight my ass. The Marine soldiers in the rear looked utterly bewildered, exchanging confused glances. Whose descendant became a pirate? Didn't hear a thing. Nope, nothing at all. Selective deafness. The Marines' traditional craft. Oh, here to catch Ace. Kasi responded casually. Since there was no avoiding it, he would face it head-on. And maybe crack a joke. Hey, how did you know? Kapu's imposing and domineering aura instantly deflated. His eyes bulged, his mouth gaped wide open, and even 2 streams of snot comically dripped from his nose. Like a mischievous old child whose secret had been exposed. Bojata couldn't bear to look. Vice Admiral, your image. Wanna know? Not telling you. Kasi shouted Gaia. Get him. Coming. Though panic churned within Gaia's heart, he obeyed Kasi's command, without a moment's hesitation. He instantly entered combat mode, slamming both fists viciously into the ground. Earth force. The ground shook violently. 2 hemispherical boulders, each over 10 meters in diameter, rose abruptly from beneath Kapu's feet. One on the left, one on the right. And in an instant they crushed him between them. It was the very move that had taken down Tobu in one blow. What are you gawking at? Run now? That's Kapu. The monster who could fight the Pirate King. You don't actually think this crappy stone ball can hold him, do you? Kasi sprinted desperately toward the direction of the judgment, shouting at his stunned comrades as he ran. He didn't expect this to suppress Kapu for long. Even a single second was a gain. Strategic retreat. No shame in that. The others snapped out of their daze, and with all their might bolted toward the harbor like their lives depended on it. Kuluo accelerated with his spoon. Guyana moved at full speed. Lu Ka propelled himself with air currents. Ai Lin surged with sand iron, and Ajin led Ba Dun and the others close behind. Kasi, no need to overreact. Even if he's a marine hero, cracking this open should at least. Gaia, while sprinting for dear life, couldn't help glancing back at the closed rock sphere. Gaia thought Kasi was overreacting. The rock looked pretty thick. Before he could finish his sentence, bang, crack, boom, the rock sphere split open. It shattered like an eggshell. Pieces of rubble cascaded down. Kapu twisted his neck, a grin spreading across his face with evident amusement. Haha. Kid, if you want to trap me, you'll need to move a real mountain at the very least. Gaia, monster. He saw it clearly. Kapu hadn't used any technique at all. He might not even have used haki. He simply pushed with both hands as if opening a door, and that rock sphere, capable of crushing warships, was effortlessly burst apart. As expected of Vice Admiral Kapu, Tina's eyes sparkled with admiration. If she had been trapped in that move, she would have had to use shave to desperately flee, never thinking to withstand it head-on. I knew it. Kass's scalp tingled. This was the ultimate physical monster. The one who trained his fists with mountains and used great peaks as punching bags. Zhu Zhaoguai, use your ultimate move. Kasi called out Zhu Zhaoguai as he ran. He had to create enough of an obstacle to buy time to board the ship. Zhu Zhaoguai appeared, its aura surging once more. Its right fist clenched tightly, and bone-chilling cold gathered madly. This time the cold coalesced into a supersized drill over a meter in diameter on its fist. The temperature around them plummeted and frost formed on the ground. Advanced freeze fist technique. Shark King turbine drill. Oh ho ho, Kasi, you've been hiding this one. That's awesome. Gaia's still running, couldn't help turning back to cheer Zhu Zhaoguai on. Shut up. Don't mess around at a critical moment. Keep it up, and this move will be aimed at you. Kasi pushed his will to the extreme. Go Zhu Zhaoguai. Zhu Zhaoguai roared, shattered the ground beneath its feet, and charged at Kapu like a human battering ram, its massive frame carrying the terrifying ice drill. This was a combination of extreme cold and spiral drilling designed to break through various high-strength defenses. Oh, it has a hint of Kuzan style, but with more power. This move is somewhat interesting. Kapu's eyes lit up as he watched the formidable ice drill, a smile of interest crossing his face. He clenched his right fist, his arm muscles bulging, and then threw a simple, straightforward punch. Fist bone. Boom, boom, boom. The unpretentious fist collided violently with the fearsome ice drill. Crack, crack, boom. Then under the stunned gaze of everyone, the drill, capable of piercing warship armor, upon contact with Kapu's fist, seemed to strike the most unshakable object in the world. The spiral ice drill shattered instantly, scattering into countless ice crystals. Zhu Xiaoguai was knocked unconscious on the spot, but Kasi quickly retrieved it into the pokeball. He didn't even use hockey, just pure strength. Kasi was shaken to the core. He knew Kapu was strong, but witnessing it firsthand exceeded all imagination. The gap was too vast. A monster like this was simply beyond their ability to contend with now. Back in the Summit War, when he fought Luffy, just how much had this old man held back? Run, board the ship, weigh anchor at once, hoist the sails, full speed out of the harbor. Kasi, abandoning any trace of false hope, screamed with all his strength, while sprinting madly toward the judgment, now just within reach. Fortunately, in anticipation of the Marines, the ship had been kept in a semi-ready state, with some crew members already on standby. The others too unleashed their last reserves of energy, charging up the gangplank. Gaia practically climbing on all fours. They've boarded the ship. That's going to be quite troublesome. Kapu scratched his doghead, had his tone sounding somewhat perplexed. Beside him, Bo Giada silently pulled out a bundle of iron chains. Vice Admiral the chains. Well, you're reliable, as always, Bo Giada. Kapu let out another hearty laugh, took the chain, and gave it a tug. Boom, boom, boom. Then a colossal iron ball, large enough to occupy half of the marine dock square, emerged. Not troublesome at all. The Marines behind him were collectively petrified, their mouths wide enough to swallow ostrich eggs. Was that something that could be casually dragged around? Is he even human? The crew of the Dawn Pirates stared dumbfounded at the enormous iron ball swung by Kapu like an apocalyptic shadow. If it struck them, not only would their ship be destroyed, but even a chunk of Low Town would vanish. Ha ha ha. Take this, you little brats. Kapu laughed, spinning in place as if wielding an ordinary hammer throw. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The gale it generated even whipped up waves from the harbor waters. Damn it, Kasi gritted his teeth. His ship wasn't like the Thousand Sunny, which could fly using coup de vent. He would definitely upgrade his vessel in the future. Collect what a piece of junk this ship is. I'll show no substance. Don't you dare mess around, you old Marine. Gaia shouted with bravado. Crushing earth burst. Bang, bang, bang. The remaining rocks were detonated, triggering a series of violent explosions across the harbor. These fireworks aren't even enough to scratch my itch, kid. Kapu stood unmoved, letting the blasts wash over him, while the giant iron ball spun in the air a few times before hurtling straight toward them. There you go. Swoosh, boom. That colossal iron ball, as if it could annihilate everything, was released. Like a true meteor, it tore through the air, slamming viciously toward the judgment. Sand iron triangular pyramid. Frost moon style cicada rain. Air shockwave maximum wheel. AI Lin Guyana and Lu Ka also gave their all, unleashing a barrage of ranged attacks at the iron ball, as if they cost nothing. Sand iron slashes and vacuum waves struck the iron ball's surface, bursting into sparks and smoke, but they only left shallow scratches on its exterior, utterly unable to alter its terrifying trajectory. There's no way to stop it. Gaia looked despairingly at the enormous shadow that grew ever closer. The last time he felt this sense of helplessness was at the garbage dump of the Goya Kingdom, facing the nobles and guards. Is it really going to end here? A hint of sorrow flashed in Gina's eyes. Father, I'm going to disappoint your expectations. Dying at the hands of a naval hero isn't too humiliating for a pirate, but what a pity. Close shook his head with a bitter smile. Despite his numerous schemes, he never anticipated that all his cunning would prove futile in the face of absolute power. Cass. Well, I don't want to die yet. I haven't had enough of the desserts made by Lu Ka, I haven't bought enough beautiful clothes, and I've never even been in love. Erin looked at the silver-haired figure beside her, tears streaming down like broken pearls. She had just set sail, just met a group of interesting people, and had just developed a little liking for a certain guy. How can it possibly end here? Cass' eyes erupted with flames of unwillingness. As a proud transmigrator, how could he be crushed to death by an iron ball like a whack-a-mole at the exit of this novice village? How could he allow these partners who trusted him to perish along with him in this cold seabed? You, what kind of joke? Buzz. A violent colossal will, as if to break through the heavens, suddenly erupted from Cass. A red light, like tangible lightning, rapidly expanded from him as the center. A soul-shaking pressure instantly enveloped the entire port area. Conqueror's Hockey. Awakening. Looking at the erupting Cass and that iconic red lightning, everyone was astonished. Conqueror's Hockey. Carp's eyes narrowed, losing some of their mockery. This little brat actually possesses awakening by the strong will to protect his comrades. No wonder he could gather such a group of promising little monsters around him. This caliber is somewhat intriguing. He actually possesses that kind of potential. Smoker was shocked. Conqueror's Hockey. Only one in hundreds of thousands has the royal potential. Jengar. Cass ignored his own transformation. He knew that this newly awakened Conqueror's haki was not enough to impress someone of Carp's caliber. He roared, summoning Jengar, while pulling out the Ghost Z crystal and pressing it against his wristband. The colorless gem on the Z wristband instantly glowed with a bizarre purple light, resonating with Jengar. With my will pierce through the night. Endless temptation of the dark night. Jengar's figure manifested, sensing Cass' emotions. Its usually mischievous expression faded, and its round body brimmed with unprecedented energy, its large white eyes shining with purple light. Buzz! Deep purple ghostly energy surged forth like a tsunami. This power was not a direct attack, but transformed into an invisible mental shock and illusion field enveloping the entire port area, including Carp. Even the naval hero would have gaps in his mind. Carp was about to see what tricks this little brat could play with his awakened Conqueror's haki, when he was suddenly enveloped by the overwhelming purple-black light, causing his mind to tremble slightly. With his peak strength's observation haki, ordinary mental attacks should not be able to shake him. However, the most terrifying aspect of the endless temptation of the Dark Knight does not lie in the direct mental attack, but in its strange rule that invokes the inner demons and reveals one's obsessions. It digs into the deepest fears of the target's heart and presents them in the most real way. It is a nightmare that strikes at the core. In an instant, a scene flashed before Carp's eyes. A scene that made his soul tremble. It was an incredibly tragic battlefield with shells raining down and the thick smoke and stench of blood suffocating. He recognized this place. Naval Headquarters Marineford. On this hellish battlefield, he saw two incredibly familiar figures. His most cherished grandson Luffy, covered in blood, lying on the ground, desperately reaching out. And the other grandson Ace stood in front of Luffy, his chest completely pierced by a fist. Blood bloomed like a heartbreaking flower on his chest. "Grandpa, I'm sorry." Ace's gaze gradually dulled, his face reflecting a mixture of relief and reluctance. And the owner of the fist that pierced Ace was none other than the Marine Headquarters Admiral, Akainu Sakazuki. "Ace!" Carp silently roared in his heart. This lifelong warrior, this towering naval hero, for the first time felt such clear-boned deep fear and pain. Ace! His grandson. That brat he treated like his own. That scene was so real, with Ace's regrets, Luffy's despair, and Sakazuki's coldness. It felt as if it was happening right in front of him. Boom! A wave of Conqueror's haki, even more terrifying than the one Cass had just awakened, exploded, centered around Carp, sweeping the entire area like a nuclear bomb. Dark red lightning danced like a raging dragon, and the tangible pressure made the clouds in the sky disperse. It was as if a natural disaster had descended. Everyone present except for Bogart and Smoker could barely hold on. Other naval soldiers, including Tina, and all the civilians and pirates around the port, collapsed to the ground, eyes rolling back, unable to withstand the terrifying impact of the Conqueror's haki. Like cut wheat. Even on Cass' side, only a few of the strongest officers like Guena and Gaia managed to hold on. But they too were pale, almost unable to stand. And the enormous iron ball carrying the force of destruction deviated slightly due to Carp's sudden lapse in focus. And this deviation caused the iron ball to stray from its original trajectory and crash into the sea less than 10 meters next to the Judgment ship. Poo. A tremendous wave was triggered, sweeping outwards like a tsunami. The Judgment ship was violently pushed away by this gigantic wave, and seizing this momentum, the sails that had already been raised filled with wind, shooting out towards the open sea like an arrow. The distance from the port was quickly widening. Bogart adjusted his hat, looking at the fleeing pirate ship, then glanced at Carp, who seemed still immersed in some intense emotion, and quietly asked, "Major, should we pursue?" Carp slowly calmed his tumultuous emotions, gazing at the pirate ship that had escaped, waving his hand. "I'm getting old, I can't chase after them anymore." Carp could not shake off that scene in his mind. It was clearly fake. It was obviously the little brat's illusion ability. But why? Was it so real it made him feel anxious? "Carp, old man, why did you let them go?" Smoker struggled to stand, looking at the retreating pirate ship, asking. He couldn't understand. With Carp's strength, it would have been easy to keep them. Carp slowly turned his head, casting a glance at Smoker. That glance, devoid of any explosive aura, made Smoker feel as if he was being eyed by a prehistoric fierce beast. "Smoke, brat, it's not your place to question what I do. Just do your part." Smoker gritted his teeth and finally lowered his head. Yes, the recent Conqueror's haki was still vivid in his mind. This old man, when serious, is truly terrifying. Then Carp walked to the ice sculpture that encased Baschu, extending his hand and gently pressing his palm covered in advanced armament haki against the ice block. Internal destruction. In the next second, the ice block exploded. Baschu fell out, his body stiff and his complexion a shade of blue, but still with a faint breath. "Take him back, let the military doctor take a look." Smoker glanced around. Most naval soldiers were still lying on the ground like dead fish. As the commander of the Rogetown base and naval colonel, was he really supposed to act as a porter himself? What are you looking at? Do you want this old bone of mine to carry him personally? Carp picked his nose, casting a sideways glance at Smoker. They'll lift him. Smoker resignedly walked over and obediently threw the unconscious Bastion over his shoulder. Damn, so heavy. Carp looked towards the direction where the judgment ship had vanished, the sea breeze stirring his dog hat and Justice cloak. I hope it was just an illusion. Naval Headquarters. Marine Fort. Kapu, you old bastard. You deliberately let that kid go, didn't you? Ah. With a long mustache like a braid and round glasses, Sengoku looked as if he might flip the table and transform into a golden Buddha at any moment. What are you talking about, Sengoku? I'm being serious. I even used my beloved iron ball. Who let that kid suddenly awaken Conqueror's Haki? It startled me. Ha ha. Kapu laughed heartily, completely disregarding Sengoku's anger, even casually pulling out a pack of sunbae from his pocket and crunching on them. Don't eat sunbae in the conference room. Sengoku felt his temples throbbing. This old bastard that was a dangerous newcomer with Conqueror's Haki, letting him go like this, and still claiming to have gone all out. What a joke. When you Kapu go all out, you could sink an island. That commotion in Rogetown, who are you kidding? Marshal Sengoku calmed down. Mister, Kapu must have used too much energy in battle and is just hungry. It's understandable. A tall man with sleepy eyes slowly spoke to mediate. He wore an eye mask, had wild curly hair, and donned a white suit with a cape with the word Justice written on the back. The Admiral of Headquarters, Akiji Kazan. Who can anyone really escape from Mr. Kapu? The newcomers these days are truly terrifying. A man with long legs dressed in a yellow and white striped suit spoke while crossing his legs. He was the Admiral of Headquarters, Kizaru Borsellino. He pouted, casually polishing his nails while speaking with a nonchalant, detached demeanor. Kazan, stop being so indecisive. And Borsellino, put away that gloating look on your face. This is a meeting, not a tea party. Sengoku was at a loss for words, feeling exhausted. Why were all the top combatants like this? Akiji spent all day either sleeping or leisurely riding his bike around, dragging out tasks whenever he could. Kizaru was the very model of clocking in and out without putting in effort. And that old bastard Kapu was completely undisciplined. He just lets things go to the sea and acts like it's perfectly fine. This team is too hard to manage. Sengoku inexplicably missed Akainu, who was stationed in the New World on assignments. Though he was extreme and violent, wanting to eradicate everything at the drop of a hat, at least he had strong execution. Marshal, this is my responsibility. Bastion, wrapped in bandages, bowed to Sengoku and Kapu. It's my incompetence that failed to complete the task, and I even dragged Mr. Kapu into having to rescue me. I'm deeply sorry. Bastion, I understand the situation. This matter is not your fault. Sengoku looked at Bastion's apologetic demeanor, and his anger subsided a bit, his tone softening. He had read the battle report. The rookie who had just debuted possessed strength and could utilize all three types of Haki, even managing to evade Kapu's pursuit. Though there was undoubtedly a chance of letting him go, it was still not something an ordinary rookie could achieve. With such a monstrous rookie, sending a major to handle him was indeed a bit presumptuous. The evaluation from the intelligence department is not wrong. This Dawn Pirates has high potential and must be reassessed. Sengoku turned around, looking at Brand New, who had been standing at the side, holding a stack of documents. Brand New. Speed up the production of the new bounty notice. And the bounty for those officers, raise it where it should be raised. Especially for the captain, give him special treatment. Yes, Marshal. Brand New quickly responded, but then asked, should we change the title? What title? Sengoku didn't understand. According to the frontline soldiers, that Cass seems to have repeatedly expressed his dislike for the title Demon Eye. Huh, change the title. Sengoku was amused. A pirate is asking for a title change. Who does he think he is? An Elder Star? Let him call himself whatever he wants. Elder Star. Sengoku, come out for a moment. Yes, understood. Brand New wiped his sweat and quickly nodded. The Marshal was in a furious mood, best not to provoke him. Soon the new bounty notice was urgently. Among them, Cass' bounty notice was particularly eye-catching. It was a snapshot taken at Rogetown's port, showing Cass at the bow of the Judgment, his silver hair flying with red lightning almost visibly surrounding him. The background was filled with smoke and the vague shadow of a giant iron ball at Rogetown's port, creating a sense of oppression. The bounty number was printed in bold font, striking the eye. The fact that a rookie has such a bounty is truly remarkable. Kazan looked at the bounty notice, his tone carrying a hint of admiration. This amount is considered top-notch, even in the first half of the Grand Line. So terrifying, Borsellino pouted, still speaking with that cheeky tone. As expected of someone I couldn't catch. This kid is definitely worth this price. Kapu looked at the bounty notice and grabbed another handful of senbei, stuffing them into his mouth. Didn't you just finish eating? At this moment, the East Sea. The sea breeze swirled, stirring the Kversian Gungaway flag. The judgment was slicing through waves, speeding towards the entrance of the Grand Line. After the harrowing battle at Roga Town, the atmosphere on the ship was noticeably different from before. It lacked the previous arrogance and was filled with a sense of calm after surviving a crisis. The various officers on the ship truly witnessed a glimpse of the world's top combat power. If it weren't for Cass exploding and using his strange abilities to disrupt Kapu, they would probably have been buried at the bottom of the sea, becoming food for sea kings. Weakness is the original sin. This bloody lesson was deeply impressed upon everyone's hearts at this moment. After this event, everyone became more serious about training, with the sight of sweat pouring down becoming a daily occurrence. Even the usually carefree Eileen began to settle down, earnestly honing her fruit abilities. To grow stronger. She must grow stronger. They truly did not want to experience such a state of embarrassment a second time. Top combat power. There is still a long way to go. Cass stood alone at the bow, allowing the sea breeze to tousle his silver hair. He gazed at the boundless blue sea ahead, but his heart was filled with complexity. He had won the gamble. Using the illusion of Ghost Z, he bet on Kapu's concern for ace, wagering on that moment of mental lapse. He had gambled for a glimmer of life. Yet this also made him more acutely aware of how terrifying the top powerhouses of this world truly were. Kapu was merely one of them. Those who stand at the peak of the sea, the four emperors, the admirals at the top of the navy, the mysterious elder stars, the knights of God, and I'm who transcends the world. The road ahead is long, filled with thorns and abysses. He silently opened the system panel that only he could see. Host Orel Cass, level 55 abilities, mastered basic martial arts, mastered basic swordsmanship, mastered aura power, intermediate observation, hockey, intermediate armament, hockey, intermediate conquerors, hockey, intermediate financial resources, 1 berries, Pokemon Gungaway, Jindun, Jingguai, Juzhuang, Guai. Overall assessment: the revolution has not yet succeeded. Rookie still needs to work hard. With the addition of the giant swamp monster and the intense battles, his armed color hockey has also surged, advancing from the beginner level to the intermediate level. Though the Conqueror's hockey has only just awakened, its intensity is undeniably high. The sense of intimidation stemming from the essence of his soul has already become a trump card for him. The renowned Master Kaido of the pirate world once said that only hockey can dominate everything. While this may not be entirely true, hockey is indeed the entry ticket for top-tier powerhouses. In the latter stages, without top-tier hockey, it is nearly impossible to rank among the elite combatants. The Conqueror's hockey is an essential skill for clashing with those of the four emperors level. Indeed, it is a law of the Pirate King, who facing life and death is the best form of training. Back to the main point, Cass estimated his strength. If he revealed all his cards, he should have no problem facing the elite Navy Rear Admiral in a direct confrontation. While this does not include Garp, that guy is a monster. Even Oda can only forcefully use the cowardly king to assist him in going offline. Sigh, is there really nothing that can rapidly enhance my combat power? Cass complained and made a wish to the system's interface that only he could see. Then he thought, wait, there seems to be something. He concentrated his mind and opened the system mall interface. A dazzling array of product icons flashed by swiftly, and his gaze finally locked onto an icon that had been gray and unclickable. Special ability Spirit Armament description: a deep resonance with Pokemon. It is one of the ultimate techniques for trainers to unleash the full potential of their Pokemon. Unlock can be activated upon reaching level 60. Spirit Armament, as the name suggested, allows for a temporary fusion with a designated Pokemon, forming a reinforced form akin to that of an animal type. Combat power skyrockets. If I have this, then my summoner's fear of being engaged in close combat and the vulnerability of my original form can be compensated. Cass felt a surge of excitement. He had genuinely feared close combat when facing Garp. He was terrified that Garp might punch him so hard that his brains would be scattered, sending him to another world for a second reincarnation. Moreover, more importantly, this is not merely a boost in combat power, it is also a completion of a combo. Previously, he relied on Pokemon for direct combat. Although he was not weak in the presence of top-tier powerhouses, he lacked the trump card for a comeback in desperate situations. The Spirit Armament is that trump card. Garp, just wait for me. With this thought, a surge of fiery will rose within Cass. Buzz. Dark red arcs of electricity erupted uncontrollably from his body once again. The sea began to churn, and the seabirds passing overhead stumbled in fright, almost plummeting into the sea. Several crew members nearby were also struck by the sudden pressure and fainted with their eyes rolling back. What's wrong with Cass again? Gaia poked his head out of the training room, looking at Cass, who was radiating hockey at the bow of the ship with a confused expression. Who provoked him again? Goena, who was meditating beside him, slightly opened her eyes. He probably hasn't fully recovered from the last blow. His emotional fluctuations are quite intense. She could understand the feeling of defeat when faced with absolute power and being unable to resist. How could she be any different? The mere unconscious release of such momentum is truly astounding, a testament to his royal potential. Luca walked over with a plate of freshly baked delicate cookies, sharing them with everyone. The captain's potential is unfathomable. All we can do is improve ourselves and strive to keep up. Chloe also emerged from the cabin looking at the crew members who had been taken down, unable to help but sigh. The news pigeon. How why are they fainted? Eileen looked at the fainted seagull and silently picked up the newspaper beside it. Hey, Cass, our bounty has increased again. Oh, has it finally come? Let me see how much the Navy has raised my bounty this time. Cass jumped down from the lookout, his face regaining that nonchalant smile. Has mine increased? Gaia jumped out of the training room looking expectant. I hope it's not too embarrassing. Luca elegantly adjusted his cuffs. Though his tone was calm, the slight forward lean of his body revealed his concern. A chef has his pride too. Zango, Palu Button, and others couldn't care less about training anymore, rushing over with eager eyes. The bounty is the performance evaluation and title assessment for pirates. Don't rush, let me read them in order. Eileen cleared her throat and lifted the first bounty order. First one, Captain of the Dawn Pirates, Devils, I, Orel Cass. The bounty is... Eileen intentionally prolonged her tone, keeping everyone in suspense, then loudly announced, 220 million berries. Puff. Chloe, who was drinking water, sprayed it out. What the hell? Gaia jumped directly to over 200 million. This is like riding a train on the sea. Skuoi. Zango almost fell backward, nearly tripping over Paulu's clumsiness. Over 100 million bounty. And directly over 200. Button and the other new crew members were also stunned, feeling as if they could hardly breathe. In the East Sea, a bounty exceeding 30 million means one is a great pirate. And now their captain has skyrocketed to 220 million. What a concept. Nearly 3 times. Guena was also slightly moved. This explosive rise in bounty is likely not just due to defeating a Navy captain, but also the threat posed by escaping from Garp. Stay Loki. Cass put on a facade of being unfazed, but the corners of his mouth that kept rising completely betrayed him. Second, 1 Dawn Pirates Officer Rock, Iron Reinhardt, Gaia, bounty 50 million berries. Eileen continued to read. 50 million. Huh. I also went up. Gaia grinned widely. From 33 million to 50 million, he was very satisfied with this increase. Eileen ignored the overjoyed Gaia and continued reading. Third, 1 Frost Moon Swordsman, Guena, bounty 48 million berries. Guena nodded, slightly acknowledging this number. A higher bounty also means stronger opponents and more opportunities for honing. Guena, I am 2 million higher than you. Gaia leaned toward Guena, making faces. Guena gave him a faint glance and slowly grasped the hilt of the Wado Ikamanji. Care to spar? Gaia's smile instantly froze, and he retreated 2 steps with a dry laugh at him. Well, let's look at the bounty order. Eileen, hurry up and read the next one. He had gotten carried away. He forgot that this girl was serious about drawing her sword. If it came to an actual fight, the outcome would be hard to say. Eileen ignored them and continued reading. Fourth, 1 Dawn Pirates Officer and Chef Suit, Thug Flammel, Luca, bounty 32 million berries. Not bad at all. Ryuka's lips curled into a smirk. The increase was substantial. Next up is me, the Iron Sand Princess Edmund Irene, with a bounty of 30 million berries. After Irene finished speaking, her little face immediately fell, and she pouted with dissatisfaction. What? Only 10 million more. That's not even as much as Ryuka. I'm a Logia type. Are the Marines blind? With my beauty and strength, shouldn't I get a higher bounty? It's not like that, Miss Irene. Your strength certainly surpasses mine, but bounty isn't everything. That's right, Irene. Cass also walked over and ruffled Irene's hair. Your abilities are undeniably top tier. The Marines must not have seen your true brilliance. Once we enter the Grand Line, we'll show them the terror of Iron Sand. If that's more like it. Irene's face lit up with joy, cheered by the duo's coaxing. Strategist of the Dawn Pirates 100 plans Kuro with a bounty of 30 million berries. As expected, Kira's expression remained calm. He had barely participated in direct combat at Lowtown this time, and his bounty increase was largely due to the team's overall threat level skyrocketing. The last one, Demon Jin, with a bounty of 20 million berries. Irene finished reading the final wanted poster. Gaia looked at Jin. Not bad, Jin. You've reached 20 million. Thank you for the praise, Captain Gaia. I will continue to work hard. Jin replied in a deep voice. As the former combat commander of the Krieg Pirates, his actual combat strength had always surpassed Krieg's, but he had been suppressed and unable to fully display his abilities. Good. Cass looked at the stack of fresh wanted posters and nodded in satisfaction. With this, all the officers of the Dawn Pirates had bounties exceeding 30 million berries. Jin, so I'm still not considered an officer, huh? The crew's total bounty easily surpassed 400 million berries. To put it in perspective, when Luffy defeated Crocodile in the original story, his bounty was only 100 million. It wasn't until after Eni's lobby that the total bounty increased dramatically. Their starting point was already high. You all need to work harder. Cass' gaze swept over Django and the others. Yes, Django, Paru, and Barton, though they didn't have new bounties, yet looked at the numbers with envy and pride. Alright, enjoy the bounty news, but don't get too cocky. Cass brought everyone's attention back. Next we're going to cross the reverse mountain and officially enter the Grand Line. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the group. But before that I have something to give you. A gift for entering the Grand Line and a necessity to boost our overall combat strength. Swampert. Jengar. Ruhr. The massive Swampert landed with a thunderous crash. Hee. Jengar emerged from Cass' shadow, cackling, his round body wobbling as he made a funny face at the group. What is it, Cass? So mysterious. Irene blinked curiously. Cass said calmly, the 6 powers of the Marines. What the heck? The 6 powers? Isn't that a secret technique of the Marines? What? Captain, you're going to teach us the 6 powers? Everyone showed expressions of disbelief. Irene stared at him intently. Cass, when did you learn this? Did you sneak off to a Marine base at night to become a disciple? What are you thinking? Cass rolled his eyes and tapped his head with a finger. I learned it during the fight with Bastille. Otherwise, do you really think I needed that long to deal with that horn guy? This claim was half true. Cass was undoubtedly sharp, but claiming to have mastered the complete 6 powers in battle was absolutely an exaggeration. He wasn't like Luffy, who had to get beaten the hardest, learn the strongest moves constitution. But the thing was, he had Pokemon. Did you think Pokemon's learning ability was a joke? In the Pokemon world, they could mimic a move after seeing a trainer demonstrate it just twice. Some gifted ones, after getting hit a couple of times, would counterattack with the same move the next second. I see. Captain, you. Kuro realized, looking at Cass with even more admiration. To analyze an opponent's techniques in the midst of life and death combat, that level of observation was truly terrifying. Tekai, Shurgon, and Rankyaku. Swampert will teach these 3. Swampert nodded in agreement, extending a finger toward a discarded, thick wooden crate nearby. Shurgon. With a thud, the wooden crate was pierced cleanly like tofu, leaving a perfectly round hole with smooth edges. Having fought Bastille, Heat and Swampert's robust physique allowed it to memorize and replicate the power techniques of Shurgon, Rankyaku, and Tekai. Kami, Jeppo, and Soru. Jengar will teach. Jengar cackled, vanishing instantly and reappearing elsewhere like a specter, demonstrating the blinding speed of Soru. Then it kicked its feet in the air, climbing an invisible staircase step by step, leisurely crossing its legs as if lounging. Jeppo. Though it hadn't directly participated in the battle, it had been observing from Cass' shadow. With the ghostly nature of its type, mimicking techniques like Soru, Kami, and Jeppo came naturally. SSO, amazing. Django and the others were stunned. This aerial walk. It was tailor-made for someone like him who wasn't suited for direct confrontation. Ryuka's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Learning an opponent's signature moves after just 2 fights. That sounded monstrously powerful. Do we all have to learn everything? Kuina frowned slightly. For one, she personally didn't like the Tekai technique. Cass shook his head, already having a plan. No, I said this is just a way to cover your weaknesses, not a mandatory system overhaul. What suits you best is what's right. He looked at everyone and gave examples. For instance, Kuro, you already have a technique comparable to Soru. Your spoon. You can focus on Kami to help awaken your observation haki. Kuina, you're a swordsman, but you can learn Jeppo to increase your mobility and deal with aerial enemies. Gaia and Ryuka, you have strong physiques, so try training Tekai to further hone your bodies. Irene, you're a Logia, but you lack close combat options. Learning Soru will improve your evasion and prevent Hakiusing experts from getting in your face. As Cass pinpointed the suitable direction for each person, the officers showed expressions of enlightenment. Cass' insight was indeed sharp. He saw through their weaknesses and potential improvement areas at a glance. Cass, do you think I was a Pokemon trainer for nothing? For members like Jin, Django, Paru, and Barton, who relied purely on physical combat and weaponry, without powerful devil fruits, the 6 powers opened a door to a new world. To them, this could be a qualitative leap. Thank you, Captain. Jin shouted excitedly. Thank you for your guidance. Django and the others were also thrilled, bowing in gratitude. They saw hope of catching up to the officers. Officers, what are you thinking? Are you guys under a Jinjutsu too? Just as everyone was rolling up their sleeves ready to consult the giant swamp monster and Gungue, Cass raised his hand to stop them. There's one more thing. With the puzzled gazes of the crowd upon him, Cass reached into his bosom and pulled out a uniquely shaped fruit. The fruit resembled a plump and peculiar orange, its skin a vibrant bright yellow adorned with spiral dark. Overall, it looked somewhat appetizing, but everyone knew that this was no ordinary fruit. This was the devil fruit obtained from the treasury of the Goya Kingdom. In an instant, apart from Gaia and Eren, who were already capable of using abilities, everyone else's gaze was fixated on the bright yellow fruit. Cass held the devil fruit, calmly surveying the crowd. I originally planned to keep it for now and distribute it later based on the situation. But after the ordeal in Logtown we all lived and died together. That was a true test. Now it is time to decide its ownership. His gaze first landed on Goena Kuro and Luca Goena Kuro Luca. According to the distribution rules, you three are core members and have priority in selection. Whoever wants it can take it. If multiple people want it, or if there's a dispute, I will decide. Any objections? Everyone shook their heads, feeling that it was fair. Priority for core members is a rule of the pirate crew, reflecting strength. Although Ajin and others had a fleeting glimmer of desire in their eyes, it quickly subsided. They were very clear about their positions. Goena was the first to speak. Cass, you know I am a swordsman and do not need this. Gina's goal was to become the world's greatest swordsman like Mihawk rather than relying on the abilities of swordsmanship values purity. Alright. Cass was not surprised. He understood Gina's beliefs and then looked at Kuro and Luca. So it's up to you two to decide. But I can tell you in advance that this is most likely a Paramecia-type devil fruit. Although Cass did not have the devil fruit encyclopedia, he could roughly judge from the fruit's appearance. Animal-type fruits usually have a regular appearance, while natural-type fruits can be guessed by their looks and the faint elemental aura they emit. Only the Paramecia-type fruits are bizarre and varied with all sorts of shapes, and their abilities are unpredictable, making them the hardest to assess based on appearance. Paramecia-type. Kuro and Luca's expressions grew serious. Cass slowly said, "You both know that Paramecia-type is the most unpredictable of the three categories. The strong can destroy the world. The weak may instead reveal a fatal weakness. Whether to eat or not depends entirely on you." Upon hearing this, the previously tempted Luca and Kuro fell into deep thought. After all, no one wanted to gamble their future on potentially disastrous fruit. To become a weakling with limited strength would leave them with nowhere to cry. Behind them, Zhongyao and others watched the two, anxious as if they were being scratched by a cat. "Oh my goodness. What are you two great figures hesitating for? That's a devil fruit. Something countless people just eat it. What if it's a powerful fruit? Wouldn't that mean you could take off directly? It's truly driving me crazy. This composure, otherwise how could they be core members? Forget it, Captain, I refuse." After weighing the pros and cons, Kuro ultimately gave up. The risk of an unknown fruit was too high. Moreover, Cass had already taught the 6 forms of the Navy, which was also a way to become stronger. "I understand being cautious is not a bad thing." Cass said nothing after hearing this. The strategist's thought process sometimes leads to more consideration. All eyes were focused on Luca. "Captain, I will eat it." After much hesitation, Luca made up his mind. He wanted to take a gamble. If the fruit was suitable, it could become the key to a qualitative change in his strength. What if it works? Bon appetit. Cass smiled slightly, saying no more, and directly tossed the fruit to Luca. "By the way, make sure to swallow it whole. If you only take a bite, the ability might not be complete, which could be troublesome." Aaron kindly reminded from the side. Watching others suffer from eating devil fruits is a guilty pleasure of every ability user. "Thank you for the reminder, Miss Aaron." Originally planning to take a bite, Luca steeled himself and demonstrated what it means to swallow whole. The next second, "You? Is this shit? Why? Why does it taste so awful?" Luca's handsome face instantly twisted. He swore he had never eaten anything so disgusting in his life. The taste was like a mix of socks fermented for 300 years and rotten fish entrails drenched in scalding expired milk. Was this made by a hellish chef with resentment? "Huh. It's fine. Just endure it, and it will pass. As long as the taste is bad but the ability is powerful, that's all that matters." Gaia laughed so hard, he almost fell over, pounding on the ship's side, tears of laughter nearly spilling out. Finally, he saw someone else experience this extreme delicacy. His mind was instantly balanced. Congratulations on joining the Duck Alliance, Luca member." Aaron covered her mouth, stifling laughter. Back then when she ate the sand iron fruit, the taste better left unmentioned. "What ability do you have?" Cass asked, curiously suppressing his laughter. "I hope it's a powerful fruit, otherwise Luca would have suffered for nothing." Luca endured the nightmarish taste in his stomach, wiped his mouth, and closed his eyes to feel the new power surging within him. A few seconds later, he slowly opened his eyes, and a soft green light flickered from his palm. "Nutrition. I can quickly convert the food I consume into the most refined nutritional energy, allowing me complete control over my own body through this energy. Not bad, this fruit is very good." Cass' eyes lit up. This sounded like an enhanced version of Life Return. For Luca, who focuses on physical arts, this fruit was an SSR-level divine skill invaluable. "Your luck is simply against the heavens. This ability is perfect for you." Aaron and Goena were genuinely happy for their partner. "Congratulations, Luca." Kuro couldn't help but feel a hint of regret. Indeed, it was a very strong fruit, but there was no way this was his own choice to give up. Some things cannot be forced. "Yoshi." Cass looked at his excited companions, especially Luca, who had gained a powerful ability, feeling particularly pleased, and immediately waved his hand. "To celebrate, Luca? And to celebrate all of us stepping into the Grand Line soon. Everyone, let's have a feast." Oh ho 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 ho. Booming thunder. Dark clouds churned, followed closely by the roar of thunder. A colossal wave tossed the judgment like a toy, then it crashed down. The torrential rain pounded on the deck, making a dense drum-like sound. This cursed weather is just too exaggerated. Gaia gripped the helm tightly. Will our ship hold together? Erin steadied herself, her golden hair drenched and sticking messily to the instinctive reverence of a power wielder towards the sea. If they fell, it would not be a pleasant outcome. At this moment before the judgment loomed a super-high mountain with 4 massive waterfalls flowing upwards. Red Earth continent. Inverted mountain. Compared to this mountain, the usually intimidating giant sea creatures seemed as small as ants. Wow, that is inverted mountain. The seawater is flowing upwards. Zhang Ao clung tightly to the mainmast. Steady. Everyone stay alert. Cross over this mountain. Ahead lies the Grand Line. Cass stood at the bow, soaked to the skin, his silver hair whipped about by the storm. Get us closer. Puff, puff, puff. Before the words were out, a sea creature over 50 meters long with a head like a giant octopus surged through the waves, its sucker-covered tentacles whipping towards them like gigantic whips. Clearly, it regarded the judgment as a convenient appetizer. A sea creature. Of all times. Lucas' gaze sharpened, instinctively tightening his fists as the recently acquired nutrient fruit surged within him, preparing for an unexpected battle. Get lost. Suddenly Gwenna sprang silently into the air, the rain instantly soaking her pure white swordsman's outfit clinging to her body, yet she seemed oblivious. Frost moon flow, swallows return. Clang. The blade gleamed like a silver swallow piercing through the rain, vanishing in an instant. Puff. The octopus sea creature suddenly froze, then its body was neatly split into several pieces, crashing into the sea. Instant kill. Gwenna sheathed her sword, her movements fluid as water. Hiss. A chorus of gasps echoed across the deck. Even the crew, well aware of her strength, were still shocked by the strike. This is the Swordmaster. Ordinary sea creatures are no match for a single strike. Oh, using a sword is just so cool, Gaia said somewhat enviously. Unfortunately, Gung Shiro said he saw no Swordmaster intent in him. It would be futile to practice. Well done, Gwenna. Cass generously praised her, but he had no time to relax. The crisis was not yet over. The waterway grew steeper, nearly vertical. The speed and force of the currents reached a horrifying level. Gaia, hold that helm tight. If you let go, we'll throw you to the sea creatures. Shut up. It won't veer off. Gaia roared, his muscles swelling again, his rock-like arms unleashing terrifying power. Now's the time. Giant swamp monster. Surf. Give us a push. Cass no longer hesitated, shouting towards the swirling sea beneath the ship. Roar. A deep blue figure flashed beneath the ship. Puff, puff, puff. In the next moment, a wave more ferocious than the natural sea swell rose at the ship's stern like a giant hand pushing the judgment with great force. Ah! Hold on tight. We're going to fly. In this thrilling moment, Cass couldn't help but shout. Fly high. With the power of surfing, the judgment performed an impressive leap, soaring over in. They'll help speed things up. Lucas stepped to the stern, a hint of pale green light flashing in his eyes. The nutrient energy within him surged into his fist, causing his right arm's muscles to swell. Air Fong. Piercing charge. Boom. The compressed air cannon erupted from Lucas' fist, colliding with the giant wave to create a secondary thrust. With this boost, the judgment shot forward like a stone fired from a slingshot, its speed skyrocketing. The gale, torrential rain, and thunder quickly receded. Then it opened up. A clear blue sky, a calm sea surface, and warm sunlight pouring onto the drenched deck. We made it. Cass looked back at inverted mountain fading behind them. Before them lay an endless expanse of the Grand Line. Lucas secretly let out a sigh of relief. It was the first time he used his big move. Thankfully, it didn't go off course. This is even more exhausting than training. Gaia plopped down, his arms feeling sore. Cass was about to ask, Erin, what's next? In front. Erin suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards the sea ahead. Oh. The formerly calm sea surface ahead suddenly began to rise violently. The water churned as if boiling, and a shadow gigantic beyond anyone's imagination slowly emerged from the depths. A whale. A whale. How can it be that big? That's against the rules. Not even sea creatures compare. We will be flattened. What a joke. How could that happen a second time? Gaia stared at the gigantic whale before him. The overwhelming difference in size felt despairingly familiar. The shadow of Carp's iron ball resurfaced in his mind. Gwenna lightly pushed her sword hilt, revealing a cold blade. Erin's body was enveloped in iron sand. Lucas' pupils glimmered green as his muscles adjusted to their optimal power state. Even Kuro donned his cat claw 10 blades. Cass took a step forward, facing the mountain-like shadow alone. Island whale Labu, the solitary figure that had waited 50 years for Brook, crashing into the Red Earth continent. A touching story indeed, a romance of men. But back to the point, touching as it was, it did not justify blocking their advance. Get out of the way. Cass' gaze suddenly sharpened. Buzz. The Conqueror's haki surged forth like a tsunami. This time it was not an unconscious release, but a deliberate expression of his will. Oh. Labus' mournful cry froze. Red lightning danced in the air as its gigantic eyes turned towards the small, yet terrifying figure below, struggling for a moment before slowly sinking into the depths. Only a massive whirlpool remained, slowly expanding along with the gradually calming waves on the surface. The crew, as if awakening from a dream, sat directly on the deck, their backs already soaked with cold sweat. Is it over? It seems to have run away. Cass, Conqueror's haki. Even that kind of monster could be intimidated. Twin Cape Lighthouse. Kuroka's wearing a sunflower hat lowered his telescope, a hint of surprise flickering in his murky eyes. Conqueror's haki. And of high quality too. It seems the Grand Line is going to get lively again. Is that the lighthouse keeper? Eileen gazed curiously. She had an intuition that the old man was no ordinary person. Never mind him. Eileen confirmed the course. Where to next? Cass withdrew his gaze. Koloka's the ship doctor of the Luo-Jia pirates, an old NPC on the Vita Hung Lu, whose only pastime, aside from casually dropping lines about how things were back in the day with Luo-Jia, was to satisfy his old man's ego by hearing them exclaim in awe. Nothing. So there was no need to engage. Eileen quickly pulled out the log pose and navigation chart, comparing them. The log pose has stabilized. The next island is Waishiji Shanfeng. We need to store magnetic force there, then it will point to Alabaston. Alabaston. I used turf. Cass mused. That Shichibukai who in the original story was forced into a plot kill by Luffy, but in a real fight could go toe-to-toe with anyone. He wondered how far he had developed now. I'd love to have a go, but I need a strategy. What's wrong, Cass? Do you know that place? Kuina noticed the subtle change in Cass' expression. I've heard some rumors. Cass' tone carried a hint of amusement. A very interesting desert kingdom said to have a hero Shichibukai. They're punishing evil and upholding justice. Shichibukai. The group's expression stiffened. The Wang Xia Chi Wu Hai along with the Si Huang and the Hai Jun Bin Bu were known as the three great powers of the Vita Hung Lu. They were legitimate great pirates recognized by the world government, each possessing catastrophic personal strength and vast influence. Were they going to cross paths with such an opponent so soon? Gaia grinned. Interesting. Sounds tough, but how does it compare to the Navy hero? Cass looked at him speechlessly. Isn't your benchmark a bit too high? Comparing Kapu to the Shichibukai. That's seriously underestimating Kapu. Setting aside Ing Yin, the other six combined might barely manage a draw with him. Eileen looked at Cass, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Are we going to challenge the Shichibukai? Defeat? Not necessarily. Cass said seriously, but if he stands in our way, well, just take him down. That's right. Forget the Chi Wu Hai or Ba Wu Hai. If they mess with us, we'll send them flying. Follow the captain, just do it. Morale soared again. Having survived Ka Pu's deadly baptism, the courage of these rookies had already transformed. Could anyone be stronger than the Navy hero? Next target, Waishiji Shanfeng. Let's see if the Vita Hangless welcome ceremony is exciting enough. Cass gave the order with high spirits. Waishiji Shanfeng, one of the outposts of the Ba Luo Kugong, in name a town that welcomed pirates, but in reality a gathering place for bounty hunters and low-level members of the Ba Luo Kugong, she who used banquets and seduction to lure pirates to their deaths for bounty. In the original story, Sua Long cut down 100 people there, achieving a 100-man slay. But for the current Dawn pirates, it wasn't even an appetizer. But as a transit point, it was decent. A few days later, Waishiji Shanfeng. The strange island formed by countless giant cactus rocks appeared on the horizon. When the arbiter flying the Chibi Gung Gue flag slowly sailed into the only port, it instantly drew all the malicious gazes on the island. Look at that ship. It's huge. A fat sheep. That flag. Wait, I think I've seen it somewhere. It's the Dawn Pirates. The first bounty total over 100 million. More than that. Latest news. Their Captain Demon Iao Lair Kasi has a bounty of 220 million berries. 200 million. Are you sure you didn't misread the decimal? How could such a monster come from the Dong Hai? Absolutely. Including the officers, the total bounty exceeds 400 million. 400 million berries. My God. That's enough to buy so much booze and so many women. Are you crazy? Is this kind of monster pirate crew something we can mess with? Better stay far away. What's there to fear? No matter how strong, they're still rookies. Once they're at Waishiji Shanfeng, even a dragon has to bow down. That's a 200 million bounty head. The port instantly became unusually lively. Many eyes hot and greedy sized up the arbiter and the crew disembarking, including Cass and the... But more people, pale with fear, instinctively retreated, hiding in the shadows or inside taverns, only daring to peek through the gaps in the windows. The reputation of a 400 million bounty was enough to scare off over 90% of the small fry. Cass and his crew paid it no mind, or rather they simply didn't care. They headed straight for the largest and most boisterous tavern on the island. Creak. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, the noisy heat mixed with the turbid smells of cheap alcohol, sweat, and blood rushed out. The previously rowdy tavern fell silent instantly. Countless gazes focused on them at the entrance. They're the Dawn Pirates. In a corner, a one-eyed brute with a scar on his face lowered his voice. 220 million. In another corner, a skinny man with a shifty look licked his lips. They're from the Dong Hai. Maybe they colluded with the Guming Jun, and the Navy deliberately inflated the bounty to scare people. A bald man carrying a giant axe snorted, but his eyes were fixed on Cass. Keep staring. They'll gouge your eyes out and stomp on them like cannonballs. Gaia cracked his wrists. He intensely disliked those looks as if they were prey. Eileen frowned. Cass, these people's eyes are disgusting. Like rats in the gutter. Don't worry, they'll be gone soon. Cass' lips curled into a smirk. He walked straight to the center of the tavern where an empty round table sat. He pulled out a chair, sat down like a king, crossed his legs. Good evening, everyone. You all seem quite interested in our arrival. The tavern was silent, no one answered. Cass didn't care. He continued in that casual tone. We're new here, not familiar with the rules of the Vida Honglu. I see a lot of brothers here, each looking like a talented person, so. Do you want to join my pirate crew? The moment he said that, the tavern was dead silent for a second, then erupted with barely suppressed commotion. What does he mean? Trying to recruit us? A great pirate with a 200 million bounty wants to recruit us. Is it a trap? The originally hostile atmosphere was thrown into confusion by Cass' unexpected move. Many felt tempted. If they could latch onto a powerful figure like this, it might not be a bad choice. Huh. Is a bounty of 200 million that impressive? This is the grand line. There are plenty of bounties exceeding 100 million every year. Being able to survive is the real skill. A bald, muscular man, nearly 3 meters tall, carrying a massive ship anchor, broke the silence. Unmoved, Gonzalo, with a bounty of 40 million berries, is a well-known pirate captain in the area. If you want to recruit us, you'd better show some sincerity and demonstrate your strength. Another voice, cold and sinister, rang out. The speaker was a tall, lean man. The Shadow Samuel, skilled in assassination, is a feared bounty hunter among pirates. That's right. Iron Jaw Basil have been in the Grand Line for so many years, and I won't just recruit anyone. A man with an iron jaw and a large knife stood up. Iron Jaw Basil, with a bounty of 38 million. These three are representative figures among bounty hunters and pirate leaders in the bar at this moment. Their words largely reflect the thoughts of these desperate men. A bounty of 200 million is certainly frightening, but no one has seen it firsthand. What if it's just for show, obtained through schemes? In this lawless sea, strength is the only hard currency, right? Show us your skills. Let us see the value of that 200 million bounty. Otherwise, leave your heads and treasures. Ha ha ha. The uproar began again, filled with blatant provocation. Many who were initially tempted revealed their fangs in response to the atmosphere. Akin remained expressionless, but Taiguai had already tightened his grip, while Barton subtly reached for the quiver. The crew members had various expressions, but none spoke up. They knew their captain had flipped the switch for trouble. All they had to do was watch the show. Facing the three men's doubts, Cass' smile remained unchanged as he nodded in agreement. You make a point indeed. To recruit talent, one must show some skill. However, when did I say I wanted to recruit you? Gonzalo and the others were taken aback. Didn't you just ask if we wanted to join? Cass appeared to have an epiphany and slapped his forehead. Sorry, I must not have been clear, leading you to misunderstand. What I meant was our team only recruits elites we don't need. Garbage. What? You dare call us garbage? Iron Jaw Basil slammed the table. No, please don't misunderstand. I'm absolutely not targeting you. Cass quickly waved his hands, casting his gaze over the crowd, adding that classic line. I mean, all of you here are garbage. Hiss. The members of the Dawn Pirate crew gasped in shock, frantically cheering for their captain in their hearts. This was incredible. It deserves a full score. After a brief silence, the bar exploded like a barrel of dynamite. What did you say? Bastard. Do you want to die? I'll use your head to pay for my drinks. That 200 million bounty is mine. Everyone attacked together. No matter how strong he is, he only has a few people. The ultimate humiliation ignited the crowd instantly. Almost the moment Cass' words fell, several bounty hunters closest to him could no longer contain themselves, roaring as they drew their swords and aimed their guns. Gonzalo, Samuel, Basil, and the pirates behind them erupted simultaneously. Ants can kill an elephant. In the blink of an eye, the Dawn Pirate crew found themselves surrounded. However, facing this furious assault that could annihilate an ordinary pirate crew in an instant, Cass showed not a hint of panic on his face. He merely raised his eyelids slightly. Noisy. Buzz. The dark red lightning erupted suddenly from his center without warning. Bang, 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 bang. In the blink of an eye, circles of people fell with rolled eyes and foaming mouths. In just a breath aside from Cass' crew, very few were still standing in the bar. At this moment, the faces of these big shots no longer bore their earlier arrogance, only boundless terror remained. What was that pressure that froze their souls? Is this something a human can do? In an instant? Just a monster. It truly is a monster. The remaining survivors finally understood that this bounty of 200 million likely had no exaggeration. This is something they simply cannot covet. There are still so many standing, huh? Quite good physical fitness, really troublesome. Cass seemed to have just noticed they were still standing, tilting his head with a hint of frustration. This is quite reckless. Gaia helplessly glanced at his captain. But are you sure you really want to recruit these folks? They don't seem— Cass shrugged. You know, Gaia, we don't accept garbage. Bastard. Stop looking down on people. A bounty hunter who narrowly escaped the Conqueror's hockey awakening under extreme fear, instead developed a madness for mutual destruction. He howled, raising a flintlock aimed at Cass, who was within reach, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out. But the one who fell was himself. For at the moment the gun-fired cross-figure vanished from the spot. 10 blades, instant kill. A flash of cold light appeared, and a small line of blood appeared on the neck of the bounty hunter. He stared in terror, clutching his throat, unable to speak, and slowly fell to the ground. Damn it! I'll take him down with me. Phantom slash. The shadow Samuel, realizing begging for mercy was useless, knew sitting still would lead to death. His figure swayed and instantly turned into 3 indistinguishable shadows attacking Crow from different angles like venomous snakes. Nice speed, but unfortunately not as fast as me. Crossgaze remained calm. Just as the blade was about to reach him, his body suddenly twisted at an angle that defied human ergonomics like willow fluff in the wind. Paper drawing. Samuel's determined 3 slashes all missed cross-clothing. What a— Samuel was horrified. This bizarre evasion method was something he had never heard of. You've exposed a flaw. Cross-cold voice rang in his ear. Samuel only felt a flash before his eyes. Cross-figure had already closed in on him, as if teleporting. The glistening cat claws of 10 blades instantly struck out. 10 blades strangle. Samuel's soul nearly flew away. He desperately swung his knife to block, clanging against cross-attacks. In no time Samuel's arms were cut, with deep gashes bleeding profusely. Damn it! A hint of madness flashed in Samuel's eyes. He stopped defending, thrusting his short knife at Cross' ribs from an awkward angle. This was a mutual destruction tactic. Even if he died, he wanted to drag this bespectacled bastard down with him. However, Cross-Eyes only held cold mockery as he lifted his right leg. Storm leg. He had only learned 2 of the 6 styles, with the foundation of shave mastering storm leg, and paper drawing was not difficult. Swish. A pale blue vacuum slash shot forth. Faster than a bullet, it severed Samuel's knee. Off. Samuel screamed in agony, his legs giving out, collapsing to the ground. Crow walked up, expressionlessly crossing his 10 blades. Crack. The so-called shadow was reduced to a twitching blood gourd lying in a pool of blood. The shadow Samuel. How could it end so quickly? Bazel and Gonzalo watched, their hearts racing. This might hurt a bit. They believed their own strength was on par with Samuel's, yet he couldn't last a few rounds against this bespectacled pirate. The two exchanged glances and saw the meaning in each other's eyes. We can't win. Absolutely cannot win. Run. Want to escape? Have you asked us? Gaia blocked the bar's only exit, grinning to reveal his white teeth. This path is closed. Luca stood at the side window, calmly watching them. And the other direction won't work either. You? Get out of my way. Bazel exclaimed, raising the wide blade of the door like a massive sword, striking down towards Gaia with the force of a mountain cleaving stone. He knew that in such moments he had to charge fiercely. If he didn't, he would truly die. Meanwhile, Gonzalo swung the enormous ship's anchor on his shoulder, smashing it down towards the window, blocking Luca. Faced with Bazel's powerful strike, Gaia did not flinch or evade, his muscles instantly tensed. Iron block, rock, steel. Clang. However, the scene of the blade sinking into flesh did not occur. Gaia, who could harden his attacks, was not something Bazel could break through. Bazel felt as if he had struck an iron lump, the terrifying recoil traveling up the blade, leaving his arms numb and his palms cracked. And that finely crafted steel blade had actually been chipped. What? How could it be this hard? Bazel's eyes nearly bulged out. Is this even human? The power is decent, but unfortunately it can't break my defense. Gaia's smile was sinister as he brought his index and middle fingers together before thrusting out violently. Finger gun, rock, spike. Uft. The finger gun combined with the fruit ability instantly pierced through Bazel's great sword, stabbing directly into his chest. The terrifying force erupted within Bazel's body. Off. Bazel spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing like he had been struck by a battering ram, knocking over several rows of tables and chairs, and fainting, leaving only a gaping wound in his chest, gushing blood. On the other side, Luca faced Gonzalo's anchor, calmly unleashing a punch. Bang! The shockwave exploded. Ironically, it was Gonzalo with the weapon who stepped back. On the other side, Luca faced Gonzalo's anchor, calmly unleashing a punch. Bang! The shockwave exploded. Ironically, alright. Luca smirked slightly, continuing to throw punches. The two sides kept colliding. But soon Gonzalo felt something was off. His stamina was depleting rapidly, his arms growing heavier, and his breathing becoming more frantic. The pale-faced guy opposite him seemed to be getting more vigorous with each strike. It's you. What did you do to me? Gonzalo suddenly glared at Luca. A fleeting glimmer of green light flashed in Luca's eyes, you guessed it. But there's no reward. This was the initial use of the nutritional fruit. Through contact, he could absorb the stamina dissipated during the opponent's attacks, replenishing his own consumption. In a prolonged battle, this would be an overwhelming advantage. Damn it. Gonzalo realized something was wrong and wanted to run. Not only could he not win, but the opponent could also absorb stamina like a mosquito. How could he fight? Tired? Then he'll send you down to rest. Luca no longer held back. The stored nutritional energy in his body instantly transformed into power, gathering in his right fist. Nutritional conversion, air pressure fist. Boom. This punch was several times stronger than before. The compressed shockwave mixed with the explosive life energy surged forward in a conical shape. Don't come any closer. Gonzalo could only manage to cross the anchor in front of him before being struck head-on by a speeding train. Boom. The next moment, Gonzalo and his anchor crashed through two walls, landing in the street outside the bar, his bones likely broken in countless places. The battle was completely over in just a few minutes. Inside the bar, the only ones still standing were the members of the Dawn Pirates, along with a few bartenders and ladies who had been scared silly, huddled in the corner trembling. The ground was littered with unconscious or near-death hunters and pirates, the smell of blood mingling with the stench of alcohol pervading the air. Is this really over? Tisk, boring, I haven't even warmed up yet. Gaia pouted, feeling somewhat unfulfilled. He had hoped to use this group to practice the 6 styles. Akin, clear the area with the brothers and see if there are any stragglers. Cass poured himself a glass of what appeared to be somewhat clean alcohol, took a sip, frowned slightly, and then set it back down. What a terrible drink, far inferior to the juice brewed by Luca. Yes, Captain. Akin immediately took the order, leading a group of crew members to start cleaning up the battlefield, clearly already familiar with the routine. Eileen wrinkled her nose. Conqueror's hockey, clearing the area. Gaia and the others reap the benefits. You all are quite skilled at this recovery process. Cass stared at her. Have you vented your frustrations? The annoying look is gone. Eileen was taken aback, blinking her amber eyes. Huh? Is it because of me? Yeah. She had just said it casually, and Cass remembered it. A group of pirates and hunters. You're amazing. You're so noble. You enjoyed flirting with the ladies while we are half paralyzed. Cass replied seriously, as the captain, I naturally have to meet the needs of my crew. It seems intentional, but it's actually just convenient. Whoa, Cass, you're the best. Eileen suddenly hugged Cass' head, pressing it forcefully against her breathtaking waves. I am going to die. I'm suffocating. Cass struggled painfully with his words, yet his body was honest enough not to resist. Oh. This sensation. This scale. Is this paradise? Eileen, let time freeze at this moment. Beside them, Kana's sharp gaze seemed capable of unleashing tangible slashes. She glanced at her own not sosmal size, and suddenly felt that this thing might not entirely be a burden. Kuro ignored this scene, having no interest in women. Gaia and Luca were online watching the drama, exchanging glances. Cass' flirting skills are getting better, but beautiful times are always fleeting. Akin led over a pale-faced man with strange curly hair, interrupting the two's intimate interaction. Captain, this person claims to be a senior agent of the Baroque Works. Please make a decision. Cass interrupted from his benefit time, reluctantly broke free from his tender haven, looking displeased at the curly-haired man. Baroque Works. That spy organization under Crocodile, right? You? How do you know? Even as a senior agent, few know this secret. Ikelam's eyes widened in disbelief. This secret had taken Alabasta a long time to speculate. It was still just a speculation, as it involved the warlords of the sea, a legally recognized great pirate by the world government. That's why he had secretly infiltrated to further confirm. But this pirate had just revealed it so casually. Cass looked at Ikelam, remembering this person. On the surface, he was an agent of Baroque Works, but in reality, he was the captain of Alabasta's guard, working hard to save the country. Compared to his desert nation, Eileen's sand-hidden kingdom was simply weak. Hey, are you thinking something very offensive? Eileen noticed Cass' gaze, feeling as if she was being rejected. Is this what men are like? They don't cherish what they have once they get it. Ugh, scumbag. Who are you really? Ikelam asked hoarsely, filled with despair. The secret had been exposed, his identity might be revealed, the mission was a failure, and the country was in peril. He had betrayed the king's trust. Cass approached Ikelam, bending down slowly, and saying, I am the one who can overturn this world. Is it strange to know the identity of a warlord? Ikelam's pupils constricted as he looked at the excessively youthful face before him, and the eyes that seemed to see through everything made his heart race. Overturning the world. Such an outrageous statement, if spoken by anyone else, would have earned nothing but scorn from him. Yet for some reason, when it came from this silver-haired youth, it instilled an involuntary sense of absurd trust. At this moment, Icolum made a decision that defied his ancestors, kneeling directly before Cass. Just when everyone thought he was a coward seeking mercy to survive, Icolum said, "My lord, I implore you to save Alabasta. The warlord crocodile wants to destroy our country. If you can kill him, we are willing to pay any price." He spoke with tears in his eyes, portraying the image of a loyal minister who bore humiliation for the sake of his country. "This person has some backbone," Gaia commented while stroking his chin. Not begging for mercy at the brink of death, but instead seeking help to save the nation, he was indeed a man. Luca frowned slightly. "But we are pirates. Isn't saving a country usually the job of the Navy?" Croc analyzed. "You must be in a desperate situation. The title of warlord makes the Navy hesitant to act against you. Any price." Cass repeated, his tone playful, including, "Making Alabasta my vassal." "What?" Icolum suddenly looked up, all blood drained from his face. A vassal state. This meant Alabasta would lose its sovereignty and become a pawn of pirates. This price was not much better than Crocodile's actions. I am just a captain of the guard. I do not have that power." Icolum was resolute in his decision. He would rather die, even if it meant jumping off Whiskey Peak, than agree to this demand. The country could not fall into the hands of pirates. "You don't, but someone does, right?" Cass seemed to have anticipated this, his gaze casually glancing towards the swaying curtain at the side door of the bar. He had long sensed the hidden presence there with his observation hockey. As if to corroborate his words, the side door was pushed open and a figure rushed in. It was a girl who appeared to be only 13 or 14 years old, with long blue hair, a beautiful face, and dressed in practical attire that still revealed her noble status. It was none other than the Princess of Alabasta, Nefertari Vivi. Aileen was somewhat surprised. "Oh, it's just a little girl." "Vivi, how did you come out?" Icolum exclaimed in shock, hurriedly trying to shield Vivi behind him. "I can't just watch you die, Uncle Icolum." Vivi broke free from Icolum's grasp. Icolum looked at Vivi's youthful profile, feeling a pang of sorrow in his heart. "Your Highness, you should have been carefree, yet now you bear such a heavy burden." "I say, why the sadness? I'm not asking you to become an openly pirate nation." Cass waved his hand, interrupting the tearful scene. It made him look like a notorious villain who engaged in the pirate who had just been thrown out, aren't you? "What are your conditions?" Vivi approached Cass. Despite only reaching his chest in height, she straightened her back and bravely met Cass' gaze. "You've got some guts, little princess." A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Cass' eyes. "I don't need you to hoist my pirate flag. That's too ostentatious and would be equivalent to declaring war on the world government. What I want is a secret alliance. I want Alabasta to be a strategic base for my Dawn pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. On the surface, you will still be a member of the world government maintaining normal state operations, but," Cass' tone shifted, "when my Dawn pirates need assistance, you must help unconditionally. In the future, if you encounter other crises, the Dawn pirates will also provide military support. We are not master and servant, but allies who each In the future, if you encounter other crises, the Dawn pirates will also provide military support. We are not master and servant, but allies who each take what we need." Icolum and Vivi were stunned, their minds racing to digest his words. Not a vassal state, but allies. As long as they agreed, they could gain protection and support. This seemed not entirely unacceptable. At least the sovereignty of the nation could be preserved. Moreover, if they could really eliminate Crocodile and end the civil war, it might be worth it. "How are you considering it?" "Princess Vivi." Cass watched her leisurely, waiting for a response. He put in so much effort naturally for future considerations. Powerful pirates often establish close ties with specific countries to expand their influence and acquire resources and troops. These countries serve as the logistical basis for pirate crews and are essential to their dominance at sea. Look at the 4 emperors in the New World, who doesn't have a few vassal states. Not to mention Big Mom, who built a nation, and Kaido, who controls Wano. Even Shanks has a few protected islands. Planning ahead is beneficial and harmless. "I agree to you." Vivi opened her eyes, staring at him. "In the name of the Princess of Alabasta and the next royal heir, I agree to your terms." "Princess." Icolum was distressed, but felt more helpless. "There is no other choice, Uncle Icolum. This may be our only chance." Vivi turned her head, tears glistening in her eyes. "My father's health is deteriorating. The rebel army is gaining strength. The drought is consuming the oases. We can't rely on the Navy, and the world government is deaf and mute. We cannot find any other reinforcements. Rather than watching our country be destroyed in Crocodile schemes and the Civil War, why not take a gamble?" Everyone looked at this little princess in surprise. At such a young age, she showed such responsibility and determination. The future is promising. Vivi wiped away her tears and looked at Cass again. "However, I also have conditions." "You speak." Cass looked at the blue-haired girl before him who was clearly nervous and trembling slightly, but forced herself to stand tall and meet his gaze equally with a hint of admiration in his eyes. He liked partners with ambition, especially when their appearance was also remarkable. After thinking for a while, Wei Wei said seriously, "First you must truly deal with Crocodile, not just defeat him, but completely eliminate his threat to Alabasta. Second, you cannot manipulate the country from the shadows like Crocodile, creating disasters. Third, the relationship with the vassal states must be kept secret. This is the bottom line." The negotiation was clear and logical, and this wisdom made Cass' admiration grow even stronger. "A very reasonable condition. I agree to your terms." Cass nodded without bargaining and directly added, "However, I also have an additional condition. Before dealing with Crocodile, you Princess Wei Wei must stay by my side." "What a—" Wei Wei and Ikelim exclaimed in unison. "No way. Your Highness is still very young. How can she be by your side? This is too dangerous." Ikelim was so anxious that he almost jumped up, planning to exchange himself for Wei Wei. If Cass knew his thoughts, he would have to give him a big slap right then and there. "Get lost. Who needs you, old man? Hostage, or should I say human shield?" Cass interrupted him, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "This is a gesture of cooperation, ensuring that you won't stab me in the back while I deal with Crocodile. At the same time, it would also allow you to witness how I fulfill my promises." He leaned closer to Wei Wei, a hint of a kind smile on his lips. "Make your decision quickly. You wouldn't want to see your father still worrying about the country, would you, Your Highness?" Eileen looked at Cass suspiciously, feeling that this guy's words suddenly had a hint of insincerity. Could he have ideas about this little girl? "No. I need to keep a close watch." Wei Wei bit her lip, her expression changing. She understood Cass' meaning. He was using her as collateral to ensure Alabasta fulfills its promises. Is it dangerous? How could it not be dangerous to be beside a group of ruthless pirates who just slaughtered an entire bar full of bounty hunters? But she glanced at the anxious Ikelim and recalled the increasingly severe situation back home, ultimately nodding helplessly. "I agree. But you must act quickly. A wise choice." Cass smiled with satisfaction and extended his hand. "Pleasure working together, Princess Wei Wei." Wei Wei hesitated for a moment, extending her somewhat cold little hand, gently shaking Cass' hand. They parted immediately. "Crocodile, tell us your thoughts. Next, how should we deal with that sand crocodile?" Cass looked towards his strategist. Such matters requiring thought should naturally be left to the professionals. Strategist Croc began to analyze. Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, a Logia-type sand fruit user with a bounty of 81 million. Only 81 million. Before Croc could finish, he was interrupted by Gaia's exclamation. This guy looked disdainfully and dug at his ear. "What kind of plan is needed for this? Can't we just push through directly? Is the level of the 7 warlords this low?" In a while, Gaia could also sit in the position of one of the 7 warlords. Ikelim quickly explained, "That's not the case, Mr. Gaia. Once someone becomes a warlord, the world government will withdraw the bounty. So the 81 million berries is outdated data from over a decade ago, and definitely does not reflect his current true strength." Over a decade ago. Hearing Ikelim's explanation, Gaia actually began counting on his fingers. How does inflation work again? So isn't that equivalent to now? Watching this scene, Wei Wei's expression gradually became complex. Did she make a wrong decision? Play on the side, don't interrupt the strategist's speech. Cass looked at Gaia with disdain. Not even understanding inflation, and yet he still came up with a plan. "I'm the same, that's your standard configuration." Ahem. Croc wasn't annoyed by the interruption and continued, "This warlord has controlled Alabasta for many years and surely has many subordinates and deep roots. Fighting on home turf is disadvantageous. A direct assault won't work. There's only one method. First, we must undermine them from within." "Oh, elaborate?" Cass asked with great interest. To be honest, besides him, Croc was the only one in their group with brains. But from the strategist's analysis, it seemed there was a better solution. Croc did not answer directly, but instead cast a deep gaze at Ikelim. "Does your Baroque work still higher?" Ikelim and Wei Wei were both stunned. "Higher? What does that mean? Is the topic really jumping from military matters to recruitment?" Captain's insight. Croc didn't forget to flatter, then added, "You mean sending people to infiltrate Baroque works?" Captain's insight. Croc didn't forget to flatter, then added, "Infiltrate the enemy camp, cause division, gather intelligence, and ultimately strike decisively." "Good, that's a great idea." Cass clapped in admiration. This plan was far smarter than a direct assault, and more in line with their style of doing things. Playing dirty is indeed the strategist's forte. The surrounding officers finally reacted, their eyes shining. "So that's how it is. Croc, how did you come up with this?" "Great, but I really like it." Cass waved his hand. "Croc, you take the lead on this matter. Well, leave it to you to disguise yourself. Don't let anyone see through it." "No problem, I'm good at this." Croc adjusted his glasses with his hand. Back in the day, he had even faked his death. Now going undercover as a spy was merely child's play for him. Playing dirty. Count me in. Gaia immediately yelled. Spies. There should be sword masters among them. Goena was also somewhat eager to try. Infiltration. Playing a killer is also not bad. Luca adjusted his collar. After obtaining the nutrition fruit, his control over his body and energy reached a new height. Disguising himself was no longer a problem. Watching the cadre members instantly immerse themselves fervently discussing disguise identities and infiltration plans, Icolum and Wei Wei were left dumbfounded. This group, their adaptability and ability to stir up trouble is too strong. This isn't infiltration, it's clearly a team going to smash the place up. But why does it feel so reliable? Icolum, is it feasible to reasonably arrange our people to join Baroque works? Cass looked at Icolum. No. No problem, absolutely no problem. Icolum quickly nodded. Look, the Assassin's Company is originally a mixed bag. Bringing this group of thugs in, he could almost foresee a scene where high-level agents frequently change. In no time, Baroque Works could be renamed to the Dawn Pirate Crew branch. Oh, let the Dawn be great. Cass, what about you? Guy suddenly thought of a question. If we're all going undercover, you can't just sit here drinking and waiting for news, right? Everyone's eyes turned to Cass. Although it would be a bit conspicuous for the captain to personally go undercover, he couldn't just sit idle, right? You all go first. I need to make a trip to Drum Island, and I'll join you after I finish my business. Cass slammed the table decisively. Drum Kingdom. That medical powerhouse. What are you going there for? To see a doctor. Are you injured? Goena asked with concern, thinking that Cass might have sustained injuries from his previous battle with Carp. No, I'm going to get something. Cass smiled mysteriously. At this point in time, that devil fruit should still be. No. Eileen suddenly spoke up, as she had been quiet until now, but pouted, looking at Cass with dissatisfaction. What do you mean? You send us all away, and you stay with this little girl? No way. I want to stay too. This bastard Cass usually seems serious, but who knows if he's a hidden lolicon. Moreover, he hadn't managed to capture Nana, yet how could he let a little girl succeed? No way. Absolutely not. Eileen, stop making a fuss. I have important business to attend to, Cass said helplessly, holding his forehead. This was absurd. Right now, Wei Wei hardly counts as anything more than a large loli. Does he really look like a lolicon? Goena humphed. That's hard to say. I don't care. Wherever you go, I go. Anyway, Croc and the others are going to be spies. There are already enough people. Eileen's attitude was resolute. Wei Wei looks like a porcelain doll. What if this guy Cass indeed is? All right, you can stay. Having a navigator makes me feel more at ease. Cass ultimately compromised. Got it. Stop nagging. Eileen immediately beamed proudly, tilting her chin towards Goena. Goena shook her head helplessly. She originally wanted to stay too. But then she thought again. Croc's plan would also need high-end combat power to assist. And with Eileen around, it should be fine. The sea breeze persisted. Salty and humid, it carried an indescribable sense of freedom from the depths of the ocean. On the deck of the Judgment, the mingled sense of sweat and sea salt accompanied rhythmic breaths. Cassie, could you go a bit easier? 2M, feeling a bit of pain. Pain is expected. It's always like this at the beginning. You'll slowly get used to it. But I'm so tired. How about we take a break first? No breaks. What's needed here is to muster your strength and not give up halfway. It may sound a bit inappropriate, but please don't misunderstand. They were just training. On one side of the deck, Eileen gritted her teeth while undergoing the customized physical training that Cassie had designed for her. Weighted squats, push-ups, resistance sprints. One set after another with hardly any rest in between. Sweat soaked her golden curls, a few strands sticking to her cheeks, her white training outfit drenched, accentuating the contours of her body. Eileen thought to herself, damn, this is a bit different from the solitude she had imagined. Cassie stood beside her, resembling a cold-blooded instructor devoid of emotions, showing no signs of compassion. A shaky foundation leads to collapses. This principle applies in any world, especially in the pirate world. While powerful fruit abilities are indeed shortcuts, however, without a matching physique, it's like a castle in the air, seemingly splendid but easily toppled with a push. Therefore, training is essential. There are no shortcuts. One more set, don't stop. You're such a devil. Eileen glanced at Cassie's iron-faced instructor demeanor and pouted. Though her body was in hell, a strange sense of excitement bubbled within her. Oh no, is she getting sick? Cassie, unaware of Eileen's inner thoughts, crouched down and poked her cheek. Eileen, do you know that among the 3 major generals, aside from their fruit abilities, relying solely on hockey makes them still monsters? Do you know what this means? What does it mean? It means if you don't train your physical strength well, encountering an opponent skilled in armament hockey will render your Logia fruit useless, and they just need one punch. Cassie clenched his fist and waved it in front of Eileen. You just go poof and be gone. Eileen swallowed hard. Coach, I can still do another set. Cassie, the instructor, nodded in satisfaction, clearly having a teachable student. However, he wasn't merely trying to scare Eileen. Having been criticized by Zifa for overly relying on fruit abilities, the seemingly unserious Kazura was actually incredibly skilled in swordsmanship. With just one sword, the Amatsuke's condensed with his ability, he could spar evenly with the Dark King Rayleigh. As for Akiji and Akainu, they were even more formidable. 10 days and nights of battle were clearly not something normal people could endure. In such a prolonged fight, without a monstrous physique, one would have long since collapsed from exhaustion. At that moment, a sturdy shield sword monster floated opposite him, its eyes fixed on him. Sturdy. You should train too, Kasi. Come on, Xingwei. Kasi took a deep breath and drew his longsword with a reverse grip. This was one of his unchanging training routines, practical swordsmanship. Not only could it serve as training, but it also allowed him to take hits, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Xinghui's eyes narrowed slightly, its ribbon-like arms unfurling. Sturdy. Come on, Kasi, let me see your limits. The next scene can be summarized in 5 words. Kasi charged in. Kasi was knocked back. He charged, then he was knocked back again. It was grim but effective. Taking the hardest hits, training the hardest skills. That's how hockey is forged. Nearby, a Gungue floated in the air holding a barrel of alcohol with its short arms leisurely sipping. Eileen continued to persevere, sweat dripping onto the deck. Usually at this time the ship would be quite lively. But now more than half of the ship's core combatants had been taken by Kuro to Alabasta for an undercover mission, and besides ordinary crew members, only Eileen and the archer Barton remained by his side. Oh, and now there's also the lowly Princess Vivi and her pet Katsu the duck. To be honest, such personnel arrangements would not be trusted by a slightly more suspicious captain if Gaia and Guena were not the original stocks he brought from Frostmoon Village. This was almost tantamount to handing over half of his elite and command authority to his subordinates. In some power plays, Kuro had practically gathered all the conditions for donning the yellow robe. He even visualized the scene in his mind. Next is Kasi's illusion time. In a secret stronghold of Baroque works, Zhang Yao with a sycophantic expression draped a captain's cape obtained from who knows where over Kuro. Lord Kuro, it's chilly. Wear this coat, Haru chimed in beside him. Yes, Lord Kuro, the future of our pirate crew depends on you. Kuro was pushed into the central seat by the 2, sighing. You all have really made me suffer. Don't say he really shouldn't. It had that flavor. Zhang Yao and Paru felt quite wrong. Lord Kasi, do you have any misunderstandings about us? We wouldn't dare. Kasi, no choice, it's just that you 2 fit the bill, and Akin couldn't possibly pull this off. Thinking this, Kasi couldn't help but pick up the nearby Den Den Mushi and dial Kuro again. He wanted to confirm whether his subordinates had been corrupted by power. Buruburu. Buruburu. Click. The Den Den Mushi connected, and curious iconic facial features appeared on the screen. Kuro, how have you been lately? If you encounter any difficulties, please report them to the organization. Don't hold it in. The Kira-shaped Den Den Mushi remained silent for 2 seconds before responding. Thank you for your concern, Captain. The plan is progressing steadily, and there are currently no difficulties. That's good. Zhang Yao and Para haven't caused you any trouble, right? Sometimes their brains aren't quite functional. Kasi casually inquired. Zhang Yao and Para, no way, Lord, you really suspect us. This is so unfair. You can rest assured, I will coordinate everyone's actions to ensure the plan proceeds smoothly. Kuro paused. Also, this is already the 3rd time you've asked me today. Do you have any new instructions? Is it the 3rd time? Kasi blinked. Damn it, this bug must have been corrupted by Gingue, always dialing the wrong number. I'll dismantle it later. Click. Without waiting for Kuro's reply, Kasi decisively hung up the phone, glaring fiercely at the Den Den Mushi in his hand. If you dare dial randomly again, Gingue will sleep with you tonight. Den Den Mushi. First of all, I'm just a humble tool snail. Secondly, I haven't offended any of you. Why is life as a snail so arduous? In a certain place in Alabasta, Kuro gazed at the silent Den Den Mushi in his hand, his eyes deep and unfathomable. Could it be that the captain still doesn't fully trust me? Or is he uneasy about this plan to split forces? Kuro mused to himself, but then a relieved smile spread across his face. But then again, entrusting me with such a significant portion of the crew and mission, if he weren't at least a little concerned, that would be the real problem. He didn't mind this kind of test. Instead, he felt that Cass was meticulous and not a reckless brute. Clearly, even someone as clever as Kuro couldn't begin to fathom Cass' absurd conjectures, because he wouldn't dare even if he had 10 times the courage. Not to mention anything else, Guyana alone could easily defeat him single-handedly. He still had a chance to escape from Lu Ka and Gaia, but facing this lady, if he had any wrong thoughts, he wouldn't even have the chance to run. At the same secret stronghold. The moment Zhang Gao and Pa Lu draped the captain's cloak over their shoulders, the door was kicked open with a loud bang. A cold, elegant face and sharp, piercing eyes, as if carrying an aura of absolute zero. Jigu Yaina. Seeing the person, Kuro was scared out of his wits, his mind instantly short-circuiting. Guyaina's eyes were sharp, pointing straight at him. Kuro, you have some nerve. Under the overwhelming pressure, Pa Lu and Zhang Gao hugged each other tightly, trembling and screaming in their minds, why are they even here? Kuro stammered, no, wait. Who put this cloak on me? Guyana's eyes turned cold. Humph. So you admit a flash of the blade. Kuro shuddered involuntarily. Damn it, why did this scene flash through his mind? It seemed he had been under a lot of mental stress lately, even starting to have such unrealistic hallucination. On the other side, aboard the Judge, after finishing the call, Cass felt refreshed and continued his vigorous training. Beside him, Vivi sat with her knees hugged, her big eyes watching Cass curiously. After watching for a while, she finally couldn't help but ask, Mr. Cass, aren't you the captain of this pirate ship? Do you have to personally train the crew? Can't you leave this kind of thing to the first mate or the combat leader? Without turning his head, Cass casually replied, Who says that? Making the crew stronger and the team more combat effective is precisely the captain's duty. Didn't she know that his main job was being a trainer and being a captain was just a side gig? Besides, there was no one else on the ship. Luka, Kuro, and Ajin were all away. If he didn't step up, who? Jingar, hee, there's still me, Ghosty. Swampert, same here. Cyan, I wouldn't mind either. Cass, you guys make me the trainer look pretty useless. Oh, is that so? Vivi looked thoughtful. Cass' philosophy seemed different from the vicious pirate captains she had in mind. After a moment, Vivi mustered her courage and asked, Mr. Cass, what do you think of me? Huh? Cass froze in his movements. That tone, that shy expression. Was it what he thought? His lecherous thoughts began to spiral uncontrollably. His gaze instinctively swept over Vivi's still youthful face, and inappropriate ideas started. A big lowly. 3 years minimum. Is this how they test an officer? Which officer could withstand such a test? Little sister, you're quite bold. Nearby, Irene also stopped moving, her eyes narrowing. Well, if she dared to be this direct in front of her, who knows what she would do behind her back. This little princess looked innocent, but she was actually quite skilled. Staying here was definitely the wisest choice. Vivi was flustered by the sudden change in their attitudes and quickly waved her hands to explain, too presumptuous. Asking for training is indeed very rude. I shouldn't have made such a request. I'm sorry. Huh? You mean training? Irene was taken aback. Cass felt a little disappointed. So it was about training. Got me all riled up for nothing. What else would it be? Vivi looked at them suspiciously, feeling that their conversation was on a different wavelength. Of course we were talking about training too. Irene quickly chimed in, thinking to herself, was she being too cautious? She was just a child. In that case, please begin your performance. Cass also put away his stray thoughts and became serious. Performance? Does that mean dancing? Vivi blinked, completely confused. The topic changed so abruptly. Or was this a special way to test her flexibility? It means show your skills. He wants to see your foundation. Irene acted as translator. Damn it, why did she understand Cass' words instantly? This kind of jumpy thinking. Or had she unconsciously become shaped by Cass? Oh, I see. Vivi suddenly understood. She felt she might need a Cass language dictionary to keep up with their conversation. Then she walked to the slightly more spacious center of the deck and took out her weapon. Peacock saw. It was a strangely shaped weapon, a long, thin line with a disc-shaped blade at the other end wrapped around the fingers of a special glove. It was very similar to Zhang Gao's hypnotic rings. Please enlighten me. Vivi's expression turned serious, and her starting stance was quite impressive. Come attack me. Cass waved his hand lazily. Against a little girl of Vivi's level, he didn't even need to use his Pokémon. Okay. Vivi snapped her wrist, and the ring spun out, flying toward Cass' neck. The speed was decent, and the angle was tricky. Yet facing this swift and dangerous strike, Cass didn't even move a step. Just as the peacock saw was about to hit, he suddenly extended his index and middle fingers. Clang. The peacock saw was easily caught between his fingers. Not enough power. Too soft. Even worse than Zhang Gao's technique. Cass casually tossed the saw back to Vivi. Zhang Gao, thank you for the compliment, Master Cass. I will keep working hard. Don't you have any different moves? Cass asked the slightly discouraged Vivi. Yes, I do. Vivi quickly took off her jacket, revealing a tank top with circular patterns. Her waist was slender, her stomach flat. Though still young, her figure was already developing. Charming dizzy dance. With a soft shout, her body began to twist in a rhythm full of exotic charm, and a faint fragrance emanated from her. Oh ho ho. This is good. Cass' eyes lit up. Dizziness aside, the dance itself was a delight to the eye. Look at that waist, those legs. Cass insisted he wasn't a pervert, he was just appreciating it with a purely artistic eye. As for the hypnotic effect, come on, he was raising a Jengar. Ghosty's pranks were 100 times stronger than this. Irene watched from the side, gnashing her teeth, with black sand iron particles flickering around her. Was this dancing? It was clearly seduction. She took off her jacket. She was twisting her waist. Cass' eyes were almost glued to her. This little girl was trying to steal him away with her charm. Vivi noticed that Cass seemed to be caught off guard, and exclaimed, Carolou, now is the time. Let's charge. This was her ultimate move, using charm to create an opening combined with Carolou's surprise attack to defeat their opponent. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Carolou did not appear. Carolou. Vivi turned back. Suddenly, not far away, Carolou the duck was swaying and burying its head into a barrel of wine. Thud, thud, thud. Beside it, Gung was holding a barrel almost the same size as itself, tilting its head to pour the contents into its large mouth. Clearly they were engaged in a cross-species drinking competition. Seeing Gung finish a gulp, Carolou the duck, unwilling to be outdone, pulled its head from the barrel and swayed off to find another one. Splash! In the next second, Carolou the duck's legs weakened, collapsing onto the deck, its webbed feet twitching feebly. Carolou, it seems I just saw my great-grandmother. Carolou, you rascal. Vivi's face flushed with anger as she rushed over, grabbing Carolou the duck's head and shaking it repeatedly. They were on a pirate ship. This wasn't a sea party. Besides competing and drinking with a ghost, it was absurd to think they could win. Quack! Carolou the duck weakly spat out a bubble filled with the scent of alcohol and completely passed out. Drunk driving is not encouraged, little princess. It seems your partner won't be of any use tonight. Cass walked over slowly, arms crossed, saying, but I think I have a rough idea of your skill level now. One could only say it was better than an ordinary person, but still limited. As he spoke, he casually picked up a training wooden sword from a nearby rack and tossed it to Vivi. From now on, I will teach you physical training and basic swordsmanship. If you practice well, it will be at least better than using a chainsaw. Vivi hurriedly caught the wooden sword and nodded vigorously. Yes, Mr. Cass, I will work hard. Cass looked at Vivi's face and silently apologized to Gung Siling. Master, I'm sorry. Teaching this girl basic swordsmanship shouldn't disgrace the school, right? Gung Siling felt exhausted. He was still a novice and was already starting to teach others. What would come out of that? A quarter of a novice. Even the Qinghui sect is better than you. Thus one dared to teach while the other dared to learn. Vivi began her sword training journey. Following the direction of the recorded pointer, they sailed for several more days, and finally the outline of an island appeared on the horizon. This was an undeveloped island. Towering, peculiar vegetation reached the clouds, and in the distance the faint roars of giant beasts could be heard. The judgment ship slowly approached the coast, choosing a relatively gentle area to prepare for landing. Just as everyone was about to disembark, a loud cry echoed, caw. At that moment, a massive shadow dove down from the clouds at an astonishing speed. Barton reacted even faster. Almost instantaneously upon hearing the sound, he had already drawn his bow, nocked an arrow, and aimed. Whoosh! A specially crafted steel arrow shot through the air. However, the shadow made a sharp turn in midair, twisting its body at an incredible angle and extended its claw to grab the arrow. It was a pterosaur. Grasping the arrow, the pterosaur circled in the air and let out a taunting cry. Caw! Is that all? Barton remained unfazed and calmly replied, the arrowhead is laced with gunpowder, it will explode, you know. Explosion. The pterosaur hesitated, its beastly instincts sensing a deadly threat as it attempted to discard the arrow. However, it was too late. Boom. The orange flames burst forth in the sky, leaving the pterosaur in a disheveled state as it plummeted from the air. Don't underestimate archers, you foolish bird. Barton slowly lowered his bow, his tone flat. Well done, Barton. Cass praised, stepping to the shore and kicking the still twitching corpse of the pterosaur. Well, the meat is quite firm. Unfortunately, Lu Ka is not here, and the cooking skills of the crew aren't up to par, so they can't enjoy a good meal. What? What is that? Vivi exclaimed. Everyone turned to look in the direction she was pointing. In the central area of the island, two colossal figures resembling mountains were engaged in the most primal of clashes. They were two giants, each over 20 meters tall. One had a thick long beard, wore a horned helmet, and wielded a giant sword and a round shield. The other had a bushy beard, wore a bullhorn helmet, and brandished a battle axe and a shield. Gi gaga gaga gaga. Gaba. Accompanying their battle cries, the giant sword and giant axe once again clashed with the terrifying force capable of splitting mountains. Boom, 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 boom. The visible shockwave expanded violently from the two giants, toppling massive trees within hundreds of meters around the basin. The not seismal volcano in the center of the basin seemed to tremble slightly from the impact. Is that the legendary giants? Eileen couldn't help but gasp, her eyes filled with shock. Although she had heard of the legends of giants, seeing such colossal beings in battle was, to be honest, a first for her. That's right, they are from the giant race. Moreover, they are among the stronger ones of their kind. Cass stared at the two figures locked in fierce combat, and even from such a distance he could feel the immense aura contained within those two bodies. Blue Demon Dongli, Red Demon Brokey. They were masters whose bounty had reached 100 million berries 100 years ago. They were now at the peak of their glory on Egghead Island. They had brutally defeated the Saint of Mercury Vacheli and the Saint of Saturn Satan, and their combined attack, the Solar Saw, had even severed the Peter Saint, who had transformed into a sandworm, helping Luffy escape. The strength of these two was likely the second strongest after the former king of Elbaf, Harold, and Prince Lo. The value of the third brother was on the rise. Lord Cass, do we still need to go ashore? Faced with such colossal beings, ordinary humans seemed too insignificant. Why not go? Cass waved his hand without a hint of fear. We are pirates. Why should we avoid strong opponents? That would be too shameful. Deep within the island. Thud. Another earth-shattering clash of shields occurred. The terrifying sound waves and shock waves swept in all directions. After this collision, both giants staggered back several steps, then in unison, they fell flat on their backs. The 695270H battle. Dongli gasped for breath. The 695270H draw. Brokey's chest heaved violently. Gi gaga gaga gaga. Gababababababh. The two exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter, showing no signs of disappointment at the draw. After a while, Dongli propped himself up with his giant sword and slowly sat up, saying, I'm hungry. Brokey, what are you having for dinner tonight? Brokey also sat up, rubbed his growling belly, and grinned. Jba, I want to eat thy meat. I just saw a herd of mammoths drinking water by the river. Roasting a leg of elephant would surely be delicious. Dongli licked his lips. Then I'll roast a brachiosaurus today. The neck meat is the most tender, and roasting it on a giant sword until it sizzles would be perfect. Queen and Jack expressed approval at this menu. Just as the two were getting up to go hunting, a voice came from below. Since it's barbecue, it wouldn't be complete without wine. Right, two warriors of Elbaf. The two giants stretched out their fingers to grasp the wine barrel, as if it were a simple task for an ordinary person to take a sip of liquid medicine, and tilted their heads to gulp it down. It was strong liquor. I haven't drunk so heartily in years. Dongli smacked his lips, reluctant to let go of the empty barrel. For their giant clan, this barrel of wine was merely a bit to moisten their throats. Gabba gabba. Cass, you're quite something, daring to approach us giants with fine wine. You're a real man. Blooky grinned broadly. Previously there were travelers who passed through the small garden, but most of them fled at the sight of them. Cass showed no fear. I've long heard of the two giant warriors fighting for honor on the Grand Line, and the very thought of it fills one with fervor. I had to come see it for myself. Giga giga. Well said. Fighting for honor, Cass, you understand us. Dongli laughed heartily. The giants were simple-minded and admired those who were straightforward. Barbecued meat paired with strong liquor. It's been ages since I enjoyed food and drink like this. Blooky lifted another barrel of wine, tilted his head, and gulped it down again, letting out a satisfying loud belch that nearly knocked Vivi over. After a few barrels of wine, the atmosphere instantly heated up. The dozens of barrels Cass brought were quickly consumed, and Dong Li and Blooky drank, with great satisfaction, looking at Cass with increasingly warm gazes. As the wine flowed freely, Dong Li and Blooky opened up, recounting the glorious tales of their days as captains in the giant warrior pirate crew. Everyone sat around listening to the stories while enjoying the enormous barbecued meat. One had to admit the giants' barbecuing skills were surprisingly good. Though the seasonings were only simple coarse salt and some unknown plant leaves, the cooking was executed perfectly, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The primitive cooking method instead maximized the inherent deliciousness of the meat. I didn't expect giants to have such delicate culinary techniques. Aaron gave high praise. Even without many seasonings, it's unexpectedly fragrant. Vivi also stuffed her cheeks, looking like a little hamster. There were too many affairs of state, and she hadn't enjoyed food so leisurely in a long time. Giga giga giga. This is our special skill from Elbaf. Dongli said proudly. Blooky was about to boast again about a legendary sea king they had once roasted when suddenly, without warning, the volcano in the center of the island erupted. Boom boom boom. Here it comes, the signal for a duel. Thus the two giants, who were just drinking and eating together in the next moment, reflexively grabbed their weapons and walked towards the dueling ground. Dongli. Blooky. Boom bang bang. The earth-shattering clash echoed once more. Wait, why isn't there any reason for it? Aaron rubbed her forehead, feeling a bit out of sync. They looked so close just now, like comrades you could trust your back to. Vivi also looked bewildered. Did the giant wheel of friendship really turn so quickly? This is the way of dueling for the warriors of Elbaf. Cass, however, remained calm, chewing on meat, as he explained for them, honor is above all. Once a duel begins, it will not stop until one side is completely down. Dongli shouted, exactly. A battle with all one's strength is the greatest respect warriors can show each other. Reasons? Who remembers those? They forgot long ago. Blooky roared in agreement. The two clashed their weapons again. A fierce collision erupted once more. After a while, the 695-2ATH battle. The 695-2ATH tie. The two giants, exhausted once more, exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter. Then they got up as if nothing had happened, picked up the unfinished barbecued meat, and resumed eating and drinking, as if the earlier battle had just been a post-meal exercise. These two really are. Aaron gazed at this miraculous scene, momentarily unsure how to comment. The giants indeed are born warriors. Vivi looked at the giants, who had just collapsed from exhaustion, now having eaten a couple of pieces of barbecued meat, almost fully recovered. It was simply terrifying. Just then Cass threw the meat bone in his hand aside, wiped his mouth, and made a shocking statement. Dongli Bluoki, I want to challenge you. Nearby, the giant swamp monster, unable to contain himself, stepped forward, without fear staring directly at the two giants. Bluoki laughed heartily. Gabba gabba. Are you challenging the strongest warriors of Elbaf? Come on, Cass. I accept your challenge. Without a second thought, Dongli grabbed his long sword and raised his shield. Damn it, you beat me to it. Bluoki struck the ground with his axe in frustration. Cass, have you gone mad? Aaron couldn't help but exclaim. She had just witnessed the giants' commotion. It was clearly beyond their current capabilities. Just watching them fight is exhilarating, but before long I can't help but want to join in and give it a try. Cass laughed heartily, a surge of battle intent rising, the dark, domineering aura leaking uncontrollably. Cass, you really suit my taste. Feeling this aura, Dongli's gaze sharpened slightly, unconsciously taking him seriously. A person with such potential would never be mediocre. Isn't that how it should be? Cass grinned, revealing his white teeth. Giant swamp monster. Go. Use your arm hammer. Roar. The giant swamp monster showed no hesitation, letting out a low growl, and the ground beneath it erupted with a thunderous crack, forming a deep pit. With a swift motion, its massive body shot out like a blue cannonball. In an instant, it raced toward Dongli. It twisted its waist, channeling all its strength into its right fist, slamming toward Dongli's chest with a powerful blow. Come on. If you can knock me down, I'll consider you the winner. Dongli planted his giant sword into the ground, raising his fist to meet the attack. The two fists, one large and one small, collided. Bang! A thunderous explosion erupted. The violent shockwave radiated outward in a circular fashion, blowing away all the debris and dust within dozens of meters. The solid ground beneath Dongli's feet actually cracked with spiderweb-like fissures from the force of the collision. Good. What strength! Dongli, instead of being startled, laughed heartily. He could feel that the power in the punch far exceeded many sea kings. He closed his fingers, intending to grasp the giant swamp monster completely and swing it like a hammer throw. The giant swamp monster felt as if it had fallen into a mountain of steel, an unparalleled grip squeezing from all directions. Roar! It roared, almost simultaneously punching toward Dongli's wrist with its left fist. At the same time, it unleashed all its strength, attempting to pull back. Dongli's wrist shook, deflecting the giant swamp monster's left fist, but his clasped palm firmly held onto the creature. Little guy, you've got some real strength. Dongli's arm muscles bulged as he prepared to lift the entire giant swamp monster and slam it down. Use the ice fist. Cass' voice rang out. The giant swamp monster's eyes flashed with fierce light as its captured right arm suddenly swelled, icy coldness erupting violently. Crack! A ghostly blue layer of ice rapidly spread along Dongli's fingers. Frozen. Dongli was startled, feeling a bone-chilling coldness and rigidity in his palm, loosening his grip involuntarily. The giant swamp monster seized the opportunity to roar, its strength and coldness erupting once again, the residual force of its punch pushing Dongli back a step, while it used the recoil to perform a backflip, landing steadily in front of Cass. Well done, giant swamp monster. Cass cheered loudly. Gabba gabba. Dongli, how about you? Struggling against a little fellow like that is so hard. Bluoki laughed openly, enjoying the sight of his old rival struggling more than drinking. Dongli shook off the ice shards on his hand, looking at the faint red mark in his palm, his admiration deepening. Not only do you have strength, but you also possess other abilities. Cass, I acknowledge you now. Although the battle was with the giant swamp monster, Dongli could feel the connection. Thanks, Dongli, but the warm-up is over. Now it truly begins. Cass' eyes blazed with even greater battle spirit. Swampert, bulk up. The Swampert's muscles bulged once more, its already imposing frame seeming to swell as a fierce aura surged upward. Oh, you can still grow stronger. Interesting. Dongli did not interrupt, instead watching with keen interest, eager to see what other surprises Cass had in store. Next, earthquake. The Swampert obeyed, clenching its fists like twin hammers, smashing them into the ground with savage force. Rumble. The earth quaked violently, a terrifying tremor surging madly toward Dongli. This power that can trigger an earthquake. The ground beneath Dongli trembled uncontrollably, making it hard to keep his balance. Finally, 100,000 horsepower. Cass roared, channeling armament hockey into the attack. Roar. The Swampert charged again, now enveloped in a thick earth-yellow energy layered with a gleaming black armor. 100,000 horsepower armament clad. It was like a true super cannonball. Do not underestimate a warrior of Elbaf. Dongli sensed the force of this strike and roared, swinging his massive sword in a vertical slash. Boom. A clash of unparalleled might. Dongli felt a colossal force reverberate through his blade, combined with the trembling ground. His mountain-like body stumbled uncontrollably, and he fell hard on his backside. To have such power. Broogie dropped his playful demeanor. Gigagaga, how embarrassing. Dongli let out a hearty laugh. Though Cass had used a clever trick, a fall was a fall. Warriors of Elbaf never. Dongli. Cass' voice rang out, his eyes blazing. I've heard that Elbaf warriors not only possess unmatched strength, but also master a technique that pierces all, the Elbaf Spear. Can I witness it with my own eyes, eh? The Elbaf Spear, the ultimate giant technique. Even Kaido and Big Mom praised it. Dongli and Broogie exchanged a glance, their expressions turning serious. Cass, I didn't expect you to know about the Elbaf Spear. That's not a move for sparring or show. Of course it's not for show, Cass said solemnly. It's a challenge, to let my partner feel the spear of a true— Very well, Cass. Since you're so eager to see it, then behold. Dongli admired Cass' determination, grabbed his giant sword, and assumed a stance. Boom. A terrifying aura far more intense than before gathered. The giant sword seemed to be wrapped in a dark red storm. Such an aura. Eileen and the others paled. This technique was on a completely different level from the previous fight. Gabababa. This is the true ultimate art of Elbaf. Broogie laughed heartily. Dongli stepped forward and swung his giant sword upward in a fierce slash. Elbaf Spear. Waigwa. Boom. A dark red sword beam over 5 meters in diameter roared forth like a divine spear. Where it passed, the ground was gouged into a deep, bottomless trench, and the air was pushed into a vacuum channel. Swampert. Use that move. Take it, Hedon. Cass' pupils contracted, his aura sensing the trajectory of the shockwave, and he screamed. The Swampert felt the soul-shaking power and unleashed all its strength. Crack, crack, crack. Frost condensed and spun at the tip of its fist, forming a massive, sharp, icy drill. Shark King Turbine Drill, maximum output. The Swampert shattered the ground, pushing the terrifying icy drill forward without fear, meeting the Waigwa Hedon. Crack, boom. The ultimate ice spiral drill and the all-piercing dark red shockwave collided in the center of the basin. Rumble. An unprecedented explosion consumed everything. A massive hemispherical energy mushroom cloud slowly rose. Eileen, Vivi, and the others who were closer were forced back by the shockwave. The blast pushed the Swampert back nearly 100 meters, pulverizing everything in its path, leaving a devastating trail of destruction. After taking that hit, the Swampert finally collapsed to one knee, its arms charred black. Gabababa. It actually withstood it. Broogie slapped his thigh in amazement. Dongli slowly sheathed his sword, looking at the Swampert struggling to rise from the crater, his admiration undisguised. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. To take away Hedon and not fall. Such spirit and will are worthy of the name warrior. Cass quickly recalled the Swampert. He turned to look at Qinghui, who had been quietly floating nearby observing. Qinghui, did you see clearly? He meant learning the Elbaf Spear. Qinghui slowly nodded its hilt. Jian. Can try what? See clearly. You don't mean to say that your sword learned Waigwa just by watching once, do you? Dongli's eyes widened as if he had heard the funniest joke. Broogie also looked incredulous. The supreme technique passed down through Elbaf? If it could be learned by watching once, would it still be called a secret art? Even in Elbaf, very few giants could fully master it. Whether we can do it or not, why not try it? Cass grinned. But let me prepare a little. He walked over to the Aegislash, reached out, and gently grasped its hilt. His aura force surged without reservation, resonating deeply with Qinghui. Qinghui, take the piercing will you just witnessed, and unleash it in our own way. Dongli and Broogie watched, thinking Cass had lost his mind. But as they watched, their smiles faded. The sword began to emit a low hum. A faint yet increasingly clear, sharp aura rose from Cass. Between man and sword, a strange resonance and connection seemed to form. Broogie's jaw dropped, thighs. The momentum of the Elbaf Spear. Dongli's hand holding the sword tightened unconsciously. Though still weak, that indomitable momentum. He would never mistake it. How could such a thing be possible? Enough. Let's show the two giant brothers a trick. Cass gripped the sword hilt with both hands, channeling all his strength and haki into Qinghui. Elbaf Spear. Waigwa. Jian. The Aegislash let out an unprecedented sword cry. The next moment, a sword beam about 1 meter in diameter burst from the tip and shot forth. Caught off guard, Dongli barely had time to raise his sun shield in front of him. Clang! The sword beam struck the center of the sun shield. Dongli's massive frame was actually knocked. Dongli! Broogie cried out, instinctively stepping forward to brace Dongli's back with his shoulder. The sword beam lasted for several seconds before its energy was exhausted and dissipated into the air. In the center of the shield, a dent was left. Is this for real? Dongli ran his hand over the dent, feeling the familiar piercing force, still finding it hard to believe. He had seen it only once, and he actually pulled it off. And it looked decent. Broogie burst into laughter. Gabababa. You're something else, Cass. Truly worthy of being a friend of the giants. But after using that move, both Cass and Qinghui were somewhat drained. Exhausted. Showing off sure takes a lot of energy. Dongli also recovered from the shock. His gaze towards Cass had completely changed, now looking at him as if he were an equal monster. With the spear of Elbaf in your hands, it might shine with a different brilliance. He paused, exchanging a glance with Brokey. Cass, you have shown us unexpected possibilities, and as a token of gratitude, as well as respect for true warriors. Dong Li raised his giant sword, and Brokey hoisted his massive axe. Let us show you the true essence of our giant tribe's combined attacks. Could it be? Cass' heart raced. They had struck gold, a buy-on-edge-one-free deal. Immediately the two giants stood side by side, their eyes glowing red, their momentum intertwined. Dong Li's giant sword and Brokey's giant axe were both raised simultaneously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dark red violent air currents began to wildly converge on their weapons, causing the very air to tremble and hum. That overwhelming sense of oppression was exponentially stronger than if they had unleashed their powers individually. Watch closely. This is the true spear of Elbaf. The eyes of the two men gleamed with a terrifying red light as the giant sword and giant axe were thrust forward simultaneously. Berserk Nation. Boom, bang. A sword energy shockwave over 20 meters in diameter and akin to a pillar of destruction roared towards the distant sea. In the very moment the Berserk Nation was about to crash into the surface of the sea, the water in the center of the inland sea exploded. In the very moment the Berserk Nation was about to crash into the surface of the sea, the water in the center of the inland sea exploded. A gigantic, grotesque head, so huge it resembled an island, emerged. Sea monster. It seemed disturbed by the continuous collisions and curiously floated to the surface to see what was happening. Sea monster, let me take a look what is going on. Dong Li and Brokey, oh look, a ready-made target. Let's take it down. Whoosh. That terrifying berserk shockwave sliced through the sea monster's body like a hot knife through butter. Only a horrific transparent hole over 20 meters in diameter remained. The massive body of the sea monster suddenly stiffened, a hint of confusion still remaining in its eyes. Did something just pass by? Images flashed through its mind, recalling the running under the sunset that afternoon, which was its lost youth. Then its giant body, akin to a mountain, slowly tilted backward and crashed into the sea. The sea surface was dyed a deep red. One strike. A giant sea king capable of devouring islands was taken down in an instant. Eileen, Vivi, and the others felt their souls tremble. Is this the full power of the top warriors of the giant tribe? Destruction Island level strength. Is the Grand Line this dangerous? Just wandering about can lead to encountering such world-shattering monsters. Cass' eyes shone brightly. This power. Undoubtedly top-tier combat strength. Friendship must be deepened. After a long moment, everyone finally regained their senses from the shock. Dong Li and Brokey laughed heartily, inviting Cass to sit down and share the remaining roasted meat. Cass was very accommodating and brought out all his best supplies, and the atmosphere heated up once again. As the drinks flowed, Cass looked at the two straightforward and bold giant brothers, feeling a slight stir in his heart. He thought it was time to share some news to deepen their friendship. He took a swig of his drink and casually asked, speaking of which, you two old brothers have been dueling in this little garden for almost 100 years, quite a lengthy commitment, huh? But are you really so at ease with Elbaf? Is there no trouble with the giant warrior pirate crew? Seemingly casual, yet it hinted at something deeper. These two were the recognized top-tier combatants of Elbaf, missing for a century, a tremendous loss to any faction. Cass estimated that Elbaf must be in internal turmoil right now. Their return might change a lot of things. Dong Li chewed on the giant roast meat, mumbling, Jagaga, no worries. We have the elders Yururu and Ururu keeping watch. They are the oldest and most respected warriors of our giant tribe. Brokey took a swig of his drink. Gababa? That's right. Our duel is an honorable battle, with the elders back home and Harold looking after things. There's no problem. Is that so? Cass put down the roasted meat in his hand, his tone becoming somewhat subtle, but I seem to have heard some different news at sea. What news? Dong Li and Brokey paused, looking at Cass. Cass slowly said, I heard that several decades ago the elder of the giant tribe Yuru was killed by the current 4 emperors, the young Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Thud. The enormous leg bone in Dong Li's hand fell to the ground. Brokey's hand holding the barrel of drink froze in midair. The smiles on the faces of the two giants vanished in an instant. Dong Li suppressed his anger. What did you say? Elder Yururu was killed. The 4 emperors. Charlotte Linlin. Brokey repeated the name. And one more thing. Cass continued, the name Harold seems to be rarely mentioned in the rumors I heard about Elbaf. Currently the one in charge of Elbaf is mainly Elder Ururu, and there seems to be a prince as well, but I don't know the specifics. Some things are enough to just hint at. Dong Li and Brokey fell silent, but the violent rises and falls of their chests revealed the turmoil within their hearts. Is Elder Ururu really dead? What about King Harold? Is Elder Ururu left to support everything alone? And what about this prince? They were not fools. Cass' words were enough to make them realize that something major could be happening in Elbaf. After a long gaze, Dong Li slowly spoke, Cass, thank you for telling us this. This information is too important for us. Brokey slammed his fist heavily on the ground, creating a big pit. The duel is important, but Elbaf is even more important. Dongli. I know. Dongli looked at Cass, extending his massive palm towards him, his expression extremely serious. Cass, my friend. You are not only a brave challenger, but also the benefactor who brings us news of our homeland. From today onward, you are a forever friend of Elbaf. Whenever you need the strength of the giant tribe Brokey, and I will surely come to help. Cass also reined in his smile, tapping his finger against Dong Li's finger, which was thicker than his entire body. This bond, Orel Cass will remember it. The giants are indeed straightforward, easily gaining 2 top-tier combatants. He had certainly made friends in Elbaf. Brokey also stood up, resting his axe on his shoulder. Then Dongli, the duel is paused. I paused. Dongli nodded, pulling out the giant sword from the ground. Let's head back to Elbaf. We need to clarify the situation. See Elder Ururu and seek revenge for Elder Ururu. A few days later, by the shore of the little garden, a giant simple wooden raft was docked beside the judge. Dongli and Brokey stood on it, waving vigorously towards the shore. Gigaga. Cass. Until we meet again. Gababa. Once we handle things back home, we'll come find you for a drink. Take care, you 2 old brothers. Cass waved from the large wooden raft slowly drifted away from the little garden, propelled by Dong Li and Brokey, using their weapons as paddles. The duel that had lasted for a century had temporarily hit the pause button. Watching the 2 mountain-like figures gradually disappear into the distant sea along with the rather primitive and rugged wooden raft, Eileen sighed, truly. Such bold and simple warriors. But also very reliable, right? Cass smiled and turned to walk towards the judgment. He had made friends, learned ultimate skills, and opened the eyes of his partners. This trip to the little garden was simply a tremendous gain. Set sail. Destination Drum Kingdom. I hope the things there won't let us down. Alabasta. In the town of Oilfield, the Spider Bar. Ostensibly a tavern, it actually served as the liaison hub for the Baroque works in eastern Alabasta. Mister, for what exactly is your purpose here? The speaker was a woman leaning against the bar counter. She had a distinctive afro hairstyle, a cold and elegant countenance, and a pipe with deep purple lipstick stains resting between her lips, wisps of smoke curling upward. Miss Doublefinger Paula, one of the senior agents of Baroque works and a user of the spike fruit. Miss Doublefinger, please be patient. Everyone will be here shortly. The one who replied was a man in a well-tailored suit with gold-rimmed glasses. It was Kuro, who had eliminated the original Mr. 4 and swiftly ascended to the position. Beside him stood the flamboyantly dressed Django, and at his feet lay a drowsy dachshund. The gun dog Lasso, original partner of Mr. 4. After Kuro killed Mr. 4, this dog displayed wisdom far surpassing its former master. It hesitated for only about 2.5 seconds before happily wagging its tail and swearing allegiance to the new master. Even a dog knows that life is more important than pride. It had better be. My time is precious. If I find out you're just bored and wasting our time. Miss Doublefinger blew a perfect smoke ring from her crimson lips. You'll know the taste of being pierced by thorns and slowly bleeding to death. Of course you will be interested. Kuro leisurely took off his glasses, wiping the lenses with the inner cloth of his suit, unhurried. Soon the wooden door of the bar swung open again, and several figures entered one after another. A tall, burly, bald man, with a conspicuous 1 tattooed on his chest. Mr. 1 Des Bones. User of the dice fruit, one of the top agents of Baroque works. Then came a man with a black afro and dark sunglasses. Mr. 5 Ojim, user of the bomb fruit. With him was a blonde woman in a bright yellow dress holding a small parasol with an arrogant gaze. Miss Valentine Makita, user of the kilo fruit. Finally, a man with his hair styled into an exaggerated 3 shape, as if he had everything under control. Mr. 3 Galdino, user of the wax fruit, future vice captain of an emperor. Looks like everyone's here. Kuro put on his cleaned glasses, his gaze calmly sweeping over each senior agent present. Except for the absent Mr. 2. Kuro also remembered Cass' instruction to act discreetly, not yet disturbing the identity of the special Miss Sunday. That is Nico Robin. Mr. For you should know that in Baroque works, gathering senior agents without the boss permission comes at a cost. Mr. 1's voice was low, the implication clear. If you don't give us a reason today, you might be replaced as the new Mr. 4. Mr. 3 muttered inwardly, this newly promoted Mr. 4 is said to be ruthless. How dare he summon all senior agents privately after just a few days? What is he planning? I feel a bit uneasy. Of course, fellow colleagues. Kuro ignored the pressure and changed the subject. Before I state my reason, I have a question for everyone. Among you who has ever seen our boss? The atmosphere in the bar turned slightly tense. You know, Miss Doublefinger put down her pipe. This was indeed one of the biggest secrets of Baroque works, unseen even by the senior agents. All they knew was that he was mysterious, powerful, and well-connected, issuing orders through Den Mushi and Miss Sunday. The boss. Isn't he some noble or underworld boss? Miss Valentine tilted her head. How interesting. Mr. Five's eyes behind the sunglasses grew a bit more serious. Mr. Three sneered slightly. Is this important? Or does it have anything to do with why you called us here? Or are you just showing off some gossip you've dug up? It does matter, and it's very important. Curious gaze slowly swept over each person. Because our boss is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Sir Crocodile. What? The boss is a warlord. Crocodile, the national hero. This is... The faces of those present showed varying degrees of shock. After all, the warlords were the legitimate great pirates at the top of the sea with delicate ties to the world government and the power to destroy nations. Being a subordinate to such a figure seemed to elevate one's status instantly. However, just as everyone was digesting this information, Mr. Three let out a cold laugh. How what a shocking secret. But knowing the boss identity, so what? Or do you plan to use this secret to pay the price for gathering us? That probably won't be enough. He seemed to question, but was actually probing. As an intelligence-type agent, he instinctively felt things were not that simple. At this, Kuro stopped hiding and said slowly, because the reason we are gathered here is to kill him. What? You're crazy. Kill the boss. Just you. Mister. For who gave you the confidence? The shouts had just risen. Boom. Bang. Crash. Around the bar, earth walls several meters high erupted from the ground, instantly trapping everyone inside. Earth flow wall. Why bother talking to them, Kuro? So slow, like, when you dealt with that mole, just kill them all. Gaia's figure emerged from the earth wall, twisting his neck, his gaze coldly sweeping over the agents present. You're the new Mr. 6. So it was you who killed Mr. 4 and Miss Christmas. Miss Doublefinger shouted sharply. So what if it was, hey? Gaia said nonchalantly. When your partner mysteriously disappears, maybe you'll even get the Mr. 1 spot. This number is much better than 6. Do you know what you're doing? Mr. 1 stepped forward, his arms instantly turning into gleaming cold steel blades. Bro, are you really funny, or just deaf? Gaia picked his ear with a mocking expression. We said we're here to destroy this damn organization of yours. Is that so? Then die. Mr. 1's eyes flashed with cold light, his bladed arms crossed in an X, and he lunged forward. Cross-cut. Oh, a swordsman. Then this is not my business. Gaia didn't dodge, but instead stepped back with a relaxed posture, showing a look of amusement. Leave the professional work to the professionals. Clang. A loud sound of metal clashing erupted in the bar. It was then that Guyana had quietly appeared, her hands gripping the Hidao Eunz, blocking Mr. 1's descending dual blades. The terrifying force of the impact and the downward strike were forcefully halted by her. After the clash, both of them instinctively exerted their strength, simultaneously bouncing back several meters to confront each other. Mr. 1's gaze fell upon the other unsheathed knife at Guyana's waist. It seems that his disappearance was orchestrated by you. This knife is a trophy. Guyana replied indifferently, her left thumb gently pushing the knife handle, revealing a blade that gleamed with a chilling light. The famed sword Huazhou, a fine blade crafted by 50 artisans, such a trophy indeed holds great value. Have you all decided to take us on? Mr. 5's expression darkened as he picked at his nostrils. Underestimating us, huh? A bunch of newcomers who think they can run wild in the Baroque work society just because they have some skills. Miss coldly chuckled, her arms, skin writhing and hardening, transforming into countless sharp and menacing thorny spikes resembling 2 terrifying hedgehog gauntlets. Watch as I turn each of you into adorable meat patties. Miss Valentine's Day giggled, opening an umbrella, her body floating lightly, as if weightless. I will turn all of you into wax figures. Mr. 3 waved his hands, causing a large amount of milky wax liquid to surge forth and rapidly spread across the ground. Swordsman, in front of my quick/fruit, all blades are but a joke. Mr. 1's arm blades began to change, spinning at high speed to form 2 terrifying spiral blades. Spiral slash. The 2 deadly spirals, one left and one right, advanced towards Guyana with the power to shred everything. Is the ability to turn one's entire body into blades. It's the first time I've seen it. Guyana's gaze sharpened, and just as the spiral blades were about to reach her, she suddenly drew her sword. The piercing sound of the deflected strike. This seemingly inevitable blow was guided off course by Guyana's exquisite force release. Before Mr. 1 could react, Guyana's blade twisted. Frost Moon style swallow return. Swish. 3 blade lights formed a Z-shaped slash almost simultaneously, aimed at Mr. 1's chest, shoulder, and ribs. Mr. 1 was startled. Such a fast blade. The spiral blades abruptly ceased their rotation, trembling violently at an extreme frequency. Micro dust slash. Ding 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 ding. The 3 blade lights shattered into nothingness. Not done yet. Micro dust slash chaos. Breaking the swallow return, Mr. One suddenly pushed off the ground, rushing forward while his arms transformed into countless slashing trajectories, completely enveloping Guyana. Faced with this unavoidable metal storm, a glint of cold light flashed in Guyana's eyes. Rather than retreating, she tightly gripped the hilt and struck down with great force. Frost Moon-style rock breaker. The blade light cascaded like a waterfall. A straight slash erupted from He Dao E1Z. Crack! The slashing storm suddenly dissipated. Mr. One let out a muffled grunt, staggering backward. Looking down at his chest, he found a clear-cut mark. You actually stepped into this realm. The fact that this female swordsman could leave a slash mark on him only meant one thing: she was a master who understood the realm of cutting iron. I have long been there, Guyana replied calmly. You really came prepared. Mr. One slowly assumed a new stance, his expression becoming gravely serious, clearly no longer possessing his initial absolute confidence. Meanwhile, the battle on the other side of the bar had fully erupted and was rapidly intensifying. 10,000 kilograms of heavy pressure. Miss Valentine's Day giggled instantly, increasing her weight to 10,000 kilograms. Like a human-shaped meteorite, she smashed down towards Gaia with a piercing sonic boom. 10,000 kilograms. Gaia looked up and astonishingly attempted to lift the descending Miss Valentine's Day with one hand. I usually train with weights heavier than this. Beautiful lady, your weight isn't enough. Boom. Amidst the muffled sound, Miss Valentine's Day's strike, carrying immense force, was surprisingly caught by Gaia with one arm. The stone floor beneath his feet shattered, but he remained unmoved, even having the leisure to pat Miss Valentine's Day on her curvy backside. Nice figure, very supple. You dare to tease me. Miss Valentine's Day's face flushed red, her body instantly becoming light and floating upward, escaping Gaia's grasp and rising higher into the air. I will turn you into meat paste. 100,000 kilograms of heavy pressure. Enraged Miss Valentine's Day unleashed her ability with all her might. Her weight surged to 100,000 kilograms in an instant. The air compressed with a booming sound. This time she intended to completely crush the man who had insulted her. Playing around with the same move is boring. Gaia put away his playful thoughts, clenched his right fist, and covered it with armed color, launching a straightforward uppercut. Rock fist. Boom boom. A wave of air pressure 10 times more terrifying than before exploded outward, sending all surrounding debris flying. The ground beneath Gaia completely collapsed, spiderweb-like cracks spreading in all directions. Let's see if I can't crush you. Miss Valentine's Day pushed her ability to the limit, attempting to crush everything with absolute weight. No way, little sister, your brother is struggling here. Gaia roared, the veins on his neck bulging. Get up. Boom boom. Miss Valentine's Day felt an overwhelming, terrifying force from below. The immense pressure she exerted was instantly shattered. With a scream, she was sent flying upward by Gaia's punch, crashing into the ceiling above, with only her long legs sticking out, struggling. Nose booger cannon. Mr. 5 seized the moment when Gaia knocked Miss Valentine's Day away, digging a dark, unknown object from his nostril and flicking it with his finger. The object suddenly expanded in size as it left his finger, emitting a dangerous red glow. Playing with boogers? Damn, how disgusting. Seeing the incoming unknown flying object, Gaia stomped his foot, causing a stone pillar to rise. Boom. A violent explosion erupted on the surface of the pillar, blasting away a large chunk, but successfully intercepting it. Try again. Multi-layered nose booger cannon. Mr. 5's expression turned even uglier after missing his shot. He simply dug vigorously in his nostrils, pulling out a large handful of boogers and scattering them towards Gaia like a rain of flowers, each one radiating a dangerous red glow. Again, are you eating nose booger fruit or something? Can't you show some decency? Gaia's face turned green with disgust, feeling mentally contaminated, and clapped his hands. Bang 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 bang. More rock pillars erupted from the ground, forming a small rock fortress that intercepted all of Mr. 5's booger barrage. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions sounded. Flames and smoke instantly engulfed that area. Gaia, why didn't you just use Iron Body to tank it? That would have been so much simpler. Not far away, Luca, who was locked in combat with Mr. 3, glanced over briefly. Are you kidding me? Who wants to get hit by that disgusting snot? If even a speck touches me, I won't be able to eat for 3 days. From behind the wall came Gaia's irritated voice. This guy ate the bomb fruit, right? So only snot can turn into bombs, huh? Better worry about yourself, you handle confinement. Seizing the moment of Luca's distraction, Mr. 3 thrust both hands forward. A torrent of milky white wax surged like a tide, forming a massive cage that trapped Luca inside. Luca tried to land a sky-press fist on the cage, but found the wax highly resilient. He couldn't shatter it with a single blow. High hardness, a control-type ability. This is troublesome. It's useless. Once hardened, my candle's hardness rivals steel. Breaking it by brute force is impossible. Mr. 3 stood at a relatively safe distance, continuously outputting wax from both hands. Candle doll. More wax gushed from the inner walls of the cage, converging from all directions toward Luca at the center. He intended to encase Luca entirely in a life-sized wax figure. Indeed, a rather troublesome ability, but unfortunately, a glint of green light flashed in Luca's eyes. He ceased holding back, converting his stored energy into explosive force as he punched the ground with all his might. Nutrition burst. Skyquake wave. Boom. With Luca's fist, as the epicenter, a terrifying shockwave erupted. The wax cage instantly spiderwebbed with cracks, then crumbled. Such immense force. 3's expression shifted. He hadn't expected his opponent to possess an attack of this magnitude. Shaved. Before Mr. 3 could regroup, Luca vanished from the shattered cage and reappeared in front of him, right fist hurtling toward Mr. 3's face. Sky press fist. Candle wall. Mr. 3 in sheer terror instinctively summoned all available wax to condense into a thick, formidable candle wall before him. Boom, boom, boom. The wall quaked violently, cracks appearing on its surface, yet its excellent resilience prevented it from shattering immediately. My candle isn't something just anyone can break. Mr. 3, hidden behind the wall, breathed a slight sigh of relief, though his heart still raced. The brush with death moments ago had soaked his back with sweat. He regrouped. Candle shots. Countless holes sprouted from the candle wall, and a barrage of hardened wax pellets rained down upon Luca. Iron body. Luca stopped evading, his entire body tensing. Clang, clang, clang. The wax pellets bounced off him without leaving so much as a white mark. Despite being just candle wax, it's unexpectedly troublesome. Luca shook the wax shavings off his arm, his gaze turning more serious. This Mr. 3, though he looked like a performance artist, possessed a devil fruit ability that was by no means weak. Mr. 3, are you kidding me? And the man who almost soloed a giant. Check my record. Just then a figure rushed over. Lord Luca, I'm here to help. Paulu, what are you doing? This is no opponent you can handle. Fall back. Luca growled in a low voice. He knew Paulu's strength well, fine against fodder, but facing Mr. 3, he'd be nothing but a target. Lord Luca, I've got a trick. Paulu repeatedly struck the luminescent stones on his shield with both hands. Whoosh. The stones emitted a bright light, and with a burst they ignited into flames, setting all the shields ablaze. Flame Paulu. The scene instantly shifted from infantry to a flaming berserker. Mr. 3's candle wax pellets melted before they could even approach. What? A guy like you can actually use fire attacks. Mr. 3's face twisted in alarm. His greatest fear was fire. High temperatures would rapidly soften his ability, robbing it of its hardness and functionality. Not bad, Paulu. I forgot you had this trick up your sleeve. Luca's eyes lit up. I'm not done yet, Lord Luca. Watch my ultimate move. Paulu's morale soared. He pulled out several specially made spheres from his waist and scraped them against the edge of his shield. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spheres ignited, instantly transforming into blazing fireballs that hurtled toward Mr. 3. Burning bombs. The fireballs slammed into the candle wall and exploded. Vivid orange flames licked fiercely at the candle wall, quickly melting and burning through it, spreading even toward Mr. 3's body. Not good. Run. Seeing the dire situation, Mr. 3 abandoned the wall. Though his candle ability was versatile, his physical combat prowess was weak. Once cornered, he was in grave danger. Think you can escape? Luca's voice echoed in his ear. Shave. The ultimate burst of speed. Sky press fist. Before the fist even landed, the terrifying wind pressure made Mr. 3's breath catch in his throat. Candle armor. Mr. 3 only had time to coat his body in a thick layer of hardened candle armor. Crack. Thud. The hardened candle armor shattered like paper. The terrifying impact poured unimpeded into Mr. 3's body. Mr. 3 screamed, his eyes rolling back, and he was sent flying like a tattered sack. He slammed into the wall with a thud, embedding himself in a human-shaped crater. Only his signature 3-shaped hair stubbornly retained its form. Paulu, well done. They'll treat you to a private feast later. Luca shook his wrist and said to the panting Paulu, who had run over. In this battle, Paulu's fire attacks had played a pivotal role. Thank you, Lord Luca. Paulu's face flushed with excitement. To receive a promise of extra meals from Lord Luca himself was an immense honor. His standing on the ship was secured. Damn. Mr. 3 is down too. Miss. Shuangshu's house locked in fierce combat, with a Jean caught a glimpse of Mr. 3's miserable state, her heart sinking. In a short span, Miss. Kingrenji, Mr. 5-0 and Mr. 3 had fallen one after another. Their opponent's strength far exceeded their estimates. These were no rookie agents. They were wolves in sheep's clothing. Worry about yourself first. Letting your guard down in battle is a fatal mistake. A Jean's voice rang out coldly. He swung his solid double clubs, each strike aimed at vital points. Annoying pest. Thorn kick. Miss. Shuangshu's Houts, growing flustered, lashed out her right leg like a whip, her heel morphing into thorns aimed at Ajin's ribs. Iron Body. Ajin let out a low shout. Clang. The thorny spikes struck his chest with a metallic clang, leaving only a white mark. What the hell? Miss. Shuangshu's Houts was startled. Unconvinced, she kicked out with her high heel, the instep extending into sharp thorns aimed at Ajin's calf. Iron Body. Ajin hardened the muscles in his calf as well. Clang. Again it was repelled. You can't break through my defense. Ajin's voice brimmed with confidence. He had been diligently training in Iron Body these days, and combined with his naturally robust physique, his defense had become formidable.